On the occasion of the 50th year of the era of Earth Warriors, humanity continues to face the covetous gaze and threats posed by otherworldly sequence-level monsters. In a bid to counter these formidable adversaries, humans have turned to absorbing the unique energies found within the blood of these creatures, thereby enabling their transformation into warriors. However, the transcendent Lin Hai has forged a singular path. He has established a special bond with a monster, transforming it into his own avatar. This monstrous avatar possesses a distinctive training mechanism, allowing it to gain proficiency simply through rigorous exercise. Consequently, an exceptionally diligent and fervently training monster emerges, its strength rapidly escalating. With the support of the proficiency system, this avatar ascends from its initial status as a low-level creature, first becoming a mid-level monster, then advancing to a high-level entity and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of its kind. In a remarkable feat, it transcends all limits, attaining the might of a sequence-level monster capable of plucking stars from the sky. Through this extraordinary method, Lin Hai not only enhances his own power, but also instills newfound hope and strength in humanity's struggle against the otherworldly creatures. At Haicheng Fifth High School, Class 6 of the senior year, the students are abuzz with discussion about a momentous development. Have you heard? The government is officially deregulating the warrior system, allowing everyone to absorb the blood of sanctioned monsters to transform into warriors. Is that true? Isn't the government concerned about otherworldly monsters manipulating humanity? I recall a decade ago when a faction of evil warriors allied with these creatures unleashed a catastrophe, resulting in tremendous losses, including the fall of a martial saint. If this transformation is widely publicized and many absorb the blood of living monsters, wouldn't it plunge us into utter chaos? It's true. Apparently, the government has developed a special device capable of detecting the will of monsters within the blood. The blood of slain monsters, devoid of their will, is safe for absorption. However, if a warrior's blood contains traces of monster will, they will surely be apprehended. So, does that mean we can identify all the traitors who have allied with the monsters? Not quite. This method seems only effective for amateur-level warriors and does not apply to professional-level ones. Moreover, with so many people, it's impractical to enforce testing on everyone. Haha, the government has finally allowed everyone to transform. My talent is bound to be formidable. I must succeed in my transformation and become a powerful warrior. Many are filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the day they will become formidable warriors. Lin Hai, have you tested your qualifications? The speaker is Li Kai, Lin Hai's deskmate, hailing from a prestigious family in Haicheng. I haven't tested. Lin Hai shakes his head. Previously, the government tightly regulated the number of warriors, allowing only the military and certain prominent families or corporate groups to qualify. Regular citizens could only become warriors by enlisting in the military, and only after 3 years could they be eligible for transformation. Thus, he had never had the opportunity to test his qualifications. Even if he had, it would have been futile without access to suitable monster blood. Monsters emerged on Earth 50 years ago, originating from another realm, where numerous creatures coveted our planet. When the otherworld was first discovered, humanity was exhilarated and dispatched vast armies to invade, only to confront the most terrifying of foes, the sequence-level monsters, impervious even to humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb. Ultimately, the invading forces were nearly annihilated, with only a handful of humans managing to retreat, bringing back some monster blood. Through the study of this blood, humanity discovered that absorption could lead to the transformation into warriors, but only blood with a high compatibility could be safely absorbed. If compatibility was insufficient and absorption attempted, transformation would fail, resulting in the individual becoming a monster. The process of researching the transformation system exacted a heavy toll, primarily due to a lack of understanding, leading to numerous casualties among test subjects. Moreover, the immensely powerful monsters, while unable to enter Earth, managed to entice a faction of humans, using their blood to control them and instigate chaos from within. This history has kept the Xia Kingdom from liberalizing the warrior transformation process, but now it has finally come to pass. Lin Hai, I tested my qualifications and found I possess a high-level aptitude, allowing me to absorb the blood of high-level monsters. I wonder if the school's blood bank has suitable samples for me, Li Kai remarks. High-level aptitude. Congratulations. I've heard that 90% of humanity has low-level aptitude. Having high-level aptitude is undoubtedly a mark of genius. Lin Hai responds, extending his congratulations. Perhaps you too possess high-level aptitude. Li Kai laughs. Maybe, Lin Hai replies, showing little concern for his qualifications. His true focus lies with his system. As a transmigrator, he carries a system that has been loading for quite some time. It recently completed, but requires binding to a monster to be fully activated. If he could successfully activate the system, even with low-level aptitude, he felt confident he could rise to prominence. Unfortunately, the monster he binds with must share over 90% compatibility with him, otherwise, binding will be impossible. In Haicheng, aside from some research facilities containing live monsters, suitable targets are virtually non-existent. How can he bind? The only way to find an appropriate candidate is to venture into the other world. But how could an ordinary person enter that perilous realm? Doing so would almost certainly mean death. Thus, he has been troubled by this dilemma. Before long, the homeroom teacher, Guo Jindong, arrives. Good morning, teacher. All the students stand and greet in unison. Dressed in a formal teacher's attire and holding a glass teacup filled with goji berries, Guo Jindong approaches the podium, placing the cup down and gesturing for the students to sit. Today, I am here to announce a significant development. The government has officially opened the warrior transformation process, starting with students. There will be no classes today. Instead, we will conduct qualification tests followed by compatibility tests for Monster Blood. The government has provided a benefit for students. Each will receive a free sample of Monster Blood, all of which is recorded in the National Blood Bank and is deemed safe, free of monster will. All right, follow me now for the qualification tests. With that, Guo Jindong leads the entire class to the testing area. The qualification test is straightforward, requiring each student to stand before a device for a mere 10 seconds. Before long, all students complete their qualification tests, waiting only half an hour to receive their results. I have mid-level aptitude. Oh no, I only have low-level aptitude. I wanted to become a martial saint now. That seems hopeless. I'm also low-level, but I won't give up. What's wrong with low-level aptitude? Perhaps I can still become a powerful warrior. Lin Hai examines his own test results. Low-level aptitude. He is not surprised, as over 90% of humanity possesses low-level aptitude. He does not consider himself a special genius. Seeing Lin Hai's results, Li Kai steps forward to console him. Lin Hai, low-level aptitude is not a hindrance. There remains hope for becoming a powerful warrior. I will support you. Indeed, low-level aptitude can still lead to greatness. Lin Hai nods slightly. Subsequently, Guo Jindong guides them to the room for blood compatibility testing, where each student undergoes the procedure. This test is limited to the school's monster blood samples and does not reflect the entirety of the world's monster blood. Soon, results are revealed, with each student receiving a paper detailing their compatibility with various monster blood samples. Lin Hai glances at his results. Silverblade Mantis blood compatibility, 53. Long-tongued giant toad blood compatibility, 55. Single-eyed creature blood compatibility, 61. White-scaled giant serpent blood compatibility, 71. Among the school's monster blood samples, the highest compatibility is with the white-scaled giant serpent at 71. While this compatibility is not particularly high, it is sufficient to utilize the blood for transformation. Conversely, any sample with a compatibility below 60 is strictly prohibited for transformation otherwise. One risks devolving into a creature driven solely by a murderous instinct. Chapter 2. The Monster Doppelganger, the system fully activated. Once all the students had completed their compatibility assessments, the homeroom teacher, Guo Jindong, addressed the class. Dear students, you now face two choices. The first option is to absorb the monster blood provided by the school, while the second is to procure monster blood from external sources. IT1TB long before numerous companies and shops begin selling monster blood, but regardless of who you are or which monster blood you choose to transition into a warrior. The first step must be to visit the Warrior Association for certification. They will analyze your blood samples to ensure that your blood does not contain the will of a monster. Monster blood is not inexpensive, as the blood used for transitioning is the essence of the creature, with even a low-level monster yielding only a few drops. Furthermore, the preservation of this essence incurs considerable costs, thus making the selling price quite steep, usually no less than 10,000 yuan. Some students from less affluent backgrounds opted for the school's monster blood, while others hesitated, hoping to find a more compatible option outside. Lin Hai, too, chose not to rush, deciding to first bind a monster and fully activate the system. After school, Lin Hai rode his bicycle home, contemplating the binding of a monster. If necessary, he could venture into the wild. Monsters were not exclusive to other realms. The wilderness concealed its own creatures, and the ocean held its share of monsters as well. With determination, he believed it was possible to find a creature with over 90% compatibility. At that moment, a few miles away, a street was enveloped in a swirling gray mist, gradually expanding to shroud the area. Shadows began to emerge from the fog, and while most people were oblivious to the unfolding events and filled with dread, a few recognized the grave situation. This is a temporary rift to another realm. Run, the monsters are coming. Instantly, the street descended into chaos. People fled in panic while others attempted to call for help. However, the signal near the rift was abysmal, rendering their calls futile. Fortunately, Haiching had monitoring devices for detecting rifts, which promptly alerted the authorities. The Haiching Inspection Bureau dispatched warriors for immediate assistance, and nearby warriors were summoned to counter the encroaching monsters and protect civilians. Boom! The battle erupted, sending violent tremors and screams echoing for miles, startling Lin Hai. He swiftly halted his bike and gazed towards the tumult. What was happening over there? Curiosity piqued. He noted the arrival of numerous Inspection Bureau vehicles, indicating the presence of monsters. Many, in fact. Otherwise, such a response would not be warranted. Monsters. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hai turned his bicycle towards the chaos. Logically, as an ordinary person, he should keep his distance from such a conflict. Yet this was an opportunity to bind a monster. If he seized this moment, he might successfully bind one. Moreover, as long as he maintained a safe distance, the danger would be manageable. Before long, he approached the battleground and activated his not yet fully functional system to scan for any suitable monsters nearby. None? Disappointment washed over him, yet he remained vigilant, for a steady stream of monsters continued to surge forth from the gray mist. Perhaps one would be compatible with him. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Inspection Bureau were engaged in fierce combat, slaying numerous monsters, though some of their ranks suffered severe injuries or even fatalities. Suddenly, a simian creature emerged from the fog, and as soon as it materialized, Lin Hai's system detected a compatible monster. Detected a suitable low-level monster, compatibility 93. Would you like to bind? Bind it! Lin Hai exclaimed eagerly. In the fog, the simian monster froze, a terrifying force invading its body, obliterating its sole consciousness. At that moment, Lin Hai's consciousness inhabited the simian creature, and with the system's aid, he swiftly took full control of its body. The fog? Lin Hai felt a sudden shift in perception, and monsters brushed past him. Startling him, he attempted to rub his eyes, only to realize that his arms were no longer those of a human, but rather the limbs of a simian creature. Have I become a monster? Panic surged within him. Just then, the system's activation chime caught his attention, and a virtual panel appeared before him. Doppelganger, hairy ape, level, low-level monster, strength, 8, agility, 7, constitution, 8, spirit, 1. Toot skill, Iron Fist LV1, 0-100, free attribute points, 0. Through this data panel, Lin Hai understood his situation. He had not merely transformed into this creature but had bound it, converting it into his doppelganger. At this moment, the blood of this creature had become the most compatible monster blood for him. Nothing could surpass it. Moreover, this doppelganger was the true vessel for the system. The human body could not cultivate independently, while the monster's body was a genuine favored child of heaven and earth, capable of continuous evolution with the system's support. As the doppelganger evolved, his original body would also reap the benefits, with monster blood potentially upgrading from low-level to mid-level, high-level, or even sequence-level blood, ensuring he would surpass all others. How to transfer the hairy ape's blood back to his original body? Lin Hai pondered this question. Soon, he devised a plan. He retreated to the other realm, found a stone, and with determination, opened a wound on himself to extract a small amount of essence, applying it to the stone. The essence from a low-level monster was scarce. Losing this portion left his doppelganger somewhat weakened, yet it still retained 70% of its combat effectiveness. He then re-entered the gray mist and, just before emerging, exerted all his strength to hurl the stone away. Boom! The stone flew far, unnoticed, landing not far from Lin Hai's original body. After completing this, Lin Hai maneuvered the hairy ape's body swiftly back to the other realm before making a hasty escape. Once in a safe location, He immediately fell into a deep slumber. Consciousness restored. Lin Hai's awareness returned to his original body, and he sought out the stone. Soon, he located it and placed it in his backpack. Then swiftly exited the premises. Chapter 3. The Unreliable Father. 20 minutes later, Lin Hai returned to his apartment, quickly ascending the stairs to his home. Just as he reached the door, a stunning woman, perhaps 25 or 26 years old, emerged. He didn't recognize her, and she did not greet him but walked past. He speculated about her identity but said nothing as he entered the house. "You're back." A somewhat handsome middle-aged man, Lin Sheng, was tidying up clothes. Upon seeing Lin Hai, he spoke indifferently. "Dad, I'm home," Lin Hai greeted. "I have an appointment tonight, so I want to be home for dinner." "Just make something for yourself," Lin Sheng replied. "Dad, there was a rift to another realm on my way back, and many monsters appeared," Lin Hai warned. "Relax, this has happened several times before. The inspection bureau will handle it shortly," Lin Sheng said, showing little concern. To him, his date was far more important. Lin Hai felt a twinge of frustration. He understood his father well, a notorious playboy and wastrel, yet the wealth inherited from previous generations was ample for his indulgences. Additionally, their family held shares in a company, ensuring annual dividends, so Lin Sheng had no need to work. It was precisely due to Lin Sheng's frivolous nature that Lin Hai's mother had divorced him 10 years ago, taking his sister with her. After his father left, Lin Hai retrieved the stone from his backpack, rinsing the monster blood off it with water. Utilizing some antiquated devices at home, he extracted the monster blood from the water. The blood of the hairy ape should now be at a perfect compatibility level with him. He could leverage it for his transition. Lin Hai was well versed in the transition process, having learned about it in school. The energy of monster blood was immense and could not be ingested directly. It must be applied to the body and absorbed through basic exercises. Once the energy was fully absorbed, he could break through the confines within his body and, after several days of training, advance to the level of an amateur warrior in this world. The ranks of warriors were classified as amateur, professional, expert, master, grandmaster, and martial sage, with whispers of a martial god existing beyond that. A mere theoretical concept, as no martial god had yet been born among humans. Lin Hai applied the monster blood to his body and began his usual basic exercises. Gradually, a warmth enveloped him as he absorbed the energy of the monster blood. Soon, an hour passed. Lin Hai had thoroughly absorbed the energy of the monster blood, completing his initial transition, yet he had not yet become an amateur warrior. In the coming days, his appetite would surge, and his physical attributes would improve daily. When the transformation was fully realized, he would emerge as a first-stage amateur warrior. "I'm so hungry." Lin Hai consumed all the fruits and leftover snacks from the refrigerator, and even prepared some pasta, ultimately devouring approximately 3 times his usual portion, which finally satiated his hunger. In the bedroom. After taking a shower, Lin Hai lay down on his bed, and with a flicker of thought, his consciousness transitioned to the monstrous avatar in a foreign realm in this exotic land. Resources were abundant, and wild fruits were plentiful. He indulged in some of these fruits, ensuring that this avatar's hunger was also appeased. Although Lin Hai possessed no martial arts skills, this monstrous avatar was endowed with the unique skill, Iron Fist. This ability fortified his fists to the toughness of steel, thus he could only train in this Iron Fist technique. He then dedicated himself earnestly to honing this skill. Boom, boom, boom. He struck repeatedly, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the data panel, which provided proficiency prompts to correct his movements. Skill: Iron Fist LV1, 1100. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed. At this moment, Lin Hai's Iron Fist skill had attained a proficiency of 13 points. At this rate of training, it would take no more than a day or two for him to elevate the Iron Fist skill to LV2. However, after 3 continuous hours of practice, he found himself thoroughly fatigued and in need of rest. Thus, with another flicker of thought, his consciousness returned to his original body, and mere seconds later, he fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't until midnight that Lin Hai heard the sound of his father. Lin Sheng. Returning home, he couldn't be bothered with his father and simply continued to sleep. As dawn broke, Lin Hai awoke to find his father still sound asleep and unlikely to rouse soon. After freshening up, he ventured out and stopped by a breakfast shop at the entrance of his community, where he consumed 10 buns and 2 bowls of congee before cycling off to school. Upon arriving at school, Many students were engrossed in discussions about the previous day's incident involving the exotic passage, in Class 6 of the third year. As soon as Lin Hai took his seat, Li Kai remarked, "Lin Hai, your route home must be quite close to the location of yesterday's exotic passage, right?" "Yes, not far, but I didn't approach it," Lin Hai replied. "I heard that 3 professional-level martial artists and several amateur-level ones perished. And some of those summoned to assist also met their demise," Li Kai lamented. "So many died?" Lin Hai's brow furrowed slightly. He had been solely focused on binding the monster yesterday and had paid little attention to the battle. He hadn't expected such a catastrophic encounter with 3 professional-level martial artists, individuals of considerable standing, falling in combat. It was rumored that once one became a professional-level martial artist, they would receive a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, dispersed by the state, and the salary would be even higher for those in the inspection division. Alas, even professional-level martial artists were not immune to death in the face of formidable intermediate monsters. Before long, the homeroom teacher arrived and announced another matter. "Attention, students! This year's college entrance examination will be divided into 2 tracks, the humanities and the martial arts. The humanities track follows the traditional examination path, while the martial arts track offers a more promising future but entails greater dangers if your aptitude is lacking. Pursuing the martial arts may not be the best choice, of course. The decision lies entirely with you. The school will not interfere," Guo Jindong explained. "Teacher, if one chooses the humanities, can they later switch to the martial arts?" a student inquired. "Yes," Guo Jindong affirmed. As long as it is before the final report of the examination list, which is 1 month prior to the entrance exams, you can make a change. If you opt for the martial arts track, you may skip regular classes, but once you transition to becoming a martial artist, you will need to attend weekly martial arts classes taught by specialized instructors. Conversely, if you choose the humanities, punctual attendance in classes is mandatory. Martial arts students don't have to attend classes? A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, as many expressed their eagerness to avoid classes, leading them to unanimously decide to enroll in the martial arts track. Naturally, Li Kai, being of high aptitude, intended to pursue the martial arts, and Lin Hai was equally determined to do so. Soon, all students had made their choices regarding the humanities and martial arts, with approximately 70 opting for the latter and only 30 for the former. However, as time passed, it was likely that many of those initially choosing the martial arts would later switch to the humanities. With his decision made, Lin Hai no longer needed to attend classes. And after tidying his belongings, he prepared to head home. On his way back, Lin Hai received a call from his mother, Chung Suya. "Hello, son. You should have tested your aptitude by now. What is your result?" she asked. "Low-level aptitude," Lin Hai admitted. After a moment of silence, Chung Suya queried, "Are you planning to choose the humanities or the martial arts?" "Martial arts," Lin Hai replied. "If you feel it's unsuitable, you can always switch back to the humanities." Chung Suya was acutely aware of the dangers faced by martial artists who emerged from the martial arts track, especially those with low-level aptitude, who were likely to become cannon fodder. Even if they joined the inspection division, they could still fall victim during missions. Therefore, she wished for her son to pursue the humanities, but as he had already made his choice, she felt it inappropriate to persuade him otherwise. "Mom, my sister is in her 2nd year and must have undergone the aptitude test as well, right?" Lin Hai asked. "Yes, your sister tested as well, and she has high-level aptitude," Chung Suya replied. She had initially assumed that her son would also possess high-level aptitude, but upon learning of his low-level status, she felt embarrassed to mention her daughter's results. Now that her son had inquired, she had no choice but to answer, "High-level aptitude. That's wonderful." Lin Hai genuinely felt happy for his sister. He had no reason to worry about his own aptitude, confident that he would become a formidable force in the future. After chatting with his mother for a while longer, he ended the call. Upon returning home, Lin Hai found that his father, Lin Sheng, was not present, presumably off gallivanting again. At this point, he felt a twinge of hunger again, so he boiled some food to eat while pondering his future as a martial artist. Once he became a professional-level martial artist, he would need to train in martial arts, which were newly created techniques that fused traditional martial arts with the genetic bloodlines of monsters from this era, designed to refine the body and enhance strength. The training for amateur-level martial artists was straightforward. It primarily involved continuously refining the body to enhance vitality. Acquiring martial arts skills was no easy feat. Currently, they could only be obtained through the martial arts curriculum at school. In the following days, he planned to focus on training the Iron Fist skill of the monster avatar, and once he completed his transformation into an amateur-level martial artist, he would register as a martial artist at the Martial Arts Association before attending the martial arts classes to learn martial arts skills. Having devised his plan, Lin Hai lay down on his bed and directed his consciousness back into the monstrous avatar in the foreign realm. This avatar was concealed within a cave, ensuring its safety. Moreover, should it encounter any danger, the system would alert him, preventing any possibility of the avatar being killed. He commenced training in the Iron Fist skill. Lin Hai repetitively practiced the Iron Fist, steadily increasing his proficiency. Before he realized it, a day and a half had passed. At this juncture, Lin Hai's Iron Fist skill finally achieved a breakthrough. Avatar, Hairy Ape, level, low-level monster, strength, 9, agility, 7, constitution, 9, mentality, 1. 3. Skill, Iron Fist LV2, 0-100, free attributes. 1.2 With the breakthrough in his Iron Fist skill, both his strength and constitution had seen a slight increase, and he had also accumulated 2 points in free attributes from his training over the past 2 days. It seemed that he could earn free attributes simply by exercising, and these could be allocated to various attributes. After careful consideration, he decided to allocate 1 point to mentality and the remainder to agility. Consequently, the 4 attributes underwent the following changes: strength, 9, agility, 7.2, constitution, 9, mentality, 2.3. Upon completing the allocation of free attributes, he felt a marked improvement in his mental state, and his body felt lighter. Subsequently, with another flicker of thought, he returned his consciousness to his original body. Upon returning, he glanced at the data panel of his original body. Name, Lin Hai. Cultivation, Amateur Level 1, Strength, 2.1, Agility, 1.8, Constitution, 2.1, Mentality, 2.3, Skill, none, Free Attributes, 0. In comparison to the attributes of his monstrous avatar, the data of his original body was dismally inadequate, lacking even a single skill. The LV2 Iron Fist he had mastered could only be wielded by the monster avatar, as it was its innate skill, and the human body naturally could not invoke it. My body has undergone a transformation. I am now a genuine amateur-level martial artist. It is time to register my martial artist identity at the Martial Arts Association. After stepping outside, Lin Hai promptly hailed a taxi to the Martial Arts Association. Before long, he arrived at the Martial Arts Association. The building was imposing, a 30-story skyscraper that dwarfed other structures in the vicinity. Numerous martial artists guarded the premises, and anyone wishing to enter the association had to register and specify their purpose for visiting. After completing the registration, Lin Hai entered the Martial Arts Association. Name, Lin Hai. Aptitude, low-level aptitude. What monster blood have you refined? Hairy Ape, you do not have a record of receiving monster blood at your school. You are using monster blood obtained through an irregular channel. We need to test your blood. Very well, Lin Hai complied, following the staff of the Martial Arts Association to undergo blood testing. He felt no concern about any issues arising with his blood. As the monster blood was derived from his avatar and contained his own will, there would be no complications. After the blood draw, he waited in the examination room for the results. Approximately half an hour later, the results of the blood test were released. Classmate Lin Hai, your results are out. Indeed, the monster blood is safe and qualified, devoid of any monster will. We have registered the DNA information of your monster blood. Here is your warrior certificate, which bears your identification number. With this number, you can register an account on the Warrior official website, where news is frequently announced, the staff member stated. All right, Lin Hai nodded. Immediately, he left the Warrior Association with his certificate, made another trip to school to register his warrior number, after which he could officially attend the martial science courses. These courses are held once a week, and tomorrow marks the first session. That night, Lin Sheng returned home, reeking of no less than 6 different women's perfumes, seemingly having indulged in a bit of alcohol. Dad, have you eaten? Lin Hai inquired with concern. I have, Lin Sheng replied, settling onto the sofa. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, Son, what was the result of your aptitude test? Lin Hai was at a loss for words. Several days had passed, and he had already transitioned into a warrior and enrolled in martial science classes. Yet his father was just now asking. Low-level aptitude. Lin Hai replied nonchalantly. Low-level aptitude is good. Lin Sheng expressed a satisfied demeanor. Choose a humanities track wisely, aim for a decent university, and upon graduation, find a relatively ordinary job. There will be no danger. After all, Our family is not lacking in money at the moment. As long as I don't venture into entrepreneurship or seek a wife, the remaining funds will suffice for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. Is this truly a sentiment expressed by a father? Lin Hai was genuinely at a loss for words, ultimately responding, Dad, I have already enrolled in martial science and will not switch to humanities. What? You chose martial science? With your low-level aptitude, what do you expect to achieve in martial science? You are destined to be cannon fodder. No, you must switch to humanities, Lin Sheng erupted in anger for the first time. Father, if I can qualify for a prestigious university through martial science before the college entrance examination, will you not interfere with my decision? Lin Hai pleaded. All right, Lin Sheng acquiesced, for he had no intention of financially supporting his son. With his son's low-level aptitude, it was a farce to think he could gain admission to a prestigious university without resources. Chapter 5. Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique. The next day, Lin Hai arrived at school early. He was assigned to Martial Science Class 3, where Li Kai was also present. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed several others had already arrived. Lin Hai, you're here. Li Kai approached him. Lin Hai observed Li Kai and sensed a formidable aura emanating from him, indicating he had surpassed the amateur level. You've broken through to the second tier of amateur level? Lin Hai inquired. Li Kai nodded without hesitation. Yes, my family provided some resources. I completed the transition in just a few hours. After a couple of days of diligent practice, I directly advanced to the first tier. This is all thanks to the effects of high-level monster blood. The energy contained within high-level monster blood is immensely powerful, enabling me to break through to the third or fourth tier in a short time. However, the efficacy of my training will not remain this profound. I'm envious. Lin Hai genuinely expressed his admiration. Even with his system, he could not achieve such rapid advancement to the second tier of amateur level. As they conversed, more classmates arrived. Soon, the class commenced, and their instructor entered. A tall, elegant woman dressed in a martial arts uniform walked in. She was their mentor, Xiaojia. Lin Hai knew little about Xiaojia, only that she was formidable, though her exact level remained unclear. Hello, students, I am your martial science instructor, Xiaojia. You have only 10 months left until the college entrance examination, and I will guide you throughout this period. Xiaojia introduced herself. Hello, teacher. Everyone chorused in unison. Xiaojia waved her hand and continued. You are among the first batch of students to transition into warriors following the national policy change. You have a mere 10 months to grow. Based on the information I have gathered, this year's Martial Science College entrance examination is quite perilous. I advise against participating unless you have reached at least the 5th tier of amateur level. If you do not feel confident about achieving this within 10 months, I suggest switching to humanities. Her words struck many students like a thunderbolt, and some began to regret their choice of martial science, questioning its wisdom. Subsequently, Xiaojia announced last year's casualty statistics among warriors. Last year, our nation lost a martial saint, 3 grandmasters, and 13 masters, with over 30,000 amateur-level warriors perishing. Upon hearing this, many students turned pale. Teacher, may I switch to humanities? One student stammered, raising his hand. Certainly. Xiaojia consented. One by one, more students opted out, gripped by fear. Afterward, these students began to leave. Xiaojia's remarks were deliberate. She aimed to deter those who were unlikely to succeed in martial arts from blindly choosing martial science, effectively filtering out the timid. Of course, those who remained did not necessarily signify their final commitment to martial science, but at least a portion had been screened out. All right, class, let us continue. You have just transitioned into amateur-level warriors. To enhance your strength, you must practice martial arts. According to the advancements in our nation over the past 50 years, the most suitable martial art for all warriors to practice is undoubtedly the basic body refinement fist technique, which is also the easiest to learn. In this lesson, I will teach you the basic body refinement fist technique. Xiaojia played a video demonstrating the basic body refinement fist technique and personally demonstrated it. The technique consists of 13 moves, each appearing simple yet containing profound intricacies that cannot be easily mastered. Lin Hai diligently studied, and with a mental attribute of 2.3, his memory was commendable. By the end of the class, he had nearly memorized all the moves and could practice independently at home. After the lesson, Xiaojia instructed each student to copy the video for home practice, assuring them she would return next week to further impart the essentials if anyone struggled. After class, Lin Hai rode his bicycle home. Once there, he collapsed onto his bed, and his consciousness entered the body of his monster avatar. If I practice the basic body refinement fist technique using the monster avatar, I should be able to utilize the proficiency system effectively and quickly master it. Lin Hai promptly attempted this. Indeed, he swiftly improved his proficiency in the basic body refinement fist technique. Skill: Iron Fist LV2, 5100, Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique LV1, 1100. It works. With the proficiency system, I can rapidly elevate the basic body refinement fist technique to LV2. Thus, in the following 2 days, he fervently practiced the basic body refinement fist technique. Soon, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique LV1, 99-100. After a bit more practice, his proficiency increased, and the Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique immediately transformed to LV2.AT. That moment, numerous insights flooded his mind, allowing him to fully grasp the LV2 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique. Subsequently, his consciousness returned to his human form to test the effects of the LV2 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique. Boom! He practiced the LV2 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique repeatedly in his bedroom, clearly sensing the remarkable effects of this technique. His monster avatar possessed formidable physical attributes, rendering the LV2 technique less impactful. However, his human body, being frail, felt the astonishing refining effects of the LV2 technique. After only a brief session, he was drenched in sweat and felt ravenous. He promptly cooked some food, replenished his energy, and continued practicing with the LV2 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique. If the LV2 technique yielded such results, what might the LV3 technique achieve? Lin Hai contemplated attempting it. Over the next few days, he relentlessly trained the Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique using his monster avatar. And after 6 days, he finally elevated it to LV3. Practicing with the LV3 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique, his growth rate became astonishing, but his body lacked energy and required sustenance, for ordinary food replenished energy too slowly. He now had 2 options for energy replenishment. One was to consume the meat of edible monsters, which was difficult to procure. The second option was to use medicinal pills crafted from herbs. The influx of exotic resources and spiritual energy into Earth had resulted in a flourishing growth of many herbs. Therefore, the availability of various herbs was quite significant. He could easily find a pharmacy to procure a formula for the 10 Complete Vitality Pill, sufficient to meet the energy demands for martial training. Thus, he headed to the nearest traditional Chinese medicine shop in his neighborhood. Chapter 6, Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique, Max Gui Rentang Pharmacy. Lin Hai entered the shop, where a beautiful young woman was busily attending to the counter. He approached her and inquired, "I would like to get some medicine." "Hello, handsome. What kind of medicine do you need?" The young woman at the counter smiled and asked, "The ingredients for the 10 Complete Vitality Pill." Lin Hai replied, "The 10 Complete Vitality Pill is a common tonic, available in most pharmacies, so Lin Hai did not need to provide the formula. 1 portion costs 3,000 yuan. How many portions do you require?" The young woman inquired again. "10 portions, Lin Hai stated. His financial resources were rather limited, the entirety of which had been accrued over time, amounting to approximately 50 to 60,000 yuan. Presently, his father would not support him with any additional expenses, compelling him to be frugal, and he initially opted to purchase only 10 portions of materials. In due course, the young lady prepared the medicinal ingredients and inquired, "We can assist you in crafting the 10 Complete Vitality Pills free of charge. Would you like that?" "Absolutely," Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the young lady commenced the preparation of the 10 Complete Vitality Pills. The process was rather straightforward. First, the ingredients were crushed, then subjected to a boiling machine for extraction, followed by drying, pulverization, and finally, mixed with a bit of medicinal honey and water before being molded into pills. The entire endeavor took approximately 2 hours, during which Lin Hai patiently waited in the apothecary.at. Last, the 10 Complete Vitality Pills were ready. He took the bundle of pills home and immediately consumed 5, then commenced his practice of the Level 3 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique. Boom! A searing energy seemed to envelop his entire being, synergizing with the Level 3 Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique to fortify his physique, rather than depleting cellular energy. Instead, it invigorated each cell within him. Indeed, with the assistance of the 10 Complete Vitality Pills, he found that he no longer needed to consume copious amounts of food. Lin Hai mused that given the current efficacy of his training, it would not be long before he ascended to the second tier of amateur martial artists. 2 days later, Lin Hai noticed a minor transformation in his physique, and his data panel reflected his advancement to the second tier of amateur martial artists. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation level: Amateur Level 2, Strength, 3.1, Agility, 2.8, Constitution, 3.1, Spirit, 2.6, Skill, Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique Level 3, 29,100, Free Attributes, 0. Within a mere few days, he had achieved the second tier of amateur level. His strength was on par with those possessing superior qualifications, and he anticipated that his subsequent progress would accelerate, potentially allowing him to surpass talents like Li Kai, who also held advanced qualifications. Lin Hai closed the data panel and shifted his consciousness to the monster avatar, utilizing this creature to continue honing the basic body refinement fist technique. Should he elevate it to level 4? His training speed would become astonishing. Before long, the second martial arts class commenced. Lin Hai arrived early at Class 3 of the martial arts department, only to discover that several students had reverted to the humanities stream, evidently abandoning their aspirations for the martial arts entrance examination. Lin Hai, have you broken through to the second tier of amateur level? Li Kai sensed the change in Lin Hai's aura, unmistakably identifying him as a second-tier amateur martial artist, and was immediately astounded. If he possessed intermediate qualifications, Lin Hai's breakthrough would be reasonable, but he was merely of low qualifications. I have a relatively high mastery of the basic body refinement fist technique, which enhances my training results, Lin Hai elucidated. However, Li Kai had made even greater strides, having achieved the third tier of amateur level. Soon after, teacher Xiao Jie arrived. Classmates, please demonstrate the basic body refinement fist technique. I will evaluate your performances, Xiao Jie instructed. The students spread out and began to showcase their techniques. Most still lacked standard form, prompting Xiao Jie to shake her head in disappointment. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lin Hai, an expression of incredulity crossed her face. Lin Hai did not conceal his proficiency in the basic body refinement fist technique. He directly exhibited the level 3 version, aiming to showcase his extraordinary talent. This would render any future significant improvements in strength justifiable. Concealing his abilities? There was no need. Xiao Jie took note of Lin Hai but refrained from comment, instead continuing to guide the others in their practice until half the class had passed. At which point she permitted them to train freely. Lin Hai, please come here, she called. Lin Hai understood that his proficiency had garnered Xiao Jie's attention, and rather than feeling apprehensive, he felt a sense of anticipation. He approached her as she led him to a separate training room. Lin Hai, have you practiced the basic body refinement fist technique before? Xiao Jie inquired. No. Lin Hai replied truthfully. Are you certain? Xiao Jie questioned. Somewhat incredulous that a student who had only been practicing the basic body refinement fist technique for a few days could reach such a high level of mastery. Many professional martial artists would not compare to Lin Hai's skill. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that those professional martial artists had long ceased practicing the basic body refinement fist technique. Lin Hai, your proficiency in the basic body refinement fist technique is quite commendable. You need not seek my guidance any further. I shall impart another martial art to you, Xiao Jie stated. Thank you, teacher. Lin Hai expressed his eagerness for the new martial art she would teach. I will teach you the basic body movement technique. Xiao Jie immediately demonstrated the various movements of this technique, and Lin Hai followed suit, though he did not exhibit remarkable talent, which left Xiao Jie somewhat disappointed. She had initially believed Lin Hai possessed extraordinary insight, but it seemed that had been a misjudgment. Nevertheless, she fully imparted the nuances of the basic body movement technique and provided Lin Hai with instructional videos for further practice at home. After school, Lin Hai entered the monster avatar and attempted to practice the basic body movement technique. Initially, his movements were rather unrefined, but as he gradually became familiar with the standard actions, his proficiency began to improve. Over the next week, he trained fervently, dedicating nearly all his time to practice, aside from sleep and meals. Finally, his monster avatar's strength surged significantly. Avatar, Hairy Ape, Level, Low-Level Monster, Strength, 11.2, Agility, 10.8, Constitution, 11.1, Spirit, 3.1, Skill, Iron Fist Level 3, 25,100, Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique Max, Basic Body Movement Technique Level 2, 11,100, Free Attributes, 1.9. The Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique reached its maximum level at Level 4. Lin Hai felt somewhat helpless. He had originally aspired to elevate it to levels 5, 6, or even higher. Yet it appeared that certain martial arts had limited potential for enhancement. If they could be improved indefinitely, they would not be classified as basic techniques. Nonetheless, the fully leveled basic body refinement fist technique remained quite effective, even benefiting his monster avatar in the past few days, bolstered by free attribute points and the enhancement of the basic body refinement fist technique. His avatar's attributes had undoubtedly improved considerably, significantly enhancing its overall strength. He sensed that this monster avatar was perilously close to becoming a mid-level monster, and perhaps it would not be long before it evolved into one. Chapter 7. Becoming a martial arts instructor in Haicheng, Lin Hai practiced the maxed-out basic body refinement fist technique at home, and soon, his body began a remarkable transformation. Once it concluded, he felt an overwhelming hunger and promptly consumed the last few 10 complete vitality pills, followed by some meat to replenish his physical reserves. He then reviewed his data panel, which indicated that he had advanced to the 3rd tier of amateur level. Achieving the 3rd tier of amateur level was a swift progression, and with the fully maxed-out basic body refinement fist technique, advancing to the 4th or 5th tiers should not pose a challenge. However, he currently lacked 10 complete vitality pills, without a sufficient supply. Excessive training would lead to physical depletion and jeopardize his foundational strength. Lin Hai's primary dilemma now was his lack of funds. He had initially possessed 20,000 yuan, but after consuming not only the 10 complete vitality pills, but also a considerable amount of meat, his balance dwindled to merely over 10,000 yuan. This amount would hardly sustain him for long. He needed to earn money. There were numerous ways for martial artists to generate income, with the quickest being the hunting of monsters. As many monster carcasses held significant monetary value, blood, bones, fur, and even flesh could be sold. However, Lin Hai dismissed this approach outright. Hunting monsters with his current strength would undoubtedly be suicidal. His monster avatar could hunt monsters, but it could not bring anything back. After extensive online research, he concluded that the most suitable way for him to earn money was to become a martial arts instructor. The government had recently relaxed the requirements for transitioning into martial artists, leading many students to become amateur-level martial artists and begin practicing the basic body refinement fist technique. However, school teachers only taught one class per week, making it difficult for many students to master the basic body refinement fist technique. Consequently, they would seek external instructors for guidance. Many martial arts schools were currently hiring instructors proficient in the basic body refinement fist technique, offering as much as 1,000 yuan per class. If he taught several classes in a single day, he could earn several thousand yuan. This was undoubtedly a promising income for Lin Hai, sufficient to cover his current training expenses. He then discovered a well-established martial arts school, Taishan Martial Arts School. In Haicheng, Haishan District, Taishan Martial Arts School. Lin Hai arrived and entered the premises. The front desk was a somewhat kawaii young lady who, upon seeing Lin Hai, promptly stood up and smiled. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "I'm here to apply for the position of martial arts instructor," Lin Hai stated his purpose. Applying for the position of martial arts instructor? The young lady at the front desk was somewhat taken aback. As Lin Hai appeared to be a student, with relatively low cultivation levels, yet he was here to apply for an instructor position. Nevertheless, she was merely the front desk attendant and had no authority to dismiss Lin Hai. Instead, she made a phone call. "Hello, I have made the call. Please proceed inside to meet our school principal, who will conduct your interview," the front desk lady informed him. "Thank you." Lin Hai walked into Taishan Martial Arts School and soon met the principal, a striking woman with an authoritative presence. "I am the master of this martial arts school, Qin Xiang, a professional 8th Dan martial artist. Are you here to apply for the position of martial arts instructor at our school?" Qin Xiang could see that Lin Hai was merely an amateur 3rd Dan martial artist. If it were not for his amiable temperament and the consideration of face, he would have expelled Lin Hai long ago. How dare an amateur 3rd Dan martial artist seek to apply as a martial arts instructor? Does he think this is some sort of fly-by-night dojo? "Indeed," Lin Hai replied. "What martial art are you proficient in?" Qin Xiang inquired. "I excel in the foundational body refinement fist technique," Lin Hai responded. "Could you demonstrate it for me?" Qin Xiang asked. "Certainly." Lin Hai proceeded to showcase the perfected body refinement fist technique. As the movements flowed seamlessly, Qin Xiang was utterly astonished. With her discerning eye as a professional 8th Dan, she sought to identify any shortcomings in Lin Hai's execution but found none. Even she could not replicate such a flawless performance of the foundational technique. A prodigy. Without hesitation, she declared, "Congratulations, you are now the martial arts instructor at our Taishan Martial Arts School. Your remuneration will be calculated per lesson, at 1,000 yuan per session, and we offer one-on-one instruction." "Excellent," Lin Hai agreed. Subsequently, Qin Xiang processed Lin Hai's employment paperwork and provided him with the coach's uniform. "Master, there's a problem. That young lady is requesting a different instructor." A staff member hurried over, exclaiming, "The young lady from the Luo family?" Qin Xiang asked. "Yes." The staff member nodded. "Understood. I will arrange for a new coach for her immediately." After saying this, Qin Xiang turned to Lin Hai. "Coach Lin, we have a client with rather high demands. If you can satisfy her, I can offer you 1,500 yuan for a single lesson. How does that sound?" "No problem." Lin Hai agreed. "Is this client also training in the foundational body refinement fist technique?" "Yes," Qin Xiang affirmed, "but this client has exceptionally high standards. She wishes to rapidly enhance her proficiency in the foundational technique, and she has been dissatisfied with the results from several other instructors. This client is not to be trifled with. Leave it to me," Lin Hai assured her. He then followed Qin Xiang to a training room on the third floor of the Taishan Martial Arts School. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young girl clad in a female martial arts uniform. It must be said, she was quite striking, easily scoring a 9 out of 10 in appearance. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, the girl remarked, "Sister Qin, does your school not have a competent instructor?" Qin Xiang quickly smiled and replied, "Luo Mei Mei, I assure you that the coach I have arranged for you will meet your satisfaction. His name is Lin Hai. Coach Lin, this is Miss Luo Mingzhu." "Greetings, Miss Luo," Lin Hai acknowledged her. "Coach Lin, if your teaching quality does not meet my expectations, I will demand a replacement," Luo Mingzhu stated. "Certainly," Lin Hai smiled. Remaining unfazed, after Qin Xiang departed, Lin Hai commenced the lesson. "Miss Luo, please demonstrate the foundational body refinement fist technique so that I may assess your level," Lin Hai requested. "Very well," Luo Mingzhu began to execute the foundational technique. Her movements relatively standard, Lin Hai quickly discerned that her proficiency in the foundational body refinement fist was approximately at level 1, 5100, which was quite respectable, yet she seemed dissatisfied with this level. "Coach Lin, I have completed my demonstration. What will you teach me next?" Luo Mingzhu expressed little expectation, given that Lin Hai was merely an amateur third dan martial artist. How could he possibly instruct her? At that moment, however, Lin Hai had already identified the root of Luo Mingzhu's stagnation. Her lack of rapid progress was not due to the incompetence of her previous instructors, but rather because they taught based on their own experiences, failing to account for the differences in physique and style among individuals, which would inevitably slow progress. Having perfected the foundational body refinement fist technique, Lin Hai's understanding of the art had reached unimaginable depths. In an instant, he devised a method to facilitate Luo Mingzhu's swift advancement in the foundational technique. Chapter 8. The Evolution of the Monster Clone. "Miss Luo, when executing this technique, your body should lean slightly, and your right fist's force should be moderated. Maintain coordination and control over your body, rather than merely maximizing your strength." Lin Hai meticulously guided Luo Mingzhu's movements, adjusting them based on her physique. Indeed, under Lin Hai's careful instruction, Luo Mingzhu could clearly feel her proficiency in the foundational body refinement fist improving. A single lesson lasted an hour, and soon it came to an end, during which Luo Mingzhu's proficiency had increased by at least 6 points. "Coach Lin, I wish to add more lessons," Luo Mingzhu requested. "Certainly," Lin Hai immediately arranged additional lessons for her. Each session with Luo Mingzhu earned him 1,500 yuan, making her request advantageous for him. Soon, another lesson concluded. At this point, Luo Mingzhu was quite fatigued, yet she produced a vial of potion and consumed it, quickly restoring her stamina. This potion, the Azure Stamina Potion No. 3, was crafted from the blood and flesh of certain monsters combined with various herbs, and it was quite valuable, with a small vial costing 5,000 yuan. Spending such an amount merely to regain energy seemed excessive, especially in a martial arts school. "Coach Lin, I wish to continue with more lessons," Luo Mingzhu insisted. "Very well," Lin Hai acquiesced. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the evening, and that day, Luo Mingzhu had taken 4 additional lessons, totaling 5 sessions, which earned Lin Hai 7,500 yuan. "Coach Lin, will you be here tomorrow?" Luo Mingzhu inquired. Lin Hai suggested, "Miss Luo, I recommend you return in 2 days for optimal results." "Very well, I shall come to find you the day after tomorrow." Luo Mingzhu responded. In the following 2 days, Lin Hai taught only 2 lessons each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. He had the privilege of utilizing the training rooms at the Taishan Martial Arts School for free. And with his perfected foundational body refinement fist technique, coupled with the rejuvenating effects of the complete recovery pills, his physical prowess was rapidly escalating. One day, Luo Mingzhu returned to the Taishan Martial Arts School. She had made some progress over the past 2 days, but it was not substantial. Her proficiency now hovered around 70. Lin Hai diligently guided her, and with her innate talent and comprehension, after a few more lessons, her proficiency had reached at least 90. If she continued to stabilize for a few more days, she might well break through to level 2 in the foundational body refinement fist technique. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, benefiting from his coaching income, had purchased several complete recovery pills and was on the verge of advancing to amateur 4th Dan. Boom! Lin Hai's body underwent another transformation, and his status panel revealed that he had already reached the amateur 4th Dan realm. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation level: amateur 4th Dan. Strength: 4.1. Agility: 4.0. Constitution: 4.1. Spirit: 3.3. Skills: Body Refinement Fist Max, Basic Body Technique LV3, 26-100. Free attributes: 0. His basic body technique was also at LV3. Nearing max level. Once it reached full proficiency, he would need to seek out other martial arts to study. Lin Hai mused. Otherworld. Lin Hai's consciousness once again descended upon the monster clone, which, at that moment, had shown no significant changes in its data over the past day, indicating it had reached the limit of a low-level monster. Clone: Hairy Ape. Level: Low-level monster. Strength: 13. Agility: 13. Constitution: 13. Spirit: 3. 3. Skills: Iron Fist LV4, 99-100. Body Refinement Fist Max, Basic Body Technique LV3, 26-100. Free attributes: 2.1. He had a feeling that when the innate skill Iron Fist broke through to level 5, he would be able to evolve into a mid-level monster. However, to advance to a mid-level monster required sufficient energy, and he had nearly exhausted all the edible resources in the vicinity. He needed to seek out more food to ensure he had enough energy for his evolution. Thus, he ventured out from the cave where he had secluded himself for so long. Seeking sustenance, he found himself in a mountain range within the otherworld, dense with jungles and abundant in monsters. Often hearing their roars, as a low-level monster, he was but an insignificant presence among the mid-level, high-level, and top-level monsters. He had to exercise caution. He treaded carefully through the jungle, observing his surroundings. Monsters could engage in fierce battles among themselves, and the previous invasion of Earth by several monsters had been orchestrated by a more powerful creature, which had deterred them from fighting each other. Now, however, should he encounter another monster, he would be at significant risk. Sure enough, he had not walked far when he came across a serpentine monster. Drawing upon his knowledge from the monster compendium, Lin Hai recognized the creature. Its entire body was crimson, with yellow vertical pupils and a single horn on its forehead. It was the Crimson Horned Snake. This low-level monster's aura was even weaker than that of Lin Hai's hairy ape clone. However, Lin Hai did not dare to underestimate it, for he possessed no combat experience, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Whoosh! The Crimson Horned Snake transformed into a blur, swiftly attacking. Lin Hai's reaction was equally swift. Employing his LV3 basic body technique, he easily evaded the strike and unleashed his innate skill. Iron Fist died in an instant. His fist was enveloped in a surge of black energy, transforming into an indestructible iron fist, which he struck against the crimson-horned snake with tremendous force. Bang! The crimson-scaled serpent was shattered by a single blow. Its multitude of scales disintegrating, bones crumbling, and innards violently obliterated, leaving it gravely wounded and struggling upon the ground, soon succumbing to the grip of death. Had I annihilated the crimson-scaled serpent in an instant? Lin Hai was astonished. He had underestimated the might of his level 4 innate skill, Iron Fist. How could an ordinary low-tier creature possibly cultivate its innate skill to such a level? When he unleashed his level 4 innate skill upon other lowly beasts, it was akin to a dimensional strike, resulting in instant annihilation. Subsequently, he dragged the carcass of the serpent back to his lair for preservation before continuing his hunt. Over the next 2 days, he vanquished 5 low-level monsters and gathered a considerable amount of spirit fruits and medicinal herbs. With all preparations complete, he began to ready himself for the evolution into a mid-tier monster. He also moved large boulders to block the cave entrance, preventing any disturbances from other creatures during his evolution process. Let the breakthrough commence. Lin Hai began to cultivate his Iron Fist skill, swiftly accumulating the final proficiency point. Boom! The Iron Fist skill ascended to level 5, and his body underwent a transformation, every cell within him evolving and urgently craving energy for the metamorphosis. He devoured the flesh and blood of these monsters voraciously, paying no heed to the gore, as the taste from his monster clone was quite palatable before long. He had consumed several monsters' blood and flesh, along with a substantial quantity of spirit fruits and herbs. The immense energy within him rapidly decomposing and being absorbed by his cells. Gradually, he slipped into a deep slumber. Lin Hai did not return his consciousness to his original body. Rather, it remained within this clone, thereby allowing the evolution of the clone to enhance his mental attributes significantly. Chapter 9. Armored Skill. Hours passed. Lin Hai's monster clone finally completed its evolution, and his consciousness stirred awake. Upon awakening, he promptly checked his data panel. Clone. Armored Ape. Level. Mid-tier monster. Strength. 18.2. Agility. 15.1. Constitution. 18.2. Mental. 8.6. Skills. Iron Fist LV5. 0100. Armored LV1. 0100. Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique Max. Basic Body Technique LV3. 26100. Free Attributes. 2.3. I have evolved from a hairy ape into an armored ape. Lin Hai glanced at his form. Most of his fur had shed, replaced by robust scales, rendering this clone more menacing and terrifying. Additionally, he had acquired a new innate skill, Armored, a defensive ability that significantly boosts his defense when activated. Undoubtedly, the Armored skill was quite impressive, and it was a mid-tier skill, far superior to Iron Fist. He then allocated all 2.3 of his free attribute points into his mental attribute, elevating it to 10.9, which flooded his mind with a refreshing sensation, causing his mental attributes to surge. After evolving into a mid-tier monster, he entered a rapid growth phase, likely soon elevating both his strength and constitution beyond 20 points. However, his agility did not see much improvement compared to his strength and constitution. As the armored ape was a strength-oriented creature rather than an agile one, to enhance his agility, he would need to cultivate agility-related skills, such as the basic body technique, which can elevate agility attributes, albeit not instantaneously. Returning his consciousness to his original body, he sought to ascertain any changes. Lin Hai's consciousness swiftly returned to Haicheng, to his home. The moment his awareness resurfaced, he sensed the changes within his body. The monster's blood had evolved, enhancing his bloodline and augmenting his strength. He checked his data panel and indeed noted significant changes. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Amateur Level 5, Strength 5.1, Agility 5.0, Constitution 5.1, Mental 10.9, Skills: Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique Max, Basic Body Technique LV3, 26100, Free Attributes 0. To think my cultivation has directly ascended to Amateur Level 5. Lin Hai felt a surge of exhilaration. This had saved him considerable training time, and with his current monster bloodline being of mid-tier quality, his training speed, while not on par with true mid-tier talent, was certainly superior to that of low-tier aptitude. That, of course, with his proficiency system, he could swiftly master various martial arts, rendering his aptitude limitations negligible. Next, he would diligently cultivate the basic body technique, striving to max it out swiftly. Lin Hai mused. Taishan Martial Arts School. Luo Mingzhu returned once more, and her basic body refinement fist technique was on the verge of breaking through to level 2, needing just one final push. For the past 2 days, she had been diligently training, yet remained unable to break through, having hit a bottleneck. Thus, she sought Lin Hai's assistance. "Hello, Coach Lin," greeted Luo Mingzhu. "Miss Luo, shall we begin our lesson?" Lin Hai instructed her to demonstrate the basic body refinement fist technique, quickly identifying the issue, which was not difficult to resolve. "Miss Luo, you must forget the goal of breaking through, maintain a calm mindset, and simply follow the rhythm of the basic body refinement fist technique, and you will achieve your breakthrough." As Lin Hai explained, he performed the technique himself, and Luo Mingzhu followed suit, gradually calming her mind, leading to a breakthrough in her fist technique. Boom! Luo Mingzhu's basic body refinement fist technique completed its breakthrough, and she distinctly felt the qualitative change in her technique, with the body refining effect soaring. "Thank you, Coach Lin," Luo Mingzhu exclaimed, elated. "Miss Luo, just take some time to consolidate your gains," Lin Hai advised. "Yes," replied Luo Mingzhu. Days passed. Lin Hai finally maxed out the basic body technique, and with its completion, the agility attribute of his monster clone improved. Coupled with the vast quantities of food consumed by the clone over the past few days, its physical condition rapidly enhanced, stabilizing at the mid-tier monster level today. Clone. Armored Ape. Level. Mid-tier monster. Strength. 21. 2. Agility. 19.1. Constitution. 22.1. Mental. 11.1. Skills. Iron Fist LV5. 18100. Armored LV1. 6100. Basic Body Refinement Fist Technique Max. Basic Body Technique Max. Free Attributes. 0.5. With his current physical statistics, he could effortlessly overpower an average professional-level martial artist. However, Lin Hai noticed that the progression of the armored skill was quite slow. Progressing methodically would likely hinder his ability to gain proficiency. He would either need to engage in combat or find a location conducive to enhancing the armored skill. I must relocate. This place is no longer suitable for my growth. Lin Hai exited the cave and began searching for a more appropriate location. Before long, he encountered several low-level monsters, which, upon seeing him, lowered their heads in fear, unwilling to meet his gaze. Such is the pressure a mid-tier monster exerts on lower-tier creatures, stripping them of the courage to attack. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before a waterfall, suddenly sensing a looming danger. He seemed to have entered the territory of a formidable beast, prompting him to exercise caution. Splash! A massive creature emerged from the river beneath the waterfall. It was a mid-tier monster resembling a crocodile. Armored crocodile. Lin Hai recognized the beast, which was relatively ordinary among mid-tier monsters. Yet this particular creature was evidently far superior to the newly evolved mid-tier monsters in terms of attributes. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. With his basic body technique maxed out, the armored crocodile's agility was its weakness, and as long as he avoided its biting jaws, he would face no issues. The armored crocodile, upon spotting Lin Hai, let out a furious roar and charged directly at him. Lin Hai swiftly dodged, but the crocodile's long tail, adorned with sharp scales and spikes, lashed out like a whip. Innate skill, tier. A flash of light streaked through the air, striking Lin Hai. Yet at the critical moment, he utilized the armored skill to absorb much of the damage, though several of his scales were still pierced. Get lost? Lin Hai activated his level 5 Iron Fist skill, using the basic body technique to approach the crocodile's belly and delivered a powerful punch. The armored crocodile, failing to evade, was knocked back by the Iron Fist, rolling several times before resuming its assault on Lin Hai. Thus began their fierce battle, blood and flesh flying. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Hai's armored skill advanced rapidly, yet his overall strength still fell short of the armored crocodile. He quickly utilized the basic body technique to evade and escape. Chapter 10. Armored Skill LV3. His strength remained inadequate. Both his strength and constitution lagged behind that of the armored crocodile, rendering his attacks ineffective against it. Were it not for his agility and the maxed-out basic body technique, he feared he would have perished beneath its onslaught. Lin Hai mused, however, he had reaped significant rewards from this encounter. Armored LV1. 38-100. His armored skill had significantly improved. Thereafter, he captured a low-level monster and consumed it to gradually recover from his injuries before seeking out the armored crocodile once more. Over the following days, he persistently trained his armored skill against the crocodile. In no time, the armored skill ascended to level 2, and all his attributes saw considerable enhancement, with the free attributes allocated to agility, elevating it to 21 points. With the agility of level 21 and a fully developed foundational body technique, combined with the level 2 steel armor skill, Lin Hai now stands unafraid before the armored crocodile. While he may not be able to defeat it, he can at least ensure his own survival. This creature serves as an excellent training partner for him to elevate his steel armor skill to level 3 on Earth. In Haicheng, Lin Hai has returned to school to attend his martial arts course. Eager to demonstrate his mastery of the foundational body technique to teacher Xiaojia, hoping to learn even greater martial arts from her Dian Class 3 of the Martial Arts Department, the lesson begins shortly. After days of dedicated practice, nearly all the students have mastered the foundational body refinement boxing technique, with some achieving proficiency levels around 10, while others have reached as high as 30 or 40. However, apart from Lin Hai, no one in Class 3 possesses a level 2 proficiency in the foundational boxing technique. Even Li Kai is still quite far from achieving that level. Classmates, today I will teach you the foundational body technique. Xiao Jie announces, beginning her instruction with great seriousness. The other students are fully engaged, yet Lin Hai finds himself somewhat disengaged, having already perfected the foundational body technique to its maximum level, surpassing even Xiao Jia's own understanding of it. Halfway through the lesson, Lin Hai approaches teacher Xiao Jia. "Teacher, I have mastered the foundational body technique. May I learn other martial arts? Show me your foundational body technique," Xiao Jia replies. Without hesitation, Lin Hai demonstrates his perfected technique, his body moving with such swiftness that it creates multiple afterimages. Xiao Jia is taken aback. When Lin Hai previously studied under her, his comprehension was evidently lacking. Yet now he has cultivated his foundational body technique to such an extraordinary degree. Exceeding her own abilities, "Lin Hai, your foundational body technique is remarkable. I will now teach you weapon-based martial arts. Normally, I would not cover this until next month," Xiao Jia states. "What weapon would you like to learn?" she inquires. "The sword," Lin Hai responds. While it may seem peculiar for a monster clone to practice swordsmanship, the sword techniques are intended for the main body, while the monster clone requires no weapon. Its body is the mightiest weapon of all. "Very well, I shall teach you the basic sword technique." Xiao Jia demonstrates the foundational sword technique, sharing insights and key points, guiding Lin Hai through practice. Observing his limited progress, she does not underestimate him, aware of his potential. Subsequently, she allows Lin Hai to copy the video of the foundational sword technique, concluding the session. After the martial arts class, Li Kai, placing a hand on Lin Hai's shoulder, whispers, "Lin Hai, you're impressive. The teacher has even taught you the foundational sword technique ahead of schedule. Seems your grasp of the foundational body technique is quite high." "My comprehension is decent, allowing for quicker advancement," Lin Hai replies modestly. Li Kai expresses his envy. "I thought my advanced qualifications would surpass you, yet here you are, already at amateur level 5, while I remain at level 4. It's as if you're cheating. I have diligently cultivated the foundational boxing technique to a high level. My progress has slowed since then," Lin Hai humbly explains. "With your pace of improvement, you should be able to gain admission to one of the 4 major academies. Which one do you wish to attend?" Li Kai asks. "I prefer not to venture far. I'd like to attend the Magic City Academy. Since Haicheng is adjacent to it, studying there would be convenient, allowing for frequent returns home," Lin Hai replies. "The Magic City Academy is excellent, on par with the Kyoto Academy," Li Kai remarks. "However, I must go to the Kyoto Academy since my father is there, and I need to develop my career in that area." After chatting for a while, they part ways and leave the school. Instead of returning home, Lin Hai heads to the Taishan Martial Arts School, teaches a class, and then utilizes the training room to practice in the evening. Upon returning home, he finds no sign of his father, Lin Sheng. He lies on his bed, shifting his consciousness to the monster clone to commence intensive practice of the foundational sword technique. Lacking an actual sword, he snaps a branch to serve as his weapon and begins his training. Before long, his proficiency begins to increase. After dedicating time to the foundational sword technique, he seeks confrontation with the armored crocodile once more. Following a fierce battle, his steel armor skill gains further proficiency. Time passes, and 6 days go by. Clone. Armor Ape. Level. Intermediate Monster. Strength. 25.8. Agility. 21.9. Constitution. 26.2. Mental. 12.1. Skills. Iron Fist LV5. 88-100. Steel Armor LV2. 99-100. Basic Sword Technique LV2. 28-100. Basic Boxing Max. Basic Body Technique Max. Free Attributes. 0.1. Compared to 6 days ago, the statistics of his monster clone have surged dramatically. The steel armor skill is close to reaching level 3, and the foundational sword technique has also advanced to level 2, despite the limited practice time. Otherwise, it would have already reached level 3. He decides to confront the armored crocodile again. This time, he is determined to eliminate it, as it no longer provides substantial assistance in enhancing his steel armor skill. Once he breaks through to level 3, the armored crocodile will pose no threat to him. He plans to utilize the waterfall to train his steel armor skill, fully aware that the crocodile will attempt to interfere. Thus, the crocodile's demise is certain. Beneath the waterfall, Lin Hai returns. The armored crocodile has grown slightly stronger during their previous encounters, yet this increase is negligible compared to Lin Hai's advancements. With a thunderous roar, the armored crocodile charges at Lin Hai. They engage in fierce combat, and soon Lin Hai's steel armor skill achieves its final proficiency point, resulting in a breakthrough in an instant. His steel armor skill ascends to level 3, dramatically boosting his defense. The crocodile's attacks fail to inflict any harm upon him. Chapter 11. Becoming a coach at the Inspection Bureau. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai swiftly grasps the crocodile's jaw and unleashes the Iron Fist skill, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to the creature's body. The armored crocodile fights back fiercely, even attempting a death spin, yet it proves futile against Lin Hai's assault, ultimately succumbing to his might. After slaying the armored crocodile, Lin Hai occupies the area, consuming its flesh to replenish his energy, and continues to train beneath the waterfall. The cascading water constantly pummels his body, akin to a relentless hammer. And training in such an environment significantly enhances his steel armor skill proficiency over time, yielding excellent results. Focusing on the Iron Fist skill, steel armor skill, and foundational sword technique, Lin Hai diligently practices these three skills daily. Witnessing considerable growth in his strength on Earth in Haicheng, after several days of rigorous training, Lin Hai's cultivation has once again surpassed expectations, reaching amateur level 6. However, a new dilemma arises. The 10 full restoration pills no longer provide substantial benefits, and he seeks superior resources. He requires consumable monster flesh, rare herbs, and other valuable items to sustain his rapid progression. Unfortunately, the available monster flesh is scarce, as the number of martial artists continues to rise daily, creating a severe shortage. He wonders if the owner of the Taishan Martial Arts School has any means to procure suitable resources. Upon arriving at the Taishan Martial Arts School, he visits the office of the owner, Qin Xiang. Inside, there is a small training room where she is currently practicing. Lin Hai knocks on the door, prompting Qin Xiang to cease her training and step out. "Coach Lin, what brings you here?" Qin Xiang inquires. Lin Hai expresses his concern. "Owner, I find that my current training is excessively straining my body's energy. Ordinary food fails to meet my needs, and I am uncertain about what to purchase." Qin Xiang suggests, "I recommend you acquire blood pills. These are made from monster blood and flesh, refined with herbs aged over 50 years, containing high energy levels, suitable for martial artists at amateur level 5 and above. However, blood pills are quite expensive, costing around 10,000 each. 10,000 for just one pill? That's exorbitant," Lin Hai exclaims in disbelief. Given that price, his current coaching salary would not suffice. He barely earns a fraction of that daily, and wonders if a single blood pill could sustain a day of training. Noticing Lin Hai's furrowed brow, Qin Xiang smiles and says, "If you're short on funds, I might have a solution." "What solution?" Lin Hai asks with curiosity. "Become a coach at the Inspection Bureau," Qin Xiang proposes. "Currently, the Haicheng Inspection Bureau is recruiting coaches, and I can recommend you. The position lasts about 3 months, with a daily salary of 30,000. Of course, you must first pass their evaluation to qualify." "What, me? A coach at the Inspection Bureau?" Lin Hai is taken aback. The Inspection Bureau is an official institution of Haicheng, filled with formidable individuals. Amateur-level martial artists are merely ordinary members, while the ranks of professional, expert, and master-level martial artists are numerous. He questions his qualifications to teach personnel of the Inspection Bureau. Qin Xiang clarifies, "Strictly speaking, you won't be teaching official Inspection Bureau employees, but rather reserve members. The state has relaxed the transfer policies for martial artists, and the Inspection Bureau is currently recruiting a large number of new staff. Many of them are recent high school or university graduates with high potential, and they are eager to grow rapidly, which is why they are seeking external coaches. Within the inspection division, one might assume that powerful individuals abound. Why, then, do we not seek to engage internal personnel for teaching?" Lin Hai posed this query. Qin Xiang elucidated. Just because someone possesses great strength does not necessarily mean they are equipped to instruct. Moreover, many warriors in the inspection division were hastily cultivated, lacking a solid foundation. The most suitable training for these warriors is indeed the latest version of the foundational body tempering fist technique, which is what you will be teaching. Many formidable professional-level warriors have not practiced this new version of the technique and, as such, are unable to teach it. "I see." Lin Hai comprehended, and he felt a stir of excitement. A salary of 30,000 a day was certainly enticing, master. I wish to give it a try. Lin Hai declared. "Very well, I shall contact the inspection division on your behalf," Qin Xiang replied. More than an hour later, Qin Xiang returned to find Lin Hai. "Coach Lin, you may proceed to the inspection division tomorrow, where they will conduct an assessment of you. You should be able to pass it with ease. Upon successful completion, you will be able to instruct a group of reserve members for a duration of 3 months. Should the results of your teaching be commendable, additional rewards await you." Qin Xiang informed him. "Thank you, Master." Lin Hai expressed his gratitude to Ai. In truth, this arrangement was mutually beneficial for Qin Xiang as well. If Lin Hai excelled in his teaching, the inspection division would certainly appreciate Taishan Martial Arts Hall and might lend assistance in future minor troubles. The following morning, Lin Hai arrived at the inspection division bright and early. The inspection division was imposing, sprawling over a vast area, filled with numerous buildings, with countless warriors engaged in rigorous training inside. After announcing his identity, a formal member of the inspection division escorted Lin Hai to a training room. "You are the coach recommended by Taishan Martial Arts Hall?" A tall man approached Lin Hai, scrutinizing him with a look of skepticism. For Lin Hai appeared exceedingly youthful and his cultivation seemed quite low. Amateur-level warriors were not regarded as true warriors in the eyes of genuine masters. They were merely reserve warriors. Professional-level warriors represented the true beginning of martial prowess, and even if an amateur-level warrior reached the 9th stage, they could not advance to professional level without awakening, rendering them virtually insignificant. The middle-aged man was an expert-level warrior within the inspection division and naturally paid little mind to amateur-level warriors. "Indeed," Lin Hai replied. "I am Zhang Qing, a patrol officer of the inspection division, responsible for your assessment. If you wish to become a coach for the reserve members of the inspection division, you must pass my evaluation," Zhang Qing declared. Patrol officer. Lin Hai was taken aback. This was a position of considerable standing within the inspection division, typically held by at least an expert-level warrior. He had often seen interviews with patrol officers on television, but this was his first direct encounter with such a significant figure. Subsequently, Zhang Qing led Lin Hai into a testing room for the foundational body tempering fist technique, instructing him to commence the evaluation. "Coach Lin, you may begin," Zhang Qing urged. Lin Hai promptly executed the foundational body tempering fist technique, showcasing his mastery with seamless elegance. Zhang Qing, though not examining the data, was profoundly astonished by what he witnessed. This young man's proficiency in the foundational body tempering fist technique is extraordinary, Zhang Qing exclaimed. Chapter 12. A Bountiful Feast. Before long, Lin Hai completed his demonstration of the foundational body tempering fist technique. "What are the results?" Zhang Qing inquired of the staff. Patrol Officer Zhang, Lin Hai's data is 100. A staff member reported .100. Zhang Qing was utterly flabbergasted. This indicated that Lin Hai had indeed perfected the foundational body tempering fist technique, reaching the pinnacle of this martial discipline. Although the foundational body tempering fist technique was merely a fundamental skill, it was the latest iteration developed through the efforts of countless individuals, ideally suited for amateur-level warriors. Achieving mastery was no small feat, yet Lin Hai had accomplished it. A prodigious talent. Zhang Qing decided then and there to recruit Lin Hai as a coach for the inspection division. As Lin Hai emerged, Zhang Qing extended his right hand, shaking Lin Hai's hand. "Coach Lin, congratulations on becoming our coach at the inspection division." Zhang Qing then briefed Lin Hai on the terms of his employment. The remuneration was 30,000 per day. Settled weekly, complemented by 3 meals a day at no cost, and access to the inspection division's training facilities. Zhang Qing stated. Lin Hai was quite satisfied with these conditions and readily agreed, following Zhang Qing to complete the necessary onboarding procedures for his role as a temporary coach. Although the position was only for 3 months, should the inspection division be pleased with his performance, he could potentially become a permanent coach with even better benefits. The morning's teaching session was not feasible. Lin Hai's classes were arranged for the afternoon. At noon, he dined in the inspection division's cafeteria. Initially presuming the meals to be standard fare, he soon discovered that the inspection division's cuisine was indeed exceptional. A plethora of meats, vegetables, and medicinal dishes were available, with the meats sourced from edible monsters, rich in energy. It was no wonder that the inspection division could cultivate so many warriors. With such abundant resources, even those with lesser aptitude could develop into amateur-level 9th stage warriors, Lin Hai mused. His alter ego had consumed monster flesh in its raw form, but he had yet to experience cooked monster meat himself. Thus, he ordered a selection of monster flesh along with other dishes. Carrying his meal to an empty table, he began to savor the flavor of the monster flesh. The braised meat was tender and delectably chewy, and upon consumption, his stomach rapidly digested the monster's flesh, spreading waves of energy throughout his body in a short time. He polished off his meal and sought out an unoccupied training room to practice the foundational body tempering fist technique. The effects of the monster flesh were impressive, yet the quantity was insufficient. After half an hour of training, he had completely absorbed the energy from the monster flesh. Any further exertion would lead to a depletion of his vitality. He paused his training and took a moment to rest. At this juncture, Zhang Qing approached him. "Coach Lin, your students have arrived," Zhang Qing announced. Lin Hai quickly tidied himself up, donned the inspection division's coach uniform, and followed Zhang Qing to a spacious training room, where over 30 reserve members of the inspection division stood, all relatively young, with their cultivations ranging from amateur level 3rd to 4th stages, with the highest among them at amateur level 6th stage. "This is your new coach, Lin Hai. Please welcome him," Zhang Qing introduced. "Welcome, coach," the 30-plus members chorused, though their enthusiasm was somewhat muted, and a hint of dissatisfaction could be discerned in their voices. Their previous coach had been a professional-level warrior. Although dismissed due to inadequate teaching quality, they now found themselves faced with an amateur-level warrior, which felt like an insult to their training. Nonetheless, they dared not voice their grievances to Zhang Qing. Soon, Zhang Qing departed, leaving Lin Hai alone to confront the group of reserve members. Before he could even begin his instruction, a bold individual, the amateur-level 6th stage student, Chao Sun, stepped forward and declared, "Coach Lin, I wish to challenge you. The others are eager to witness your strength." Lin Hai recognized that if he could not earn their respect, his teaching would likely be fraught with difficulties. Thus, he acquiesced. "Very well, let us keep it light." The crowd quickly parted, creating a space for their duel. Confident in his abilities, Chao Sun charged at Lin Hai, employing his foundational body technique, his right hand morphing into a claw-like form, enveloped in swirling vitality, manifesting into a fearsome blood clot, a stellar-grade martial technique. Many students gasped, for typically, such techniques were reserved for professional-level warriors, though a select few could be mastered by amateur-level warriors. Chao Sun's ability to wield a stellar-grade technique at the amateur-level 6th stage indicated that he possessed a significant background. At this moment, several students began to doubt Lin Hai's capabilities. If a coach could not best a student, it would be most humiliating. Lin Hai's gaze sharpened. He had yet to learn any stellar-grade techniques, but he did not regard Chao Sun's technique with trepidation. Just as Chao Sun was about to strike, Lin Hai activated his perfected foundational body technique, evading him with a blur, then countering with the foundational body tempering fist technique. While the foundational body tempering fist technique was not primarily designed for combat, Lin Hai's mastery allowed him to wield it with considerable force. With a thunderous impact, Lin Hai's fist connected with Chao Sun's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Chao Sun crumpled to the ground, attempting to rise. But the pain in his stomach rendered him unable to continue fighting. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Lin Hai had defeated Chao Sun with a single blow from the foundational body tempering fist technique. Fellow students, when the foundational body tempering fist technique is cultivated to a certain level, it possesses a degree of offensive capability. While stellar-grade techniques are impressive, they are not necessarily suited for amateur-level warriors. It is far more crucial for amateur-level warriors to master the foundational body tempering fist technique to expedite their physical conditioning and facilitate an early breakthrough to the amateur-level 9th stage. Lin Hai explained. Following this encounter, the other students were thoroughly convinced of Lin Hai's capabilities. Soon after, Chao Sun regained some composure and shakily returned to his place in line. Subsequently, Lin Hai commenced his teachings. Instructing the crowd to demonstrate the foundational body tempering fist technique, he then tailored his guidance to each individual, meticulously enhancing their understanding of the fundamental practice. Under his tutelage, the practitioners swiftly exhibited marked improvements in their techniques. After a few days, the students were thoroughly convinced of his prowess, with even Chao Sun swayed to diligently follow his instruction. Thus, a week passed, and Lin Hai's first paycheck of 210,000 was on the verge of being credited. Chapter 13. Zhang Qing's invitation, a formal joining. The funds have arrived. Lin Hai gazed at the 210,000 in his account, his spirits buoyed. For an average person, such a sum is undoubtedly substantial. However, for a truly formidable martial artist, it pales in comparison. One could easily recoup that amount by hunting a powerful beast. With his newfound wealth, Lin Hai resolved to procure some blood elixirs. These elixirs, crafted and sold by the Starry Sky Group, are exclusive to its members, who must deposit a minimum of 100,000 to gain membership. Lin Hai promptly deposited the requisite sum and registered as a member. Subsequently ordering from the Starry Sky Group's official website, with delivery arranged to the Inspection Bureau. Before long, the blood elixirs arrived. So, this is the blood elixir. Lin Hai opened the package to reveal 5 blood elixirs, each roughly the size of a marble, a deep crimson hue permeating their form, accompanied by the distinct aroma of various medicinal herbs. Upon consuming one, a torrent of energy surged through him, invigorating his entire being. He immediately employed the foundational body-tempering fist technique to refine his physique, channeling the energy entirely into his training. With the foundational technique at its peak and the blood elixir in hand, the effects were remarkable. He could distinctly feel his physical prowess escalating rapidly. Lin Hai had anticipated that one blood elixir would sustain him for most of the day, yet its energy was entirely depleted within just a few hours. Perhaps for others, the elixir could last longer, but given his mastery of the foundational technique, he was able to fully assimilate the elixir's energy in mere hours. In the days that followed, he consumed one elixir after another, reordering as necessary, and within a week, he had ingested a staggering 21 elixirs. The benefits were substantial. His cultivation reached the 7th tier of the amateur level, with the 8th tier now within reach. Throughout this period, his teaching yielded impressive results, as many students saw remarkable advancements in their foundational technique. 9 students achieved level 2 proficiency, and one was exceedingly close to level 3. Of course, such impressive gains also stemmed from the students' inherent abilities. With the enhancement of their foundational techniques and the ample resources at the Inspection Bureau, 13 students transcended to a higher tier, with others on the cusp of breakthrough. During these 2 weeks, Lin Hai's monster avatar also experienced significant growth. Avatar, Armored Ape, Level, Intermediate Monster, Strength, 29.8, Agility, 27.8, Constitution, 30.9, Spirit, 13.9, Skills. Iron Fist LV6, 11,100, Steel Armor LV3, 75,100. Basic Swordsmanship Max, Basic Body Tempering Fist Max, Basic Movement Max, Free Attributes, 0. From the data panel, it was evident that Lin Hai had elevated the Iron Fist skill to level 6, with Steel Armor nearing level 4 and Basic Swordsmanship reaching its maximum. Except for Agility, both his Strength and Constitution hovered around the 30-point mark, marking a significant enhancement in his combat capabilities compared to before. However, now that his foundational techniques were maxed out, he pondered the possibility of delving into star-level martial arts. Martial arts are categorized into ordinary and star-level disciplines. The latter, demonstrated by Chao Sun, is further divided into 1-star through 9-star levels, with even the lowest tier being exceedingly powerful, far surpassing basic martial arts. Typically, only professional-level martial artists can practice star-level arts, as they have fully awakened their monstrous bloodline, mastering both innate skills and the manipulation of vital energy. Amateur martial artists find it challenging to control this energy, with only a select few star-level arts permitting their study, most requiring a deeper mastery to be effective. Thus, it is generally discouraged for amateur martial artists to pursue star-level arts, as they should focus on advancing to professional status. Nevertheless, Lin Hai's circumstances were unique. His rapid growth had led him to max out 3 foundational martial arts, allowing him the opportunity to pursue star-level techniques. While contemplating this, Zhang Qing, the Inspection Bureau's patrol officer, sought Lin Hai out. "Coach Lin, I have come to discuss a matter with you," Zhang Qing stated. "Officer Zhang, please proceed," Lin Hai replied with a smile. Zhang Qing did not beat around the bush, directly proclaiming, "I wish to invite you to join the Inspection Bureau." Join the Inspection Bureau? Lin Hai was taken aback. Having only been a coach for 2 weeks, it was evident that Zhang Qing recognized his exceptional teaching ability and sought to invite him as a long-term coach for the Bureau. "So, you mean to become a long-term coach for the Inspection Bureau?" Lin Hai inquired. Zhang Qing nodded slightly. "Indeed, but not merely as a coach. Upon joining, you can not only serve as a long-term instructor but also take on the role of a team leader." Team leader? Lin Hai understood that this position carried significant weight. The ranks within the Inspection Bureau included ordinary staff, deputy leaders, patrol officers, inspectors, deputy directors, and directors, with team leaders typically being formidable professional-level martial artists. As an amateur-level martial artist, Lin Hai believed he did not qualify for such a role. "Officer Zhang, I should not be eligible for the position of team leader, should I?" Lin Hai asked. Zhang Qing chuckled. "Coach Lin, your rapid progress is noteworthy. You are now at the 7th tier of the amateur level, and it won't be long before you reach the 9th tier and advance to professional status. Additionally, you are not yet a formal team leader. You would be a reserve member team leader. Once your reserve members elevate to formal status, you will automatically be promoted to a formal team leader. Officer Zhang, I am still a student, with college entrance exams and subsequent university studies ahead of me, Lin Hai expressed. Zhang Qing reassured him, Coach Lin, I am well aware of your situation. Neither the exams nor university will hinder your role at the Inspection Bureau. Furthermore, martial arts students enjoy considerable flexibility in their studies, with few courses that would conflict with becoming a formal member of the Bureau. Should you enroll in a martial arts university elsewhere? We can facilitate your transfer to another city's inspection bureau. After contemplating, Lin Hai decided to accept Zhang Qing's invitation. Although his family was relatively affluent, his father, Lin Sheng, was merely an ordinary man, offering him little support. He had no substantial backing. Joining the inspection bureau could provide a solid foundation for his rapid advancement, as he would gain access to powerful martial arts. Officer Zhang, I am willing to join the inspection bureau, Lin Hai declared. Chapter 14. Redeeming Star-Level Martial Arts. Upon Lin Hai's acceptance, Zhang Qing was elated. Recruiting talent for the inspection bureau was his fervent desire, and he viewed Lin Hai as a prodigious talent, albeit slightly lacking in innate ability. His understanding compensated for it all. Quickly, Zhang Qing completed the formalities for Lin Hai's admission into the inspection bureau. After joining, Lin Hai immediately relayed the news to Qin Xiang. Officer Zhang, I wish to train in star-level martial arts. Surely the inspection bureau can facilitate exchanges for these techniques? Lin Hai inquired. Indeed, we have star-level martial arts, Zhang Qing confirmed. However, exchanging for them requires contribution points, which can be earned through completing tasks. Every new member receives an initial allocation of 100 contribution points. As you joined at the team leader level, you will receive 500 contribution points. Subsequently, Zhang Qing guided Lin Hai to log into the inspection bureau's internal website, where he could view the exchange rates for various star-level martial arts. 1-star martial arts, water wave palm, 800 contribution points. 1-star martial arts, diamond leg, 1200 contribution points. 1-star martial arts, flowing fire blade technique, 1100 contribution points. A plethora of star-level martial arts were clearly priced, but he could only access up to 3-star level techniques. 4-star martial arts required higher privileges, which he currently lacked. The cheapest option demanded 800 contribution points. Far too steep. Lin Hai lamented, realizing he couldn't even redeem the least expensive water wave palm and would need to focus on accumulating contribution points. Fortunately, as a coach, he earned an additional 100 contribution points each week. In other words, he only requires 3 weeks to exchange for the water wave palm, a 1-star martial art of that caliber. However, it is evident that he looks down upon the water wave palm and will need a longer period to acquire the martial arts he truly desires. It would be best to undertake some tasks to gain additional contribution points. Lin Hai perused the task list of the inspection department, discovering that most tasks involved exterminating monsters, as well as eliminating certain martial artists. These martial artists are essentially traitors who have allied with the monsters. And from these tasks, Lin Hai became aware of a nefarious organization, the Tangsha Organization. Many of the tasks involved killing members of the Tangsha Organization, and the rewards were quite substantial. However, Lin Hai dared not accept such tasks. As many of the martial artists within the Tangsha Organization were professional or even expert-level fighters, constituting a massive and malevolent force that spanned across the Xia Kingdom and even had members abroad. One task caught Lin Hai's eye: eliminate the monsters at Mingguang Mountain. Mingguang Mountain is a range not far from Haicheng, where some low-level monsters still linger, but they are all of a lower tier. This task is exclusively available to amateur-level martial artists. Professional martial artists may also undertake it, but without any rewards. After all, such tasks are designed as benefits for amateur-level martial artists. If professional martial artists participated, they would not be able to earn contribution points. Killing a low-level monster grants 10 contribution points, and by slaying more low-level monsters, one could accumulate enough contribution points. Additionally, the corpses of low-level monsters can be handed over to the inspection department for a monetary reward. Lin Hai promptly decided to accept this task. Zhang Qing, upon learning that Lin Hai had taken on this task, hurried over. Coach Lin, have you accepted the task at Mingguang Mountain? Zhang Qing inquired. Indeed, Lin Hai replied. You should practice a bit longer before heading there. You have only just broken through to amateur level 7th. While Mingguang Mountain does not host intermediate monsters, there are still plenty of low-level ones. Previously, there was an interdimensional passage near Mingguang Mountain, and many low-level monsters seized the opportunity to hide there. including some peak low-level monsters whose strength is even superior to that of typical amateur-level 9th fighters. Your foundational body tempering martial art has reached its maximum level, but remember, foundational body tempering is not a combat martial art and has its limitations, Zhang Qing advised. Inspector Zhang, in fact, I possess more than just a maxed-out foundational body tempering martial art, Lin Hai proclaimed. What? Zhang Qing asked, puzzled. Subsequently, Lin Hai demonstrated his fully mastered foundational movement technique and foundational sword technique to Zhang Qing. Upon witnessing these two fully mastered foundational martial arts, Zhang Qing's concerns for Lin Hai's safety dissipated. With just the fully mastered foundational movement technique, Lin Hai's means of preserving his life were impressive, and the lethality of the foundational sword technique was equally formidable. The foundational sword technique necessitates a good sword to unleash its potential. And Lin Hai, reluctant to expend contribution points, spent $50,000 to purchase a metal alloy sword before heading to Mingguang Mountain. Upon reaching the vicinity of Mingguang Mountain, he needed to trek up the mountain on foot, as the area was densely populated with enormous trees. Decades ago, the Earth did not boast such towering trees, but since the emergence of the interdimensional realm, a peculiar energy particle has spread across the planet, causing many plants to grow wildly, resulting in towering trees everywhere. This peculiar energy particle is difficult for humans to absorb. One must attain the level of professional martial artist and awaken their monster bloodline to absorb such energy particles for rapid body tempering. Gradually, Lin Hai ventured deeper into Mingguang Mountain and soon encountered his first low-level monster. It was an ordinary low-level monster, a black blood wolf, roughly equivalent to amateur level 4th or 5th. The black blood wolf excels in speed and attack, but its physique is not particularly robust. With a swift motion, the black blood wolf transformed into a black shadow, lunging at Lin Hai, who wielded the metal alloy sword and executed the foundational movement technique, rapidly drawing his sword. With a swift slice, the sword light cut through, severing the black blood wolf's neck in a single strike. After slaying the black blood wolf, Lin Hai took a photo, tagged the location, and ensured someone would come to retrieve the creature's corpse. He then pressed onward. Thanks to his extraordinary combat prowess, he dispatched one low-level monster after another. Before long, he encountered a more formidable low-level monster, whose attributes likely reached 10 points across the board, undoubtedly a peak low-level monster. Lin Hai engaged it in battle for about 10 minutes, employing his 3 fully mastered foundational martial arts before finally defeating it. Unbeknownst to him, 6 hours had passed. During this time, Lin Hai had slain 26 low-level monsters, earning 260 contribution points. I'm exhausted. Time to head back and return tomorrow. Lin Hai promptly made his way back to Haiqing, submitted the task upon returning to the inspection department, and then went home to sleep. In the following days, aside from teaching a class each day, he spent all his other time hunting low-level monsters at Mingguang Mountain. After a few days, he had accumulated 1,500 contribution points, sufficient to exchange for the star-level martial art he had long coveted. Chapter 15. The LV3 level of the Great Strength Diamond Palm. 1-star martial art, Great Strength Diamond Palm. Lin Hai sought to exchange for this Great Strength Diamond Palm due to its formidable lethality, ranking among the top 1-star martial arts, and it also provides a certain body tempering effect. After attaining the status of a professional martial artist, body tempering is no longer the primary goal. The focus shifts to consolidating one's vital energy, enhancing its strength. Among 1-star martial arts, those that offer body tempering effects are exceedingly rare. Lin Hai planned to refine the Great Strength Diamond Palm to an exceptionally high level, allowing his human form to utilize it for further body tempering, thus endowing him with a terrifying physical prowess even as an amateur martial artist. Establishing a formidable foundation. Soon enough, Lin Hai successfully exchanged for the Great Strength Diamond Palm, and shortly thereafter, he received the manual from the inspection department, which could only be studied within the department and was not permitted to be taken outside. Lin Hai initially attempted to practice it with his human form but found it challenging to grasp. His proficiency system was linked to his monster avatar, so he decided to cultivate the Great Strength Diamond Palm using that avatar instead. At home, Lin Hai returned to find his father, Lin Sheng, present. "Dad," Lin Hai called out. Lin Sheng glanced at his son and said, "Son, there's something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Lin Hai asked, curious about his father's reason for calling him. "Your grandfather's 70th birthday is approaching. Your mother wants me to take you over for a meal, but I won't go and I'm afraid I'll be beaten by your mother's family." You can take me there instead. I'll prepare a gift for you to give him, Lin Shang replied. Oh, I see. Lin Hai nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He did not have much of an impression of his grandfather's family, primarily because his parents divorced relatively early and he had stayed with his father. His grandfather's family seemed to be from a military background. His grandfather was among the first soldiers of the Xia Kingdom's National Defense Force, later injured and retired while combating interdimensional monsters. Several uncles were also soldiers and rarely returned home. He had met them once as a child and had no recollection since. Lin Sheng then informed him of the date of his grandfather's birthday and reminded him not to forget. Afterward, he called his mother, chatted briefly, then returned to his room, lying on the bed, and directed his consciousness to the monster avatar. Upon returning to the avatar, Lin Hai began practicing the Great Strength Diamond Palm. This martial art is well suited for the Armored Ape avatar, so he commenced his training. With the data panel open, he practiced the Great Strength Diamond Palm while monitoring his proficiency. Gradually, he mastered the techniques of the Great Strength Diamond Palm, and his proficiency began to increase. The next day, he had leveled the Great Strength Diamond Palm to LV2, demonstrating its power. He activated the Great Strength Diamond Palm. The vital energy in his palm coalesced into a faint golden glow, enveloping his hand. With a single strike, he shattered a stone into countless fragments. Moreover, while practicing the LV2 Great Strength Diamond Palm, his physical attributes gradually improved, though the energy consumption was considerable. A mid-level monster. He could absorb energy particles from the environment, but the process was slow. He preferred consuming monster flesh and blood. Thus, he hunted at least one low-level monster each day for training. The inspection department. Lin Hai utilized the training room to practice the Great Strength Diamond Palm. With his LV2 Great Strength Diamond Palm, his physical attributes were rapidly enhancing. He trained while consuming blood pills, but his current efficiency in refining the blood pills was exceedingly high, quickly exhausting the energy from a single pill. The body tempering effect of the Great Strength Diamond Palm had already surpassed that of the maxed-out foundational body tempering martial art. Should he elevate the Great Strength Diamond Palm to LV3? The body tempering effect would be even more astonishing. He estimated that his breakthrough to amateur level 8th would occur within a few days. 5 days later, Lin Hai successfully leveled the Great Strength Diamond Palm to LV3. At LV3, this one-star martial art would far surpass the maxed-out foundational martial arts, with an astonishing body tempering effect. Just as the Great Strength Diamond Palm reached LV3, his own cultivation finally broke through to amateur level 8th, and his physical attributes became remarkably robust, surpassing those of typical amateur level 8th fighters. With the LV3 Great Strength Diamond Palm, he could now effortlessly crush an ordinary amateur level 9th martial artist with a single slap. Additionally, the formidable LV3 level Great Strength Diamond Palm has had an astonishingly remarkable effect on the forging of his hands. Now, these hands can disregard the assaults of ordinary weapons, their resilience akin to that of steel. However, the defense of other parts of his body remains rather average. Son, this is a gift for your grandfather. Upon returning, Lin Sheng presented a case of wine to Lin Hai. Wan Yuan Health Wine. Lin Hai recognized this as the Wan Yuan Health Wine from the Wan Yuan Group, enriched with various exotic herbs, including a longevity-enhancing substance known as Qi Shui Chong Sheng Xian. This single bottle of Wan Yuan Health Wine is valued at 50,000. And there are 6 bottles in total, amounting to 300,000. For Lin Sheng, this sum is inconsequential, as his monthly expenditures exceed 300,000. Don't sell it. Lin Sheng cautioned. He was aware that his son had embarked on the path of a martial artist and had given him little financial support, fearing that Lin Hai might sell the wine for money to acquire training resources. Dad, this is a gift for Grandpa. How could I possibly sell it? Lin Hai replied. Subsequently, Lin Sheng personally drove Lin Hai to the high-speed railway station, as he needed to take the train to Modu City. Though his grandfather's family wasn't originally from Modu, they later settled there, and his mother had taken his sister to Modu as well, leading to their infrequent meetings. Haicheng is quite close to Modu, with the high-speed train taking merely half an hour. Soon enough, they arrived in Modu. Lin Hai had only visited Modu a few times, but each occasion left him in awe of its prosperity, far surpassing that of Haicheng. After exiting the station, he hailed a taxi and headed to Longhai Community, a villa district where his grandfather's family resided. Compared to their own household, his grandfather's family was undoubtedly wealthier, having earned their fortune through hard work on the front lines, slaying monsters to amass wealth. Before long, they reached Longhai Community. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Hai called his mother, Chung Suya. "Mom, I'm at the entrance of Longhai Community," Lin Hai announced. "I've sent your sister to pick you up," Chung Suya replied. After about 10 minutes, a young girl approached, glancing around. Soon, she spotted Lin Hai and hurried over. "Brother, I've come to pick you up," the girl exclaimed cheerfully. Chapter 16. Grandfather and Second Uncle. The girl was Lin Hai's sister, Lin Shi, who was a year younger and currently in her second year of high school. "Sister, you've grown a bit taller," Lin Hai remarked, ruffling her hair with a smile. Although they only met once a year at most, their relationship remained strong, often chatting online. "Brother, you've changed even more. You were only 175 before. How do you feel like you're 180 now?" Lin Shi was undoubtedly taken aback by Lin Hai's transformation. "Ever since I became a martial artist and trained, I've gone through a second growth spurt," Lin Hai explained. "Brother, mom, and uncle are all waiting. Let me take you to them," Lin Shi said. This was Lin Hai's first visit to this community, and after walking a short distance inside, they arrived at an opulent standalone villa. Once inside, they encountered a handsome young man, who Lin Shi promptly greeted. "Hello, second uncle." This young man was Lin Hai's second uncle, Cheng Hong, who was just under 40 but appeared to be in his late 20s due to the effects of training and extended lifespan. "Hi, I can't believe how much you've grown," Cheng Hong remarked, clapping Lin Hai on the shoulder with a smile. The three then ventured into the living room, where Lin Hai saw his mother, Chung Suya. "Mom," Lin Hai called out. Chung Suya, who hadn't seen her son for a long time, immediately embraced him. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair, yet appearing to be only in his 50s, descended the stairs. This was Lin Hai's grandfather, Chung He. "Grandpa," Lin Hai exclaimed, placing the wine his father had brought on the table. "Hi, hasn't your dad come?" Chung He inquired. "Grandpa, my dad had something to attend to, so he couldn't make it," Lin Hai replied awkwardly. "Ha, is he afraid I'll break his legs?" Chung He retorted, somewhat irked. "If it weren't for your mother stopping him back then, he would have surely crippled Lin Shang." "Dad, tomorrow is your birthday. Let's not dwell on that," Chung Suya interjected quickly. "Fine, we won't mention him." Chung He waved his hand dismissively. "Isn't uncle and third uncle home?" Lin Hai asked. "They aren't here. There's something going on with the Guardian Army. Your second uncle specifically took leave to come back, and they won't return until tomorrow. You'll see them then," Cheng He explained. Lin Hai understood the responsibilities of the Guardian Army, which was to fend off the monstrous threats from the other realm and could not leave easily. Unlike the Inspection Division, which dealt with internal matters and malevolent organizations within Xia country, the dangers faced by the Guardian Army were far greater, and the pressures they endured were immense. "Hi, are you planning to pursue a career in martial arts?" Chung He asked. "Yes, Grandpa. I intend to follow the martial arts path." Lin Hai nodded. "If you pursue martial arts, you could gain admission to Modu Academy, which is quite prestigious and conveniently located near your grandfather's home." Cheng He suggested. "Dad, isn't it a bit too much pressure to have the child aim for Modu Academy?" Chung Suya frowned, fully aware of her son's qualifications, which were rather low, making admission to Modu Academy nearly impossible. "Suya, your son is now at the 8th stage of amateur rank. There is still ample time before the entrance exams. Becoming a professional martial artist shouldn't be difficult, so why wouldn't he have a chance at Modu Academy?" Cheng He countered. "Son, you're already an 8th stage amateur rank martial artist?" Chung Suya was taken aback. She wasn't a martial artist and couldn't sense Lin Hai's aura, but she knew her daughter, with high qualifications, had only reached the 6th stage of amateur rank with the Cheng family's assistance. Yet, her son Lin Hai, who had received far less resource support than Lin Shi, had already broken through to the 8th stage of amateur rank. "Indeed," Lin Hai nodded. He knew that his modest cultivation would not escape the notice of his grandfather and second uncle. While he couldn't gauge the strength of his second uncle, it was undoubtedly formidable. And his grandfather's prowess was equally impressive. The oppressive feeling he received from them surpassed even that of Zhang Qing, a seasoned martial artist. In the presence of such powerful figures, his current cultivation was easily discernible. "Hi, let your second uncle witness your strength," Chung Hung urged. "All right," Lin Hai nodded, and the family proceeded to the yard. Chung Hung instructed Lin Hai to make his move. "Hi, give it your all against me. Hold nothing back. Second uncle, here I go," Lin Hai announced, executing his basic movement technique. His fully mastered basic movement technique allowed him to move swiftly, crossing a distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. and arriving before Cheng Hong in an instant, unleashing the LV3 level Great Strength Diamond Palm, his right hand enveloped in a faint golden light. Great Strength Diamond Palm. Cheng Hong was astonished, recognizing this as a one-star martial skill. And not only had his nephew mastered it, but he had also cultivated it to a remarkably high level. Moreover, Lin Hai's basic movement technique had clearly reached its maximum level. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of palm strikes landed on Cheng Hong. Yet they failed to inflict any harm to At that moment. Cheng Hong extended a single finger, which stood tall like a pillar. Anyone with a low spiritual attribute would be rendered immobile under the pressure of that finger. However, Lin Hai, with his high spiritual attribute, forcefully broke free, successfully shifting back a meter with his basic movement technique, then executed a strike with the Great Strength Diamond Palm, combining it with a full-powered basic sword technique, effectively merging two martial arts into one display. This strike was still blocked by Cheng Heng's single finger, yet it surprised him nonetheless. "Hi, that's enough," Cheng Hong declared. "Your basic movement technique and sword technique are both at maximum level, and your basic body-tempering fist technique must also be at maximum level. Furthermore, you've mastered an exceptionally high one-star martial skill, the Great Strength Diamond Palm. Your comprehension must be of an extraordinary caliber. No wonder your growth has been so rapid. Ha ha ha, my grandson possesses the demeanor of a martial saint," Cheng He exclaimed with great excitement. "Brother is amazing," Lin Shi added, equally thrilled. She had been unable to follow the battle between her brother and second uncle, and had she faced Lin Hai, she would have undoubtedly been defeated in an instant. "Hi, are you interested in joining the Guardian Army?" Cheng Hong inquired. Cheng Suya grew anxious, knowing the Guardian Army was an exceedingly perilous place. "Second brother, how could you suggest that Hai join the Guardian Army? It's far too dangerous," Cheng Suya protested. "Dangerous? The threats from the other realm are escalating. Where isn't dangerous? The nation has already relaxed the transfer restrictions. Elder sister, you must also begin training in the coming years. The situation in Xia country will become increasingly severe, and ordinary people will find themselves in peril easily," Cheng Hong stated. "Even so, I cannot allow Hai to join the Guardian Army." Cheng Suya firmly disagreed. Lin Hai interjected, "Second uncle, I've already joined the inspection division." "The inspection division?" Cheng Hong nodded slightly, acknowledging it as a decent choice. Afterward, the family shared a meal together at home. Following dinner, Cheng Suya called Lin Hai aside and handed him a card. "Son, this has 3 million in it. Take it and purchase some resources." "Thank you, Mom," Lin Hai replied appreciatively, accepting it without hesitation. Chapter 17. 8th Stage of Amateur Rank. In the afternoon, Cheng Suya took Lin Hai and Lin Shi around Modu, shopping for various items until they returned home in the evening. After dinner, Lin Hai had long since reclined upon his bed, allowing his consciousness to merge with the monstrous avatar from the other realm, diligently practicing the Great Strength Diamond Palm technique. After several hours of relentless effort, he finally returned to his original form to retire for the night. The following morning, Lin Hai rose early, savored a breakfast at his grandfather's home, and engaged in a brief period of cultivation before accompanying his grandfather and others to the hotel. This occasion marked his grandfather's 70th birthday, celebrated at the Cloud Mountain Grand Hotel in the Magic City, with a total of 7 tables filled with his grandfather's comrades, friends, and relatives. Lin Hai was unfamiliar with these guests and sat at the table with his mother and sister. Just as the banquet was about to commence, his eldest uncle and third uncle arrived in a flurry. His eldest uncle was named Cheng Zhe, while his third uncle was known as Cheng Shan. He greeted both uncles, yet they could only exchange a few words before mingling with the other guests, as they were quite busy and likely would not have time for a private conversation. The banquet lasted a full 2 hours, and as it concluded, both uncles hurried off, with even the second uncle departing shortly thereafter. "Grandfather, I must take my leave." Lin Hai bid farewell to his grandfather. "Shao Hai, return and cultivate diligently, striving to gain admission to the prestigious academy in the Magic City," his grandfather, Cheng He, advised. "Yes," Lin Hai nodded in agreement. He then took his leave from his parents and sister before heading back to Haicheng. Upon his return, he dedicated himself fervently to his training, aiming to elevate the Great Strength Diamond Palm to level 4. He estimated that by the time he achieved this, his cultivation would also ascend to the 9th tier of the amateur level. 10 days later, in the other realm, Lin Hai was immersed in his practice of the Great Strength Diamond Palm, on the verge of breaking through to level 4. He repeatedly executed the technique, gradually refining the final nuances of his skill, Boom. The great strength diamond palm reached a breakthrough, achieving level 4, and his hands, bones, flesh, and skin became even more formidable. Yuan he utilized the level 4 technique for body refinement, yielding excellent results. He glanced at his data panel. Avatar. Jia Yuan. Level. Intermediate monster. Strength. 39.2. Agility. 31.5. Constitution. 40.5. Mentality. 15.2. Skills. Iron Fist LV7. 22,100. Steel Armor LV4. 37,100. Great Strength Diamond Palm LV4. 0,100. Others. Minor. Free attributes. 1.2. He allocated the 1.2 free attributes to his mental attribute, instantly elevating it to 16.4, although it still paled in comparison to his other attributes. The strength of this monstrous avatar should be sufficient to rival top-tier professional martial artists, Lin Hai mused. According to the classifications of monsters and martial artists, an intermediate monster was equivalent to a professional martial artist, an expert martial artist, and a master martial artist. Ordinary intermediate monsters corresponded to professional martial artists, while mid-tier intermediate monsters aligned with expert martial artists, and top-tier intermediate monsters were akin to master martial artists. Human martial artists merely subdivided the intermediate monster tier further, and due to the differences in cultivation systems, they could not share the same cultivation realm. Lin Hai's monstrous avatar was undoubtedly a powerful entity among ordinary intermediate monsters. Once his strength and constitution surpassed 50 points, he would likely rival expert martial artist Ian Haiching. Lin Hai refined his body using the level 4 Great Strength Diamond Palm, consuming blood elixirs that rapidly enhanced his physical qualities, soon propelling him into the 9th tier of the amateur level. Upon reaching this tier, he qualified for awakening, thereby condensing his vital energy and becoming a professional martial artist. However, he was in no rush to ascend. He intended to accumulate experience at the amateur level, maximizing his physical potential before choosing to break through to professional status. Several days later, Lin Hai discovered that his Iron Fist skill had reached its maximum level. Iron Fist attained level 8 was indeed the pinnacle. Lin Hai had initially thought that his signature skill would not reach its peak, yet it appeared that any skill could attain maximum proficiency. The fully realized Iron Fist skill proved to be formidable, capable of effortlessly dispatching ordinary intermediate monsters with a single punch. With the Iron Fist skill maxed, he found himself in need of another skill to cultivate. He decided to select a 1-star martial arts movement technique, as the foundational movement skills were too rudimentary to significantly enhance the agility attribute of his monstrous avatar. Thus, he began to peruse the martial arts available at the Inspection Bureau. During these days, he had accrued some contribution points through teaching, and it was entirely feasible to undertake a few more tasks to gather enough points to exchange for a 1-star movement technique. 1-star martial arts, White Crane movement, caught Lin Hai's attention, and he was quite satisfied with this choice. The White Crane movement was not only versatile but also promised the ability to achieve brief aerial flight upon reaching its maximum level. Consequently, he opted for the White Crane movement. Admittedly, the Jia Yuan monster was not ideally suited for the White Crane movement. However, with the proficiency system at his disposal, he could cultivate any skill. Thus, he began his training in the White Crane movement, falling repeatedly yet resolutely rising each time to continue his practice. Before long, he had grasped the fundamentals of the White Crane movement, and his agility attribute began to increase swiftly, unbeknownst to him. Lin Hai had already served as a coach at the Inspection Bureau for 3 months, and the trainees had undergone remarkable transformations, their strength surging dramatically. Of course, the one whose progress was most rapid was Lin Hai himself. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Amateur Level 9 Tier. Strength: 15. Agility: 15. Constitution: 15. Mentality: 17.2. Skills: Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 7,100. White Crane Movement LV4, 2,100. Others. Minor, free attributes: 0. At this moment, his strength, agility, and constitution had all reached their limits and could no longer be enhanced, but his skills remained capable of further improvement. It was time to challenge the threshold of professional martial artist status. The amateur level was merely a foundation. Unable to progress further, he had no choice but to break through, as continuing to hone his physical form would undoubtedly waste precious time. Thus, he sought out Inspector Zhang Qing. Inspector Zhang, I have reached the limit of the amateur level 9 tier, and I wish to apply for the blood condensation technique in order to complete my awakening, Lin Hai stated. Very well. I will submit your application for the blood condensation technique, Zhang Qing replied. Before long, he led Lin Hai to a training chamber, where a video materialized before him, revealing a complex network of meridians through which vital energy coursed, gradually condensing into a formidable force. This was the essence of the blood condensation technique. Every individual possesses vital energy, yet at the amateur level, this energy is dispersed throughout the body, rendering it difficult to harness. In contrast, professional martial artists can condense this energy, forming a potent power that enables them to unleash terrifying combat prowess. Lin Hai diligently observed the video, and with his formidable mental attributes, he quickly memorized the entirety of the blood condensation technique's content. Staying an additional hour before departing, Chapter 18, Breakthrough to Professional Level 1, Lin Hai was not in a hurry to break through directly. He resolved to fully master the blood condensation technique before making his ascent. Typically, it would be impossible to cultivate the blood condensation technique in this manner, as mastering it would automatically shatter the constraints and elevate one to professional status. However, Lin Hai possessed a monstrous avatar, allowing him to have the avatar practice the blood condensation technique first. Though the avatar was already an intermediate monster and the technique offered little aid, it was still a skill that could be cultivated. Thus, he directed his consciousness into the other realm's monstrous avatar and commenced his training in the blood condensation technique. Before long, he had grasped the technique's intricacies, and his proficiency began to rise. Within just 1 day's time, he had elevated the blood condensation technique to level 2. Days passed, and Lin Hai discovered that his blood condensation technique had reached its maximum level. Blood condensation technique max indicated that the technique only had a total of 3 levels, being merely a minor secret method for condensing vital energy. In Haicheng, at the Inspection Bureau, Lin Hai chose to break through here, as it was undoubtedly one of the safest locations. If danger were to befall the Inspection Bureau, it would signal the impending downfall of Haicheng. He activated the fully mastered blood condensation technique and began to condense his vital energy. Soon, the vital energy throughout his body coalesced, transforming into a powerful force. The vitality within his blood rapidly converted into this potent energy, and under its influence, the bloodline of the Jia Yuan began to undergo a metamorphosis. For those martial artists who had allied with the other realm, their breakthroughs would inevitably lead to being influenced by the monstrous will, gradually instilling loyalty towards the monsters. However, Lin Hai was not susceptible to such influence. His monstrous bloodline stemmed from his own avatar. Entirely governed by his own will, before long, his monstrous bloodline fully awakened, unleashing a formidable power within him. Simultaneously, his body began to absorb the ambient energy particles from the surroundings, albeit at a slow rate, insufficient to compensate for his physical energy deficit. Thus, he quickly consumed blood elixirs to expedite his transformation. After more than an hour had elapsed, his breakthrough process finally concluded. Without delay, he accessed his data panel to examine his physical attributes. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Professional Level 1, Strength, 19.2, Agility, 19.1, Constitution, 19.3, Mentality, 18.9, Skills: Iron Fist Max, Steel Armor LV4, 98-100, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 7-100, White Crane Movement LV4, 2-100. Others: Minor, Free Attributes, 0. The human form now bore the Iron Fist and Steel Armor skills of the monstrous avatar, directly corresponding to the level of the avatar itself. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be incapable of achieving such a feat upon awakening. They would likely only attain a singular monster bloodline skill, and would have to start their cultivation from scratch. However, he was different. The skills he had cultivated were his own, and now that they had awakened, he possessed all the memories associated with them, thus negating the need to begin anew. With a professional-grade warrior complemented by 2 innate skills, one can only imagine the sheer terror of his prowess. Iron Fist. With a mere thought, Lin Hai enveloped his arms in a shroud of black energy, transforming them into indomitable iron fists. Following this, he activated the Steel Armor skill, as if an additional layer of armor had materialized upon his skin, rendering his defenses extraordinarily formidable. He thrust his sword forcefully against his own body. The sound of metal clanging echoed. Yet his defenses remained unbreached. Indeed, with my current strength, I am more than capable of overwhelming many professional-grade warriors, Lin Hai exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, he received the contribution points designated for professional-grade warriors, as mandated by the Inspection Division. Each member who successfully broke through to a higher realm was entitled to a commendable reward of contribution points. While it may not seem substantial, merely 1,000 contribution points, he also had the opportunity to select a 1-star martial art free of charge. An additional perk that I must cultivate a martial art that can conceal my vitality. Otherwise, my rapid progress may attract unwarranted attention and put me at risk of being targeted by nefarious organizations. Lin Hai was keen to avoid the gaze of such malevolent entities, such as the enigmatic and powerful Ting Shi organization in Hai City. Soon enough, he chose the 1-star martial art that suited him best, turtle breathing technique, derived from the turtle breathing skill. Once fully mastered, it would allow him to conceal his cultivation beneath the scrutiny of 2 formidable warriors. As a professional-grade warrior, even master-level warriors would be unable to discern his true level of cultivation. Only those at the Grandmaster level or above could see through his facade. In the ensuing days, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to honing the turtle breathing technique. The optimal environment for its cultivation was underwater. So his monster doppelganger diligently practiced the technique in a lake, rapidly increasing its proficiency. In the span of just over 10 days, he had elevated the turtle breathing technique to level 5. Though it had yet to reach its maximum, nevertheless, even master-level warriors would struggle to uncover his true prowess, which was satisfactory for the time being. Lin Hai, the students you have taught have now officially become members of the Inspection Division. The higher-ups have decided to let you select 10 students to form your new team, Zhang Qing stated. Very well, Lin Hai nodded, promptly choosing 10 students, those who had made the most significant progress during this period, among whom was Chao Sun. Chao Sun was a rebellious spirit, yet his aptitude was commendable, and his advancement was swift. He had already reached the 7th rank of amateur-level warriors, drawing near to the 8th. It was estimated that he would achieve this breakthrough within a month. Thus, he was an inevitable choice. These 10 individuals shall form the 16th squad of the 3rd Division of the Hai City Inspection Division. From now on, several tasks will be assigned to you each month, Zhang Qing declared. Understood. Lin Hai had no objections. Before long, Chao Sun and the other 9 arrived. Coach Lin, they called out, quickly correcting themselves, team leader. Starting today, you are the official members of the 16th squad of the 3rd Division, and I will be leading you. I may not always be present in the Hai City Inspection Division, but for at least the next few months, I will strive to train you, Lin Hai announced. Yes, the 10 responded in unison. Lin Hai had anticipated that it would take some time before tasks were assigned, but to his surprise, the very next day, they were given a mission. Zhang Inspector, why the swift assignment of tasks? Lin Hai inquired curiously. Zhang Qing explained, this is unavoidable. As you are aware, the state permits citizens to absorb monster blood for career transitions. And during this period, creatures from foreign realms have been stirring up trouble. Their factions are causing disturbances, and many individuals, unable to resist their temptations, have chosen to ally with them, absorbing formidable monster blood and receiving their training. Therefore, we have been conducting investigations and have identified several human traitors in a short time, but we are short on personnel, necessitating immediate action from your newly formed team. I see. Lin Hai understood, promptly taking the detailed mission information from Zhang Qing's hands. Chapter 19. Practical Training. Wang Han, an amateur-level 9th rank warrior and a resident of Hai City, has not registered with the Warrior Association and is suspected of utilizing illicit monster blood infused with monster consciousness. During blood testing, he attempted to flee and even killed a warrior. Note: Wang Han has been eliminated for 6 days and has a certain probability of breaking through to become a professional-level warrior. Lin Hai scrutinized the mission intel, already formulating a plan in his mind. Currently, Wang Han had been located within a specific area. Their task was to track his movements and apprehend him, should they be unable to capture him alive. They were authorized to eliminate him on the spot. After all, a warrior who chose to flee and had committed murder was undoubtedly in league with the foreign realm. Soon after, Lin Hai gathered his 10 subordinates, donned plain clothes, and set off in several unremarkable vehicles to search for Wang Han's potential whereabouts. Hai City, Donghai City Community. This vast and complex residential area was somewhat chaotic. It had previously witnessed a temporary foreign portal, resulting in a fierce battle that destroyed many buildings, remnants of which could still be seen today. Presently, Lin Hai and his team arrived at Zone D, having confirmed through surveillance that Wang Han had been spotted there. Upon reaching Zone D, they immediately disembarked and commenced their search for Wang Han's trail. After methodically inspecting building after building and conducting inquiries, they soon pinpointed Wang Han's exact location. Within a rented room, Wang Han cautiously lifted the curtain obscuring the window, catching sight of the situation outside, and cursed, "Damn it, those inspection division people have found me again," realizing he could not remain there any longer. He swiftly leapt through the window before the inspection division personnel could arrive. With a resounding crash, he landed on the ground and fled with haste. Lin Hai quickly detected Wang Han's trail and pursued him without delay. Wang Han had not sprinted far before Lin Hai caught up to him. His white crane movement technique was swift, yet Wang Han was no match for Lin Hai's speed. "Get lost." Wang Han hurled a punch at Lin Hai. Unleashing a surge of formidable vitality, he was not merely an amateur-level 9th rank warrior but a professional-level 1st rank warrior. Lin Hai did not evade. As Wang Han's fist approached, he activated the steel armor skill. Wang Han's fist collided with Lin Hai's body, but the steel armor skill absorbed the impact, leaving Wang Han's knuckles fractured. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai swiftly incapacitated him, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, the others arrived, quickly producing specially designed handcuffs to restrain Wang Han. "Take him away," Lin Hai commanded. Thus, the professional-level 1st rank Wang Han was apprehended. An hour later, at the inspection division, Lin Hai received the results of Wang Han's examination. Indeed, he had been found to possess monster blood infused with monster consciousness, and astonishingly, his aptitude had shifted from low-level to mid-level. Lin Hai grasped the reason behind Wang Han's allegiance to the foreign realm. They had aided him in enhancing his aptitude, elevating him from low-level to mid-level, and providing him with the finest mid-level monster blood. Originally, Wang Han would have been nothing more than an ordinary professional-level warrior. Yet if left undetected, he could have potentially advanced to expert-level or even master-level warrior status in the future. Such temptation is something many might find difficult to resist. "Coach Lin, this method of enhancing aptitude does have its drawbacks." Zhang Qing approached to explain, if elevating aptitude were so simple, the state would have implemented widespread enhancements long ago. In truth, such an increase in aptitude is predicated on the consumption of lifespan. Wang Han has sacrificed at least 20 years of his life, although he remains unaware of it. Furthermore, this method of enhancing aptitude precludes any possibility of breaking through to Grandmaster-level warrior status in the future. Of course, even so, the price is steep. Individuals like Wang Han, who are easily swayed, are rare, and mass cultivation is beyond the capabilities of the Tangxi organization. Is he one of Tangxi's members? Lin Hai inquired. Indeed, Zhang Qing nodded slightly. Wang Han chose to join the Tangxi organization a year and a half ago. He has already confessed. This time, he inadvertently exposed his identity, or we would not have been able to locate him. Moreover, he seems to have been abandoned by the Tangxi organization, which is why he was so easily captured. Unfortunately, he was merely an outer member of the Tangxi organization and had yet to gain any significant attention, which is also why they did not protect him. Zhang Inspector, how should we deal with someone like Wang Han? Lin Hai asked. Eliminate him, Zhang Qing replied. Individuals like him harbor the consciousness of mid-level monsters within their bloodlines and cells. Unless we find and kill the mid-level monster responsible, and unless he genuinely repents, the likelihood of that happening is slim. Therefore, it is best to eliminate him. If we do not, we risk inciting undesirable consequences. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was no alternative for those who had allied themselves with the foreign realm. Execution was the only recourse. In the following days, Lin Hai led his team to complete several straightforward tasks involving the elimination of low-level monsters, after which they would have the option to rest, no longer required to engage in missions continuously. One day, Lin Hai received a message from teacher Xiaojia. The school is organizing a practical training session, and attendance is mandatory for everyone. Lin Hai has not attended school for quite some time, as he has already mastered everything taught by teacher Xiaojia. Thus, he perceives going to school as a waste of time. For the past few months, he has refrained from attending martial arts classes, opting instead to seek her guidance when needed. Teacher Xiaojia is aware of his progress and has not pressured him to attend classes. However, this time attendance is non-negotiable. The practical training requires every student to be present, unless there are extenuating circumstances, such as being hospitalized due to serious injuries or being out of High City. So, he decided to go. Lin Hai sent a message to teacher Xiaojia, informing her that he would attend the following day. The next morning, Lin Hai arrived at the school and entered the third class of the martial arts department. Lin Hai, you haven't been here for several months. Li Kai approached him. I've been training alone during this time, which is why I haven't come, Lin Hai replied. What level have you reached? I can't sense it. Li Kai asked curiously. Amateur level 9, Lin Hai understated. However, Li Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? I'm only at amateur level 6, and you've advanced to amateur level 9? What can I say? I have a high level of comprehension, Lin Hai remarked at a prodigy. You are even more astonishing than Luo Mingzhu from the first class, Li Kai exclaimed. Luo Mingzhu? Lin Hai was somewhat surprised. Is it the same Luo Mingzhu he knows? Is she also from this school? Chapter 20. The student brutally defeated by a monster. Lin Hai only knew that Luo Mingzhu was the young lady of the Luo family. Beyond that, he was unaware of any further details. When he was instructing her in martial arts, he did not inquire about her other circumstances. However, it seems likely now that Luo Mingzhu is also a student at High City No. 5 High School. Lin Hai, you wouldn't happen to not know Luo Mingzhu, would you? Li Kai asked, eyes wide with shock. That I know her, but I didn't realize she was from our school, Lin Hai replied. Li Kai explained. Luo Mingzhu previously wasn't a student here. She seemed to be studying at a prestigious school in another city. But now that the country has relaxed the transfer policies for martial artists, Luo Mingzhu has returned to High City and joined our school as a martial arts student. Moreover, she is the only student in our martial arts department with top-tier qualifications. Just a few days after her transfer, she broke through to amateur level 5 and is now already at amateur level 9. Amateur level 9. Huh? Lin Hai was not particularly surprised. Under his guidance, Luo Mingzhu had already mastered the basics of the second-level body tempering technique. And with the resources provided by her family, her cultivation would certainly progress rapidly. Given that several months have passed, it would be quite normal for her to have advanced to professional level by now. Soon, teacher Xiao Jie arrived. Dear students, today marks the day of practical training for the martial arts class. Each of you will have the opportunity to engage in real combat, so please follow me. Teacher Xiao Jie led the students of the 3rd martial arts class away from the school to a newly constructed monster arena in High City, where various monsters were kept for official research purposes. The martial arts classes from No. 5 High School gathered here, and as Lin Hai and the others stepped off the bus, they encountered students from other martial arts classes. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Coach Lin, you're here too. As the voice faded, a young girl approached, and it was none other than Luo Mingzhu. Luo Mingzhu is here. Many from the 3rd martial arts class were quite excited. After all, Luo Mingzhu is undoubtedly a goddess figure in the senior martial arts class. Not only is she beautiful, but her qualifications are also exceptionally high, and her strength formidable. She is destined to become a master-level powerhouse in the future, making her an idol for many. However, when Luo Mingzhu walked up to Lin Hai, many were left dumbfounded. Miss Luo, long time no see. Lin Hai waved and greeted her. Luo Mingzhu replied, Coach Lin, I was hoping to seek your guidance again, but Sister Qin mentioned you're no longer at Taishan Martial Arts Center. You're also a student of No. 5 High School? Yes, Lin Hai nodded slightly. Then may I consult you for martial arts knowledge in the future? Luo Mingzhu inquired. Lin Hai hesitated for a moment. Luo Mingzhu continued, Don't worry, I'll pay you 5,000 yuan per lesson. That's no problem, Lin Hai readily agreed, as he certainly didn't mind teaching Luo Mingzhu for a fee. Before long, Luo Mingzhu's teacher called for her, and she had to leave. After she departed, Li Kai couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, how do you know Luo Mingzhu? It seems like you two have a good relationship. You even teaching her martial arts? Indeed, Lin Hai explained, I was a coach previously, specifically teaching the basics of body tempering techniques. Luo Mingzhu was learning the basics at the martial arts center, and I was her coach. That's impressive. You're actually coaching Luo Mingzhu, Li Kai said enviously. Subsequently, under teacher Xiao Jie's guidance, everyone entered the monster arena. The sounds of monstrous roars echoed, sending chills down the spines of many students. These roars carried a terrifying pressure. Most of them had never faced a monster directly and felt a bit fearful. Teacher Xiao, what exactly is practical training? A female student nervously asked. Teacher Xiao Jie explained. It's quite simple. You will be placed in the combat arena to engage in battle with a low-level monster, honing your practical skills. The crowd's pupils dilated. They had not anticipated that practical training would involve battling low-level monsters, something none of them had ever experienced before. Teacher Xiao, can we opt out? Another student timidly inquired. No opting out. If you choose to withdraw, you will immediately be removed from the martial arts program and transferred to the academic program. Today is simply a small-scale event. If you're afraid of this, how will you stand firm when faced with a multitude of low-level monsters in the future? Teacher Xiao Jie said coldly. Teacher, I want to withdraw from the martial arts program and switch to the academic program. Several students said fearfully. That's fine. Teacher Xiao Jie agreed. After a while, the students of the third class were led into a combat arena where they would soon engage with low-level monsters. Since each person's cultivation level varied, they could choose their low-level monsters freely. Teacher Xiao Jie kindly introduced the specific combat capabilities of each monster. The weakest had the strength of amateur level 3, while the strongest rivaled amateur level 9. Zhang Zhe, choose a low-level monster, put on your protective gear, and enter the combat arena to face it. Teacher Xiao Jie commanded. Teacher, am I going to be killed by the monster? Zhang Zhe asked anxiously. Teacher Xiao Jie quickly reassured him. Don't worry, there are safety officers present. If you encounter danger, they will intervene and save you immediately. The safety officers are professional-level martial artists with exceptional speed, making it highly unlikely for any accidents to occur. Upon hearing Teacher Xiao Jie's words, Zhang Zhe felt half of his worries dissipate. Yet he remained tense and fearful. He chose the weakest low-level monster, which was also at amateur level 3, matching his own level. Soon after, Zhang Zhe and the low-level monster entered the combat arena. The battle erupted instantly. This was Zhang Ze's first encounter with a low-level monster, and his lack of combat experience rendered him ineffective. He could not utilize his basic footwork or sword techniques. The monster struck him, sending his sword flying and crashing into him, causing his entire body to be thrown back. Had he not worn protective gear, that blow would have been enough to severely injure him. Zhang Zhe, stay calm. Teacher Xiao Jie began to instruct from the sidelines, but Zhang Zhe was already overwhelmed with fear. Despite Teacher Xiao Jie's guidance, he could not muster his strength, and in a short while, he was seriously injured and carried out by the safety officers. Drink this. Teacher Xiao Jie handed him a green vial and urged him to drink it. After consuming the potion, Zhang Ze's condition rapidly improved. This is a Type 2 recovery potion, which can swiftly heal injuries, Teacher Xiao Jie explained. Every student is entitled to use this potion. Once you recover, you can re-enter the combat arena and continue to sharpen your practical skills. Zhang Zhe, you should stay here and observe, watching how other students fight to learn from their experiences. Yes, Zhang Zhe nodded. Afterward, one by one, students stepped up, but all were brutally defeated by the low-level monsters. They had never undergone practical training before. However, not everyone lacked experience. Some had indeed trained in real combat and performed decently. Chapter 21. Advanced Monster Bloodbath. Before long, it was Li Kai's turn. Although he had not undergone much practical training, he possessed great courage and managed to hold his own against a slightly weaker low-level monster. Ultimately, Li Kai triumphed at the cost of sustaining serious injuries. Lin Hai, Teacher Xiao Jie called out. Teacher, I choose this low-level monster. Lin Hai opted for a low-level monster that possessed power comparable to that of an amateur level 9 martial artist, a fierce snake. Lin Hai, are you sure? Teacher Xiao Jie frowned slightly. This snake was one of the most fearsome among the low-level monsters. Was Lin Hai truly a match for it? That's the one, Lin Hai replied with conviction. Seeing this, Teacher Xiao Jie refrained from further objections, knowing that the safety officers could intervene if Lin Hai were in danger. Soon, Lin Hai and the fierce snake both entered the combat arena. Low-level monsters may not possess high intelligence, but they do exhibit a certain level of cunning. This snake harbored a desire to kill Lin Hai, and upon entering the arena, its scales glimmered ominously as it swiftly charged towards him. Lin Hai deftly evaded the strike of the monstrous serpent, utilizing his perfected foundational body technique. In that fleeting moment of evasion, he swung his long sword, unleashing the full might of his advanced swordsmanship. With a swift flash of light, the sword pierced through the serpent's eyes, rendering it blind and driving it into a frenzied rage. Yet, it could not pinpoint Lin Hai's location. Almost effortlessly, Lin Hai dealt a devastating blow to the creature. Lin Hai, enough! Xiao Jie urgently interjected, realizing that if she did not intervene, the serpent would soon meet its demise at Lin Hai's hands. After all, it was an experimental specimen, and its loss would be a significant setback. As Lin Hai exited the arena, he was met with awestruck gazes from Li Kai and the others. They had never anticipated that Lin Hai possessed such terrifying strength, easily vanquishing a creature that rivaled an amateur level 9th Dan. Little did they know, Lin Hai had only revealed a fraction of his true power. Otherwise, he could have single-handedly obliterated such a low-tier monster. Following this, Lin Hai no longer needed to hone his combat skills, as it was now the turn of others to engage in battles and enhance their practical abilities. After the training concluded, Lin Hai sought out Teacher Xiao Jie in private. "Teacher Xiao, may I be excused from the upcoming practical training sessions?" Lin Hai inquired. He was aware that future sessions would involve real combat in the wilderness against low-tier monsters, but such experiences held no value for him. He lacked no combat experience. His monster doppelganger, the armored ape, frequently clashed with various creatures, endowing him with a wealth of battle knowledge. "Lin Hai, your comprehension is impressive, and your cultivation should be at amateur level 9th Dan. However, accumulating more combat experience is beneficial." Xiao Jie remarked with a slight furrow of her brow. Lin Hai could only explain, "Teacher Xiao, I regularly engage with low-tier monsters. The school's practical training courses are merely a waste of my time." With that, he unleashed a palpable aura of menace. Boom! The overwhelming presence, akin to that accumulated from battling numerous low-tier monsters, caused Xiao Jie to change her expression. She discerned threads of danger emanating from Lin Hai and realized he was not jesting. He had indeed fought many low-tier monsters, and his combat experience was undoubtedly profound. "Very well, I will request the school to exempt you from future courses, but do not forget to participate in the college entrance examination," Xiao Jie reminded him. "Understood." Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, their group returned to the school, where they each headed home. Just as Lin Hai was about to leave, he was intercepted by Luo Mingzhu. "Coach Lin?" She called out. "Miss Luo, what can I do for you?" Lin Hai responded. Luo Mingzhu asked, "Coach Lin, do you have a moment? I would like you to teach me the foundational body technique and swordsmanship." "I can, but I can only teach you one lesson a day," Lin Hai stipulated beforehand, knowing that if Luo Mingzhu requested multiple lessons daily, he would have no time for his own training. "All right," Luo Mingzhu agreed. They then headed to a nearby park where Lin Hai began instructing her. Luo Mingzhu exhibited high talent and comprehension. After an hour of guidance, she made notable progress in both her foundational swordsmanship and body technique. In the following days, Luo Mingzhu sought Lin Hai for a lesson each day, promptly transferring the payment, and her rate of improvement accelerated. On the 13th day, she achieved a breakthrough to amateur level 9th Dan. "Coach Lin, my parents are arranging a practical training camp, so I won't be able to see you for a while," Luo Mingzhu informed him. "Miss Luo, I wish you significant progress at the training camp." Lin Hai expressed his best wishes. "Thank you," Luo Mingzhu replied with a smile. After parting ways with Luo Mingzhu, Lin Hai made his way to the inspection office. During this period, the tasks at the office were moderate in number, yet not overly demanding, and fortunately, none posed any real danger. Through this time of rigorous training, his strength had notably increased. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Professional level 2nd Dan. Strength: 23.8. Agility: 23.7. Constitution: 24. 2. Spirit: 20.1. Skills: Iron Fist Max, Steel Armor LV5, 21,100, Mighty Diamond Palm LV5, 88,100, White Crane Body Technique LV4, 77,100. Others: Minor, free attributes: 0. Having reached the professional level 2nd Dan, his efficiency of enhancement was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to his monster doppelganger. Lin Hai estimated that his doppelganger was already capable of matching a professional level 9th Dan warrior, and with further training, it should soon rival an expert-level warrior in the other realm. Lin Hai's doppelganger was engaged in its usual training when a fearsome two-headed giant wolf approached. Speaking in the language of monsters, "From today onward, you will serve under the great Lord Bloodbat. Come with me to his domain," the wolf threatened. "Who is Lord Bloodbat?" Lin Hai inquired. "How dare you not know of the illustrious Lord Bloodbat?" The two-headed wolf bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura that far surpassed Lin Hai's doppelganger's strength, indicating it was a formidable intermediate monster, comparable to an expert-level warrior. "The great Lord Bloodbat is a high-level monster," the wolf declared. "High-level monsters." Lin Hai understood the terrifying nature of such beings. Any high-level monster could contend with master-level warriors, capable of obliterating him with a mere breath. He realized he must not provoke it and thus obediently followed the two-headed wolf. Subsequently, the wolf gathered more and more low-tier and intermediate monsters, leading them to the mountainous territory of the high-level monster, Bloodbat. Upon arrival, Lin Hai comprehended the reason behind Bloodbat's recruitment of so many low-tier and intermediate monsters. They were destined to invade the human world. However, Bloodbat would not launch the invasion immediately. It required time to train the newly gathered low-tier and intermediate monsters, ensuring they were no longer a disorganized mob. Once adequately trained and sufficiently powerful, they would proceed with the invasion. Thus, these monsters were to undergo training in this location. To Lin Hai's astonishment, he discovered that Bloodbat Mountain harbored a site capable of rapidly enhancing his steel armor skill. Chapter 22. The invasion is about to begin. Within a certain area of Bloodbat Mountain lay a unique site where gravity was exceedingly intense. The deeper one ventured, the more oppressive the gravity became. If I can delve deeper into this place, I can undoubtedly elevate my steel armor skill significantly, Lin Hai thought, filled with excitement. It was not a forbidden area, and Lin Hai easily reached it. Utilizing the gravity to train his steel armor skill, as he progressed deeper, the terrifying weight bore down upon him, nearly causing his skin to rupture and his internal organs to feel as if they might shatter. Yet, it was in such an environment that he honed his steel armor skill, rapidly increasing its proficiency with remarkable results. After several hours, he emerged exhausted from the depths, returning to the Bloodbat Mountain training camp for a meal. As an intermediate monster, his rations were quite generous. Soon, the monster sentinels of Bloodbat Mountain arrived, dragging along vast quantities of meat worms. These worms were enormous, each measuring over 100 meters in length. Yet they possessed little combat prowess, being rather fragile. The meat worms were cultivated specifically for the monster's consumption, providing rich nutrition despite their unpalatable taste. Lin Hai received a substantial share of the meat worms and began to consume them, replenishing his cellular energy needs. After devouring a considerable amount, his stamina gradually returned, and his bodily injuries began to heal. For a period thereafter, Lin Hai continued training, and his steel armor skill advanced rapidly. Before long, he elevated the skill to LV6. Upon the breakthrough of his steel armor skill, he swiftly underwent a transformation. His cultivation level was now comparable to an expert-level warrior, though his combat power undoubtedly surpassed that of an average expert-level warrior. With his steel armor skill at LV6, he could enter areas with even more extreme gravity, where the training effects remained exceptional. He estimated that within half a month, he could achieve another transformation of his steel armor skill. Reaching LV7, as several more days passed, the numerous low-tier and intermediate monsters, having undergone training, developed a semblance of discipline. They no longer ran amok and could comprehend basic commands. For the monsters, such simple discipline sufficed. Soon, the monster sentinels of Bloodbat presented a strange blood liquid to the low-tier monsters, instructing them to consume it. This blood will greatly enhance your strength, proclaimed the Bloodbat's monster sentinels. Instinctively, the low-tier monsters yearned to devour the liquid, their excitement palpable. One by one, they received their share and eagerly consumed it. Lin Hai, however, sensed something amiss with the blood. Sure enough, after ingesting it, the low-tier monsters became insatiably famished, prompting the Bloodbat sentinels to promptly deliver copious amounts of meat worms for them to devour. The aura of the low-tier monsters surged dramatically in no time. Many low-tier monsters ascended to the level of amateur 9th Dan warriors, reaching the pinnacle of their kind, with some even evolving into intermediate monsters. Although these were the weaker varieties of intermediate monsters, they were still formidable. What is this blood? An intermediate monster questioned. The two-headed wolf that had initially brought Lin Hai here coldly replied, "You need not concern yourselves with that." However, those intermediate monsters were acutely aware that this blood was far from a benign substance. While it could enhance the strength of lower-tier monsters, it inevitably carried with it dreadful side effects. The lower-tier monsters, possessing limited intelligence, remained indifferent to these consequences. In the following days, those who had ingested the bizarre blood became exceedingly agitated, their hunger intensifying, and their desire for battle grew insatiable. Lin Hai surmised that an invasion was imminent, for his observations indicated that the side effects among these lower-tier monsters were on the verge of eruption. The advanced monster, the Bloodbat, would undoubtedly invade the human realm at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, once the side effects manifested, the lower-tier monsters would perish. On one particular day, Lin Hai was led by the two-headed giant wolf to a specific location, accompanied by several other intermediate monsters. This place was none other than the site where Lin Hai's monstrous avatar had entered the Sea City. which had once been the origin of a temporary interdimensional portal that wreaked havoc on the city. Yet now, that portal had vanished. What purpose did their return serve? Why have we come here? Black Wolf Commander? Inquired one of the intermediate monsters curiously. The two-headed giant wolf raised its sturdy paw, pointing to the spot where the interdimensional portal had once opened, explaining that a new passage to the human world had recently been established, albeit in an unstable state. Lord Bloodbat had received orders from above to reopen the portal, facilitating the invasion of the human realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai felt a surge of astonishment. The interdimensional monsters could actively initiate such unstable portals. Should it open suddenly, a multitude of intermediate and even advanced monsters could flood into Sea City, leading to catastrophic losses and a potential collapse of the city itself. What is our purpose here, Black Wolf Commander? Lin Hai pressed. We are gathering flesh worms and other supplies. For our impending invasion of the human realm, we must ensure we have sufficient resources to support the battle. The two-headed giant wolf elucidated. They then began constructing a fortress for the monsters, transporting vast quantities of flesh worms and even an enormous amount of ore, the purpose of which remained unclear. However, the commands of the two-headed giant wolf were absolute, and the intermediate monsters had no choice but to comply in Sea City. Lin Hai pondered how he might relay the alarming intelligence concerning the Bloodbat to the upper echelons of the city. Yet, if he were to disclose this information outright, who would believe him? Moreover, he could not afford to expose himself, lest he become a target for the Tangsha organization's assassins. He resolved to confide in his second uncle. Lin Hai prepared to share this news with his second uncle, claiming to have overheard it from a member of the Tangsha organization. Soon, he dialed his second uncle, Cheng Hong. Uncle, I have astonishing intelligence. Lin Hai began, conveying all that he had learned, though he remained uncertain whether his uncle would trust him. Upon receiving the information from his nephew, Cheng Hong promptly sought verification from his superiors. First and foremost, it was indeed confirmed that there existed an advanced monster known as the Bloodbat, and the interdimensional creatures possessed the ability to actively open portals. Following a thorough analysis, the intelligence provided by Lin Hai was deemed credible. Consequently, the National Defense Army decided to dispatch a team to Sea City, led personally by Cheng Hong. Should nothing transpire, it would simply be regarded as a drill. Just prior to the Bloodbat's anticipated invasion, the Sea City authorities instructed nearby residents to temporarily vacate the area under the pretense of a rehearsal. The inspection office. Lin Hai received a command. All members at or above the amateur level 9 must immediately report to the designated location for standby. Upon receiving this order, Lin Hai understood that the authorities had placed their faith in his warnings and were executing their plans, which put him at ease. Chapter 23. Director of the Inspection Office. In the interdimensional realm, the Bloodbat had emerged, its colossal form obscuring the sky, measuring at least 100 meters in length. Its terrifying aura made it appear as though it were several hundred meters long, compelling all nearby monsters to bow their heads in submission. All monsters, follow me, commanded the Bloodbat, leading a multitude of creatures toward the unstable location. Soon, they arrived, throngs of monsters converging in the area. At that moment, the Bloodbat expelled a black stone tablet, manipulating it to absorb the nearby or drawing upon its power, specifically, the energy contained within the metals. With each breath, vast amounts of or were reduced to powder. In no time, the tablet transformed into a colossal stone gate, standing firm and agitating the surrounding space, which began to tremble and gradually coalesce into an interdimensional portal. This portal could endure for a considerable duration but was also easily susceptible to destruction. A single blow to the stone gate could obliterate it. However, given the sudden opening of this portal and the multitude of monsters stationed nearby, disrupting it would not be a simple task. In Sea City, on a deserted street, silence reigned, not a soul in sight. Many soldiers from the National Defense Army, lying in ambush, felt puzzled, uncertain of their purpose in this location, aware only that it was a drill. Yet, a drill for what? Furthermore, this operation prohibited all personnel from carrying electronic devices, seemingly to prevent information leaks, while signals in the area had been entirely blocked, rendering communication impossible. This state of affairs had persisted for several days without incident. Why are we waiting here, Major Chung? Do they really expect monsters to appear? One soldier grumbled. How could there possibly be an influx of monsters? Perhaps this is just misinformation, a waste of our time. Even if it is false intelligence, we must remain cautious. What if it turns out to be true? Just as they debated, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. The equipment monitoring spatial disturbances began to blare, alerting the soldiers of the National Defense Army to the imminent threat. From atop a nearby building, Chung Hung observed the data from the spatial monitoring equipment skyrocketing. He glanced at the street below and sensed the distortion in the fabric of space. This is credible intelligence. Chung Hung realized that he was on the verge of achieving a significant triumph. Had it not been for this deployment, Sea City would have faced dire consequences, likely resulting in substantial human casualties. Buzz! The space distorted, and the interdimensional portal manifested, shrouded in fog as a horde of monsters surged forth. Initially, the creatures emerging were lower-tier monsters, each comparable to amateur level 9, fiercely unyielding. Fire! The soldiers of the National Defense Army opened fire. While standard firearms had limited effectiveness against the monsters, the concentrated fire from numerous weapons, combined with the density of the foes, inevitably claimed many lower-tier monsters. Indeed, under the relentless barrage of bullets, several monsters fell. Unable to evade the onslaught, some struck in vital areas. Yet, there were simply too many lower-tier monsters, and relying solely on gunfire would not suffice to halt their advance. Thus, the National Defense Army ceased shooting and armed themselves with melee weapons. Many among them were professional warriors, each formidable enough to match intermediate monsters, clad in close-fitting battle armor. The warriors from the inspection office soon arrived to join the fray, thanks to Sea City's ample preparations. The slaughter unfolded almost unopposed, with lower-tier monsters falling in droves, utterly incapable of resistance, in a certain part of the street. Lin Hai also engaged in the fray, dispatching one lower-tier monster after another. Though he refrained from overexerting himself, understanding that in such a battle, his individual prowess would not prove decisive. The outcome of this confrontation would ultimately hinge upon the mastery of Grandmaster-level warriors. Roar! A massive serpent burst forth from the interdimensional portal, a formidable intermediate monster, among the elite of its kind, its scales rendering sniper bullets nearly ineffective. This top-tier intermediate monster was comparable to a Grandmaster-level warrior. Among the National Defense Army, a Master-level warrior wielding an S-rank combat knife appeared on the battlefield as if by teleportation, confronting the colossal serpent in combat. After several exchanges, the Master-level warrior unleashed a crimson blade of energy, effortlessly severing the head of the top-tier intermediate monster, obliterating it. This serpent was one of the 3 chief commanders under the Bloodbat, holding significant status, yet it was slain before the eyes of the other intermediate monsters who had just arrived, leaving them paralyzed with fear, prompting their immediate retreat. "Why are you fleeing?" the Bloodbat demanded, its terrifying presence pressing down upon the retreating monsters, rendering them motionless upon the ground. "Lord Bloodbat, the Red Serpent Commander has been killed. There is a vast human army over there," the terrified intermediate monsters hastily explained. "What? A vast human army?" The Bloodbat was taken aback. How could this be? It was aware of the situation on the opposing side. It should only be a street in the human city of Sea City, unlikely to harbor any formidable human warriors, let alone an entire army. Its surprise attack had been timed perfectly. The high-ranking officials of Sea City would be caught off guard. And as far as it knew, there were only a few ordinary human Grandmaster-level warriors present. With its immense strength, it could easily subdue those few human Grandmasters. As a powerful advanced monster, its combat prowess rivaled that of a Grandmaster-level warrior at level 9. Unless a Grandmaster-level warrior intervened, it was nearly invincible. However, the circumstances had changed. The presence of a human army implied that its attack plan had been compromised, raising concerns about the potential presence of formidable Grandmaster-level warriors on the opposing side. Yet, if it were to abandon this assault, the elite monsters backing it would not let it off easily. It was imperative to inflict significant damage upon Sea City regardless of the cost. "I shall lead the charge myself. You all follow me in," the Bloodbat commanded. Yes. The intermediate monsters trailed behind the Bloodbat, surging into the otherworldly portal and arriving at Haicheng. Upon witnessing the influx of numerous creatures from the portal, the National Defense Army intended to charge forward. However, they were met with the terrifying sight of a Bloodbat, accompanied by a host of intermediate monsters. "All non-expert level warriors, retreat," commanded Cheng Hung. The higher-tier and formidable intermediate monsters launched a full-scale assault, permitting only those of expert level and above to engage in combat, ensuring that losses were minimized. Suddenly, the bloodbat let out a piercing screech, causing blood to spill from the mouths of numerous professional-level warriors. While those of amateur level collapsed in a haze of blood, at that moment, a sniper bullet aimed at the bloodbat, but was effortlessly crushed by its claws, though it momentarily halted the creature's roar. Bloodbat, you seek death! A burly man leaped forward, placing himself between the bloodbat and the others. The members of the inspection division were filled with excitement at the sight of this imposing figure. Zhang, who is he? Lin Hai inquired as he moved closer to Zhang Qing with curiosity. That is our inspection division's director, Master Yuan Tianshan, a third-tier master. Zhang Qing introduced. In Chapter 24, The Eye of Asgard. The aura of lightning enveloped Yuan Tianshan, forming a suit of thunder armor. He had infused his body with the blood of the high-tier monster, the Thunderhorn Beast, and this armor was one of its innate abilities, the Thunder Armor skill. With a swift motion of his right hand, a blade of lightning erupted forth, slicing towards the bloodbat. However, the bloodbat's movements were too swift. It evaded the attack in an instant and appeared right before Yuan Tianshan, striking him with a powerful claw. The formidable thunder armor was torn apart in an instant, and the battle attire he wore was likewise breached. With a thunderous crash, Yuan Tianshan was sent flying, crashing into a building and then penetrating through to collide with a second structure, embedding himself into the wall. Witnessing this scene, the members of the inspection division were left in shock. Their immensely powerful director, a master-level warrior, had been gravely injured by the bloodbat in a single blow. The bloodbat then shifted its body, approaching a master-level warrior, as if its claws could effortlessly rend the warrior's form into fragments. Yet, at that moment, the bloodbat abruptly abandoned its attack, retreating swiftly, and in that split second, a golden light sliced through the air, nearly cleaving it in two, leaving the ground nearby torn asunder. This strike had been executed by Cheng Hong. Indeed, you can evade my attacks. It seems you are no weakling among high-tier monsters. Cheng Hong leapt down from the building, landing gracefully on the ground, regarding the bloodbat with a smile. Master level 8. The bloodbat sensed Cheng Hong's cultivation level, its gaze turning grave, aware that the recent attack was formidable. Had it been struck, it would have sustained injuries. Innate skill, Blood Fiend 3 arrows. The bloodbat unleashed 3 blood arrows from its mouth, hurtling towards Cheng Hong at astonishing speed. Nevertheless, golden light erupted from Cheng Hong's body, easily deflecting the 3 arrows, before his hand transformed into a colossal golden palm, striking towards the bloodbat with a resounding crash. The bloodbat was sent reeling, its body cracking all over. Damn it! How can you be so powerful? It was filled with dread, hastily retreating back to the other world. But Cheng Hong would not allow the bloodbat to escape, pursuing it at once. Kill! The inspection division and the National Defense Army surged into the otherworld, intent on eradicating this horde of monsters and destroying the portal. Lin Hai followed the warriors of the inspection division into the otherworld for the first time as a human. In the otherworld, chaos reigned. However, the battle was decidedly one-sided, as the monsters were in full retreat, lacking the will to fight. Thus, the conflict was soon brought to a close. Meanwhile, the bloodbat was quickly pursued. Damn humans, you cannot kill me! A black orb emerged around the bloodbat, enveloping it, preparing to transform into a beam of black light to flee. Suddenly, the surrounding space shifted, morphing into a resplendent starry realm, where a profound giant eye emerged, gazing down upon all life. You have fused with the blood of the Asgard beast? The bloodbat despaired. The Asgard beast was one of the most promising candidates for ascending to the sequence level among the top-tier monsters in the otherworld. Yet it had been slain during its invasion of humanity. Its most terrifying ability, the Eye of Asgard, could create an illusory space infused with spatial power, sealing off the void and preventing monsters from escaping. Clearly, Cheng Hong had activated the Eye of Asgard skill, leaving the bloodbat with no chance of escape. With a thunderous impact, a golden fist struck the bloodbat, shattering its form entirely. After vanquishing the bloodbat, Cheng Hong swiftly returned to the otherworld portal. All personnel, return to Haicheng, Cheng Hong commanded. After everyone had retreated, the National Defense Army planted numerous timed explosives, and Cheng Hong also made his way back to Haicheng. With a thunderous explosion, the stone gate was obliterated, and the otherworldly portal was sealed. Humans are terrifying. Lord Bloodbat has been slain. A two-headed giant wolf emerged from a pile of monster corpses and quickly fled. However, it had not escaped far before encountering a familiar armored ape. Armored ape, is that you? What do you want? The two-headed giant wolf questioned sharply as Lin Hai approached with ill intent. I simply wish to kill you. Lin Hai replied. You think you can kill me? Scoffed the two-headed giant wolf. Its twin heads opened wide, unleashing two terrifying blades of wind. Steel armor. Lin Hai activated his nearly level 7 steel armor skill, stepping forward to shatter the two blades of wind with his bare body. Realizing the perilous situation, the two-headed giant wolf sensed that Lin Hai's aura was on par with its own, if not slightly stronger. The key was that Lin Hai's steel armor skill was too formidable. Its wind blades could not inflict harm. Abandoning its attack, the two-headed giant wolf turned to flee to a creature of speed. It believed it could easily escape the less agile armored ape, however, as Lin Hai executed the white crane technique. Leaping forth like a swan, the entire wolf body trembled in shock. Within mere moments, Lin Hai caught up to the two-headed giant wolf, delivering a powerful punch to one of its wolf heads. The combined might of the maxed iron fist and the enhanced defense from the steel armor obliterated one of the wolf heads. Realizing escape was futile, the two-headed giant wolf viciously sank its teeth into Lin Hai's left arm, only to find it ineffective. The steel armor skill was no joke. Die! Lin Hai continued to rain down punches upon the two-headed giant wolf, swiftly bringing it to an end. After slaying the two-headed giant wolf, Lin Hai quickly departed. He was acutely aware that the Bloodbat had undoubtedly drawn the attention of a top-tier monster, which could arrive at any moment to investigate. He had no desire to encounter such a formidable creature. Thus, he hastily sought out a safer location, intending to lay low and cultivate until his strength improved before re-emerging. Indeed, it was not long before a colossal top-tier monster descended upon the area, but after a brief survey, it departed once more. Though such a top-tier monster, the death of a Bloodbat was inconsequential. Minions like that were plentiful, and finding another was a simple task. In Haicheng, the National Defense Army had vacated, and the Inspection Division, along with the Martial Arts Association, began clearing the streets, handling the monster corpses, and collecting monster blood. Several hours later, the area was restored. Those who had been evacuated returned, though some buildings were damaged and would require the official construction teams from Haicheng for repairs. Subsequently, the remaining tasks were no longer Lin Hai's concern within the Inspection Division. Upon returning, everyone received rewards, undoubtedly accumulating significant contribution points. For instance, Lin Hai directly received 2,000 contribution points, which he intended to use to acquire a new martial art. In Chapter 25, the Yi Jin and Shisui Gong. Within the Inspection Division, Lin Hai was selecting a martial art, focusing on the 2-star martial arts, hoping to choose a sword technique to compensate for the inadequate offensive power of his basic swordsmanship. Before long, he settled on a 2-star sword technique, the Taiji sword technique. The Taiji sword technique was derived from the ancient Taiji sword, synthesized with the monster system, making its cultivation challenging but with high potential. Although its initial offensive power was merely average, placing it among the 2-star techniques, its future potential surpassed that of many 3-star sword techniques. Moreover, the Taiji sword technique was versatile, capable of both offense and defense, making it an excellent choice. I will exchange for the Taiji sword technique, he decided, as his current accumulation of contribution points was just enough for the exchange. Lin Hai promptly completed the exchange for the Taiji sword technique. Before long, he obtained the Taiji sword technique manual and began his study within the Inspection Division, relying on his remarkable memory to commit the techniques to Heart Dai in the otherworld, deep within a mountain. Lin Hai's monster clone chose to establish a residence here, carving out a cave. Upon mastering the clone, he immediately began to diligently practice the Taiji sword technique. As time passed, his proficiency in the Taiji sword technique gradually increased. It would not be long before he perfected the technique, acquiring a powerful sword skill. 2 days flew by. Second uncle, Lin Hai received a call from his second uncle, Cheng Hung, exclaiming, "Xiao Hai, let us meet." Cheng Hung replied. They agreed to meet at a park. Not long after, Lin Hai encountered his second uncle. "Second uncle, what is it that you seek from me?" Lin Hai inquired with curiosity. Cheng Hung smiled and replied, "Naturally, it is something good. You informed me about the invasion of the elite monster, Bloodbat, into Haiqing, and I have achieved a significant merit. In addition, I have applied for a reward on your behalf. Ah, second uncle, you haven't exposed my information, have you? Lin Hai exclaimed in shock. I did not expose anything, Cheng Hung clarified. I merely stated that you wished to conceal your identity, and there were no further inquiries from above. However, the rewards have been issued. What reward? Lin Hai asked eagerly. Under his expectant gaze, Cheng Hung produced a white orb. This is a legacy orb, containing martial arts of 4-star rank or higher, infused with the essence of martial will, which cannot be recorded in books. Within this orb lies a 4-star martial art, Yijin Jing. 4-star martial art? Lin Hai gasped. He understood the immense value of such a martial art. A 3-star martial art is worth at least 7,000 to 8,000 contribution points, while a 4-star martial art is valued at no less than 10,000 to 20,000 contribution points. The name Yijin Jing suggested it was anything but ordinary, and its worth was undoubtedly astronomical. Second uncle, what is the function of Yijin Jing? Lin Hai inquired. Cheng Hung explained, Yijin Jing is derived from the Shaolin Temple's Yijin Sutra, possessing the ability to strengthen the human physique. As you have low-level potential. Utilizing Yijin Jing carries the chance of transforming the monster bloodline within you. Additionally, as a professional-level warrior, your physical attributes surpass those of other warriors. For other professional-level warriors, it is nearly impossible to cultivate Yijin Jing. But your comprehension is exceptional, and I believe you have the potential to master it, which is why I applied for this martial art for you. Thank you, second uncle. Lin Hai expressed his gratitude. Yijin Jing held immense value for him, not for humans, but for the evolution of his monster avatar. If he could master Yijin Jing to an advanced level, his monster avatar would undoubtedly undergo a terrifying transformation, resulting in astonishing growth. Go home and train diligently, striving to become the top scorer in Jiangnan province in the upcoming college entrance examination. Cheng Hung patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. I will do my best. Lin Hai nodded slightly. Well, I must take my leave. His second uncle strode away, and Lin Hai returned home, immediately accepting the legacy of Yijin Jing. Boom. As his mental energy penetrated the orb, the teachings of Yijin Jing surged into his mind. It must be said, the content of Yijin Jing was profoundly esoteric, with certain aspects containing martial will that could not be recorded without the legacy orb. The advantage of the orb is that once used, the knowledge is instantly retained. He swiftly directed his consciousness into his otherworldly monster avatar, commencing his practice of Yijin Jing. It's so difficult to gain proficiency. No wonder it's a 4-star martial art. Lin Hai sighed. Yet, he was undeterred by the challenges and fervently trained in Yijin Jing. Gradually, his proficiency began to rise. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. After dedicating 10 days, Lin Hai finally advanced Yijin Jing to level 2. At the moment of breakthrough, his bloodline underwent a transformation, and his body began to feel famished. He consumed vast quantities of medicinal herbs, spiritual fruits, and monster flesh, gradually completing his bodily metamorphosis. Avatar, Jia Yuan, level, intermediate monster, strength, 66.9, agility, 63.1, constitution, 68.8, mentality, 23.2, skills, steel armor LV6, 89-100, mighty Vajra Palm LV5, 97-100, white crane technique LV4, 89-100, Yijin Jing LV2, 0-100, two-element sword technique LV1, 37-100, others, slight, free attributes, 0, his strength, agility, and constitution had all significantly increased. Yijin Jing, as a 4-star martial art, was indeed immensely beneficial to his monster avatar. If he could further cultivate Yijin Jing to level 3, with his current growth rate, his strength and constitution might approach 100 points, Lin Hai pondered. A property value of 100 points is equivalent to being immensely close to the physique of a master-level warrior. Coupled with his various skills, he estimated he could contend with master-level warriors. Such a rate of growth was nothing short of terrifying. Returning his consciousness to his true self, Lin Hai quickly purchased a substantial quantity of blood pills, spending approximately 1 million on 100 pills, and then began cultivating with his level 2 Yijin Jing. Boom. His body began to undergo a transformation as he consumed a large number of blood pills to meet the energy demands of the metamorphosis. Unconsciously, his body completed the transformation. At this moment, he examined his body data once more. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Professional level, 3rd stage. Strength: 38.2. Agility: 37.1. Constitution: 39.1. Mentality: 23.2. Skills: Free attributes: 0. In terms of vitality, I am at the professional level, 3rd stage, but my physical attributes are truly comparable to those of a professional level 6 or 7 warrior. Lin Hai exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 26. Becoming the Monster Leader. This was merely the level 2 Ijin Jing. If I cultivate it to level 3 or level 4, my foundation will undoubtedly become extraordinarily formidable. Lin Hai mused that, of course, this is also due to the fact that his monster bloodline is currently only of intermediate quality, which accounts for such remarkable improvements. Once his monster avatar evolves into a high-level monster, the rate of enhancement will diminish significantly. In the following days, he devoted most of his time to cultivating Ijin Jing, steadily increasing his strength, yet his expenses mounted, and his financial resources dwindled rapidly. Before he knew it, only a month remained until the college entrance examination. At this point, Lin Hai's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Professional level, 7th stage. Strength: 59.1. Agility: 58.2. Yi. Constitution: 60.2. Mentality: 31.2. Skills: Steel Armor LV7, 55-100. Mighty Vajra Palm LV6, 33-100. White Crane Technique LV5, 29-100. Ijin Jing LV3, 67-100. Two-Element Sword Technique LV3, 17-100. Others: Slight. Free attributes: 0. In terms of vitality, I am at the professional level, 7th stage, yet my physical attributes have surpassed those of professional level warriors. Rivaling expert level warriors, my true combat power has reached the expert level, Lin Hai thought. Previously, when he stood before Zhang Qing, the inspector, he felt Zhang Qing was immensely powerful, but now that feeling had dissipated. He estimated he had a chance to defeat Inspector Zhang. Nonetheless, professional level and expert level warriors still belonged to the weaker tier. Above them were master level and grandmaster level warriors, and the disparity in realms only widened as one ascended, with each stage of cultivation representing a significant gap in strength. Thus, he felt no reason to be proud of his current capabilities. Compared to his true self, the strength of his monster avatar had transformed even more dramatically. Avatar: Jia Yuan. Level: Intermediate Monster. Strength: 117.3. Agility: 111.9. Constitution: 120.8. Mentality: 31.2. Skills: Free attributes: 0, with strength, agility, and constitution all exceeding 110 points. Such physical prowess placed him among the elite of intermediate monsters. Lin Hai's monster avatar was now unafraid of any intermediate monsters in the other world, save for high-level ones. Even if he encountered an extraordinary intermediate monster, he could still escape if he couldn't win. Moreover, with his current level 4 Ijin Jing, his growth rate was accelerating. Were it not for the lack of sufficient resources in the other world, his advancement would be even swifter. I should pay a visit to Bloodbat Mountain. It has been a while, and there should be no danger now, Lin Hai contemplated as he made his way to Bloodbat Mountain. After more than an hour, he arrived at Bloodbat Mountain. Upon his arrival, he noticed numerous low-level and intermediate monsters, yet no high-level ones were in sight. Dominating the area was a formidable intermediate monster, the red-haired giant. The red-haired giant stood 20 meters tall, covered in crimson fur, with 4 eyes and elongated arms, its claws razor-sharp. Its agility appeared impressive, though it lacked in strength. Lin Hai felt confident he could defeat the red-haired giant and entertained the idea of occupying this territory, allowing the low-level and intermediate monsters to gather resources for him, which would significantly accelerate his growth and enable him to evolve into a high-level monster sooner. Thus, he prepared to challenge the red-haired giant. Red-haired giant, I challenge you, Lin Hai declared, stepping forward. The red-haired giant glared coldly at Lin Hai, sensing his unusual prowess. Instead of accepting the challenge, it commanded 6 intermediate monsters under its command to attack Lin Hai. Yes, leader. The 6 intermediate monsters lunged at Lin Hai, encircling him. They then unleashed their unique skills to assault Lin Hai. Steel Armor. As Lin Hai unleashed the explosive might of his Steel Armor skill. Now at a formidable level 7, he became as indestructible as a diamond. impervious to the relentless assaults of the intermediate monsters that sought to harm him in swift succession. He moved with the grace of a white crane, approaching one of the intermediate beasts, and with a powerful strike of his great strength diamond palm, he shattered the creature's skull, delivering a fatal blow. Following this brutal act, he crushed the monster underfoot, a scene of merciless carnage that left many of the surrounding creatures in stunned silence. What? The red-haired troll was taken aback. The intermediate monster that Lin Hai had just slain was one of its trusted subordinates. While it could indeed eliminate such monsters, it could not do so with such effortless ease. Whoosh! Lin Hai swiftly dispatched another intermediate monster. His speed was astonishing. Before the other beasts could react, he struck them down with a barrage of powerful palms. In the blink of an eye, all 6 intermediate monsters lay dead, while Lin Hai remained unscathed. Red-haired troll, it is your turn, Lin Hai proclaimed, advancing step by step. Kill him, commanded the red-haired troll to the other creatures atop Blood Bat Mountain. But not a single one obeyed. It was abundantly clear that Lin Hai's strength surpassed that of the red-haired troll. Thus, it was highly likely that Lin Hai would become their future leader. Who would dare to confront him? Realizing the futility of persuading the other monsters to attack, the red-haired troll understood it must act, albeit with trepidation. If it was truly outmatched, it would have to prepare for flight. Blood Shadow? The red-haired troll enveloped itself in a surge of vitality, transforming into a blood shadow that surged toward Lin Hai, a powerful innate skill that drastically increased its speed. However, even after invoking Blood Shadow, its swiftness barely matched Lin Hai's. Boom! Lin Hai's great strength diamond palm obscured the troll's vision. Attempting to evade, the troll failed and was forced into a direct confrontation. The result was a shattered arm and significant injury. Its attack against Lin Hai felt like striking an impenetrable steel body, utterly ineffective. Flee! It ignited its bloodline, enhancing its speed in a desperate bid to escape. Point 2 Instrument's sword technique. Lin Hai flicked his fingers, and 2 beams of sword light swiftly intercepted the red-haired troll, preventing its timely escape. Lin Hai hastened forward, channeling his innate skill, Iron Fist, and unleashed the full might of his great strength diamond palm. Boom! The great strength diamond palm struck the troll's chest, instantly shattering its heart. Crack! With its heart destroyed, the red-haired troll met its demise. Its lifeless body fell to the ground. All the lower-tier monsters prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "All hail the leader!" Thus, Lin Hai ascended to the position of leader in this domain and promptly renamed Blood Bat Mountain to Ape Mountain. Subsequently, he commanded the lower-tier monsters to gather vast resources and cultivate numerous meat worms, while he focused on rigorous training in the gravity zone of Blood Bat Mountain. Chapter 27. Lord Zero of the Tangsha Organization. Soon, a substantial supply of meat worms was delivered, providing Lin Hai's monster avatars with ample sustenance. Coupled with the training benefits of the gravity zone, his growth rate was bound to accelerate. With sufficient resources at hand, he estimated that he could feasibly elevate his steel armor skill to level 8 before the upcoming examination. Days passed, and Lin Hai visited Haiqing 5th High School, primarily to fill out his martial arts examination materials and confirm his participation in the upcoming martial arts examination. Li Kai, Lin Hai called out. Spotting his long-lost friend and approaching him with a friendly pat, Li Kai had experienced a remarkable transformation since their last meeting months ago, exuding an aura of lethal intent, clearly having endured numerous battles. His cultivation had surged dramatically, now reaching the 8th stage of amateur rank. Lin Hai, displaying the first stage of professional rank, had skillfully concealed his true strength by remaining at the 9th stage of amateur rank, an obvious ploy. Lin Hai, you've broken through to the professional rank? Congratulations, Li Kai exclaimed. Not too shabby, Lin Hai replied nonchalantly. The two conversed for a while, discussing their classmates from 5th High, noting that there were now 7 or 8 8th stage amateur warriors and even 2 9th stage warriors, alongside 4 professional rank warriors, including Lin Hai and Luo Mingzhu. Among the latter two, one was merely of intermediate qualification yet had made astonishing progress, which caught Lin Hai by surprise. All martial arts students of Class 3. Gather. Soon after, Xiao Jia entered the classroom, instructing the students to fill out their information. Once completed, she announced, the martial arts examination for Jiangnan City will be divided into 6 testing venues. Our 5th High will join other high schools from Haiqing and neighboring cities in the 3rd examination venue. Teacher Xiao, where is the 3rd examination venue? What will the assessment entail? The students inquired eagerly. As this being the inaugural martial arts examination, they were understandably perplexed. Xiao Jie replied, I'm not entirely certain where it will be, as the authorities wish to prevent any disruptions to the examination site. Even we teachers will only learn the details the day before the exam. However, based on available information, this martial arts examination will be quite challenging and carry certain risks. Upon hearing this, some students expressed their concerns. Yet, having chosen this path, they had no choice but to participate. In the highest tower of the Haicheng Martial Artists Association, the inspector's chief Yuan Tianshan, Association President Lin Zhaowu, and Vice President Gao Mingyin, along with several master-level warriors, convened for a meeting. The primary agenda was to discuss the first martial arts examination, fully aware that nefarious organizations, such as the Tengsha organization, would likely attempt to sabotage it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tengsha organization has consistently undermined the stability of our nation. They will undoubtedly interfere with this martial arts examination. However, we cannot allow their threats to deter us from proceeding. Therefore, we must identify and neutralize any Tengsha operatives in advance, ensuring they do not infiltrate the examination venue. Additionally, all candidates and staff participating in the martial arts examination must undergo blood testing to confirm that they do not harbor the will of monsters within their blood. Chief Yuan Tianshan declared. That may not be foolproof, Lin Zhaowu interjected, furrowing his brow. Many warriors, while free of monster-infused blood, have still allied with foreign entities to benefit from their resources and training. This demographic constitutes at least half of the Tengsha organization, complicating our efforts to eradicate them. It is possible that among us, there are indeed infiltrators from the Tengsha organization. Upon hearing this, several warriors expressed their discontent, though the possibility could not be dismissed. During the martial arts examination, we must deploy sufficient personnel to maintain order and ensure immediate assistance in the event of any issues, Yuan Tianshan insisted. Understood. The assembly responded in unison. In an ancient mansion within Haicheng, beneath which lay a small base, a martial arts student from Haicheng 5th High School knelt before a figure clad in a black robe and mask. I greet Lord Zero. The student, Feng Yibai, respectfully declared. .0 was one of the codenames for high-ranking members of the Tengsha organization, spanning from 0 to 9, with Lord Zero being the most powerful among them, holding master-level cultivation and an enigmatic identity. Feng Yibai had been nurtured by Zero and had now achieved the first stage of professional rank. Given his intermediate qualification, reaching professional rank in just 10 months was indeed remarkable. Feng Yibai, I require you to eliminate these individuals during the martial arts examination. Lord Zero tossed a list his way, which contained a few names. Yang Zishan from 1st High School, Tao He from 3rd High School, Luo Mingzhu from 5th High School. Upon seeing these names, Feng Yibai's expression shifted dramatically. All three were top-tier talents in Haicheng, possessing strength at the professional rank and having merged with the blood of elite monsters. Now awakened with potent innate skills and physical qualities surpassing those of ordinary professional warriors, truly fearsome combatants. Lord Zero, I am no match for them. Feng Yibai lowered his head, fully aware that challenging any of them would be tantamount to seeking death. The distinction between intermediate and elite monster bloodlines is not merely academic, Lord Zero retorted coldly. You have been trained by us for so long, yet you cower in fear. They are merely professional warriors. Just as you are, there remains hope for you to defeat them. Furthermore, since I have tasked you with this mission, I will provide you with a trump card. A trump card? Feng Yibai quickly inquired. What is the trump card, Lord Zero? Lord Zero produced a ghastly eye, radiating a terrifying aura. This was an eye that had been severed from a foreign entity, capable of merging with one's being. When invoked, it would grant the user a surge of formidable power, making the task of eliminating these three human professional-level prodigies significantly easier. Lord Zero, will there be any side effects? Feng Yibai asked cautiously. Aware that many foreign artifacts come with their own risks, especially those derived from monstrous entities. Naturally, there will be side effects, Lord Zero confirmed. After use, you will experience a period of weakness, but I will provide you with a potion to help you recover swiftly. Once the mission is accomplished, we will grant you a drop of divine liquid to facilitate your bloodline transformation, expediting your ascent to expert-level warrior. Lord Zero concluded. Thank you, Lord Zero, Feng Yibai exclaimed. Brimming with excitement, Chapter 28. A new breakthrough, achieving the 8th rank of professional level. The divine liquid is an exclusive substance from another realm, possessing extraordinary effects that can alter one's innate qualities, transcend boundaries, and extend lifespan, among many other benefits. Feng Yibai, having joined the Tangxi organization, had long heard of the miraculous properties of the divine liquid and had always aspired to obtain it. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope to acquire it. Once he possesses the divine liquid, he would undoubtedly be able to rival geniuses of superior qualifications and might even qualify to pursue those of the highest caliber. Coupled with the Tangxi organization's training, his future achievements as a master appeared promising. At this moment, the divine liquid was integrated into his being. When the time came, a mere stimulation of his mental force would unleash the power of this eye. Lord Ling directly merged the eye into Feng Yibai's third eye, rendering it invisible. Unless one specifically examined Feng Yibai's sea of consciousness, it would go unnoticed. However, with so many martial science students, the blood examination was formidable, and it was impossible to inspect the sea of consciousness of every student. No one dared to undertake such a risk. Subsequently, Feng Yibai withdrew. After his departure, another figure in a black robe appeared, his mask inscribed with the character Heir, denoting his identity as the second lord of the Tangxi organization in Haicheng. Heir, are you prepared on your end? Ling inquired. Yes, everything is ready. Our arranged personnel will infiltrate the martial science examination venue to eliminate potential martial artists. These individuals can be sacrificed, and they possess little information. We can simply abandon these strongholds without revealing our true identities, Heir responded. The keys still lay with Feng Yibai. He bore the eye that had split from Lord Bai Yan. When the time came, Lord Bai Yan's consciousness would seize control of Feng Yibai's body, making it a simple task to eliminate several professional-level candidates. Even ordinary, expert-level martial artists could be dispatched with ease. Ha ha ha, once Lord Bai Yan has killed to his heart's content and the higher-ups in Haicheng and other cities react, it will be too late. Their losses will be catastrophic, and the first martial science college entrance examination will be a significant blow. Once the news spreads, few will dare to participate in the next examination unless they reform and prevent students from taking risks. But how can students grow without taking risks? The two spoke with excitement. Momentarily forgetting their human identities. As time passed, only 2 days remained until the martial science examination, and Lin Hai had made further progress. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: professional level 8th rank. Strength: 66. 3. Agility: 65.2. Physique: 67.9. Spirit: 33.2. Skills: Steel Armor Max, Mighty Diamond Palm LV6, 92-100, White Crane Technique LV5, 89-100, Muscle Transformation Technique LV4, 1-100, 2 Instruments Sword Technique LV3, 39-100. Others: slightly, free attributes, 0. From the data panel, it was evident that he had cultivated the Muscle Transformation Technique to LV4, and his Steel Armor skill had reached the maximum level of LV9. The 2 Instruments Sword Technique was lagging due to the multitude of martial arts he needed to train in, requiring a temporary reduction in focus on it. Nevertheless, the LV3 2 Instruments Sword Technique was still commendable. With 2 days remaining and with all efforts directed towards it, he believed he could elevate the Mighty Diamond Palm to LV7, and at that point, its power would be formidable enough to push his cultivation to the 9th rank of professional level. Lin Hai murmured to himself. Before long, the 2 days passed. At 5th Middle School, Lin Hai prepared his examination permit and boarded the bus heading to the examination venue, sharing the ride with Li Kai. Lin Hai, I fear I won't qualify for the 4 great academies, Li Kai sighed. My dad inquired about the situation and compiled the number of professional-level martial artists across major high schools and the admission quota of the 4 great academies. 70% are professional-level martial artists, which means the remaining 30% are likely amateur-level 9th rank martial artists. I must surpass the scores of many amateur-level 9th rank martial artists to have any hope of entering the 4 great academies. Stay calm. Perhaps luck will be on your side, and you will succeed. Even if you don't qualify, attending another prestigious university is still an option. Not as if enrolling in the 4 great academies is the only path to success. Lin Hai reassured him. Let us hope for the best, Li Kai replied softly. The bus traveled swiftly, soon leaving Haicheng and covering over 50 kilometers before reaching the 3rd examination venue, Yang County. At this moment, Lin Hai and the others realized that the 3rd examination venue was indeed Yang County, one of Haicheng's satellite cities. 50 years ago, during the invasion from another realm, a massive portal appeared in Yang County. And although it was a temporary one, a multitude of monsters poured forth, forcing the abandonment of the county. The clash between firearms and monsters ultimately turned Yang County into ruins. Since then, it had been forsaken, and now it had been repurposed as the third examination venue. Teacher Xiaojia addressed the students, classmates. The authorities have driven in a large number of low-level monsters and a few mid-level monsters into Yang County. Additionally, many monsters are trapped in the center of the county. The authorities will periodically release batches of monsters for you to eliminate. This wristwatch calculates your scores. Everyone must wear one. There is a button on it that, when pressed, activates a protective shield. However, using it will lead to your disqualification, and your scores will no longer increase. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. Furthermore, you will only be able to see your own scores. While only we teachers will have access to all of your scores. Following this, Teacher Xiaojia elaborated on various other points, which the martial science candidates diligently noted. On the outskirts of Yang County, there stood a building that had been temporarily converted into an examination base with numerous martial artists stationed there. This was merely one of several entrances to the examination venue. Soon, groups of students began to arrive. Preparing to enter the Yang County examination site, Lin Hai and the others disembarked from the bus and underwent blood tests alongside a brief inspection for prohibited items. After a thorough search, they confirmed everything was in order and settled in the waiting area for the martial science examination to commence. The examination would last 6 hours, starting promptly at 10 in the morning and concluding at 4 in the afternoon. Once the examination ended, scores would cease to fluctuate, and further monster hunting would yield no additional points. As time steadily flowed, 10 o'clock in the morning arrived. The barriers opened, and one by one, martial science candidates entered Yang County, signaling the commencement of the Jiangnan City Martial Science Examination. Simultaneously, numerous media outlets were keenly observing this year's examination. While they could not enter Yang County, they closely monitored from the outskirts, with well-connected media leveraging relationships with teachers to obtain real-time updates on candidate scores, thus gaining first-hand information. Lin Hai moved swiftly, quickly entering Yang County. Once inside, the multitude of students dispersed, making encounters infrequent due to their relative numbers being insignificant compared to the vastness of Yang County. Shortly after entering, he encountered a low-level monster. Armed with a D-grade longsword, he executed a basic sword technique, effortlessly slaying the creature and earning 2 points. Chapter 29. The top talent is killed. The low-level monsters in the third examination venue were plentiful, but so were the participating students. To maximize monster kills, one could not hide but must take the initiative. Lin Hai utilized the white crane technique, traversing the ruins of buildings in search of monster traces. With a series of swift strikes, he dispatched one low-level monster after another, achieving almost instantaneous kills without expending unnecessary effort. Soon, he made his way toward the center of Yang County, where mid-level monsters lurked. The score acquired from slaying a mid-level monster would vastly exceed that from low-level ones, and the density of low-level monsters in that area was also higher in a certain part of Yang County. Tao He had just slain a low-level monster and was about to leave when he turned to a specific spot. "Come out," Tao He commanded. As his words fell, a martial science candidate emerged from that location. It was none other than Feng Yibai from 5th Middle School. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Tao He questioned. "5th Middle School." Feng Yibai replied, "I've never heard of you." Tao He scoffed. Upon hearing this, Feng Yibai was infuriated. After all, he was a professional-level martial artist. How could Tao He not know him? In truth, Tao He paid little attention to low to mid-level martial science candidates. Even among high-level candidates, he showed little regard. Perhaps some lower-qualified martial science students had forcibly ascended to professional level through abundant resources. But in the long run, the gap would only widen. Thus, he dismissed these weaklings who could never catch up to him. Though Feng Yibai has broken through to professional level first rank, a month has passed, and he remains at that level, whereas I have already ascended to the 3rd rank. Naturally, I look down upon him. I might have heard the name, but I wouldn't remember it. Tao He, I challenge you," Feng Yibai declared. "This is the examination venue. I don't wish to waste time." "Get lost," Tao He coldly retorted. However, Feng Yibai launched an immediate attack. Seeking death, Tao He responded, unleashing a flurry of slashes with his D-grade longsword. Executing a commendable 1-star sword technique, which proved quite powerful, Feng Yi attempted to defend but found his Wind Dragon Palm technique easily sliced through by the blade's radiance, sending him hurtling backward. Rubbish, utterly worthless, Tao He sneered, having expected more from Feng Yi only to be disappointed. The Wind Coat was left utterly astonished as he finally realized the chasm that lay between him and this exceptional genius. His physical prowess paled in comparison, as did his martial arts. Just as Tao He was about to depart, finally activated the eye embedded in his forehead. Following the stimulation of his mental energy, an overwhelming force enveloped his entire being. Tao He, sensing the aura emanating from was instantly struck with shock. This was the aura of a monster. Tao He surmised that must possess a treasure from a beast, which allowed him to unleash such terrifying power. Without hesitation, he charged at determined to prevent him from transforming. However, as Tao He thrust his sword towards two fingers effortlessly pinched the blade at that moment. Bai's eyes transformed into a pure white, and his cultivation rapidly ascended. Professional level 2, professional level 3, until finally, it reached professional level 5, where it could advance no further. This body was still far too frail. Bai spoke, his voice hoarse and laced with an eerie essence. Tao He's complexion changed drastically. He suspected that Bai was no longer himself, but had become a monster capable of pinching his sword with mere fingers, something he could not contend with. In an instant, he pressed the button for help, and a protective shield enveloped him. Though this meant sacrificing his exam results, it was preferable to losing his life. Just then, the creature known as the White Flame King from another realm, struck the shield with a single hand. With a resounding crash, Tao He, along with the shield, was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building, which crumbled upon impact. Spitting blood, Tao He felt the energy in his wristwatch rapidly depleting, fearing he could withstand only one more blow. He struggled against his injuries, attempting to flee, but the White Flame King was swifter. In the management room of Examination Hall 3, they received a distress signal from Tao He. The staff immediately notified the examination supervisors to extract him. Something was amiss. Tao He was one of the top 3 geniuses of Haicheng, possessing a cultivation of professional level 3. How could he be in such dire straits merely upon entering the examination hall? Even if he encountered a mid-level monster, it should not have come to this. Furthermore, there were only a few mid-level monsters currently released in the center of Yu County, and none should have been able to harm Tao He. Could it be that he possessed cultivation but lacked combat experience? That seemed implausible. Even if Tao He was weak, he was still a professional level 3 warrior and should not be unable to defeat low-level monsters. Was it possible he accidentally triggered the button? They decided to send someone to investigate the situation. Soon, a professional level 9 examination supervisor from Hall 3 hurried to Tao He's location. With a crack, Tao He's shield shattered, and his bones were crushed. "Do not kill me. If you do, you cannot escape either," Tao He pleaded. Yet, the White Flame King crushed Tao He's neck underfoot, leaving him no chance for survival. Top-tier aptitude. The White Flame King revealed a cruel smile. The top-tier geniuses in this examination hall were not just from Haicheng. Other cities also had several top-tier prodigies. If they were all eliminated, it would undoubtedly pave the way for the beasts of the other realm to eliminate several future masters, or even grandmasters. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, the examination supervisors arrived, and after a thorough search, they discovered Tao He was dead. The wristwatch was damaged, having shattered the protective casing. He immediately reported the news to the management room. Tao He was dead, killed without any power to resist, unable to even protect himself with the shield. Was it other students who did this, or had a fearsome mid-level monster infiltrated? The staff could not be certain but reported the information to Yuan Tianshan, the director of the inspection department, and several master-level warriors. After all, the death of a top-tier genius was a significant matter. In Haicheng, Yuan Tianshan, Lin Jiawu, and others learned of Tao He's demise. It must be the Tangsha organization's doing. Lin Jiawu exclaimed, furious. "We cannot be certain yet," Yuan Tianshan replied. "Should we cancel the examination?" Gao Mingyan suggested. No. Yuan Tianshan shook his head. "This is the Martial Arts College entrance examination of Jiangnan Province. It would be unjust to cancel the exam due to the death of one martial arts student. We lack the authority to cancel unless ordered by above. I will personally investigate to see what transpired. If it is indeed a member of the Tangsha organization, I shall eliminate them myself. Chapter 30. Aiding Luo Mingzhu. The White Flame King had no interest in slaying ordinary students. He sought to quickly identify and eliminate those top-tier geniuses to inflict pain upon the Xia nation. Moreover, there were others to kill among the ordinary students. Those who allied with the Tangsha organization and the beings of another realm were not limited to Windcoat by Lin Hai had already arrived at the center of Yu County. Where low-level monsters had indeed increased, he swiftly slaughtered one after another. A roar echoed. A mid-level monster. Lin Hai rushed towards it. If he could slay this mid-level beast, it would yield far more points than dispatching dozens of low-level monsters. Soon, he arrived at the location of the mid-level monster, where a female student was being pursued. She had already sustained significant injuries. With a thunderous crash, she was flung to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Hai rushed over, engaging the mid-level monster in combat. However, with an outsider present, he refrained from revealing his full strength, only utilizing the capabilities of a standard professional-level warrior, employing basic footwork and sword techniques. Minutes later, he finally defeated the mid-level monster. 100 points gained, Lin Hai rejoiced. Thank you, handsome. The female student approached shakily, her right hand clutching her chest, her clothing tattered, revealing glimpses that drew the EYE.ITS nothing. We are all students. Helping each other is only natural. Lin Hai replied as the female student stepped closer. She suddenly stumbled and fell. Instinctively, Lin Hai reached out, but at that moment, the girl drew a short blade from her sleeve, executing a quick strike towards his neck with a certain short blade martial art. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and the female student was no amateur but a concealed professional level 1 warrior. This strike was swift and precise. Even a professional level 5 or 6 warrior would struggle to react in time or press the distress button. However, her strike missed as Lin Hai easily evaded her attack, swiftly cutting off her arm with his sword. How could you evade? Did you see through my disguise? The female student questioned, gritting her teeth against the pain of her severed limb. No, I didn't see through it. I never imagined you would strike at me, but your speed was simply too slow, Lin Hai remarked. Too slow? The female student was dumbfounded. She had used this tactic to kill more than one professional level warrior, having even slain a professional level 3 warrior during her wilderness training, after all. Yet Lin Hai had the audacity to claim her speed was inadequate. You are a member of the Tangsha organization, aren't you? Lin Hai inquired. The girl's pupils constricted, and this reaction confirmed Lin Hai's suspicion. He wasted no time, employing the two-element sword technique to slay her. He would not allow a member of the Tangsha organization to remain alive. If she leaked his information, he could become a target for the organization, which would spell trouble. After killing the girl, Lin Hai felt a sense of discomfort. It was his first time taking a life, and it felt entirely different from slaying monsters. Yet he quickly adapted, a testament to the rapid adaptability brought about by his strong mentality. He then swiftly departed, continuing to hunt monsters. Xiao Jia was in the examination management room reviewing the scores from Hall 3 when she learned of the troubles, including Tao He's death, and grew increasingly worried, fearing for the safety of her own students. Lin Hai has claimed the first position. Xiao Jia gazed at the scoreboard, surprised to see Lin Hai at the top. She knew he was powerful, but top-tier geniuses, upon breaking through to become professional warriors, grew at an accelerated rate. Some had even reached professional level 3 or 4. Yet Lin Hai, at professional level 1, had managed to secure the first place, truly astounding. Moreover, Lin Hai had distanced himself significantly from the second-place contender, a top genius from Jiangqing rumored to have reached professional level 5, who could not surpass Lin Hai. I hope Lin Hai doesn't attract the attention of the Tangsha organization, Xiao Jia fervently wished. As time passed, the White Flame King arrived in the central area of Yu County, believing that the few top-tier geniuses were gathered there. Before long, he set his sights on another top-tier genius, this one from another city, at professional level 2. With a single strike, the White Flame King killed him before the opponent could even press the distress button. Another one slain. Time is running short. The master-level warriors from Haiqing and other cities will likely arrive soon to investigate why current body cannot exert much power. I must kill a few more, or this descent will be for naught. The White Flame King murmured. He continued his search for other top-tier geniuses. Luo Mingzhu was engaged in a fierce battle with a mid-level monster. Just as she struck it down, she sensed an impending crisis and instinctively dodged in that fleeting moment. A steel rod pierced through, narrowly grazing her body and impaling a nearby building. What terrifying force! Luo Mingzhu gasped in shock and turned her gaze to the distance, where a young man approached, Feng Yibai. She realized that the one who had attacked her was her classmate, Feng Yibai. However, something felt amiss. He was not the Feng Yibai she knew. Luo Mingzhu's expression shifted. Though his physique was the same, his aura was entirely different. This Feng Yibai exuded a dreadful sense of danger, as if facing him would mean certain death. Abruptly, the White Flame King transformed into a blood shadow, leaping across dozens of meters, his right hand crashing towards her. Luo Mingzhu understood that the protective shield of her wristwatch could not withstand such a blow, so she activated the life-saving trump card left to her by her grandfather, the Grandmaster's mark. Boom! An ethereal figure emerged to shield her from the White Flame King's strike, yet the immense force still sent her flying. The Grandmaster's mark. Your identity is indeed extraordinary, able to compel a Grandmaster to expend their own strength to forge such a protective seal for you. The White Flame King exclaimed with excitement. Killing such a genius would bring him even greater joy. Whoosh! He struck again, sending Luo Mingzhu flying once more, and the ethereal figure of the Grandmaster's mark dimmed further. Unable to endure many attacks. After 5 strikes, the Grandmaster's specter vanished. Just as the White Flame King prepared to finish off Luo Mingzhu, a figure rushed in, causing him to halt his assault and shift his gaze. Another professional-level warrior had arrived, moving at a speed several times faster than Luo Mingzhu's, yet he was unfamiliar. Could he be one of those hidden top-tier geniuses? The White Flame King mused. The newcomer was Lin Hai, who had come to this location upon sensing Luo Mingzhu was in danger. He quickly deduced that Feng Yibai was a member of the Tangsha organization and rushed to her aid. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Mingzhu swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between herself and the White Flame King. Instructor Lin, we must leave. He is not Feng Yibai. His body has been overtaken by an incredibly terrifying monster's consciousness. His current combat power is absolutely on par with that of an expert-level warrior, Luo Mingzhu cried out. Chapter 31. Defeating the White Flame King's avatar. Not Feng Yibai? Lin Hai observed closely and confirmed that the aura was indeed not that of a normal human. It was enveloped in a terrifying monster's presence. He was all too familiar with such monstrous auras. Though this one was weak, it was far more fearsome than any advanced monster he had encountered. The consciousness of a top-tier monster had taken over Feng Yibai's body. Lin Hai thought to himself. However, he remained unperturbed. The top-tier monster possessing a human form could not maintain this state for long, and its cultivation was only at the 5th stage of professional level, inferior to his own. Moreover, in a human body, the monster would inevitably be unable to unleash some of its formidable abilities, thereby limiting its combat effectiveness. He held hope of defeating it. Luo Mingzhu, you must withdraw. Do not hinder my battle, Lin Hai instructed. Before Luo Mingzhu could respond, the White Flame King lunged at Lin Hai with incredible speed. Lin Hai reacted swiftly, activating his steel armor skill and employing the White Crane technique to attack the White Flame King, subsequently unleashing the Great Strength Diamond Palm, resulting in a collision. Boom! Their attacks clashed, causing the air to tremble and tear apart, and both were forced to retreat. Lin Hai's palm remained unharmed, but the White Flame King's hand shattered. What a formidable physique! The White Flame King was somewhat astonished. A professional-level warrior was able to withstand his attack. This was far beyond the capabilities of other top-tier geniuses. He could also tell that Lin Hai was utilizing some sort of defensive monster skill, cultivated to an exceptionally high level, indicating Lin Hai's remarkable comprehension. Furthermore, he practiced an offensive martial art, which was also of a high caliber. Seeing Lin Hai capable of engaging that monster, Luo Mingzhu quickly withdrew to avoid becoming a burden. Ha ha ha, splendid. Killing a human genius like you is worth more than slaying 10 top-tier geniuses. The aura radiating from the White Flame King began to shift. His skin became parched, and his vitality waned. Yet his physical strength surged. He employed a certain secret technique to rapidly deplete the potential lifespan of this body, all to enhance its power. Whoosh! His speed multiplied several times, and his hands transformed into claws. A flurry of claw shadows lunging towards Lin Hai. Yet Lin Hai, bolstered by his maxed-out steel armor skill, negated the impact of his attacks, while his White Crane technique reached its utmost limit. Matching the White Flame King's speed. Clash! Their hands collided repeatedly, neither able to gain the upper hand in this fierce exchange. Lin Hai's battle experience surged. He had never faced an opponent of equal strength before. This was his first encounter. Meanwhile, the White Flame King grew increasingly desperate, striving to eliminate Lin Hai, yet he was acutely aware that his time was limited. He had occupied this body for quite some time, and having just employed a secret technique to drain its potential. He knew he could not maintain this form for much longer. Gradually, his body began to fracture, on the verge of collapse. Boom! Lin Hai's great strength diamond palm struck the White Flame King's chest, shattering his heart, and the White Flame King's body was sent flying, his vitality rapidly fading. He cast one last deep gaze at Lin Hai and said, "Little fellow, I shall remember you." With that, he fell, his body lifeless in a foreign realm, within a blood-red demon lair. A white monster with a human form sat upon a throne. It suddenly opened its 9 eyes, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from it, causing countless monsters within the lair to kneel in submission. "Human boy, I shall remember you." It then issued a command for the Tangsha organization to assassinate Lin Hai before retreating into seclusion to restore its strength. This time, it had split off one of its eyes to occupy Feng Yibai's body, but not without cost, and now that part of its consciousness was lost forever. Therefore, it needed to recuperate. Finally, it was slain. Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief, yet he understood that he had incurred the wrath of a powerful monster from another realm, likely a top-tier beast. As for a sequence-level monster, it was undoubtedly not of this caliber. Should a sequence-level monster descend, it would not be a mere skirmish but a cataclysmic event capable of annihilating an entire city. "Instructor Lin, thank you." Luo Mingzhu approached to express her gratitude. "Miss Luo, we are all classmates. Mutual assistance is only natural. Moreover, it is evident that Feng Yibai was a member of the Tangsha organization, and all should act against him when encountered," Lin Hai replied. Luo Mingzhu was acutely aware that had anyone else encountered the situation, they would have fled at the first opportunity. Only Lin Hai had dared to come to her aid. She was now deeply curious about how Lin Hai could exhibit such formidable strength, but chose not to inquire further. "Miss Luo, it is still the examination period. I must seek out the monsters," Lin Hai stated before departing. Luo Mingzhu took a moment to rest before continuing her hunt for monsters, determined to secure her place in one of the 4 prestigious academies. Even if she bore injuries, time gradually passed. During this interval, Yuan Tianshan and several master-level warriors patrolled the examination grounds, apprehending numerous martial science students with questionable identities, though this did not disrupt the exams for others. They also discovered Feng Yibai's corpse and took it away. From Feng Yibai, they found traces of top-tier monster material and, coupled with the signs of battle, confirmed that he was indeed the one responsible for slaying Tao He. However, they could not determine who had killed Feng Yibai. Fortunately, after a few hours, no further incidents occurred in the 3rd examination site, providing them with some relief. Unbeknownst to them, the martial science examination period came to an end, and the students from the 3rd site emerged, most appearing utterly exhausted, some even missing limbs. While they all had wristwatches for emergency calls and could form protective shields during the chaos of battle, there were times when they simply could not react in time. Thus, the severity of their injuries was considerable. The scores of all students from the 3rd examination site were transmitted to the examination office at the Jiangnan provincial headquarters, where they would be consolidated in the coming days. If there were no discrepancies in the results, they would be announced directly. Upon exiting the examination site, teacher Xiao Jia approached Lin Hai, her excitement palpable. "Lin Hai, you ranked 1st in the 3rd examination site. You are highly likely to be the top scorer in Jiangnan province." Lin Hai was not surprised. Given his speed and efficiency in defeating monsters, it was only natural for him to secure 1st place. Had it not been for the delay caused by Feng Yibai, his victory would have been even more assured. However, he did not feel particularly elated. After all, he had drawn the attention of a top-tier monster in the Tangsha organization, which was no trivial matter. After parting ways with teacher Xiao Jia, Lin Hai promptly called his second uncle. "Cheng Heng, second uncle, I think I've gotten myself into trouble with the Tangsha organization," Lin Hai promptly stated. "You've attracted the Tangsha organization? What happened?" Cheng Heng asked, furrowing his brow. Lin Hai then recounted the events that transpired at the 3rd examination site. Cheng Heng was astonished. He was taken aback by his nephew's prowess. If this were true, Lin Hai was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent, and even without this incident, he would have inevitably caught the attention of the Tangsha organization. I have some free time. I'm coming to Haicheng now, Cheng Heng declared before hanging up, making his way to Haicheng post-haste. Chapter 32. Jiangnan Province's top scholar, Cheng Heng would take at least another hour or two to arrive. Meanwhile, Lin Hai called his father, Lin Sheng. Dad, I finished the martial science examination, Lin Hai said. How did you do? Will you be able to get into university? Lin Sheng inquired, then added, if not, it's no big deal. I achieved first place in examination room 3, which makes me the top student in Haicheng.as. For whether I am the best in Jiangnan Province, that remains uncertain, Lin Hai stated candidly. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng, who was drinking, narrowed his eyes. Son, are you perhaps deceiving me? He was aware that his son possessed only mediocre talent. Haicheng had more than one genius with top-tier qualifications, alongside several with advanced credentials, all backed by formidable forces. Despite his wealth, he had no means to support his son. Now, his son claimed to be the best in Haicheng. Could it be that his grades were so poor he had lost his mind? Son, should we perhaps visit a hospital? Lin Sheng said anxiously. Dad, I speak the truth. You will know in a few days. Lin Hai hung up, choosing not to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, his second uncle, Cheng Heng, arrived. Second uncle? Lin Hai called out. Cheng Heng replied gravely, Xiao Hai, when I came here, I contacted Yuan Tianshan from the Haicheng Inspection Division. According to the assessment, the top monster occupying the entity known as Windy Bai should be the White Flame King. The White Flame King is a top-tier monster? Lin Hai inquired. Indeed, Cheng Heng nodded. The White Flame King is one of the elite monsters from another realm, and it is also a key player in the invasion of our Earth. It commands many monsters, primarily targeting our Xia country. The White Flame King won't come after me, will it? Lin Hai asked with concern. Not at all, Cheng Heng reassured him. The White Flame King is at least comparable to a martial saint, and it would not take unnecessary risks. Monsters ranked above advanced levels are suppressed upon entering Earth, and if the White Flame King dares to enter our Xia country, it would be unable to exert more than a third of its power. Furthermore, we have martial saints here. It wouldn't dare venture in, lest it be surrounded and killed, unable to return. While the White Flame King would not dare enter Earth, Lin Hai would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tangsha organization. Facing the immense power of the Tangsha organization, Lin Hai would find himself in grave danger. Xiao Hai, it is exceedingly perilous for you to remain in Haicheng. A mere master-level expert could assassinate you without difficulty. In a few days, you should head to Modu, Cheng Heng suggested. All right, Lin Hai nodded, as he intended to enroll in Modu Academy anyway. So departing from Modu sooner was inconsequential to in Haicheng. At the new stronghold of the Tangsha organization, several leaders, including 0, 2, and 3, gathered. A message arrived from headquarters. The White Flame King had killed 2 top geniuses but was subsequently slain, infuriating the White Flame King. Who did it? A teacher from the examination? 3 inquired. No, it was a student, a genius student with combat prowess comparable to an expert-level martial artist. Lin Hai? 0 revealed. Lin Hai? I haven't heard of him. What is his background? The others expressed their confusion, as it seemed fantastical that a student could slay a manifestation of the formidable White Flame King during an examination. I checked. Lin Hai's father has no significant background, just a bit of money, and he is merely a playboy living off his wealth. However, his mother's side is quite impressive, 0 remarked. What about Lin Hai's mother? 3 asked curiously. The Cheng family from Modu. Not long ago, Cheng Heng, who killed a high-level monster in Haicheng, is Lin Hai's second uncle. What? It's that Cheng family? The group was astounded. This Cheng family was formidable. Cheng Heng was a top-tier master-level martial artist, and Lin Hai's eldest uncle was a grandmaster-level figure. Even the elder Cheng, though only a master-level martial artist, had many connections, several of whom were martial saints and comrades of his. We are not dealing with the Cheng family, but rather Lin Hai. Can the Cheng family constantly send powerful figures to protect him? 0 questioned. Who will carry out the assassination? 3 asked. Ju, you will eliminate Lin Hai. As a 6th-tier master-level martial artist, it should be a simple task for you, and you can withdraw promptly. 0 assigned. Understood, Ju agreed to the arrangement. In the dead of night, Ju approached Lin Hai's neighborhood, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, as he neared Lin Hai's home, a terrifying killing intent enveloped him. He felt paralyzed, as if his limbs were no longer under his control. Master's will. Ju realized that Lin Hai had a master protecting him. He attempted to flee, but an unseen hand grasped his head as if transcending space. Crack, he immediately lost consciousness. After dispatching Jiu of the Tangsha organization, Chang Hong carried his lifeless body away. He had anticipated that someone from the Tangsha organization would attempt to kill Lin Hai, so he had remained hidden to protect him, just as he suspected. A master-level martial artist had come to assassinate Lin Hai. He chose not to inform Lin Hai and departed swiftly. The next day, upon realizing that Jiu had not returned and could not be contacted, the Tangsha organization understood that Jiu was dead, and his identity had been exposed, leading to the capture of all associated with him. It was evident that the Tangsha organization had suffered significant losses this time. Consequently, they refrained from attempting to kill Lin Hai again, fearing it might be a trap. Thus, Lin Hai enjoyed a period of tranquility in the following days. 3 days later, the results for Jiangnan province were published. Accessible to all, Lin Hai promptly checked his score, 2,899 points. Teacher Xiao Jia was quick to notify him. Lin Hai, you are the top student in Jiangnan province, the provincial champion. Xiao Jia congratulated him. Lin Hai felt a surge of happiness. The title of provincial champion was undoubtedly a tremendous honor. Soon, Haicheng Fifth High School began to promote Lin Hai's achievement, and many people came to know his name. At home, Lin Shang stared at the news report on his phone. Utterly dumbfounded, my son, the provincial champion of Jiangnan, he was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't his son of lowly qualifications? How had he achieved such a remarkable status? But soon, he dismissed his confusion. His son had become a champion, which would certainly bring him prestige. Perhaps he could even leverage his son's name to attract more romantic interests. At Haicheng Fifth High School, Lin Hai arrived to enroll in university, intending to apply to Modu Academy. Given his current scores, he was certain he could secure a place there. Just as he arrived, representatives from various universities approached him, eager to recruit him, but Lin Hai remained steadfast in his choice of Modu Academy, which also offered him excellent terms. His good friendly Kai had decent but not outstanding scores, missing out on the top 4 universities, yet he opted for a university in Kyoto. Afterward, Lin Hai visited the inspection division, where he received a letter of introduction allowing him to directly join the Modu inspection division. The next day, Lin Hai accompanied his second uncle Chang Hong to Modu. Chapter 33. The third layer of the Celestial Tower. In Modu, Lin Hai first visited his grandfather's residence. His mother was there, but his sister was not. Grandfather, mother, Lin Hai called out. His grandfather, Cheng He, praised him. Xiao Hai, you have done well to become the provincial champion of Jiangnan. You truly are my grandson. Mother, where is my sister? Lin Hai inquired, having not seen her. Cheng Suya explained, after finishing her college entrance exams, your sister immediately joined the National Defense Army's training camp. She plans to enlist in the Army after her second year. The National Defense Army training camp, Lin Hai was somewhat unfamiliar with it, but understood that his sister would not be returning soon. Xiao Hai, you should stay here with me, his grandfather suggested. Lin Hai shook his head. Grandfather, this place is a bit far from the inspection division. I intend to stay at the division. The inspection division is quite impressive. Modu's inspection division is indeed powerful. Cheng He nodded, choosing not to press further, recognizing that Lin Hai had his own plans. After enjoying a meal at his grandfather's home, Lin Hai set off alone for the Modu inspection division, while his second uncle returned to the National Defense Army. In Modu, at the inspection division, Lin Hai presented his letter of introduction and soon met with Inspectress Zhang Wan. This inspectress wore fitted battle armor, her figure striking, yet her presence was formidable enough to deter most from approaching. Peak master level, Lin Hai deduced. This inspectress was likely very close to becoming a master-level martial artist. If an inspectress possessed such strength, then the supervising inspectress must be a master-level figure, and the division head was undoubtedly a grandmaster or even a martial saint. You are Lin Hai. The Haicheng Inspection Division has highly regarded you, and according to the records, you are this year's provincial champion of Jiangnan. However, such accolades mean little here. Everything must be proven through strength and achievements, Zhang Wan stated. Yes, Inspectress Zhang, Lin Hai nodded. First, we will conduct a blood test to ensure there are no issues, followed by other assessments. Zhang Wan led Lin Hai to the blood testing room, which was equipped with advanced technology. Before long, the blood test was completed, and Lin Hai's blood showed no problems. Lin Hai, you hold a captain-level position in the Haicheng Inspection Division, but here in the Modu Inspection Division, if you wish to become a captain-level figure, you must possess the strength of the third layer of the Celestial Tower. Zhang Wan declared. Celestial Tower? "What is that?" Lin Hai asked, puzzled. Jiang Wan explained, "The Celestial Tower is a structure within a virtual world. You may not be familiar with the virtual world. It is a recent development that combines technology and energy systems. As for its specifics, I cannot say. I only know that the virtual world is not yet fully open and ordinary people cannot enter. Only the National Defense Army, a select few inspectors, graduates of the Martial Science University, and martial artists of expert rank or above are entitled to access the virtual world." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai was greatly intrigued by the notion of the virtual realm. Remember, do not linger in the virtual world for an extended period. Otherwise, your mental state will deteriorate. The virtual world constantly consumes one's mental attributes. It is best to stay for no more than 3 hours each day. Exceeding this limit will weaken your mind. Only those who attain the Grandmaster level are free from such restrictions, Jiang Wan cautioned. Understood. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Soon, Lin Hai arrived at the virtual chambers of the Inspectorate in Magic City, where numerous virtual pods were present, many of which housed martial artists who were evidently immersed in the virtual world. Following Jiang Wan's guidance, he quickly entered the virtual realm. Registration was required to access the virtual world, and after filling out a myriad of forms, he completed the registration process and stepped into the virtual realm. In this virtual world, each individual possessed a distinct personal space, from which they could teleport to various locations. Lin Hai opted to teleport to the Tower of Ascendance. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Tower, he encountered a multitude of martial artists, making it appear strikingly similar to the real world. Among these martial artists were those of professional, expert, master, and even grandmaster ranks. Lin Hai soon grasped the rules of the Tower of Ascendance. Here, each individual's cultivation was comparable to that in the real world. However, their physical attributes were entirely reflective of a standard martial artist's capabilities. Thus, the virtual world could not authentically showcase a martial artist's true strength. The first level of the tower could be traversed by martial artists of the 5th stage, while the second level necessitated a professional of the 9th stage. To conquer the third level, one would need to possess the strength of an expert at around the 5th stage. Only by surpassing the third level could Lin Hai aspire to become a captain within the Magic City Inspectorate. He approached the platform to apply for the tower challenge and immediately heard a voice inquire, "Would you like to challenge the first level of the tower?" "Yes," Lin Hai promptly responded and was transported to the first level of the tower. At the first level, he encountered a mid-level monster, which appeared to be rather feeble. As it charged at Lin Hai, he struck decisively with a powerful blow, the Great Strength Diamond Palm, instantly vanquishing the creature and successfully passing through the first level of the tower. Subsequently, he applied for the challenge to the second level. The second level presented him with 3 monsters, all comparable to martial artists at the 8th and 9th stages, and he needed to defeat all 3 simultaneously to progress. White Crane Technique. He swiftly maneuvered to confront one of the mid-level monsters, delivering a devastating punch that dispatched it. After swiftly eliminating the other 2 monsters with equal ease, he successfully cleared the second level. Next, he ascended to the third level, where he faced a singular mid-level monster, a humanoid giant wolf, clearly possessing formidable strength, agility, and constitution. With a resounding clash, Lin Hai engaged the mid-level monster, their strikes colliding with intensity. Thanks to his fully leveled steel armor skill, he was more than capable of withstanding the creature's assaults, while his Great Strength Diamond Palm inflicted considerable damage. As time passed, they battled fiercely for over 10 minutes. Ultimately, Lin Hai's superior skill prevailed, and he struck down the mid-level monster. Having conquered the third level, Lin Hai chose not to attempt the fourth level, recognizing the strain he had endured in the third. Consequently, he promptly exited the tower and logged off. "Inspector Jiang, I have successfully passed the third level of the tower," Lin Hai declared. "Are you certain?" Jiang Wan questioned, her disbelief evident. "Indeed," Lin Hai affirmed confidently. "We will verify this." Jiang Wan made a call to have the results checked. Shortly thereafter, the confirmation arrived. Lin Hai, third level of the tower. Upon seeing the result, Jiang Wan was astounded. A professional martial artist passing the third level of the tower was a remarkable feat. Chapter 34, Breakthrough, Advanced Monsters. Lin Hai, congratulations on becoming a captain in the Magic City Inspectorate, Jiang Wan celebrated. She proceeded to facilitate his onboarding process. Currently, only the newly formed 9th Squad of the 8th Brigade is without a captain. "You will take on this role," Jiang Wan organized. "Very well," Lin Hai acquiesced. The Inspectorate provided designated accommodations, and Lin Hai opted to reside there for enhanced safety. For the next 2 months, he would dwell within the inspectorate's premises. Soon, his quarters were arranged, and he made his way to the training room of the 9th Squad, where his team members had been summoned. Jiang Wan briefly introduced Lin Hai, and he became acquainted with the squad. The members did not underestimate Lin Hai. Despite his status as a professional martial artist, his appointment as captain suggested that he possessed hidden capabilities unknown to them, and thus, no one dared to question his authority. All official members of the inspectorate were professional martial artists, with no amateurs among them, and their training duration exceeded Lin Hai's. Having been among the first batch of students to practice after the national transition, Lin Hai had begun his journey later than the inspectorate's members, who had long been engaged in rigorous training without restrictions. In the following days, Lin Hai remained at the inspectorate, familiarizing himself with the work environment before leading his team to undertake various missions. Magic City remained relatively tranquil, with the majority of assignments revolving around patrol duties, which afforded him ample time for cultivation. In the foreign realm of the Ape Mountain, Lin Hai's monster doppelganger, having accumulated sufficient resources, experienced a rapid enhancement in strength. The techniques of easy muscle and bone washing, great strength diamond palm, white crane technique, and the Tuyin sword technique were all advancing swiftly. After half a month, Lin Hai's easy muscle and bone washing had finally reached level 5, culminating in a transformation for the monster doppelganger. Avatar, Jia Yuan, level, mid-level monster, strength, 150, agility, 150, constitution, 150, mentality, 45.8, skills, steel armor max, great strength diamond palm LV8, 11100, white crane technique LV6, 77-100, easy muscle and bone washing LV5, 0100, Tuyin sword technique LV5, 27-100, others, minor, free attributes, 0, the great strength diamond palm was nearing its maximum level, while the white crane technique and Tuyin sword technique lagged slightly behind and would require additional time for refinement. Lin Hai mused to himself. Moreover, the level 5 easy muscle and bone washing was undeniably powerful. If he continued his training, he believed he would soon break through to the realm of advanced monsters. However, the resources required for such a transition were considerable. Thus, he issued a command for the monsters to fervently gather resources, providing him with the necessary materials to undergo the metamorphosis into an advanced monster, enabling him to challenge that pinnacle. Upon achieving this breakthrough, his original form would undoubtedly reap numerous benefits in no time. A substantial amount of resources amassed within his quarters, he diligently practiced easy muscle and bone washing, increasing his proficiency while the shackles holding him back gradually crumbled. Consuming an array of food and rare treasures, he amassed considerable energy within, which was refined through easy muscle and bone washing to elevate his cells. Gradually, his body approached a transformative state. Boom! Bloodline evolution, corporeal metamorphosis. At that moment, Lin Hai's monster doppelganger was slowly transforming into an advanced monster. His physique expanded, claws sharpened, and his body became adorned with menacing scales, all while his aura surged. The disparity between mid-level and advanced monsters was monumental, exceeding a 10-fold difference. During the transformation, nearly all that he had previously consumed was digested, prompting him to continue consuming to satisfy his body's demands. As time slowly elapsed, a full 5 hours passed before the metamorphosis reached its conclusion. Advanced monster, achieved. Lin Hai promptly opened his data panel to assess the newly transformed bodily attributes. Avatar, Titan Armored Ape, level, advanced monster, strength, 300, agility, 300, constitution, 300, mentality, 82, willpower, 8.2, skills, earthquake LV1, 0-100, free attributes, 0. His species evolved into that of the Titan Armored Ape, with strength, agility, and constitution surging to 300 points, while his mental prowess also experienced a significant increase. Lin Hai was thoroughly satisfied with his current bodily attributes, although the increments may not appear substantial. Each point gained represented a considerable enhancement, resulting in a remarkable qualitative change in overall statistics. He could now effortlessly overpower his former self. Additionally, he had acquired a new advanced skill, Earthquake. The Earthquake skill possessed terrifying shockwave capabilities, capable of shattering mountains with a single strike, and at maximum proficiency, it could even fracture space itself, rendering it an exceedingly formidable skill. Moreover, he had gained a new attribute, Willpower. Willpower, Could it be akin to the will of a grandmaster? Lin Hai pondered, recalling that martial artists who transcended to grandmaster status would possess a grandmaster's will, capable of suppressing foes, rendering them unable to exert their full strength or even move. Although he was not a grandmaster, his doppelganger was an advanced monster of comparable caliber, suggesting that its willpower may indeed resemble that of a grandmaster. He then summoned a mid-level monster. Leader. The mid-level monster approached, and upon seeing Lin Hai, congratulated him. Congratulations, leader, on your breakthrough to an advanced monster. Lin Hai fixed his gaze upon the intermediate monster, a surge of inexplicable willpower overwhelming it. Instantly, the creature trembled in fear, rendered immobile, pleading for mercy. Leader, spare me. After a brief moment of exerting his will, Lin Hai retracted it, allowing the monster to flee. Through this test, he validated the potency of his will. However, he also realized that unleashing such power drained his mental energy. It appeared that will was a manifestation of mental strength, with its data being merely 1/10 of the mental data. To amplify his will, he needed to enhance his mental attributes. Henceforth, any free attributes he acquired would be entirely allocated to his mental attributes. Lin Hai resolved. In the City of Magic, within the inspection department, Lin Hai's consciousness returned, and his physical form began a transformation. He had already ascended to the 9th rank of the professional level. And now, with the metamorphosis of his bloodline into a superior one, he broke through to the 1st rank of the expert level, experiencing a significant enhancement in strength. With my cultivation at the 1st rank of the expert level, coupled with my will, I must be considered an invincible force among expert warriors, Lin Hai mused. After elevating his Yi Jin Jing muscle transformation technique to level 5, his efficiency in practicing various martial arts also surged dramatically. Making his training considerably easier, he aimed to max out the Great Strength Diamond Palm, the White Crane technique, and the Two-Element Sword technique before entering university. The Great Strength Diamond Palm is nearly at max level. I shall focus on that first, Lin Hai murmured. In the days that followed, he diligently practiced the Great Strength Diamond Palm, while his monster clone, Titan Armored Ape, had just advanced to an advanced monster, rapidly enhancing its stats. This period marked a phase of swift strength augmentation for the monster clone, and fortunately, with a plethora of subordinates, he need not worry about resources, allowing him to focus on his own power growth. Furthermore, possessing the bloodline strength of an advanced monster, coupled with formidable martial arts and abundant blood elixirs for assistance, his power escalated far beyond that of top-tier geniuses. However, upon becoming an expert-level warrior, blood elixirs became less useful. He required superior resources to expedite his progress. For instance, the inspection department in Magic had a resource of this nature, Monster Marrow Liquid, which was extracted from the bones of intermediate monsters and refined with various precious herbs, valued at 1,000 contribution points per vial. Having conquered the 3rd level of the Celestial Tower, he was rewarded with 3,000 contribution points, and the patrol tasks over the past half-month had netted him an additional 500 points. Totaling 3,500, I shall redeem 3 vials of Marrow Liquid. Lin Hai decisively chose to exchange. Soon, he received 3 vials of Marrow Liquid from the inspection department, each contained in a small glass bottle. With a mere 20 milliliters per vial, such a small vial is worth 1,000 contribution points. It's exorbitantly priced, Lin Hai sighed. Yet, he understood that this resource was rare, and the state could not provide it abundantly to all warriors. Given the scarcity of intermediate monsters, now that the profession of warrior was open nationwide, the number of warriors was overwhelming, making supply a challenge. Let me test the efficacy of the Marrow Liquid. Lin Hai swallowed 1 vial whole, feeling a surge of pure and potent energy gradually released within his body. He began to cultivate the Great Strength Diamond Palm to refine this energy, alternating with the Yi Jin Jing for enhanced effect. This single vial sustained Lin Hai's training for an entire day, with residual energy still hidden within his body, promising to augment his training efficiency in the days to come. In the following days, he consumed the remaining 2 vials of Marrow Liquid, and upon refining them, he broke through yet another rank, reaching the 2nd rank of the expert level, significantly boosting his prowess. Excellent! 3 vials enabled me to ascend a rank. If I had sufficient Marrow Liquid, my cultivation would surely skyrocket, Lin Hai contemplated. Time passed swiftly, and after a little over 10 days, Lin Hai's monster clone finally maxed out the Great Strength Diamond Palm. While the White Crane technique advanced to level 7 and the Two-Element Sword technique to level 6, This training efficiency far exceeded previous rates, a testament to the effects of the advanced monsters cultivation and the breakthrough from the Yi Jingjing. With such an accelerated pace, maxing out these martial arts before enrollment was undoubtedly feasible. Additionally, his relentless training led to a stable increase in free attributes, all of which he funneled into his mental attributes, further enhancing his will. Moreover, with the maxed Great Strength Diamond Palm and level 5 Yi Jingjing, Lin Hai's efficiency in cultivating as a human remained commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the growth rate of his monster clone due to the lack of sufficient resources. If only I had ample marrow liquid, Lin Hai sighed inwardly. He longed to earn contribution points, yet suitable tasks eluded him. Many were perilous and beyond his current level, making it impossible to accrue points. Alternatively, he could venture into the 4th level of the Celestial Tower, where success would yield 5,000 contribution points as a reward from the inspection department. I shall take the plunge. If I succeed, it would grant me 5,000 contribution points, enough for 5 vials of marrow liquid. Lin Hai utilized the virtual chamber of the inspection department, entering the virtual realm and directly accessing the Celestial Tower. Upon entering the 4th level, he was confronted by 3 intermediate monsters, each comparable to an expert-level warrior at the 9th rank. He immediately activated his will, suppressing the trio. Under the weight of his will, the intermediate monsters were subdued, yet the will emanating from his human form was inherently weaker than that projected by his monster clone. Willpower is not solely tethered to mental capacity. It is also linked to one's life level. With his human cultivation still too low, he could not fully unleash the power of his will. Only Grandmaster-level warriors or advanced monsters could wield it effectively. Lin Hai executed the maxed Great Strength Diamond Palm, shattering one intermediate monster's body with a single strike, dispatching the others in mere moments. Soon enough, all 3 intermediate monsters lay defeated, and he successfully passed the 4th level of the Celestial Tower. Subsequently, he logged off and applied for the rewards from the 4th level. The rewards were promptly credited to his account. Without delay, he requested the exchange for 5 vials of marrow liquid, which caused a stir among the higher-ups of the Magic Inspection Department. In the Magic Inspection Department, an inspector was reviewing Lin Hai's information, astonished that Lin Hai had just transitioned to an expert-level warrior and had already conquered the 4th level of the Celestial Tower. The disparity between an expert-level 1-rank warrior and a 9-rank warrior was immense, and defeating 3 simultaneously was an even greater challenge. Crucially, Lin Hai's physical form within the tower was merely that of an ordinary expert-level warrior, making it exceedingly difficult to fight beyond his rank. Thus, the only advantage Lin Hai possessed was his martial arts. What martial arts could empower him to transcend so many ranks and slay 3 monsters on par with expert-level 9-rank warriors? Although he lacked the authority to view Lin Hai's battle records within the tower, he recognized that such a talent deserved cultivation. Consequently, he petitioned the department head for Lin Hai to receive S-rank genius status within the inspection department. This request was swiftly approved. Jiang Wan, bring Lin Hai over. Inspector Yang Qing instructed. Yes, I will fetch him right away, Jiang Wan replied, soon locating Lin Hai. Lin Hai, Inspector Yang is looking for you, Jiang Wan announced. Inspector Yang? Although Lin Hai had joined the inspection department, he was not yet well acquainted with the inspectors. Jiang Wan promptly elaborated. Inspector Yang is one of the 3 chief inspectors of the Magic Inspection Department. A 3rd-rank Grandmaster warrior with formidable strength. A Grandmaster-level warrior? Lin Hai gasped, realizing he was under the scrutiny of such a terrifying figure. He quickly followed Jiang Wan to meet Inspector Yang. Before long, Lin Hai stood before Inspector Yang, who appeared youthful yet bore a scar across his face, likely a remnant of a monster's claw. With his Grandmaster's cultivation, healing such a scar should have been effortless. However, he chose not to, either due to its unique nature or as a badge of honor he wished to retain. Greetings, Inspector Yang, Lin Hai said respectfully. Yang Qing regarded Lin Hai and remarked, Lin Hai, you have performed admirably by passing the 4th level of the Celestial Tower at the 2nd rank of the expert level. Upon hearing Yang Qing's words, Jiang Wan finally grasped the significance of Lin Hai's achievement. Understanding why Inspector Yang desired a meeting with him, Yang Qing continued, I have secured S-rank genius status for you within the inspection department, and the higher-ups have approved it. From this day forth, you shall enjoy the benefits of S-rank genius status. S-rank genius status. Lin Hai was unsure of the specifics but soon learned from Yang Qing. The S-rank genius status entails 1,000 contribution points per month, 5 vials of marrow liquid, and access to the heavenly level training chamber for 10 days. Lin Hai was elated. Indeed, this treatment was exceptional. 1,000 contribution points monthly, along with 5 vials of marrow liquid, equivalent to 5,000 contribution points. Although he was uncertain about the heavenly level training chamber, it was undoubtedly superior to ordinary training facilities. Such treatment was exceedingly extravagant. However, Yang Qing added, Lin Hai, the S-rank genius status is not permanent. There are annual assessments for S-rank geniuses. If you fail or are surpassed by others, you will lose this status. This year, there remain 4 months until the assessment, thus you must endeavor to enhance your abilities as much as possible during this period to secure your position as an S-rank genius. In just 1 month, you will enter the prestigious Magic City Academy, which offers commendable privileges. At that time, with the title of inspector and the benefits of the academy, you stand a chance to elevate your cultivation to at least the 7th stage of the expert level within 4 months. If you can successfully pass the 5th level of the Tower of Ascension, you will undoubtedly be able to retain your S-rank genius status. Inspector Yang, I assure you that I will elevate my cultivation to above the 7th stage of the expert level. Lin Hai vowed. In truth, he found such a requirement to be rather unchallenging. Not only the 7th stage, but even the 9th stage of the expert level, or the realm of master-level warriors, seemed within his grasp. However, he chose to remain modest in front of Inspector Yang. Subsequently, he stepped back to claim his S-rank genius privileges, and with the 5 portions of marrow fluid he exchanged, he received a total of 10 portions. What exactly is the inspector in the heavenly level training room? Lin Hai inquired. Jiang Wan elaborated, the heavenly level training room is a treasure from another realm, utilizing the unique gravity released by the heavenly stone. This gravity, combined with technological prowess, creates a special gravitational zone that can also concentrate energy particles with a density 10 times that of the outside world. Therefore, practicing in the heavenly level training room yields exceptional results. You can utilize the heavenly level training room and consume the marrow fluid simultaneously for the best effect. Understood, Lin Hai nodded. He quickly inquired about the location of the heavenly level training room, which was situated deep underground within the Magic City Inspectorate. The rationale for its placement was to prevent gravitational disturbances from affecting the entire inspectorate and its surrounding areas. Constructing it deep underground mitigated potential issues. To access the heavenly level training room, one must take an elevator down. Having acquired the privileges of an S-rank genius, Lin Hai was permitted to use the elevator to descend to the depths of the inspectorate. Upon arriving at the 10th underground level, Lin Hai encountered an expert-level warrior of the 9th stage. He had not previously seen this individual and presumed them to be a talented member of the inspectorate, likely also a student of the Magic City Academy given their age. The person appeared quite familiar, approaching Lin Hai with a friendly demeanor. Hello, are you also an S-rank genius of the inspectorate? Indeed, Lin Hai affirmed with a nod. The individual eagerly introduced themselves. I am also an S-rank genius of the inspectorate. My name is Sun Qingshan, captain of the 9th squad and a sophomore at the Magic City Academy. Greetings, senior. I am a prospective freshman at the Magic City Academy. Lin Hai introduced himself. A freshman with an expert-level cultivation at the 2nd stage, who also received S-rank genius privileges. Sun Qingshan was utterly astonished, recalling that he had not exhibited such extraordinary talent. It was only after enduring rigorous training at the Magic City Academy and the Inspectorate that he had fortuitously obtained the S-rank genius status. In comparison, the disparity was staggering. After some conversation, they parted ways. Lin Hai then arrived at an unoccupied heavenly level training room and utilized his Inspectorate identification card, activating the room systems. With a powerful rumble, an overwhelming gravity began to envelop him. He adjusted the gravitational index to suit his capabilities, ultimately settling at 6 times the normal gravity. Once stabilized, he commenced his training in this challenging environment. He consumed a portion of marrow fluid and began practicing the great strength diamond palm and the muscle washing technique, witnessing a rapid enhancement in his physical attributes. Moreover, the rich energy particles within the heavenly level training room surged into his body, providing a training environment that rivaled that of the otherworldly Ape Mountain. In the days that followed, Lin Hai continuously trained within the heavenly level room, consuming one portion of marrow fluid after another. And his cultivation swiftly advanced, expert level at the 3rd stage, expert level at the 4th stage. Unbeknownst to him, a month had elapsed, and the enrollment date for the Magic City Academy was nearing. By this time, Lin Hai had achieved the 6th stage of the expert level, experiencing a significant surge in power. However, compared to the prowess of his monstrous avatar, the increase in his human form strength seemed trivial. Avatar, Titan Armored Ape, Level, Advanced Monster, Strength, 528, Agility, 511.1, Constitution, 533.8, Mentality, 119, to Will, 11.9, Skills, Mountain Shaking LV1, 88-100, Steel Armor Max, Great Strength Diamond Palm Max, White Crane Movement Max, Muscle Washing Technique LV5, 93-100, 2 Instruments Sword Technique LV8, 29-100, Others slightly, Free Attributes, 0, with Strength, Agility, and Constitution all surpassing 500 points. He had far exceeded his initial breakthrough as an advanced monster. The Great Strength Diamond Palm and White Crane Movement had both reached maximum proficiency, yet the 2 Instruments Sword Technique was still a bit short of completion, though it would likely reach full mastery in a few days. Lin Hai mused. The mountain shaking skill, being an advanced skill, progressed relatively slowly, and due to limited training time, it remained at LV1. Once the 2 Instruments Sword Technique reached full mastery, he would dedicate more time to the mountain shaking skill. Chapter 37. The Diamond Dharma Form. At the Magic City Academy, the day of the new students' orientation was bustling with activity. The academy was divided into the liberal arts and martial arts sectors, with students of the martial arts division enjoying a significantly higher status than their liberal arts counterparts. Last year, there were very few martial arts students at the academy due to the limited opening of the warrior profession. Thus, only a select number of liberal arts students joined the National Defense Army, the Inspectorate, elite martial arts schools, and corporations to gain training privileges, allowing them to become warriors. However, such individuals remain scarce, leading to a dearth of martial artists among the second-year students compared to the incoming first-year cohort. Additionally, the martial artists among the liberal arts students had all swiftly transitioned to the martial arts division, emerging to welcome the new students, particularly those from martial arts societies, eager to recruit suitable talents. As Lin Hai entered, he was promptly approached by various societies, inviting him to join their ranks. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he was uncertain of how to proceed. Soon, he spotted a familiar face. Sun Qingshan. Senior Qingshan, Lin Hai called out. Upon recognizing Lin Hai, Sun Qingshan hurried over. Junior Lin Hai, follow me. The other society members dispersed upon seeing Sun Qingshan, clearly understanding that he was not someone to be trifled with. Senior, are the societies at the Magic City Academy this enthusiastic? Lin Hai inquired. Sun Qingshan chuckled. It's simply the way it is. The martial artist profession has only been fully opened for a year now, and there are too few warriors among the second, third, and fourth-year students. Thus, many societies are understaffed and eager to attract new talent. Is it mandatory to join a society at the Magic City Academy? Lin Hai asked. Not necessarily, Sun Qingshan explained. However, joining has its benefits. Many societies have sponsorships or partnerships with various corporations, making it easier to acquire special resources. Moreover, martial arts students at the academy do not need to attend classes in the traditional sense. Even when studying martial arts, they can learn via videos. Joining the academy primarily allows one to enjoy the connections and resources available there. Some top-tier societies offer additional benefits and networking opportunities, so choosing to join can be advantageous. Senior, have you joined a society? Lin Hai inquired. I have not. Sun Qingshan shook his head. I've been training outside the academy for the past year and only return occasionally. Joining a society holds little value for me. A few societies have invited me, but I declined. Lin Hai too decided to hold off on joining any societies for the time being and would reassess the situation later. Following this, Sun Qingshan assisted him in completing his enrollment procedures and guided him to the single accommodation area for the Magic City Academy. All top 10 students from each province enjoyed the privilege of single dormitories. As the top student from Jiangnan Province, Lin Hai's privileges extended beyond this. He also received a reward of 3,000 points and a 4-star martial art. Before long, Lin Hai successfully registered for his campus account and obtained his campus card, which contained his 3,000-point reward. He promptly logged into the campus points marketplace, where he could exchange points for various resources, including martial arts. He selected the 4-star martial arts options and reviewed each to choose one that suited him best. 4-star martial art, Diamond Dharma Form. This is a mental-based martial art, which, upon cultivation, can enhance one's spirit. If one's spirit is not sufficiently strong, mastery of this art is unattainable. The text suggests that it is best suited for master-level or grandmaster-level warriors. I have already condensed my will in advance. Thus, I should have no trouble cultivating the Diamond Dharma form, especially since my avatar is already an advanced monster, further facilitating my training. Consequently, he immediately exchanged for the Diamond Dharma form. Shortly thereafter, a martial arts inheritance orb was delivered to Lin Hai's dormitory, efficiently placed in his hands. Without delay, he accepted the Diamond Dharma form and learned the cultivation methods associated with this 4-star martial art. Lin Hai refrained from hastily practicing the Diamond Dharma form, opting instead to familiarize himself with the circumstances at the Magic City Academy. The following day, the first-year martial arts students began the process of being assigned mentors, all of whom were master-level warriors or higher, including Grandmaster-level mentors. It was not the students who chose their mentors, but rather the mentors who selected their students. Of course, students could express their preferences, but the ultimate decision lay with the mentors. Master Jiang Xia. Lin Hai perused the information regarding the esteemed mentor and ultimately chose her. His decision was primarily influenced by the fact that she was regarded as the most aesthetically pleasing female mentor among the master-level instructors at the prestigious institution in the magical city. And that alone swayed him. He surmised that many students would aspire to select this particular mentor, yet he believed that the average student would likely fail to captivate her interest. However, as the top scholar from Jiangnan province, he was confident he would be chosen. As fate would have it, the afternoon concluded with the mentor assignments, and Lin Hai successfully secured the mentorship of Jiang Xia. Shortly thereafter, he was added to a chat group created by Jiang Xia. Within the group, Jiang Xia announced, "For any significant matters in the future, I will disseminate announcements here. You can find me in Office 706 of the classroom building. If there are important issues that cannot be discussed in the group, feel free to visit me in my office. Of course, if you have inquiries about your cultivation, you may also seek my guidance." With that, Jiang Xia vanished from the conversation. The group quickly erupted into chatter. With members introducing themselves, Lin Hai offered a brief introduction, and immediately he was lauded by his peers, for he was the top scholar of Jiangnan province. Yet, he realized that there were 6 other top scholars within the group. "Dear classmates, in 3 months, the Martial Science University will hold a Newcomer King assessment. If one were to be crowned the Newcomer King, they would receive astonishing rewards. Who do you think will earn the title?" One student queried. "Who can say? Our Magical City Academy boasts numerous martial arts top scholars, and since entering the academy, everyone's prowess has been rapidly advancing. Anyone could potentially emerge victorious. Perhaps an obscure individual could effortlessly overshadow the scholars. I believe the most promising candidate is Qin Xingyun, a prodigy of the Qin family renowned for his exceptional talents. Under the family's tutelage, he has now reached the expert level 7th stage. He should have a strong chance of becoming the Newcomer King." "What? An expert level 7th stage warrior? I am merely at the professional level 3rd stage. The disparity is immense." The news of Qin Xingyun's expert level 7th stage prowess left the group in shock. They were all exceptional talents in their own right. Yet when compared to Qin Xingyun, the difference was stark. Nonetheless, they did not perceive themselves as inferior. They merely lacked the same resources. The Newcomer King? Lin Hai conducted a search on the campus network to ascertain the benefits associated with the Newcomer King title. Discovering that the rewards were substantial and being the first ever Newcomer King held great significance, "I must secure this title." Lin Hai thought to himself. He understood that in terms of resources, he could not rival the Qin family unless he sought financial assistance from his maternal grandfather, which he was unwilling to do. Fortunately, he enjoyed the dual privileges of the inspection department and the Magical City Academy and possessed the willpower. In terms of combat prowess, he was confident he surpassed Qin Xingyun. However, with 3 months to go, anything could happen. Perhaps Qin Xingyun would break through to the master-level warrior and manifest his will ahead of time, posing a potential threat to him. Therefore, he resolved to enhance his abilities as much as possible within the next 3 months. Chapter 38. Comprehending Sword Intent. The personal dormitory at the Magical City Academy was quite spacious, approximately over 100 square meters, complete with a dedicated training room. The construction utilized a special alloy, making it arduous for expert-level warriors to damage the walls or floors. Thus, each student could train here without apprehension. Lin Hai set aside his phone, reclined on his bed, and entered the alternate realm. Commencing his split training for the date on the 3rd day, the Magical City Academy released an announcement stating that every student could apply for a virtual pod, which would allow access to a virtual world. However, obtaining a virtual pod required the expenditure of points, with 100 points necessary to redeem a pod. Given the current scarcity of virtual pods in the nation, it was impractical to provide them to students free of charge. Naturally, students could opt not to redeem a virtual pod and utilize the Academy's pods instead, albeit with a wait. Lin Hai promptly spent 100 points to acquire a virtual pod, which, although still under the Academy's jurisdiction, could be personally utilized throughout his 4-year tenure and would be installed in his dormitory. Before long, the Academy staff delivered and installed Lin Hai's virtual pod at no cost. With the virtual pod, Lin Hai could directly log into the virtual world from the Magical City Academy, conquer the Celestial Tower, and hone his combat skills within the virtual realm on the 7th day of enrollment. Lin Hai exchanged points for a 4-star sword technique, True Sun Sword Technique. Spending 2,000 points, he sought to acquire this sword technique because he had already mastered the Duality Sword Technique to its fullest. Upon reaching the apex of the Duality Sword Technique, he sensed that he was but a step away from comprehending Sword Intent. Sword Intent is a form of will, yet it embodies a unique swordsmanship will. Should he grasp it, his power would surge dramatically. However, the Duality Sword Technique's rank was too low, being merely a 2-star technique, and even at its maximum, it could not facilitate his comprehension of Sword Intent. Thus, he invested 2,000 points to redeem the 4-star True Sun Sword Technique. In the days that followed, Lin Hai's clone primarily focused on mastering the earth-shaking skill, True Sun Sword Technique, Muscle Cleansing and Marrow Washing Method, and the Diamond Dharma. After a month of enrollment, Lin Hai finally advanced the Muscle Cleansing and Marrow Washing Method to level 7, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his physical attributes, even elevating his innate potential. Although he refrained from testing his potential, he estimated it had risen to an intermediate level. Admittedly, this potential was of little practical use, as he was not relying on it to enhance his strength. With the Muscle Cleansing and Marrow Washing Method reaching level 7, he found it increasingly easier to practice various martial arts. He quickly advanced the earth-shaking skill to level 3, the Diamond Dharma to level 2, and the True Sun Sword Technique to level 2 as well. His human form also attained expert level 8th stage, a feat attributed to the infusion of Marrow Essence combined with the effects of the Heavenly Level Training Room. I must swiftly elevate to expert level 9th stage and then venture into the 5th layer of the Celestial Tower. Once I conquer the 5th layer, I will receive 10,000 contribution points from the Inspection Department, allowing me to exchange for 10 vials of Marrow Essence. Coupled with the 5 vials I receive monthly, I will accumulate sufficient resources to challenge the Master-level warrior realm, Lin Hai mused. Subsequently, during the following month, he intensified his training, sleeping only 2 hours each night. Thanks to his formidable mental attributes, even without sleep, the impact was minimal. Before he knew it, another month had elapsed. Lin Hai advanced the True Sun Sword Technique to level 4. The combination of level 4 True Sun Sword Technique and the fully mastered Duality Sword Technique finally enabled him to perceive a strand of Sword Intent. The moment he grasped Sword Intent, he felt as though his swordsmanship had truly come alive, its power exponentially magnified. He then examined his human body data. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Expert level 9th stage. Strength: 125. Agility: 122. Constitution: 126. Mentality: 289. To will: 28. 9. Sword Intent: 1.1. Skills: Earth-Shaking LV3, 2-100. Diamond Dharma LV3, 33-100. Muscle Cleansing and Marrow Washing Method LV7, 25-100. True Sun Sword Technique LV4, 0-100. Free attributes: 0 from the data panel. Lin Hai's stats were indeed remarkable. Once he broke through to the Master-level warrior, his physical limits would undoubtedly surpass those of his clone in the intermediate monster stage. This was due to his current martial arts skills exceeding those of before. And his monster bloodline had also transformed into a high-level monster bloodline, naturally elevating his capabilities. Particularly noteworthy was his mental attribute, which had surged to 289, a result of cultivating the Diamond Dharma to level 3. Given his current strength, few among master-level warriors could contend with him. If he were to challenge the 5th layer of the Celestial Tower now, it would be a walk in the park. He had no intention of concealing his strength. He logged into the Celestial Tower and commenced his ascent to the 5th layer. Upon reaching the 5th layer, a mid-level monster, comparable to a master-level 5th stage warrior, appeared. Lin Hai immediately suppressed it with his will and unleashed the True Sun Sword Technique, striking like a blazing sun, effortlessly vanquishing the mid-level monster and breezing through the 5th layer of the Celestial Tower. In the Inspection Department, Lin Hai's application for rewards for conquering the 5th layer of the Celestial Tower was approved, granting him 10,000 contribution points, which he promptly exchanged for 10 vials of marrow essence. In the inspection department's supervision room, Yang Qing received the news of Lin Hai's success in passing the 5th layer of the Celestial Tower, leaving him utterly astonished. Lin Hai has passed the 5th layer of the Celestial Tower so swiftly. It appears he has a chance of becoming the newcomer king at the Magical City Academy. Yang Qing murmured. As time progressed, Lin Hai's strength continued to soar. Just 2 days before the newcomer king assessment commenced, he advanced the True Sun Sword technique to level 5, causing his sword intent to surge to an impressive 5.9. In the alternate realm, on 8 Mountain, Lin Hai's clone was diligently training as usual when suddenly a terrifying aura enveloped the area. A high-level monster. Lin Hai's gaze shifted toward the distance, where a flying high-level monster rapidly approached. A colossal black bird radiating an overwhelming aura. This was no mere newly ascended high-level monster. It had long since established itself among its peers. However, Lin Hai felt no trepidation toward this high-level monster. Given his current physical attributes and skills, he was confident he could easily best it. Of course, without understanding the entity's identity, he had no intention of engaging. For provoking a powerful monster could lead to certain demise. Whoosh! The high-level monster descended upon 8 Mountain, demanding, "Bring forth the leader of this place." Lin Hai stepped forward, emanating the aura of a high-level monster. The colossal bird regarded the aura emanating from Lin Hai with a hint of trepidation and declared, "I am the Black Giant Bird, a subordinate of King Bai Yin. Upon hearing that a new high-level monster has emerged here without a report to the Monster Alliance, His Excellency King Bai Yin has commanded me to escort you to the Monster Alliance for a report." The Monster Alliance. Lin Hai was unaware of the existence of such an organization in this foreign realm. And thus, he inquired, "What is the Monster Alliance?" Chapter 39. Master Level 1. Noticing Lin Hai's ignorance regarding the Monster Alliance, the Black Giant Bird cast a disdainful glance. The Monster Alliance is a vast power formed by the esteemed sequence-level monsters. All monsters of high rank and above are required to join, the Black Giant Bird elucidated. "Come, let us proceed to pay our respects to the Monster Alliance's Tongxi Division and to His Excellency King Bai Yin." With an air of authority, the Black Giant Bird commanded. Lin Hai nodded and followed the Black Giant Bird. Although he harbored no fear of this creature, he understood that in this foreign land, opposing the Monster Alliance would be tantamount to courting death. Along the way, Lin Hai engaged in continuous dialogue with the Black Giant Bird, acquiring further intelligence about the foreign realm and the Monster Alliance. He gleaned fragmented information about the sequence-level monster Tang Shi, which ranked 18th in this realm and was revered as the sovereign of Tang Shi. Furthermore, the sovereign commanded a multitude of elite monsters, among whom King Bai Yin was recognized as one of the most formidable, possessing terrifying combat prowess. After a period of time, Lin Hai and the Black Giant Bird arrived at the Tang Shi division of the Monster Alliance, a division constructed by the sovereign of Tang Shi. However, the sovereign did not reside there, and ordinary high-level monsters were not granted the privilege of an audience with him. Upon arrival, Lin Hai registered himself. High-level monsters possessed considerable intelligence and, naturally, their own unique script. After a brief registration, he received a monster token, signifying his membership in the Monster Alliance. This token would allow him to receive commands from the Alliance, and failure to comply would result in severe punishment. Lin Hai had anticipated an audience with King Bai Yin, but he was met with disappointment. The king showed no interest in meeting a high-level monster like him. Or perhaps he was still recuperating. Perhaps it was for the best. Should his intentions be discerned, it would spell disaster. Subsequently, Lin Hai swiftly returned to the Monkey Mountain to resume his training at the Magic City Academy. Only a day remained until the newcomer king assessment, and Lin Hai prepared to break through to the master-level martial artist. He had reached the pinnacle of the expert level, unable to advance further. In truth, he could have attempted to break through to the master level 2 weeks prior, but he chose to refine his physique to its utmost limit to establish the most solid foundation for achieving the master level realm. He then consumed numerous vials of marrow essence, employing the method of muscle transformation and marrow washing to facilitate the metamorphosis of his vital energy. Instantly, the energy within him began to undergo transformation, shattering the invisible barrier that had constrained him. Boom! In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, and his physical attributes soared as he rapidly absorbed the energy from multiple vials of marrow essence, even drawing in the stray energy particles from the surroundings. After several hours, Lin Hai finally completed his breakthrough. He then expended additional hours stabilizing his newfound realm. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Master Level 1, Strength, 152, Agility, 151, Constitution, 156, Mentality, 315, Will, 31. 5 Sword Intent, 5.9, Skills: Shockwave LV4, 9100, Diamond Law Form LV4, 22100, Muscle Transformation and Marrow Washing LV7, 92100, True Yang Sword Technique LV5, 0100, Free Attributes, 0. In terms of physical awakening, he had already surpassed the limits of his previous monster avatar when it was a mid-level creature. Few monsters below the high level could rival him in physical prowess. It was evident that once he reached the Master Level 9, his physical capabilities would be truly formidable. With the muscle transformation and marrow washing at level 7, combined with various peak martial arts and the enhanced physique from his high-level monster bloodline, the results were indeed astonishing, Lin Hai mused. Now, among master-level martial artists, he was undoubtedly an invincible presence. However, he could not guarantee victory against even weaker Grandmaster-level martial artists. The physical attributes of Grandmaster-level warriors were exceedingly powerful, often exceeding 200 points, and with minimal training, they could surpass 300 points in terms of physical quality. He still faced a significant disparity. Nevertheless, he could continue to enhance himself, and with his formidable will and sword intent, there remained a glimmer of hope for a confrontation with a Grandmaster-level opponent. After a restful night, he prepared to face the Newcomer King assessment the following day in optimal condition. The next day, the entire Magic City Academy student body was abuzz, with even many liberal arts students paying attention to the martial arts students' Newcomer King assessment. The assessment was divided into 3 components: cultivation assessment, practical combat assessment, and finally, the martial path assessment. The cultivation assessment constituted 30 of the score, the practical combat assessment also 30, and the martial path assessment accounted for 40. Thus, possessing greater strength did not guarantee the title of Newcomer King. First came the cultivation assessment, where each freshman was required to test their cultivation level, which would be scored accordingly. Soon, one by one, freshmen arrived at the assessment point. Lin Hai and his fellow freshmen gathered there, and he was delighted to see Luo Mingzhu, whom he had not encountered in quite some time. She had also managed to gain admission to the Magic City Academy, but as both had been engrossed in their respective training, they had not crossed paths until now. After a brief exchange, they commenced their cultivation assessments. Master Level 1. Upon Lin Hai's cultivation results being revealed, the staff were left astounded. Achieving master-level cultivation just months into university was truly a prodigious feat. What a remarkable individual! Subsequently, Lin Hai's cultivation score was recorded and would be published on the official website. Before long, all students completed their cultivation assessments, and the results were announced. It was soon evident to all that Lin Hai and Qin Xingyun both achieved Master Level 1, and their scores reflected the same. Aside from them, there were several expert-level martial artists, yet most were of the first or second tier, far beneath the level of Lin Hai and Qin Xingyun. This freshman is a genius, having broken through to master-level martial artist? Sun Qingshan exclaimed, astonished. He was a sophomore and had only just reached Master Level 1 himself, and now Lin Hai had caught up to him. He was curious how Lin Hai had accomplished this. Could it be that Lin Hai was a scion of a prestigious martial arts family from the Summer Nation? Chapter 40. The principal is alarmed. In the afternoon, the practical combat assessment at the Magic City Academy commenced. This assessment involved students engaging in combat with one another, conducted within a virtual world. The combat would span several days, and scores would be assigned based on the final performance. Naturally, there was an element of chance involved, but to attain the title of Newcomer King, one must achieve an undefeated record. The practical combat assessment began promptly. In the virtual world, all virtual pods at the Magic City Academy were activated, with additional pods borrowed to ensure every martial arts student could participate. Lin Hai logged into the virtual world from his dormitory. The Academy had established a custom competition mode in the virtual world, and all students selected this mode, logging in simultaneously to begin the practical combat assessment. In this assessment, Lin Hai encountered his first opponent, a 5th-tier professional martial artist. With a single blow, he dispatched the opponent, marking his first victory. One battle after another commenced, and the encounters between students concluded swiftly. 3 consecutive victories, 4 consecutive victories, 5 consecutive victories. As time passed, Lin Hai's winning streak continued unabated. Even expert-level martial artists fell to him with a single strike. Gradually, 3 hours elapsed, and the day's practical combat assessment concluded, as the academy prohibited students from remaining in the virtual world for more than 3 hours to avoid mental fatigue. Over the following days, freshmen engaged in numerous practical combat assessments, which served as an opportunity for many students to hone their combat experience. On the final day, Lin Hai faced off against Qin Xingyun. This encounter was undoubtedly orchestrated by the academy. Had they not crossed paths, both would have maintained their undefeated records, resulting in identical scores. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would meet. Qin Xingyun wielded a saber, while Lin Hai brandished a sword. Upon their meeting, they immediately clashed, breaking Void's saber technique. As Qin Xingyun struck, he unleashed a formidable saber technique, at least a 3-star, potentially 4-star saber art. The blade glimmered, seemingly tearing through the fabric of reality, and rushed toward Lin Hai. Yet, Lin Hai did not evade. Instead, he met Qin Xingyun's breaking Void saber technique head-on with his max-level steel armor skill. With a resounding clash, Qin Xingyun's blade shattered, merely tearing Lin Hai's clothing without inflicting any harm upon him. Upon witnessing the unscathed Lin Hai, Qin Xingyun was rendered speechless. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was met with Lin Hai's true sun sword technique, imbued with profound sword intent, which swiftly pierced through his very being. In a singular blow, Qin Xingyun's form disintegrated into specks of light, annihilated in an instant. The Magic City Academy. Within a solitary dormitory, Qin Xingyun's expression was one of utter dismay, as a prodigy of the heavens. He found it unfathomable that he had been vanquished in a single strike by his adversary. The overwhelming feeling of helplessness left him unwilling to accept his defeat. The sword intent he encountered was extraordinary, and his opponent's swordsmanship undoubtedly belonged to the 4-star level, exhibiting an impressive mastery. Furthermore, Lin Hai had also mastered a defensive martial art that withstood his own void-breaking blade technique without so much as a scratch. Qin Xingyun shook his head. He simply could not hope to match such an opponent. The disparity in power was far too great. If the difference in strength were minimal, he might still have had a chance to achieve a higher score in the martial arts assessment. But the chasm between them was insurmountable. The title of Newcomer King was destined to belong to Lin Hai. But who exactly was this Lin Hai? Furrowing his brow, Qin Xingyun resolved to send his family to investigate Lin Hai. Before long, the practical assessment came to a definitive close, and the results were announced. Lin Hai, with a flawless victory, temporarily held the top position, while Qin Xingyun's solitary defeat left everyone to surmise that it had indeed been at Lin Hai's hands. Qin Xingyun lost to Lin Hai? Good heavens, I thought he could defeat Lin Hai. He is, after all, the most exceptional genius of the Qin family in Magic City. It seems Lin Hai is likely to become the newcomer king. Not necessarily. What if Qin Xingyun merely made a small misstep? In the martial arts assessment, perhaps Lin Hai has weaknesses that could be exploited, rendering him less formidable than Qin Xingyun. Indeed, given Qin Xingyun's prestigious family background, he possesses numerous strategies, and the martial arts path is fraught with monstrous attacks that require a well-rounded approach to emerge victorious. Sheer offensive power alone is insufficient. We shall know the outcome come tomorrow. The following day, the Newcomer King assessment for the martial arts path was set to commence, once again within the confines of a virtual world. Participants would log in simultaneously, and their scores would be calculated based on their final performance within a 3-hour time frame. As the first challenge unfolded, 6 monsters barred the way, each a distinct type. Among them were mid-tier monsters with formidable defenses, others boasting lightning-fast speed, and some capable of flight. Should one possess any significant flaws or fail to overpower them, defeat was all but certain. Yet, facing these 6 mid-tier monsters, which rivaled professional-level foes, Lin Hai effortlessly unleashed 6 beams of sword light, dispatching them with ease. He then proceeded to the second challenge, encountering 7 monsters, each stronger than the last, at least akin to 7 professional-level 9th warriors. Yet, he continued to dispatch them with remarkable ease. The third challenge presented 8 mid-tier monsters, comparable to expert-level martial artists, but before Lin Hai. They were as insignificant as ants, swiftly falling to his might. In the fourth challenge, 9 mid-tier monsters, akin to expert-level 5th and 6th warriors, banded together could even overpower an expert-level 9th warrior. Amongst the first-year students of the Magic City Academy, Only Lin Hai and Qin Xingyun stood a chance of overcoming these mid-tier beasts in the fourth challenge. Lin Hai, however, once again dispatched them with minimal effort, advancing to the fifth challenge. Here, he faced 10 mid-tier monsters, comparable to expert-level 9th warriors, who could unite their strength against master-level warriors, yet Lin Hai still felled them with ease. The sixth challenge introduced 11 mid-tier monsters, each possessing the power of a master-level first, capable of overwhelming even master-level 5th and 6th warriors when united, potentially exhausting and annihilating weaker master-level 7th and 8th warriors. Confronting these 11 mid-tier monsters, Lin Hai did not shy away. Activating his max-level steel armor skill and employing the full extent of the white crane body technique, he dispatched them one by one with powerful strikes. Quickly, he passed the sixth challenge and proceeded to the seventh, where he encountered 12 mid-tier monsters, each on par with master-level 9th warriors. Without invoking his will or sword intent, he utilized the Great Power Diamond Palm to obliterate them, successfully moving past the 7th challenge. In the 8th challenge, however, he faced a singular advanced monster. As the 8th challenge commenced, the president of the Magic City Academy was alerted. Someone has breached the 8th challenge of the martial arts path. President Zhou Xinghe remarked, taken aback by the notification from the virtual world. He promptly logged in as an observer, eager to discern who had reached this unprecedented level. Typically, he would not concern himself with such assessments, but the breach of the final stage warranted his attention. Lin Hai remained oblivious to the scrutiny of the Academy president during his battle in the 8th challenge. At that moment, his fighting spirit surged, and he yearned to discover whether his current prowess could contend with a standard advanced monster, which was approximately equivalent to a master-level first warrior. With a thunderous roar, the advanced monster unleashed its will, pressing down upon him. President Zhou Xinghe observed as the advanced monster displayed its will, casting a glance at Lin Hai, shaking his head in disbelief in the face of an advanced monster's will. Master-level warriors cannot fully exert their strength. This youth is destined to fall. Yet, in a surprising turn, Lin Hai's own will erupted, overpowering that of the advanced monster. Armed with his sword, he unleashed the true Sun Sword technique, charging forth. The technique, combined with the force of his sword intent, unleashed a horrifying brilliance, leaving countless sword marks upon the advanced monster. The monster's retaliation was effortlessly deflected by Lin Hai's max-level steel armor skill, resulting in minimal damage. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai executed the mountain shaking skill, an advanced technique enhanced by the inherent power of the Great Power Diamond Palm. This strike sent the advanced monster soaring, and it also inflicted internal damage, affecting its vital organs. However, the monster's resilience was formidable. This assault merely left it with light injuries, devoid of any risk of demise. As Lin Hai continued to clash with the creature, he relied on his superior will to avoid defeat. The frailty of the virtual body was starkly apparent. Were this a physical confrontation, he believed he could easily overcome the advanced monster. At that moment, he discerned his own strength more clearly. Nevertheless, he remained determined to vanquish the advanced monster. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity, executing the true Sun Sword technique and striking the monster's eyes, blinding it, deprived of its sight. The advanced monster could only sense his position through its mental acuity, which significantly hindered its combat effectiveness. With a furious roar, the advanced monster unleashed a mental attack skill, but Lin Hai employed the Diamond Law avatar to shield his spirit, successfully withstanding the mental onslaught. Die! Lin Hai shouted, wielding his sword with all his might, channeling the true Sun Sword technique. The radiant sword light cleaved through the advanced monster's neck, delivering a devastating blow. However, the creature retaliated, sending Lin Hai reeling with a powerful strike, leaving him injured. Undeterred, he persisted in battle, and after nearly half an hour of relentless skirmish, he finally defeated the advanced monster, though his virtual form was left nearly in ruins. Nonetheless, he had successfully passed the 8th challenge of the martial arts path. Lin Hai had anticipated a 9th challenge, only to be informed that he had completed all levels. Subsequently, he logged off, feeling mentally drained, and immediately began to cultivate the Diamond Law avatar to restore his vigor. Meanwhile, Qin Xingyun lay defeated in the 7th challenge, unable to conquer it, having failed to slay even a single mid-tier monster before being swiftly vanquished by the foes of the 7th challenge. I could not surpass the 7th challenge. If Lin Hai could not either, but his practical assessment score exceeds mine. I have no hope. Qin Xingyun despaired, relinquishing all faith in the newcomer king title. Delete Lin Hai's record of passing the 8th challenge. President Zhou Xinghe commanded the head of the newcomer king assessment over the phone. Understood. The official replied, fully aware of the president's rationale. The fact that a freshman had defeated an advanced monster in the 7th challenge was utterly staggering. Even if this record were erased, Lin Hai would still be the newcomer king. This was an attempt to conceal Lin Hai's true capabilities. At that moment, Lin Hai received a message from his mentor. Zhang Xia, Lin Hai, the president wishes to see you, Zhang Xia conveyed. The president wants to see me? Lin Hai speculated that his successful navigation of the martial arts path had garnered the president's attention. He promptly departed his dormitory and soon met with his mentor, Zhang Xia, marking their first encounter. Zhang Xia was strikingly beautiful and bore a resemblance to Jiang Wan, leading Lin Hai to suspect a familial connection. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. Mentor, Lin Hai approached, calling out, "Follow me. I will take you to meet the president," Zhang Xia instructed, guiding Lin Hai to President Zhou Xinghe's office at the Magic City Academy. Upon entering, Lin Hai beheld the president, a seemingly ordinary young man, yet one who held the esteemed position of principal at the academy, a figure of martial prowess at the sage-level. "Greetings, President." Lin Hai bowed respectfully. Zhang Xia, perceptive to the atmosphere, excused herself and closed the office door behind her. "Lin Hai, I have had your record of passing the 8th challenge deleted," Zhou Xinghe stated. "President, is that the purpose of your summons?" Lin Hai inquired. "This is merely one aspect," Zhou Xinghe remarked. "Your strength is formidable. If you do not take precautions, those nefarious organizations may resort to assassination attempts against you, even dispatching Grandmaster-level warriors to do so. Hence, it is imperative to conceal your true accomplishments. Furthermore, the Magic City Academy will prioritize your training, providing you with ample resources as rewards. Most importantly, you will have the opportunity to venture into the other world for honing, thus eliminating the necessity of remaining in the Magic City." Zhou Xinghe's words left Lin Hai astounded. "Enter the other world?" Lin Hai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Principal, isn't the other world the domain of monsters? Wouldn't it be too perilous for me to venture there?" Zhou Xinghe chuckled and replied, "Surely you do not believe that only monsters invade our Earth, while humanity has not ventured into the other world? The other world is vast, and we possess unique methods to track the movements of sequence-level monsters and deploy formidable weapons against them. A decade ago, we eliminated a sequence-level monster, which has made such creatures quite cautious about attacking our bases in the other world. Thus, over the past 10 years, we have been establishing bases there, exploring the terrain, battling the monsters, and bringing back a wealth of resources. Nowadays, most second-year martial arts students have already entered the other world to engage in combat and exploration. The other world is rich in resources, and even minor gains can equate to a year of arduous study at the academy. You currently possess the combat prowess of a grandmaster. Remaining at the Magic City Academy would undoubtedly be a squander of time. Moreover, after reaching the grandmaster level, ordinary resources will no longer suffice for your advancement. To rapidly enhance your strength, you must embark on adventures in the other world. Indeed, Principal, Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he conversed with Principal Zhou Xinghe for quite some time before departing from the principal's office. At that moment, the academy had already announced the results of the Newcomer King assessment, and without a doubt, Lin Hai had claimed the title of Newcomer King with the top score. Chapter 42. Slaying the Grandmaster-level Tungsha Shadow Guard. In an instant, Lin Hai's name resounded throughout the Magic City Academy. Soon after, the rewards for the Newcomer King were bestowed upon Lin Hai. 10,000 points, an A-class longsword, an A-class armor, and a 5-star martial art. This was merely the reward for the Newcomer King. The Magic City Academy would also provide him with focused training and resources worth tens of thousands of points in due course. With these resources, Lin Hai's cultivation efficiency would soar. However, what intrigued him the most was the 5-star martial art reward, which would allow him to train uninterrupted until he reached the Grandmaster level without needing to change martial arts. Additionally, he could freely select a 5-star martial art that suited him. Before long, he had chosen the 5-star martial art he desired, Golden Bell Shield. This 5-star martial art was exceptional, offering comprehensive defensive capabilities. Once mastered, it would solidify his vitality, forming a protective barrier akin to a golden bell around his body, significantly enhancing his physical defenses. Moreover, practicing the Golden Bell Shield would also greatly augment his strength and physical attributes. making it an outstanding 5-star martial art. However, the training difficulty was quite high, and the progress was slow, resulting in many grandmasters being reluctant to invest excessive time in mastering such a technique. Upon acquiring the Golden Bell Shield, he immediately instructed the monster avatars from the Otherworld to train in this martial art. Lin Hai placed great importance on the Golden Bell Shield. Once cultivated to an advanced level, it could synergize with his steel armor skill, rendering his defensive capabilities formidable enough that even a Grandmaster's attack would struggle to breach his defenses. In the following days, the Magic City Academy provided him with a plethora of spiritual fruits and rare treasures from the Otherworld to aid in his training, allowing his strength to escalate rapidly. Once he had sufficiently enhanced his prowess, he would be permitted to venture into the Otherworld for further honing. While Lin Hai diligently trained in silence, information regarding him had already reached various organizations allied with the Otherworld, with the Tangsha organization placing particular emphasis on him. Previously, the Tangsha organization had attempted to assassinate Lin Hai, but the endeavor had failed. Little did they expect his growth to be so rapid, as he had now become the newcomer king of the Magic City Academy, seemingly nearing the combat prowess of a quasi-grandmaster. In the Magic City, within a base of the Tangsha organization, 3 figures clad in black robes sat around a circular table, each bearing Lin Hai's photograph and dossier. Lin Hai, the top scholar of Jiangnan Province, the newcomer king of the Magic City Academy, is the grandson of that old fellow Cheng He. This child had previously offended Lord Bai Yan. Yet after our failed assassination, we have refrained from acting against him. However, Lin Hai's rapid growth necessitates his elimination. Yet, he has garnered significant attention. Should we act, we might not escape unscathed, even if it requires the sacrifice of a grandmaster. We must eliminate Lin Hai. Which grandmaster is willing to make such a sacrifice? Everyone joined the Tangsha organization for resources and breakthroughs, each possessing their own background in reality. Who would willingly sacrifice themselves? The 3 fell into silence. If it meant their own demise, none would agree. Let us deploy the Tangsha Shadow Guards, one suggested. The Tangsha Shadow Guards, cultivated for the past 30 years, primarily in the Otherworld, had no identifiable background. Even if exposed, no trace of the Tangsha organization could be uncovered, and the souls of the Shadow Guards had been altered by the monsters of the Otherworld. They were trained in extreme martial arts that obliterated self-awareness, existing solely for slaughter. However, such assassins were difficult to cultivate. 9 out of 10 failed to thrive. Even among them, only a handful of Tangsha Shadow Guards could be utilized. To successfully kill Lin Hai, they needed to deploy Grandmaster-level Shadow Guards, yet only 2 had been trained thus far. If one were to be dispatched to eliminate Lin Hai, a sacrifice would be inevitable. Thus, they resolved to send a Grandmaster-level Tangsha Shadow Guard to assassinate Lin Hai. Lin Hai would not remain at the Magic City Academy indefinitely. He still needed to return to the inspection office to utilize the heavenly-level training chambers. Consequently, he traveled back and forth between the 2 locations, making it easy for the Tangsha organization to track his movements and orchestrate a meticulous assassination plan. Days later, Lin Hai returned to the inspection office as usual, only to be suddenly engulfed by a wave of murderous intent. For one who had mastered his will, such a presence could not be concealed. In an instant, he activated his steel armor skill and summoned the newly acquired Golden Bell Shield, now at level 1. Abruptly, a shadowy strike surged toward him, its speed so swift that even a Grandmaster-level warrior might struggle to react. Lin Hai's will surged forth, momentarily halting the assailant's movement. In that instant, he swung his sword, unleashing the full might of the true Sun Sword technique and sword intent. With a thunderous crash, the 2 forces collided, forcing Lin Hai back a few steps while the shadowy figure was sent hurtling away, revealing its true form. Clad in black armor with a dark mask and wielding an A-class slender sword, the figure radiated an aura of death, resembling an assassin. A Grandmaster-level warrior? Lin Hai furrowed his brow, astonished that he was targeted by a Grandmaster-level warrior. Had it been a top-tier Master-level warrior, he would have perished instantly. The information regarding his Master-level prowess was public knowledge, and dispatching a Grandmaster-level fighter indicated a lethal intent against him. However, the assailant could not have anticipated that he had mastered the will of a Grandmaster, and that his physical attributes surpassed even those of top-tier Grandmasters. Coupled with the rigorous training he had undergone in recent days, his strength was now formidable indeed. With a swift motion, Lin Hai charged toward the Grandmaster-level Tangsha Shadow Guard, suppressing its will. The will of the Shadow Guard was feeble in comparison, rendering it incapable of exerting significant power under Lin Hai's Grandmaster-level will. The clash of their forces echoed through the air as Lin Hai and the Shadow Guard engaged in relentless combat. He withstood a fierce blow from the opponent before unleashing the mountain-shaking technique, injuring the foe's internal organs. The Grandmaster-level Tangsha Shadow Guard's strength dwindled. It could no longer withstand Lin Hai's relentless assault. With a swift strike, Lin Hai pierced the Shadow Guard's neck, then executed the Great Power Diamond Palm upon its heart, shattering the armor and obliterating its heart. And no matter how resilient a Grandmaster's life force, it could not withstand such a fatal blow. Shortly after the demise of the Grandmaster-level Tangsha Shadow Guard, several figures appeared, Grandmaster-level warriors from the inspection office. Additionally, the Grandmaster Yang, the inspector, arrived. "Lin Hai, are you unharmed?" Yang Qing inquired. "Inspector Yang, I am fine," Lin Hai replied. Yang Qing examined the corpse of the Tangsha Shadow Guard and gasped in astonishment. "It is indeed a Grandmaster-level Tangsha Shadow Guard." He looked at Lin Hai in disbelief. Lin Hai had managed to slay a Grandmaster-level Shadow Guard and appeared unscathed. This indicated that Lin Hai's combat prowess was not to be underestimated even among Grandmaster-level warriors. "Seal this area," Yang Qing immediately commanded. Chapter 43. Master Level 3. Before long, the area was secured, and the surrounding surveillance was promptly dealt with by the inspection office personnel, striving to prevent any exposure of the battle. Should the outside world learn that Lin Hai had single-handedly slain a Grandmaster-level Tangsha Shadow Guard, the next assassination attempt might involve a Grandmaster-level warrior. Thus, the inspection office sought to contain the information as much as possible. If the news failed to leak, the Tangsha organization might assume that a Grandmaster-level warrior was secretly protecting Lin Hai, thus allowing the Shadow Guard's demise. In a short time, the corpse of the Tangsha Shadow Guard was taken away by the inspection office, and Lin Hai returned to the inspection office as well. The will of the Master-level Tangsha Shadow Guard appears to be rather feeble, perhaps due to the nature of these death warriors. Akin to machines, devoid of subjective consciousness, making the enhancement of their willpower a formidable challenge. Should their will become robust, they would inevitably escape control. Thus, I have managed to subdue the Tangsha Shadow Guard with my formidable will. Otherwise, eliminating such a master-level adversary would not be an easy feat. Lin Hai mused internally. However, he must remain vigilant. The recent demise of the master-level Tangsha Shadow Guard does not guarantee that any future ambushes would be so easily navigated. The Golden Bell Shield must be elevated promptly. If I can advance it to an exceptionally high level, even master-level warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to breach my defenses, Lin Hai contemplated. For the sake of safety, he decided to remain at the inspection division for the next few days, as he no longer needed to undertake missions. He could simply delegate the ordinary patrol tasks to his subordinates. At the Tangsha organization's base, the three leaders of the Modu base were equally taken aback by the news of the master-level Tangsha Shadow Guard's assassination. How could a master-level Tangsha Shadow Guard, sent to eliminate Lin Hai, have perished? Is it possible that Lin Hai's strength has reached the point where he can slay a master-level Tangsha Shadow Guard? This seems implausible. We have an insider within the Modu Academy. Lin Hai's prowess is indeed commendable, perhaps among the pinnacle of master-level warriors. Yet the master will of a master-level warrior should render Lin Hai incapable of exhibiting more than a third of his true strength. Furthermore, the Tangsha Shadow Guard boasts remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Lin Hai is undoubtedly no match for them, let alone capable of slaying a master-level Tangsha Shadow Guard. Indeed, Lin Hai's cultivation remains at the first stage of the master level, which cannot be concealed. No matter his strength, he cannot rival a master-level warrior. I can only surmise one possibility. There exists a master-level warrior covertly protecting Lin Hai. After all, he is the rookie king of the Modu Academy, and both the Academy and the Inspection Division are likely concerned about potential assassination attempts, hence dispatching a powerful master-level warrior for his protection. It was surely this master-level Shadow Guard that met with an unfortunate end. So, what shall we do now? Lin Hai has grown wary. He is no longer an easy target, and even if he were to appear, who can guarantee it is not a trap? The group fell into silence, uncertain of how to proceed. While they could indeed eliminate Lin Hai, they were unwilling to expose themselves. Once revealed, it would spell their doom. We must bide our time. the Tangsha organization is merely a vassal to the foreign realm and lacks the strength to confront the Xia kingdom, making it impossible for us to eliminate anyone at will. They nodded in agreement, sharing this sentiment. Moreover, Lin Hai will inevitably venture into the foreign realm for further honing. When that time comes, let the Monster Alliance deal with him. The Tangsha organization need only sow chaos within the borders of the Xia kingdom. Days later, Lin Hai's cultivation broke through to the second stage of the master level. Upon reaching the master level, each advancement becomes increasingly arduous, requiring substantial resources. Initially, his doppelganger was able to rapidly ascend from mid-level to high-level monsters due to the vast amounts of resources collected by his numerous monster subordinates, allowing for such swift growth. Now, however, the cultivation of his human form cannot be rushed. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had swiftly passed. During this time, his monster doppelganger had been diligently training, making significant progress in all areas. Coupled with the advancements in the Golden Bell Shield, the efficiency of his human body's cultivation had notably improved, and he had now crossed into the third stage of the master level. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Master level, third stage, Strength, 169, Agility, 161, Physique, 171, Mentality, 335, to Will, 33.5 Sword Intent, 6.1, Skills, Mountain Shaking LV4, 51-100, Diamond Law Avatar LV4, 87-100, Muscle Transformation Technique LV8, 5-100, True Yang Sword Technique LV5, 77-100, Golden Bell Shield LV2, 72-100, Free Attributes, 0. Having achieved LV8 in the Muscle Transformation Technique, a further breakthrough would lead to its maximum level, at which point my aptitude should elevate to a higher tier, Lin Hai contemplated. However, he was more concerned with the breakthroughs of the Diamond Law Avatar and the True Yang Sword Technique, both of which were close to advancing. Once they did, his strength would significantly increase to AS for the Golden Bell Shield. Its cultivation time remains too short, only allowing it to progress to LV2, yet it has indeed enhanced his defensive capabilities. One day, Principal Zhou Xinghe summoned him to the academy, where he arranged for Lin Hai to join a foreign realm battle team for a period of training. Shortly thereafter, Lin Hai arrived at the Modu Academy, where Principal Zhou was absent, and instead, his mentor Zhang Xia led him to a training room. There, he encountered two warriors, one of whom was his acquaintance, Sun Qingshan. Sun Qingshan had now advanced to the second stage of the master level. The other was a junior majoring in martial sciences, whose cultivation had reached the sixth stage of the master level, having spent considerable time battling in the foreign realm, thus exhibiting exceptional strength. Lin Hai, this is Sun Qingshan, and this is Bai Gu, both your seniors. The principal has arranged for you to join their battle team for a period of training, Zhang Xia stated. Hello, Lin Hai. Bai Gu extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, Senior Bai Gu, Senior Qingshan, Lin Hai replied. Haha, I never expected the principal to assign you to our team. This means we can fight side by side. Sun Qingshan clapped Lin Hai on the shoulder. Qingshan, you know Lin Hai? Bai Gu asked in surprise. We both joined the inspection division. We met before, and I helped Lin Hai with his enrollment procedures, Sun Qingshan explained. I see, Bai Gu responded. Soon after, Mentor Zhang Xia departed, leaving Lin Hai to follow Sun Qingshan as they prepared to enter the foreign realm. Senior Qingshan, how do we enter the foreign realm? Lin Hai inquired. Sun Qingshan elaborated. There are permanent spatial tunnels located around the world. These tunnels are difficult to destroy, so they must be guarded. Modu has a permanent spatial tunnel that connects to a particular area of the foreign realm. This tunnel is situated in the outskirts of Modu, at K Mountain, which is a military-restricted zone, primarily to prevent ordinary people from approaching. A formidable national defense force guards this area to ensure that no exotic beasts invade Modu. Chapter 44. The First Mission. Before long, Sun Qingshan and the others drove Lin Hai away from the Modu Academy towards K Mountain. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived. Upon reaching the site, they had to proceed on foot. Along the way, Lin Hai witnessed numerous military structures and bases, occasionally spotting the National Defense Forces on patrol. Here we are. Sun Qingshan led Lin Hai to a massive metal gate, beyond which lay the permanent spatial tunnel. The three entered, arriving in the foreign realm. At the Modu base, the environment resembled a fusion of ancient cities and modern metropolises, with walls surrounding the perimeter, yet the interior was filled with modern equipment. Additionally, the population was substantial, predominantly comprised of martial artists, primarily at the master level, with fewer at the master level. Come, let us head to our Phantom Battle Team's training base, Sun Qingshan said. The Phantom Battle Team? Their designated unit was among the more commendable teams within the Modu base. Soon, they arrived at the training base, a 3-story building with a distinctly modern design. Sun Qingshan had previously briefed Lin Hai about the Phantom Battle Team. It comprised 13 members, including 3 Master-level warriors and 10 Master-level warriors. With Lin Hai's inclusion, the team had gained an additional member. At that moment, the Phantom Battle Team was on a break, and the team captain was present at the training base. Captain, this is our new member, Lin Hai. Sun Qingshan introduced Lin Hai to the team leader. The captain of the Phantom Battle Team was a strikingly stern-looking woman clad in silver battle armor, with 2 S-grade alloy swords sheathed at her back. Lin Hai had already gathered some information about this captain prior to his arrival. She was a master-level warrior at the 5th stage, named Luo Yao, who had graduated from the Modu Academy and joined the inspection division early on. Hello, Captain, Lin Hai greeted. Lin Hai, welcome to the Phantom Battle Team, Luo Yao responded. Sun Qingshan, take Lin Hai to familiarize him with the base. For the next 10 days, we will not undertake missions, so ensure he learns about the foreign realm. Certainly, Sun Qingshan nodded. Although he had only joined the Phantom Battle Team a few months prior, guiding Lin Hai through the area was not an issue. Subsequently, Sun Qingshan arranged for Lin Hai's accommodation, and they roamed about, familiarizing themselves with the training base of the Phantom Battle Team and the Modu base. Before long, Sun Qingshan brought Lin Hai to the task hall of the Modu base. The task hall was established by the Martial Artists Association, the Inspection Division, and the National Defense Forces, and all teams within the foreign realm were required to accept tasks, complete them, and receive rewards. Many resources from the Xia Kingdom were supplied to various bases within the foreign realm, as the martial artists there were diligently working, thus deserving of quality provisions. Tasks were categorized into D, C, B, A, and S levels, with certain special items requiring specific task cards for exchange. Sun Qingshan explained to Lin Hai. Upon inspecting the available tasks, Lin Hai noted that many involved collecting materials or slaying monsters. SSS level task: eliminate the Lord of the Ting Snake. Reward: 1 SSS level task card, 2 SS level task cards, 10 A level task cards, 1 billion points. SS level task: eliminate the King of White Flames. Reward: 1 SS level task card, 2 A level task cards, 100 million points. Lin Hai gazed at these tasks that occupied the pinnacle of difficulty, shaking his head. To slay the Lord of the Ting Snake. What an arduous challenge it posed. It was a legendary sequence-level monster, one that transcended even the Martial Saint level. Even the King of White Flames was immensely formidable. To kill it was no trivial feat, as it too was comparable to a Martial Saint. Even those Martial Saints whose combat prowess exceeded that of the King of White Flames would not dare venture deep into the foreign realm to ambush it. For if discovered by the Lord of the Ting Snake, they would be slain without mercy. Let us head back. The tasks can be viewed on our mobile devices, Sun Qingshan remarked. Understood, Lin Hai nodded. Following Sun Qingshan through a few more areas, gaining a slight understanding of the Magic City base. Upon returning, Lin Hai commenced his training for the day, determined to continue his efforts even within the confines of the Magic City base. Days turned into weeks. One day, the Phantom team began accepting tasks again as their rest period concluded. This time, the Phantom team undertook 2 assignments. The first was unrelated to Lin Hai, designated for another squad and deemed quite perilous. Lin Hai was currently assigned to the second squad, under the leadership of the Master-level 9th rank warrior, Gao Tianya. Captain Gao, what is the nature of this task? Sun Qingshan inquired eagerly. We are tasked with collecting Young King Musap. It is a C-level mission with manageable difficulty. Just exercise caution, Gao Tianya replied. Subsequently, all members of the second squad received the task details, gaining insight into their assignment. Once we gather our supplies, we shall proceed to our destination, Gao Tianya instructed. All right. The group responded in unison. An hour later, they departed from the Magic City base, officially embarking on their journey into the foreign realm. The speed of master-level warriors was astonishing, surpassing that of a sports car. Gradually, they ventured further from the Magic City base. Conceal your vital energies and remain vigilant. We are quite far from the Magic City base now, and monster encounters could occur at any moment, Gao Tianya cautioned. The group fell silent but instinctively restrained their vital energies, relying solely on their physical prowess to traverse the terrain. Eventually, they reached the Ironwood Forest in the Foreign Realm, where the majority of trees were ironwood. Hence the name. Their destination was the young Kingmu trees within, known for producing young Kingmu sap, a vital ingredient for crafting certain special potions, and highly valuable. Periodically, the Magic City base would issue collection tasks for young Kingmu sap. The Ironwood Forest was home to numerous monsters, yet most were of lower ranks, with few intermediate monsters and exceedingly rare high-level beasts, which was why they felt confident to undertake this task. Along the way, any low-level monsters they encountered were swiftly dispatched without leaving a trace. Lin Hai also intervened a few times, effortlessly vanquishing these creatures. Suddenly, distant sounds of battle echoed, indicating a clash between warriors and monsters. Do not approach. That is likely a conflict involving another team. If we draw near, it may lead to unnecessary confrontation, Gao Tianya directed, swiftly altering their course to avoid the skirmish. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the young Kingmu trees. The trees were colossal and the sap lay within. By boring a hole into the trunk, they could extract the sap. Many trees bore signs of previous harvests, requiring only a fresh incision. Move quickly. We cannot linger here, Gao Tianya urged. The group acted swiftly, soon filling numerous vials with young Kingmu sap and stowing them in their backpacks. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted in the distance, the terrifying fluctuations of power causing the group to change expressions. A battle with high-level monsters. Retreat, Gao Tianya commanded. Chapter 45, Bloodvine of Qingmu. High-level monsters were akin to those at the master level, far exceeding that of master-level warriors. Gao Tianya understood that should they encounter such creatures, survival would be improbable. Sun Qingshan felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first encounter with high-level monsters. Although they were still some distance away, the speed of high-level monsters was astounding. They could close the gap in an instant if they spotted them. Thus, the group hastily retreated. Among them, only Lin Hai remained remarkably composed. The two battling high-level monsters were not exceptionally powerful, merely comparable to ordinary master-level warriors, and he felt confident in facing them. He was curious as to why these two high-level monsters were engaged in combat. Was it a conflict of interests? Or perhaps over a treasure? The clash seemed to have caused one of the high-level monsters to be an outsider, prompting many creatures to flee in terror. Avoiding the battleground in the chaos, a multitude of monsters dashed away. And suddenly, a group of fleeing creatures intersected Lin Hai and his companions' path. 3 Top-tier intermediate monsters. Gao Tianya sensed the approaching threat, his expression shifting alarmingly. Faced with these 3 formidable intermediate monsters, he might be able to hold his ground. But there were also other powerful intermediate beasts, and with only 7 members in the second squad, they risked suffering injuries under such overwhelming odds. Should they become entangled, they might even attract the attention of high-level monsters. Gao Tianya drew a combat knife from his back, preparing to intercept the oncoming 3 top-tier intermediate monsters, whose scales radiated light as they activated their innate skills, dramatically enhancing their defenses. With a resounding crash, Gao Tianya was sent flying. These 3 top-tier intermediate monsters were Greenwood Giant Bulls, known for their formidable defense and regenerative abilities. Though they lacked an offensive power. 1 man against 3 was bound to be disadvantageous. Just then, other intermediate monsters charged forward, also Greenwood Giant Bulls and various other bovine creatures. You all retreat, Gao Tianya shouted, ready to continue his interception of the Greenwood Giant Bulls. However, in the next moment, a figure appeared before him. Lin Hai unsheathed his alloy sword, his form shifting as he activated the full-level White Crane technique, briefly soaring through the air to position himself above the herd of Greenwood Giant Bulls. He then unleashed the true Yang sword technique, infusing it with the essence of pure Yang energy, striking down upon the hand of the humanoid giant elephant holding the Qingmu Bloodvine. With a series of swift strikes, the Greenwood Giant Bulls were cleaved apart, offering no resistance. Even the 3 top-tier beasts were unable to withstand Lin Hai's true Yang sword technique, being dispatched in an instant. You all go. I shall handle these intermediate monsters, Lin Hai declared. Gao Tianya was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the newcomer, who had only recently joined their Phantom Team's second squad, could so effortlessly annihilate these top-tier intermediate monsters. Such combat prowess, even if not quite at the master level, was certainly formidable. Let us go. Gao Tianya decisively responded, and the others followed suit, fully aware that their departure would allow Lin Hai to escape more easily, as they would otherwise be a burden. Once Gao Tianya and the others withdrew, Lin Hai unleashed his will, slowing the movements of the intermediate monsters, rendering their combat effectiveness moot. He systematically harvested their lives with his sword. Before long, the intermediate monsters in the vicinity were eradicated. Rather than pursuing Gao Tianya and the others, he turned to delve deeper into the forest, intrigued by the ongoing battle between the two high-level monsters. In the depths of the Ironwood Forest, two massive high-level monsters clashed, shattering trees in their wake. While many lower-level creatures perished from the shockwaves, one was a humanoid giant elephant clad in scales. Known in Earth's records as the humanoid elephant, and the other was a giant wolf covered in green fur, referred to as the green fur giant wolf. Although their strengths were comparable, they fought with an intensity that seemed endless. At that moment, the humanoid elephant clutched a blood vine, which belonged to the green fur giant wolf. It had nurtured this vine for a decade, bringing it to full maturity, only to have it seized by the humanoid elephant. How could it not be enraged? Elephant ashes, return the Qingmu blood vine to me, the green fur giant wolf roared in fury. Ha ha ha, green goo. Do you think that if you report this to Lord White Flame, he will pay heed to such a minor high-level monster as yourself? You won't even lay eyes upon him. Moreover, in our foreign realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Strength dictates ownership, the humanoid elephant taunted. You seek death. The green fur giant wolf charged at the humanoid elephant, and the battle resumed. Not far away, Lin Hai watched the confrontation from atop a large tree, his gaze fervently fixed on the Qingmu blood vine in the humanoid elephant's grasp. Though he was uncertain of its nature, he recognized its immense value. While the two high-level monsters were not weak, their defenses were commendable. He could easily dispatch the ordinary master-level tongue snake shadow guards, whose defenses were lacking. However, these two high-level monsters were not the weakest of their kind. Given his current capabilities as a human warrior, slaying them would pose a significant challenge, and considering they were in a foreign realm, he needed to act swiftly. He suppressed his vital energy and cautiously approached. Appearing merely as a master-level warrior, insufficient to raise alarm in the high-level monsters. Even if they sensed his presence, they would not perceive him as a threat. This was Lin Hai's opportunity. Before long, he closed in on the humanoid elephant, unleashing the full force of the white crane technique, gliding low as he struck down onto the hand that held the Qingmu blood vine. The sword nearly severed the hand of the humanoid elephant. In excruciating pain, it relinquished its grip on the greenwood blood vine, which then fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai, utilizing the graceful white crane technique, grasped the massive greenwood blood vine with one hand and swiftly made his escape. Damn that human brat, that is my greenwood blood vine. The humanoid elephant, filled with fury, unleashed a powerful punch. Lin Hai did not resist. Instead, he braced himself to endure the blow. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying. Yet the force of the punch propelled him to flee even faster. Thanks to his maxed-out steel armor skill and the level 2 golden bell shield, he sustained little injury. Swish, 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 he darted through the Ironwood Forest, relentlessly pursued by two formidable monsters. The humanoid elephant, lacking speed, was soon shaken off, but the green-haired giant wolf was quick and continued its relentless chase, drawing ever closer. Realizing he could not easily evade the green-haired giant wolf, Lin Hai abruptly halted and summoned the indomitable will of the diamond-like law, unleashing a master-level intent. The immense force of his master-level will momentarily stilled the green-haired giant wolf, and he immediately charged forward, striking at the creature's neck with his sword. The green-haired giant wolf reacted but failed to evade in time. A gash appeared on its neck, while its claws struck Lin Hai, inflicting little harm upon him. Damn it, how can a human's body be so resilient? The green-haired giant wolf pondered, unable to comprehend why a mere master-level human warrior could withstand its attacks, while Lin Hai's counterattack had managed to breach its defenses. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it lunged at Lin Hai, intent on sinking its teeth into him. Should it succeed, its crushing bite would surely spell doom for Lin Hai. Just as it was about to triumph, Lin Hai thrust his sword forward, only to have it deflected by the wolf's claws, which then snapped at him. With a powerful strike, Lin Hai unleashed the level 4 earthquake skill with his left hand. In an instant, the green-haired giant wolf was sent flying, its fur reduced to ashes, with a palm imprint left upon its chest. The terrifying shockwave inflicted severe internal damage to the wolf, nearly shattering its heart. Lin Hai chose not to pursue the green-haired giant wolf further and made a hasty departure. Although he was confident he could slay the creature, he feared that any delay might attract even more powerful monsters from the other realm, which would spell trouble for him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, while the green-haired giant wolf ceased its pursuit, having been struck by fear of meeting its demise. Outside the Ironwood Forest, Lin Hai quickly reunited with Captain Gao Tianya and the others. "Captain Gao, I have returned," Lin Hai announced. Noticing the bundle of red vines in Lin Hai's possession, Gao Tianya sensed its extraordinary energy but could not discern its nature. Assuming Lin Hai had merely picked it up along the way and did not inquire further, "Our mission is complete. Let us return," Gao Tianya declared. The group hurried back without encountering any troubles and soon arrived at the Magic City base. Upon their return, they promptly submitted their mission report and received a C-grade mission card along with 3,000 points. Typically, C-grade missions yield between 1,000 to 10,000 points, B-grade missions can reward tens of thousands, and A-grade missions may reach several 100,000 or even over 1,000,000 points in rewards. As for S-grade missions, the rewards start from several million points. The C-grade mission card belonged to the Phantom Team. And of the 3,000 points, 1,000 went to the Phantom Team, 500 to the second team leader, with the remainder divided among the others. However, due to Lin Hai's remarkable performance in intercepting those intermediate monsters, Gao Tianya awarded him an additional share of points, to which the others had no objections. After the point distribution concluded, the group returned to rest, as they would not be taking on any new missions in the coming days. Any personal missions would require prior approval. Lin Hai, however, was not concerned with any missions. He was eager to ascertain the nature and value of the Greenwood Bloodvine in his possession. Subsequently, he searched the Magic City base's point exchange shop for information on the Greenwood Bloodvine and indeed found it. Greenwood Bloodvine. A-grade heavenly material, enhances the bloodline of high-level monsters and extends lifespan. For human warriors, it enhances monster bloodlines and has a slight chance to improve qualifications, also aiding in the cultivation of wood-type martial arts. Lin Hai noted the price, finding that 1 pound of Greenwood Bloodvine was valued at 10,000 points. The quantity he possessed was approximately 100 pounds, equating to a staggering value of 1,000,000 points. No wonder the green-haired giant wolf was so frantic. Such a valuable treasure would tempt even the mightiest of monsters. Upon discovering the Greenwood Bloodvine and nurturing it, the wolf had gone mad when it was stolen by other creatures. Lin Hai carefully stored the Greenwood Bloodvine, unwilling to sell it, for its worth could not be measured in mere points, and it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Over the course of the next month, Lin Hai, alongside Gao Tianya, undertook 2 more C-grade missions, encountering little danger. He even returned to the Magic City Inspection Division, utilizing the Heavenly Grade training room there, receiving Marrow Fluid, and successfully passing the S-grade Genius assessment, allowing him to continue enjoying such privileges. His cultivation also progressed smoothly, breaking through to the 4th stage of Master level, albeit at the cost of considerable resources. Meanwhile, his monster avatar continued to advance rapidly, successfully elevating the Diamond-like Law to level 4, the True Yang Sword Technique to level 6, and the Golden Bell Shield to level 3. Most notably, the Muscle and Marrow Refinement Technique was on the verge of reaching its maximum level. Once it did, his qualifications would transform into high-level ones, and his physical prowess would increase significantly. For the next few days, Lin Hai maintained the appearance of being present while continually focusing his consciousness on his monster avatar, tirelessly cultivating day and night. One day, after finally achieving the maximum level in the Muscle and Marrow Refinement Technique, he opened the data panel to review the stats of his monster avatar. Avatar, Titan Armored Ape level, high-level monster, strength, 879, agility, 811.1, constitution, 903, spirit, 422, will, 42.2 sword intent, 9.3, skills, earthquake LV4, 88-100, diamond law LV5, 5-100, muscle and marrow refinement max, True Yang Sword Technique LV6, 3-100, Golden Bell Shield LV3, 2-100, free attributes, 0, with strength nearing 900 and constitution exceeding 900. If he trained for a bit longer, he would undoubtedly surpass 1,000 in attributes. His body density vastly exceeded that of an ordinary high-level monster, making him an invincible presence among masters, potentially able to contend with weaker grandmasters. Lin Hai murmured to himself. However, this was his monster avatar, not his human form. The disparity in power between his human body and that of a grandmaster was substantial, as even top-tier master-level warriors could easily overpower his human form, with the muscle and marrow refinement technique reaching its maximum level. The efficiency of his human form's cultivation would undoubtedly increase significantly, accelerating his progress. The earthquake skill was a high-level skill, while the golden bell shield was a 5-star martial art. Both needed to be elevated swiftly. Once all were enhanced to a high level, his combat prowess would soar, Lin Hai contemplated. On this day, Lin Hai received a message from the Monster Alliance's Black Giant Bird. Titan Armored Ape, we are tasked with assassinating the 99th ranked human master on the Summer Kingdom's master list. You are included, and we shall strike together. The Black Giant Bird communicated via the Monster Alliance's token. Master list? Lin Hai was familiar with this ranking, as the Summer Kingdom classified master-level warriors based on their achievements and strength to encourage them. The master list consisted of 100 names, with those included being at least 7th stage masters, many even at 9th stage who did not make the cut. Each listed master was exceptionally powerful. Truly a top-tier master-level warrior. Normal circumstances demanded that to kill a master list warrior, a substantial force of high-level monsters comparable to masters would need to be deployed, or a high-level monster on par with a grandmaster. All right, I'm in, Lin Hai agreed, though his true intent was not to kill the master but to infiltrate as a spy, gather intelligence, and wait for the right moment to act. Chapter 47. Thunderous Battle Body. Terrifying Human Master. In a certain location of the other realm, a group of high-level monsters gathered, with over 20 high-level creatures arriving in a short time. Lin Hai's Titan Armored Ape was among them, as was the Black Giant Bird, but the leader was not the bird. It was a high-level monster exuding an aura akin to a grandmaster, the Dark Giant Python. This formidable creature surveyed the gathering of high-level monsters and spoke. According to the intelligence received from the humans, the 99th ranked Yang Tai is cultivating in the Thundercloud Valley of the other realm, practicing a lightning-based martial art. Our objective is to surround and eliminate him, with so many high-level monsters set to hunt down a master list warrior like Yang Tai. And with the presence of a creature rivaling a grandmaster, success was almost assured, barring any unforeseen events. Let us proceed immediately to slay that human master, the Dark Python commanded. A multitude of formidable monsters followed in its wake. While Lin Hai found himself unable to extricate from the throng, for to do so would surely arouse suspicion later. How could he possibly inform the esteemed human master Yang Tai? Lin Hai pondered this dilemma. I must seek out my second uncle, he thought to himself. Although he could not fully return his consciousness to his human form, after a period of training, it was manageable for half of his awareness to revert. However, this would be quite uncomfortable, and his monster avatar would not be able to exert its full power. Yet, he only needed to make his way forward for the time being, not engage in battle. With only half of his consciousness, the speed of the monster avatar diminished significantly, now comparable to that of an ordinary high-level creature, which greatly vexed the leading Dark Python. Titan Armored Ape, hurry up. Even if you are not a speedster among high-level monsters, you should not be this slow, the Dark Python roared. Nevertheless, Lin Hai continued to run at this pace, as if it were his true limit. Seeing this, the Dark Python could only wait for Lin Hai, for it was merely a matter of time lost. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's human body swiftly emerged from the Magic City base and promptly called his second uncle. Cheng Hong. Second uncle, I have captured a mid-level monster in the foreign realm, and from its mouth, I obtained intelligence that a group of monsters is headed to Thundercloud Valley to ambush the 99th ranked master on the master rankings. Yang Tai, Lin Hai reported. Although there were some inconsistencies in this information, such as how a mid-level monster could possibly know such details, the essence of the intelligence was true, and thus, there was no room for dispute. Do you know the scale of the high-level monsters that are planning to ambush Yang Tai? Cheng Hung inquired. According to the information, there is one high-level monster comparable to a Grandmaster-level warrior, along with over 20 others akin to elite Grandmasters, Lin Hai replied. Oh, then there is no need for concern regarding this intelligence. Yang Tai will be fine, Cheng Hung assured. All right, second uncle, Lin Hai ended the call. From Cheng Heng's words, it seemed that Yang Tai's strength was not to be underestimated. Could it be that such a multitude of high-level monsters would struggle to contend with him? Was the 99th ranked master on the master rankings that formidable? No, if he were truly that powerful, the Dark Python would not have recklessly attacked. Most likely, Yang Tai was concealing his true abilities. His prowess surely exceeded that of merely being the 99th on the master rankings. My second uncle is also a top-tier grandmaster. He may very well understand Yang Tai's strength, Lin Hai mused. Thus, his monster avatar could not proceed. Otherwise, it would be easily slain, and being killed by Yang Tai would be an unjust fate. Consequently, as they approached Thundercloud Valley, most of Lin Hai's consciousness returned to his human form, leaving only a fragment within the monster avatar, which then collapsed. The dark python approached, noticing the fallen titan armored ape, and sensed its weakened soul. Its soul aura is faint. It must be injured. Who summoned it for this mission? The dark python bellowed in fury. Lord Dark Python, it was I who called for it. A black-feathered bird emerged, responding. From now on, be more cautious in your dealings. Let this titan-armored ape remain here while we continue our journey, commanded the dark python. Subsequently, these high-level monsters departed swiftly, and only after their exit did Lin Hai's consciousness fully return. At last, he had managed to extricate himself, yet he could not simply depart. Should they be defeated and flee, he might have the opportunity to ambush them on the way. Lin Hai contemplated in Thundercloud Valley. A young man sat cross-legged, enveloped in thunder as he trained. This was Yang Tai, the 99th ranked top master on the master rankings, currently at the 8th stage of mastery. He was honing his 6-star martial art, Thunder Battle Body. The Thunder Battle Body is a martial discipline that enhances strength, speed, and defense. He had long since mastered it, and now, within Thundercloud Valley, he sought to elevate it to a higher level. The Thunder Battle Body is on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. This Thundercloud Valley will at most elevate it to the 7th level, after which there will be no further assistance. Yang Tai murmured, a 7th level Thunder Battle Body, by Lin Hai's standards, would be equivalent to a LV7 Thunder Battle Body. One could only imagine how formidable that would be. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of a smile gracing his features. A host of high-level monsters. It appears that my training here at Thundercloud Valley has been compromised by some traitor. Regrettably, after this battle, my intelligence may be partially leaked, and my position on the master rankings is bound to rise considerably. Yang Tai lamented. He did not wish to be so ostentatious. Drawing attention was not a favorable circumstance. Yet with the enemy at his doorstep, he could not simply flee. Moreover, it would be too late to escape, as they had already encircled Thundercloud Valley. Then let us eliminate you. Yang Tai's killing intent surged. The dark python, along with a cadre of high-level monsters, quickly sealed off Thundercloud Valley, honing in on Yang Tai's presence. Swish, swish, swish. Over 20 high-level monsters surrounded Yang Tai, their collective wills permeating the void, attempting to suppress him. Yet, despite the onslaught of so many high-level monsters' wills, Yang Tai remained undaunted. With a gentle grasp of his right hand, an S-rank lightning blade materialized. Kill. Over 20 high-level monsters launched a coordinated assault against Yang Tai, who, leveraging his astonishing speed and blade techniques, fought fiercely without yielding. Observing that these high-level monsters could not subdue Yang Tai, the Dark Python decided to intervene personally. Dark Prison. An immense force of darkness coalesced into a prison, seeking to ensnare Yang Tai. However, in that moment, Yang Tai chuckled, his body enveloped in an array of thunder, forming countless thunder scales that shielded him entirely. This is the Thunder Battle Body, Break. Empowered by the 7th level Thunder Battle Body, Yang Tai cleaved through the dark prison with a single stroke, and in the next instant, a multitude of lightning blades manifested in the void, piercing the bodies of high-level monsters one after another, slaying them. Not good. Yang Tai has concealed his strength. The dark python's expression shifted dramatically, utterly astonished by Yang Tai's terrifying power and his mastery of such formidable lightning techniques. Had it known, it would never have dared to confront Yang Tai. Perhaps the one to strike would have been the most elite high-level monster. Not it realized it had to make a desperate gamble. In an instant, countless tendrils of black mist enveloped the dark python's body. And soon after, it underwent a transformation, emerging from the shadows as a humanoid serpent, a dark serpent man. This was the dark python's second form. This second form was exceptionally suited for combat, as the human physique is the most advantageous for battle. Thus, many bulky high-level monsters sought to adopt such a combat form. A secret art bestowed upon the dark python in this form. The dark python's combat prowess had increased at least threefold, with a dark blade in hand. The Dark Python engaged Yang Tai in a fierce battle, each moment marked by dozens of clashes, the tremendous combat fluctuations resonating through a 10-mile radius. Suddenly, one of the Dark Python's arms was severed. Ultimately, it could not withstand Yang Tai's onslaught. In desperation, it invoked a secret art and swiftly retreated, transforming into a streak of blood light. Yang Tai continued his assault, conjuring a lightning spear that pierced the void. Striking the Dark Python, though it did not deliver a fatal blow, merely inflicting severe damage. Just as he aimed to pursue further, the Dark Python had already escaped. With a swish, he turned to eliminate other high-level monsters. Yet, some had already fled far beyond his reach, while a few stragglers were slain by him. I cannot take anything from Thundercloud Valley. Otherwise, should a top-tier high-level monster appear, I would be no match. He hastily departed Thundercloud Valley, soon disappearing from sight. With a thunderous crash, the Dark Python plummeted from the sky, crashing into a small mountain, its humanoid form unable to sustain itself, reverting back into a massive Dark Python, its colossal body crushing the ground beneath. Cursed human Yang Tai, I shall surely kill you in the future. The Tangsha organization is a bunch of inept fools, unaware of Yang Tai's true strength. Is this really the combat power of the 99th on the master rankings? It should be among the top 10. The Dark Python seethed. Yet it also recognized that this was not entirely the fault of the Tangsha organization. It was Yang Tai's deliberate concealment of his abilities, but the blame would inevitably fall upon the organization. Damn it, when I return, I shall undoubtedly face punishment. The loss of so many high-level monsters is no small matter to Lord Baiyan. The Dark Python lamented. Suddenly, a figure appeared within its perception. It was a high-level monster. Titan-armored ape. Is this fellow's soul unharmed? Truly fortunate. Had it accompanied me, its speed would have surely led to its demise at Yang Tai's hands. The Dark Python murmured. Lord Dark Python, what has happened to you? Lin Hai, witnessing the severely wounded Dark Python, gained a newfound understanding of Yang Tai's strength. He was certainly much more formidable than an ordinary Grand Master. Or else this Dark Python, comparable to a Grand Master-level warrior, would not have suffered such grievous injuries. At that moment, he was contemplating whether he could slay this Dark Python. This was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 48. Slaying the Dark Python. I have been gravely injured. Quickly escort me back, the Dark Python implored. Its current condition was precarious, and should it encounter other human warriors or powerful monsters with hostile intent, it would be in great danger. It needed to return to the Baiyan branch to recuperate and report on Yang Tai's strength. Understood. Lin Hai approached the Dark Giant Python, and as he drew near, he unleashed his Earthquake skill. The fourth level of the Earthquake skill erupted with a terrifying force, striking the wounds of the Dark Giant Python in its prime. Such an attack would merely have tickled it. Yet, at this moment, its heart was shattered by the impact. However, thanks to its formidable vitality, it did not succumb immediately. Instead, it glared furiously at Lin Hai and swung its tail towards him. Lin Hai attempted to defend himself using the Golden Bell Shield and Steel Armor skills. But the aura, transformed from his life force, shattered the Golden Shield, and the Steel Armor was also breached. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into tree after tree. Nevertheless, he managed to withstand this blow. The Dark Giant Python is indeed formidable. Even with its heart crushed, it can unleash an attack nearly rivaling that of top-tier monsters, Lin Hai remarked. The Dark Giant Python was equally astonished that its strike had not slain Lin Hai. Even a high-level monster comparable to a 9th-tier master would have perished under such an assault. It could only be said that Lin Hai's defense was terrifyingly strong. While he could not compare to someone like Yang Tai, he was still remarkably impressive when juxtaposed with other advanced monsters. As the Dark Giant Python's consciousness began to fade, it yearned to retaliate, but Lin Hai, wielding his finger as a sword, executed the true Sun Sword technique, unleashing a flurry of sword lights. The Dark Giant Python could not withstand the onslaught and was soon engulfed in the radiant sword beams, ultimately losing all vitality. After vanquishing the Dark Giant Python, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. The disparity between his strength and that of the Grandmaster-level Dark Giant Python was substantial, and this ambush had been fraught with peril, but the rewards were immense. Not only had he slain a high-level monster akin to a Grandmaster, but he had also claimed the creature's body and treasures. he extracted a circular ring from the dark giant python, which turned out to be a spatial treasure. He promptly refined this spatial artifact, probing into its depths with his mental energy. The space within was vast, spanning at least several hundred cubic units. Lin Hai exclaimed in delight. Moreover, it contained numerous treasures left behind by the dark giant python, now all belonging to him. He swiftly stored the dark giant python's corpse inside, donned the spatial artifact on his hand, merging it into his skin, and then departed hastily. In this manner, no one would suspect that the dark giant python had perished at his hands. They would naturally assume it had fallen to human hands. Soon, he returned to the ape mountain, and without delay, he sought to heal his wounds. His injuries were significant. After all, he had endured a strike from a grandmaster-level creature. Despite his robust defenses, he still bore considerable injury. Fortunately, his physique was resilient, and with ample healing resources, he would fully recover within a few days without any lingering effects. Subsequently, he consumed a plethora of resources to heal, entering a state of slumber as his consciousness returned to his human form. The strength of Master Yang Tai was indeed terrifying, and it would not be long before his ranking on the master leaderboard surged. Lin Hai pondered, could my second uncle also be concealing his true strength? His curiosity piqued. Initially, his second uncle had seemed incapable of dispatching a high-level monster in a single blow, merely inflicting a grievous injury on one that was not particularly strong, which was less impressive than his current avatar. However, perhaps his second uncle had also been hiding his capabilities, only exhibiting the prowess of a standard 9th-tier master warrior. Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking it in the days that followed. He practiced diligently, his strength steadily climbing. 2 days later, his monster avatar's injuries had healed, and he retrieved the dark giant python's corpse, extracting its inner organs to consume directly. The inner organs of such a high-level monster contained potent energy, aiding in his strength enhancement. Boom! Powerful energy surged into his body, which he harnessed to cultivate, causing all his attributes to rise. In the subsequent days, he completely digested the flesh and blood of the dark giant python, rapidly increasing his power, and even the Golden Bell Shield skill progressed significantly. Half a month later, the Earthquake skill was advanced to level 5, resulting in a dramatic increase in his strength, with all his attributes surging as well. Avatar, Titan Armored Ape, level, high-level monster, strength, 1010.2 agility, 922.9, constitution, 1107.3, spirit, 439, to will, 43.9, sword intent, 9.7, skills. Earthquake LV5, 0100, Diamond Law Form LV5, 19100, Muscle Transformation Max. True Sun Sword Technique LV6, 22100, Golden Bell Shield LV3, 27100. Free attributes. 0. Excellent. My physical attributes have now far surpassed those of an ordinary high-level monster. However, I still have a considerable distance to cover to match the strength of the dark giant python, which likely possesses attributes around 1500 points in strength, agility, and constitution. I will need several more months before I can rival the dark giant python's combat prowess. Lin Hai estimated, by that time, he might even be able to elevate the Earthquake skill to level 6, potentially attaining combat capabilities on par with Yang Tai. Furthermore, his human form's cultivation was also progressing steadily, having now reached the 6th tier of master level. However, he was consuming resources at an alarming rate while refining marrow liquid with his mastery of the muscle transformation technique, leading to a depletion of resources. Yet, his monster avatar possessed an abundance of resources, and he needed to devise a way to bring them back. I can meet with my monster avatar, but with so many resources, it would be impossible to transport them without a spatial storage artifact, Lin Hai considered. He checked the points shop at the Magic City base, discovering that spatial treasures were indeed on sale. But their prices were astonishingly high. Spatial treasures were categorized into tiers like D and C. A D-tier spatial storage device required 10,000 points, while an A-tier could exceed 1,000,000 points. With his current meager points, he naturally could not exchange for a spatial device. If he used the spatial treasure from his avatar, then the avatar would be left without one. Thus, he could only focus on accumulating points. The quickest way to earn points was to complete a high-points task. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could accept a task to slay a high-level monster, allowing his avatar to do the killing. Wouldn't that fulfill the task? This plan was feasible. He promptly searched for tasks involving the slaying of high-level monsters. Such tasks were predominantly B-tier, with points generally exceeding 10,000. Soon, he came across a familiar name. B-tier task: slay the black giant bird. Completion rewards 20,000 points. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. Only by undertaking the task and subsequently slaying the black giant bird, while bringing back key items, would he complete it. If he killed the black giant bird first and then accepted the task, it would not count, as it would be deemed stealing someone else's spoils or taking advantage of a situation, which was not permitted. Otherwise, he would have submitted the dark giant python's corpse to fulfill a task long ago. Chapter 49. Exchange for the storage ring. Previously, the black giant bird had accompanied the dark giant python in an attempt to ambush Master Yang Tai, resulting in the loss of one of its wings. Although it had managed to escape, it had yet to regrow its wing. Lin Hai contacted the black giant bird, but it seemingly paid him little mind. Days later, he reached out again. Black giant bird, I possess a Millennium Blood and Flesh Spirit Mushroom. Upon hearing about the Blood and Flesh Spirit Mushroom, the black giant bird immediately responded. For this rare treasure could regenerate severed limbs. It was eager to restore its wing. Otherwise, it could not unleash even half of its power. Titan Armored Ape, how can you trade the Blood and Flesh Spirit Mushroom to me? The black giant bird inquired. Let's discuss it in person. Lin Hai replied. Soon, they agreed on a meeting place. Lin Hai arrived early, and after a while, the black giant bird appeared, but it was not alone. It was accompanied by a high-level monster, a blood-red giant bird. This was the black giant bird's mate, the red giant bird, whose strength was slightly inferior to that of the black giant bird. Yet it was still a high-level monster. Titan Armored Ape, I have arrived. Let us discuss the terms, the black giant bird said. Lin Hai grinned, baring his teeth. The condition is quite simple. Your life. In an instant, he struck, using the white crane technique to dart towards the red giant bird. The red giant bird, having wings, could easily flee, so he needed to eliminate it immediately. Startled, the red giant bird attempted to escape, but Lin Hai activated his earthquake skill, delivering a devastating blow. Boom. The innards of the red giant bird were obliterated, and it was slain in a single strike. Witnessing this, the black giant bird instinctively sought to flee, but with one wing severed, it was unable to fly and could only run slowly. It had not gone far when a large hand grasped its throat. It struggled fiercely, its sharp claws scratching at Lin Hai, yet they could not penetrate the golden bell shield or steel armor skills surrounding him. Crack! Lin Hai snapped the black giant bird's neck, gradually extinguishing its life. After slaying the black giant bird, Lin Hai collected its corpse, along with that of the red giant bird, and swiftly departed. For the Monster Alliance, the death of two high-level monsters was merely routine. They would not expend energy investigating the matter. The Magic City base. Lin Hai's consciousness returned, and he promptly reported to the Phantom team before exiting the base and venturing into the outer regions. He then raced towards a specific direction. Although his human form was not as powerful as his monster avatar, he could still contend with ordinary high-level monsters. 2 hours later, Lin Hai converged with his monstrous doppelganger. The creature unceremoniously discarded the carcass of the black giant bird and promptly fell into a deep slumber nearby, while Lin Hai swiftly made his way back to the Magic City base, clutching the bird's severed head. Fortunately, he encountered no obstacles along the way and successfully returned. Upon arrival, he immediately headed to the mission hall to submit his task. Soon, after verification, it was confirmed that the black giant bird had indeed been slain. Marking the completion of this B-rank mission for Lin Hai, who was rewarded with a B-rank task card and 20,000 points. Since he had undertaken and fulfilled this mission solo, there was no need to share the rewards with the Phantom Battle team. He decided to exchange for a D-rank spatial treasure. After perusing the options, he ultimately selected the D-rank storage ring, valued at 10,000 points. He promptly made the exchange, and within less than 10 minutes, the storage ring was in his possession. It was somewhat diminutive, merely 10 cubic units, Lin Hai mused. Compared to the spatial ring of his monstrous doppelganger, it seemed quite small, yet it still had the capacity to store a considerable amount of resources. Without delay, he exited the city once more, spending another 2 hours journeying to the resting place of his doppelganger, where he transferred the resources from the doppelganger's spatial ring into this D-rank storage ring, nearly filling it to capacity before departing and returning to the Magic City base. Meanwhile, Lin Hai utilized a portion of his consciousness to guide the doppelganger to leave, which took considerable time before it finally reached the Ape Mountain. Upon returning to the Magic City base, Lin Hai found himself free from resource concerns for the foreseeable future. In the following month, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, leading a tranquil existence. With ample resources at his disposal, his cultivation efficiency soared, allowing him to break through to the 8th stage of master level, and he was even nearing the 9th stage. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation level: master level 8th stage. Strength: 192, agility: 188, constitution: 202, mentality: 492, will: 49. 2E sword intent: 10.9, skills: Mountain Quake LV5, 92-100, Diamond Body LV5, 73-100, Muscle Transformation Max, True Yang Sword Technique LV6, 88-100, Golden Bell Shield LV4, 12-100, free attributes: 0 from the data panel. It was evident that his Golden Bell Shield had advanced a level, reaching LV4, while no other aspects had broken through. Nonetheless, progress was significant, as they were all on the brink of advancement. Particularly, the Mountain Quake skill, once fully mastered, would dramatically enhance his strength. On one particular day, the captain of the Phantom Battle team, Luo Yao, personally sought out Lin Hai. "Greetings, Captain," Lin Hai called out. "Lin Hai, starting today, you will be assigned to Team 1. Accompanying me on missions," Luo Yao declared. Lin Hai was somewhat taken aback. This was rather sudden. While his displayed prowess was indeed commendable, he had only recently joined the Phantom Battle team and presumed he would undergo several months of evaluation before such a promotion. "What's the matter? Do you not wish to join Team 1? Luo Yao inquired. "On the contrary, I am eager to join Team 1, Lin Hai promptly responded. Being part of Team 1 would offer him numerous advantages, such as the opportunity to undertake more challenging missions and gain further experience. Although he was not lacking in resources, he did not possess everything he desired. Many missions, despite their low inherent value, presented the potential for astonishing treasures. Thus, to seize remarkable opportunities, frequent mission execution and exploration of foreign territories were imperative. Remaining complacent and relying solely on his existing resources without venturing out would be insufficient. Subsequently, Lin Hai successfully integrated into Team 1 of the Phantom Battle team. On the 3rd day following his induction, they received a mission, and it was a rather lucrative B-rank task. B-rank mission: support the National Defense Army and exterminate the Blood Wolf tribe. Due to the urgency, Captain Luo Yao had no time to elaborate, leading the team directly towards the Blood Wolf tribe. "Captain, what can you tell us about the Blood Wolf tribe's strength?" Lin Hai inquired during the journey. Luo Yao explained, "The Blood Wolf tribe is formidable, boasting dozens of high-level monsters, including one that rivals a Grand Master-level beast. However, there is no need for concern. The main force of the Blood Wolf tribe is being dealt with by the Grand Masters and Masters of the National Defense Army. Our task is merely to eliminate the auxiliary tribe of the Blood Wolf tribe. This time, we are to intercept a group of monsters heading to support the Blood Wolf tribe and eliminate them, which poses minimal danger." Hearing Luo Yao's reassurances, Lin Hai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If they were to face a Grand Master-level beast, they would certainly be no match, and it would be tantamount to seeking death. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. "Wait here," Luo Yao commanded. The team fell silent, each holding their breath as they awaited the arrival of the Blood Wolf tribe's reinforcements. It wasn't long before a swarm of monsters rushed in, led by 3 high-level beasts and over 100 mid-level monsters. So many mid-level monsters. The other members of the Phantom Battle team were astonished, feeling ill-equipped to face such a horde. Just then, a team emerged from several hundred meters away. Clearly, this interception involved more than just the Phantom Battle team. "Engage!" Luo Yao shouted. With a flurry of movement, the team charged towards the approaching monsters. While they were outnumbered, their combined might, particularly with 6 or 7 master-level warriors, easily overwhelmed the horde. Lin Hai focused on dispatching the mid-level monsters, relying on his perfected White Crane technique for swift movement and the power of the True Yang Sword technique to harvest the lives of the mid-level beasts with each strike. In no time, the area was cleared of monsters, and even the 3 high-level beasts were unable to escape, meeting their demise on the spot. "Is everything recorded?" Luo Yao inquired. "Yes, everything has been recorded," responded several team members. Documenting the battle was crucial for submitting the mission later, as it provided proof of their actions in intercepting the monsters. "Luo, your strength has improved again. You must have reached Master Level 6, remarked a member of a neighboring team, led by Chang Sanquan, a Master Level 7 warrior. Chang Sanquan, is there something you need? Luo Yao replied, her brow furrowed. She held a strong aversion to Chang Sanquan, who had previously harassed her numerous times. However, due to the necessity of collaboration for this mission, she had no choice but to endure. Nothing urgent. I merely wish to invite you to continue sweeping the surrounding area for monsters. Chang Sanquan proposed. Not interested, Luo Yao coldly replied, then led her team away, leaving Chang Sanquan visibly displeased. Humph. Chang Sanquan huffed, angrily waving his hand as he turned away. Everyone, we must continue clearing out the surrounding monsters. If any attempt to escape from the Blood Wolf tribe, we must intercept them, Luo Yao stated. As her words fell, a terrifying explosion of battle sounds erupted from afar. The clouds in the distance were torn asunder, and the sound of sonic booms resonated for miles. That is the clash of grandmasters, Luo Yao murmured. Moreover, this was no ordinary grandmaster. It was likely a rather elite one. It appeared that the higher-ups were determined to eradicate the Blood Wolf tribe, dispatching even top-tier grandmasters, possibly one from the grandmaster ranking soon. The cacophony of battle subsided. The team speculated that the grandmaster had slain the Blood Wolf tribe's beast that rivaled the grandmaster, indicating that their mission was nearing completion. Approximately half an hour later, a powerful aura approached, causing everyone to grow solemn. They soon beheld a high-level monster, drenched in blood, a humanoid giant wolf, unmistakably a creature of the Blood Wolf tribe. Block its path, Luo Yao commanded, exhibiting no fear as she charged forward. Get lost. The giant wolf roared in fury, its form swelling several times larger as it unleashed its innate skill, Blood Steel Claw. This skill dramatically increased its attack speed and resilience, rendering it immensely powerful. Luo Yao thrust her sword forward to counter, but with a resounding crack, her blade shattered upon impact, scattering her vitality and sending her sprawling backward. Not good, save the captain, the others exclaimed in alarm. Yet, the captain was a Master Level 6 warrior, while the high-level monster was at least comparable to a Master Level 9. Although it was injured, it could still unleash the strength of a Master Level 7, rendering them incapable of intervening. Die. The giant wolf lunged again, its claw aimed at Luo Yao, but in a critical moment, she transformed into a wisp of afterimage. Evading the lethal strike, however, the wolf's reflexes were swifter. It unleashed a sonic wave attack that left Luo Yao momentarily dazed. Coupled with the wolf's overwhelming will, it bore down upon her, rendering her motionless. The wolf's claw descended, seemingly poised to slice through her delicate neck. In that crucial moment, Lin Hai stepped in front of Luo Yao, utilizing the Golden Bell Shield and Steel Armor skills to absorb the wolf strike. He then retaliated with the Mountain Quake technique, sending the giant wolf sprawling. Yet, this creature was exceedingly powerful, and Lin Hai's human form was still too weak. He merely caused it some inconvenience without inflicting substantial harm. Fortunately, Luo Yao managed to recover and, upon realizing Lin Hai had saved her, expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." In an instant, the two joined forces to confront the formidable creature before them. Lin Hai stood resolutely in front, utilizing his formidable defenses to counter the colossal wolf, while Luo Yao relentlessly assaulted the beast from the side. Gradually, the wolf's primary focus shifted towards Luo Yao, at which moment Lin Hai unleashed the entirety of his willpower. The surge of roughly 50 points of master-level willpower slowed the beast's movements and suppressed its strength, leaving it momentarily stunned. Strike! Lin Hai commanded, wielding his sword with both hands. The essence of swordsmanship erupted to its zenith, delivering a brilliant slash that pierced the wolf's neck. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered, but Lin Hai remained unfazed, launching a powerful palm strike that invoked the mountain-shaking technique, sending the creature hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yao also struck, driving her sword deeper into the wolf's existing wound. Under the relentless barrage, the wolf clutched its neck, unable to stem the torrent of blood that flowed forth. The duo continued their assault without pause, ultimately bringing the creature down. However, this fierce battle took a toll on their vitality and stamina. They quickly began to recuperate, consuming various potions and resources to restore their strength. Lin Hai, I never imagined your prowess would surpass that of many master-level warriors, Luo Yao exclaimed. She felt that even in his current master-level state, Lin Hai was formidable enough to challenge her. and given the vast disparities in power that exist beyond the master level, it was evident that he was a remarkable prodigy. Please keep this a secret. Captain, rest assured, we will maintain confidentiality, Lin Hai replied. He understood why secrecy was paramount. Such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from powerful factions like the Tungsha organization or from foreign realms. Just as they were recovering, a notification arrived from above. All warriors were to return to the Magic City base immediately, with no delays permitted. Upon receiving this news, Luo Yao's expression shifted dramatically. We must retreat at once, she commanded. Lin Hai, uncertain of the gravity of the situation, sensed that something significant was afoot. Chapter 51. Two martial saints, Luo Yao, Lin Hai, and the other members of the Phantom Combat team hastened back to the Magic City base. The urgent alerts continued to echo, compelling them to return without hesitation. It was clear that failure to do so could result in dire consequences. Suddenly, a figure zipped through the air. It was a Grand Master, fleeing at breakneck speed towards the Magic City base. The urgency of the situation was underscored by the fact that even Grand Masters were in flight, indicating that a threat comparable to a martial saint-level monster, or perhaps even multiple such monsters, was imminent, rendering the base incapable of intercepting them all. Captain, isn't there a powerful weapon at the Magic City base capable of countering sequence-level monsters? Surely, we need not fear such top-tier creatures? Lin Hai inquired. Luo Yao clarified, while we do possess such weapons, they will not be deployed against top-level monsters. Once activated, they cannot be swiftly reused against incoming sequence-level threats. At that point, we would be left to contend with a single top-tier creature while facing the potential destruction of the Magic City base at the hands of sequence-level monsters. I see, Lin Hai comprehended. Such weapons could only be employed once within a short time frame, and the top-tier monsters were aware of this, emboldening them to confront the Magic City base directly. At that moment, the group felt their vital energy surge as they raced to return to the base. Thunderous roars echoed from an unknown location, the sound of a terrifying battle that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. It was highly likely that a clash was occurring between a martial saint and a top-tier monster. Time passed slowly, and at last, they spotted the steel walls of the Magic City base. But just then, a horrific force thickened the air around them, drastically reducing their speed. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had slowed. This is bad. A top-tier monster? Lin Hai thought grimly. He turned his head with great effort to see a colossal white creature looming in the sky. Its 9 eyes wide open, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. The White Flame King. Luo Yao's expression paled. This was a top-tier monster, rivaling the martial saint level, and indeed, it was a being that could contest even the most elite martial saints. Suddenly, the White Flame King struck, its enormous white paw descending as if to envelop the entire realm. Before it even landed, the group felt as though their bodies might explode. Several master-level warriors were instantly obliterated, unable to be saved in time. Outside the Magic City base, many Master and Grand Master-level warriors were present, and their potential loss would be a devastating blow to the base. The Magic City base could not allow such a calamity to unfold. A blinding flash of blade light sliced through the air, intercepting the massive white paw and cleaving it in two. In the next moment, a young man clad in SSS-grade armor, wielding an SSS-grade sword, emerged from the Magic City base, radiating an aura of terrifying sword intent that pierced the void. Young Martial Saint, you are also here. The White Flame King's gaze burned with intensity, eager to engage this formidable opponent. And I am here as well. Another figure materialized, a woman. The instant the White Flame King laid eyes on her, it transformed into a streak of white light and attempted to flee, but the woman merely pointed. Piercing through the void, a scream echoed as the White Flame King sustained injury, yet it still managed to escape. The woman then dissipated into a wisp of illusion. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hai and the others exhaled deeply. Relieved to have narrowly avoided death, they quickly returned to the Magic City base, the Phantom Combat Team base. Lin Hai curiously asked Luo Yao, Captain, who was that female martial saint? Luo Yao speculated. I don't know her personally, but if I'm not mistaken, she should be Qin Shi, the 7th-ranked female martial saint on the Summer Kingdom's martial saint list, often regarded as one of the most promising candidates to break through to the martial god level. Qin Shi, Lin Hai committed that name to memory. However, for him, both Yang Yi and Qin Shi existed in realms far beyond his reach. His foremost goal remained to become a master-level warrior. In the days that followed, few dared to venture outside, all opting to cultivate within the Magic City base. Lin Hai, utilizing the resources provided by his avatar, fervently trained and ultimately elevated his cultivation to the master-level 9th stage. Just a step away from becoming a master-level warrior. Additionally, his various skills saw significant improvements. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: master-level 9th stage. Strength: 201. Agility: 199. Constitution: 212. Mentality: 501. Ill will: 50. 1. Sword Intent: 16.2. Skills: Mountain Shaking LV6, 9100. Diamond Form LV5, 88,100. Muscle Relaxation Max, True Sun Sword Technique LV7, 1100. Golden Bell Shield LV4, 33,100. Free Attributes: 0. The Mountain Shaking skill had advanced to LV6, and the True Sun Sword Technique had reached LV7, significantly boosting his sword intent attributes. His strength had grown considerably compared to 10 days prior, now rivaling that of elite master-level warriors. With his foundational advantages, he was poised to far surpass other master-level warriors. Once he broke through to the master level, the extent of his enhancement would be remarkable, Lin Hai mused. Just as he was preparing to make his move towards the master-level breakthrough, he received a summons from the Magic City Academy to return. Thus, he hurried back to the academy. Principal, did you call me back because something significant has occurred at the school? Lin Hai inquired. Principal Zhou Xinghe explained, Lin Hai, there is no crisis at the school. Rather, the Summer Kingdom is preparing to host a nationwide competition for warriors below the master level. Are you interested in participating? Not particularly, Lin Hai shook his head. He was currently focused on his rigorous training, making remarkable strides, and anticipated achieving the master level soon, rendering such competitions unimportant. Zhou Xinghe continued, the rewards for this competition are quite substantial, including S-grade weapons and 6-star martial arts as prizes. The mention of 6-star martial arts instantly piqued Lin Hai's interest. He smiled broadly and asked, Principal, when will this competition take place? I would like to represent the school. After all, if I achieve a notable ranking, it would reflect well on the school. Recognizing Lin Hai's sudden shift in enthusiasm, Zhou Xinghe elaborated, the competition will commence in 15 days, and registration is open now. It will take place in a virtual world and will be broadcast live. The intention of this event is to familiarize the general public with martial artists, thereby accelerating the transition of the populace into the martial arts profession. Chapter 52. 9 Transformations of Vitality, Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique. After conversing with Principal Zhou Xinghe for a while, Lin Hai gained ample insight into the upcoming competition. Primarily, it would occur in a virtual world where physical attributes would reflect normal standards. Thus, the advantages of his enhanced physicality would not carry over. He would need to rely solely on his martial skills, will, and sword intent. Nevertheless, he still possessed a considerable advantage, easily overshadowing typical master-level warriors. Lin Hai, this upcoming competition holds great significance, featuring numerous descendants and disciples of the martial saints level, with no age restrictions in place. This implies that some master-level practitioners, who have remained at the 9th Dan for a decade or even 2, possess formidable martial arts skills. Among these, there are quite a few master-level warriors who have grasped the will of the Grandmaster, Zhou Xinghe remarked. Quite a few master-level warriors who have grasped the will of the Grandmaster? Lin Hai exclaimed in astonishment, his curiosity piqued. Principal, these individuals should find it relatively easy to break through to the Grandmaster level, so why haven't they done so? Do you know what it takes to break through to the Grandmaster level? Zhou Xinghe inquired. It should be somewhat similar to the breakthrough from expert to master level, right? Lin Hai suggested. Not at all. Zhou Xinghe replied, what you mentioned is merely the ordinary method of breaking through, which has a very low success rate. Should one fail, their vitality may diminish. For a master-level practitioner at the 9th Dan to ascend to the Grandmaster level, they must utilize their vital energy to open up their Dantian. Storing their vital energy within .as, their vital energy continues to elevate. Upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, they can condense their vital energy into true essence, opening the Dantian and storing vital energy for Grandmaster level warriors. True essence is achieved at the Grandmaster level. Lin Hai was learning this for the first time, primarily due to his rapid growth and relentless training, which had led him to overlook this aspect of knowledge. Zhou Xinghe continued, to enhance the success rate of breaking through, master-level practitioners must undergo vital energy refinement, completing a transformation of their vital energy. The probability of breaking through to the Grandmaster level after 1 transformation is 1 in 10. After 2 transformations, it's 1 in 5. After 3, it becomes 1 in 2. And after 4 transformations, the success rate is 100%. Many prodigies, however, do not wish to settle for just 4 transformations. They strive for 5, 6, 7, or even the ultimate 9 transformations. Upon completing 9 transformations, their blood undergoes a remarkable evolution, referred to as the blood of the divine. The 9 transformations of vital energy leading to the path of the Grandmaster are derived from our human race's martial knowledge combined with the study of monstrous paths, which is also the foundation of our potential resurgence. Although some of the most extraordinary martial saints in our nation may not be able to defeat sequence-level monsters, they can still escape from them, thanks to their solid foundational training. Conversely, monsters follow a different path. They need not traverse this route and can simply evolve continuously. Yet, their lack of foundational training results in many monsters struggling to break through to the next realm throughout their lives. Unless their bloodline is inherently powerful, offering them a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Our human race has merely a short growth period of 50 years. If given several hundred or even 1,000 years, we would undoubtedly surpass the other realms. Thus, the other realms are acutely aware of this, which is why they continuously invade us, not wishing to grant us the time to grow. Zhou Xinghe's explanation filled Lin Hai with aspirations for the 9 transformations of vital energy. While his monstrous avatar might not be able to pursue this path, his human form certainly could. Principal, how can I successfully undergo each transformation of vital energy? Lin Hai inquired. Zhou Xinghe elaborated, there are several methods. The first is that once you reach the limit of the Master Level 9th Dan, you will sense the presence of a bottleneck. At this point, you can attempt to enhance your vital energy, although it is exceedingly difficult to make further improvements. However, you can forcibly enhance it by consuming various resources that boost vital energy. This process may not increase the quantity, but it will enhance its quality imperceptibly, allowing you to complete a transformation of vital energy without realizing it. You can continue to employ this method, but it is undoubtedly the slowest. It could take decades to achieve even a few transformations. The second method is to refine your vital energy using the power of intent. For instance, if you comprehend sword intent or the will of the Grandmaster, these can be used for body refinement. However, the effect of refining vital energy with the will of the Grandmaster is inferior, whereas sword intent is highly effective. You should attempt to utilize sword intent for refining your vital energy, but this should only be done after your vital energy has reached the limit of the Master Level 9th Dan. The third method involves enlisting the aid of a Grandmaster level powerhouse to utilize their true essence to assist in refining your vital energy. However, this method carries certain risks, as those with insufficient foundations often resort to it, making it challenging for them to break through to the Grandmaster level in the future. There are also some rare heavenly materials and treasures that can expedite the refinement of vital energy. Additionally, it seems that the Xia Nation has developed several martial arts that can assist in refining vital energy, but I am unclear about their effectiveness. It is said that one must cultivate to an extremely high realm to accelerate the refinement of vital energy, and it has yet to be widely disseminated. Martial arts for refining vital energy? Lin Hai felt a surge of excitement, realizing that most martial arts merely enhance vital energy but do not truly refine its quality, which is fundamentally different. Principal, does the school have any martial arts for enhancing vital energy? Lin Hai inquired. The school has yet to introduce such martial arts, but if you desire, I can procure a book for you. Zhou Xinghe responded. Thank you very much, Principal, Lin Hai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Principal Zhou Xinghe enrolled Lin Hai in the upcoming competition while also seeking out martial arts capable of refining vital energy. Lin Hai did not rush to utilize sword intent for refining vital energy. Instead, he continuously consumed various resources to enhance his vital energy, striving to maximize it to its current limit. 3 days later, Principal Zhou Xinghe called him to the office again, producing a legacy orb. This is the martial art in question, though it lacks a specific grade. Take it home and study it, but do not rush to practice it just yet. Wait until your vital energy has reached its limit before beginning your training. If you practice it now, your vital energy will struggle to increase further, resulting in a loss of some of it. Zhou Xinghe cautioned. Understood, Lin Hai replied. He then took the legacy orb home and utilized his mental energy to absorb the martial art within it. Boom. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, granting him genuine mastery of the art. The name of this martial art? Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique, was indeed imposing. According to the description, upon reaching its maximum level, the practitioner's vital energy would become as formidable as the sun itself. But the technique was exceedingly challenging to cultivate. There was also a note advising against becoming overly engrossed in the practice of this martial art, as it could be a tremendous waste of time. One should not allow the pursuit of this technique to consume years of training, thereby hindering their breakthrough to the Grandmaster level. The earlier one breaks through to the Grandmaster level, the better. Attempting to do so at an advanced age, regardless of the strength of their vital energy, could still lead to failure. Chapter 53. The Master Level Elite Tournament begins. The Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique is most suitable for peak Master Level practitioners, as their vital energy has yet to solidify. Should they break through to the Grandmaster level, their vital energy would become fixed, making refinement exceedingly difficult. The difficulty of cultivating the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique would increase tenfold, if not more, rendering progress virtually imperceptible. Lin Hai was not concerned about the lack of progress, as he possessed the proficiency system, allowing him to effortlessly gain proficiency. Enhancing his proficiency would enable him to disregard the limitations of martial arts. For instance, many martial arts are unsuitable for monstrous practitioners, yet his monstrous avatar had still successfully mastered them. Upon returning home, Lin Hai shifted his consciousness to his monstrous avatar in the other realm and endeavored to cultivate the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique. After a brief period of practice, his proficiency in the technique increased by one level. It appeared to be quite manageable, Lin Hai mused. Thus, he began to fervently practice the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique. As his monstrous avatar had already attained advanced status, and practicing it would not interfere with his human form, which could remain dormant for the time being in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days had passed. At this point, Lin Hai had elevated his human form to the pinnacle of the Master Level 9th Dan, with his vital energy reaching its limit, leaving no room for further enhancement. It was then that he commenced the refinement of his vital energy. Moreover, his monstrous avatar, having rigorously practiced the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique over the past 10 days, had successfully brought it to level 2. With level 3 just within reach. Therefore, he was confident he could master this ungraded technique to its fullest within a few months. However, he remained uncertain whether the fully mastered Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique, combined with Sword Intent, would allow him to achieve the 9 transformations of vital energy. With only 2 days remaining until the Xia Nation's Master Level Elite Tournament, he realized he could begin the refinement of his vital energy during this time. Lin Hai promptly returned his consciousness to his human form, commencing the cultivation of the Level 2 Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique. Boom. With the aid of the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique, Lin Hai began to refine the vital energy within his body, expelling impurities. However, the effectiveness of this initial refinement was not particularly high. Consequently, he immediately incorporated Sword Intent into the process in an instant. A multitude of Sword Intents surged into his bloodstream, significantly enhancing the refinement's efficacy. Under the dual assistance of the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique and Sword Intent, the progress of his vital energy refinement accelerated rapidly, and he estimated that it would not be long before he completed his first transformation of vital energy. However, the inaugural Master Level Elite Tournament in the Xia Nation was about to commence, compelling him to temporarily halt his training. At his grandfather's home, Lin Hai visited again, bringing along some otherworldly spiritual fruits for his grandfather's health. "Grandfather," Lin Hai called out, "Xiao Hai, has your training been going smoothly of late?" Cheng He inquired. "Quite well. I have now reached the pinnacle of the Master Level 9th Dan, and I am currently refining my vital energy," Lin Hai remarked. "Master Level 9. Cheng He was taken aback, astonished by how rapidly his grandson was advancing in his training, far surpassing the pace of his several uncles. "Have you participated in this year's Elite Master Level competition?" Cheng He inquired. "I have," Lin Hai replied. Cheng He smiled, saying, "That's excellent. Put in your best effort and strive for a commendable ranking. There are quite a few valuable rewards this time. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 will receive substantial prizes, and those in the top 10 will be awarded even more precious items." "Grandfather, I will endeavor to do my best," Lin Hai assured him. During dinner, Lin Hai's mother, Cheng Suya, arrived with his younger sister, Lin Shi. After a period of diligent training, Lin Shi had reached the 9th rank of a professional level warrior, just one step away from becoming an expert-level martial artist. Upon learning that her brother had already attained the 9th rank of master level, she was instantly shocked into silence, exclaiming, "Brother, you are incredible. Sister, if you continue to train hard, you might surpass me in the future." Lin Hai chuckled. After dinner, Lin Hai made a phone call to his father. "Lin Sheng, Dad, I'm competing in the Master Level Elite competition. If you have time, you should watch my matches," Lin Hai said over the phone. "Master Level Elite competition? Son, have you broken through to the Master Level?" Lin Sheng asked, astonished. "Yes," Lin Hai confirmed. "Son, you are remarkable. I will definitely watch." After hanging up, Lin Sheng promptly posted on social media, proudly announcing that his son would be participating in the Master Level Elite competition. Instantly, a flurry of congratulations poured in for Lin Sheng, as Lin Hai had previously earned the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province, bringing great pride to his family. Now, just a short time into university, he qualified for the Master Level Elite competition, which was even more extraordinary. To many ordinary people, Master Level warriors were already considered immensely powerful beings. In Haicheng, there were only a few grandmasters, and having a son who was a Master Level warrior was certainly something to boast about. The next day, at 9 in the morning, countless media outlets and apps began live broadcasts of the first Master Level Elite competition. All participants had been nominated by major factions, with the lowest cultivation level being Master Level 7. In reality, over 90% were Master Level 9 warriors, including some who had trained for 50 years. These seasoned warriors undoubtedly began their training the year of the otherworldly invasion, possessing mediocre aptitudes that made it challenging to break through to Grandmaster level. Yet their mastery of martial arts was commendable. Additionally, given the minimal disparity in physical fitness required in the virtual world's Master Level Elite competition, those with formidable martial arts skills had a chance to secure high rankings. Consequently, these seasoned veterans also had the potential to achieve commendable placements. With over 2,300 Master Level warriors competing, the number was truly staggering, Lin Hai thought to himself. At that moment, he was at the Magic Capital Academy, preparing to log into the virtual world. Soon, he arrived at the venue of the Master Level Elite competition within the virtual realm, surrounded by a vast audience. Many powerful martial artists had come to witness the event in person, and various live streaming platforms commenced their broadcasts. Due to the high number of participants, a series of preliminary rounds were necessary to ultimately select 300 warriors for the final elimination rounds. The virtual world divided the preliminary rounds into various competition stages, allowing each participant to choose the group stage they wished to observe. Before long, the preliminary rounds commenced. Lin Hai was transported to a stage where he selected an A-grade longsword as his weapon. While his physical attributes were typical of a Master Level 9 warrior, suddenly, his opponent emerged, a Master Level 9 warrior who appeared to be in his 40s. In an instant, both combatants launched their attacks. Lin Hai unleashed the true Yang sword technique, and with a single strike, he dispatched his opponent, who dissolved into shimmering light, while the virtual world system announced his victory in the first battle. Following that, he achieved victory in multiple battles, each time eliminating his opponents in a heartbeat. Throughout the matches, it became evident who was strong and who was weak, as the weaker participants were consistently matched against the stronger master-level warriors, leading to their swift elimination. Within just a few hours, 300 master-level warriors had been selected. The next day would mark the beginning of the true elimination rounds. Chapter 54. The Breakthrough of the Diamond Law Form. At the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Hai stood in the principal's office as Principal Zhou Xinghe handed him a dossier. "Lin Hai, this contains the information about some of the competitors. You may wish to study it." Zhou Xinghe said. Lin Hai took the dossier and departed. Once back in his dormitory, he scrutinized the data on the competitors. Most of the participants did not impress him, but 3 individuals caught his attention due to their unknown monstrous bloodline. Even with the resources of the Magic Capital Academy, they could not ascertain its nature. Perhaps it could be discovered, but not disclosed, indicating the complexity of their monstrous bloodline. These 3 individuals had all mastered Grandmaster-level intent and undergone several transformations of vital energy. Zhou Tianquan, by Xianshan, Xian Yuanya. Zhou Tianquan had mastered the intent of the blade, by Xianshan the intent of the staff, and Xian Yuanya the intent of the sword. Moreover, their physical prowess was formidable. Undoubtedly, they could easily slay ordinary high-level monsters. Compared to them, Lin Hai's training time was shorter, and upon witnessing these 3, he felt uncertain about his ability to defeat them. They might have trained in 6-star martial arts, and their cultivation levels were not low. while the advantage of their monstrous bloodlines was evident. After all, his own monstrous bloodline was only that of a high-level monster and had not reached the pinnacle. His advantage lay in his martial arts cultivation. But if their levels were comparable to his, he could not prevail. Nevertheless, given their relatively young ages, it was unlikely they had surpassed him in terms of proficiency. Furthermore, since this event was held in the virtual world, their advantages in monstrous bloodlines and physical prowess would be non-existent. Thus he remained confident in his ability to defeat them. My Diamond Law form will break through tonight. Once it does, my mental attributes will soar. And my Grandmaster intent will also elevate. He then focused his consciousness into the otherworldly monstrous avatar, dedicating himself to the cultivation of the Diamond Law form. Indeed, by midnight, Lin Hai's Diamond Law form finally ascended to level 6. Soon after, he returned his consciousness to his original body, preparing to get some sleep. However, before resting, he took a moment to review his character data. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: Master Level 9, Strength, 205, Agility, 201, Constitution, 215, Mental, 601, Will, 60. 1 Sword Intent, 17.1, Skills: Earthshaking LV6, 15100, Diamond Law Form LV6, 0100, Jin Jing Max, True Yang Sword Technique LV7, 5100, Golden Bell Shield LV4, 45100, Free Attributes, 0 with a Grandmaster level intent of 60. 1 points. This undoubtedly surpassed the Grandmaster level intent of those 3 individuals, as such intent exceeded that of an average peak Master level 9 warrior. Time for sleep. Lin Hai quickly fell asleep. The following day, Lin Hai logged into the virtual world early. Before long, over 300 participants entered the competition arena, and the elimination rounds continued with 2 warriors battling at a time. A loss would send a contestant to the loser S bracket, and if they lost again there, they would be eliminated. However, if they won 2 consecutive matches in the loser S bracket, they would return to the winner S bracket. This continued until only 100 participants remained. Due to the nature of the elimination rounds, each contestant had their own dedicated live streaming room. As the top scholar from Jiangnan Province and the youngest participant in this master-level elite competition, Lin Hai attracted considerable attention, particularly from the cities in Jiangnan Province, where many people flooded into his live stream to support him. Lin Hai's parents and younger sister were also keenly following the competition. Soon, Lin Hai's first battle commenced. He faced off against Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was also a formidable Master Level 9 warrior, lacking Grandmaster level intent, but having trained a 4-star martial art to level 4, making him quite powerful. Zhao Xian was somewhat familiar with the competitors and recognized Lin Hai as a freshman from the Magic Capital Academy, noting his rapid rise in cultivation. He believed Lin Hai would not be particularly strong in martial arts and felt he had a chance to defeat him. However, as soon as the battle began, his attacks fell short, and he could not even perceive Lin Hai's movements before a single strike imbued with sword intent pierced his neck, resulting in an instant defeat. Inside the virtual pod, Zhao Xian abruptly returned to consciousness, his face slightly pale. What a terrifying sword technique! He killed me in 1 move, and he's just a freshman. How monstrous! Having been defeated, he could only enter the loser S bracket. Subsequently, he logged back into the virtual world, awaiting the conclusion of the other battles before participating in the matches in the loser S bracket. Throughout the ensuing battles, Lin Hai repeatedly triumphed over his opponents with relative ease. As apart from those 3 individuals, no one else could exert even the slightest pressure on him. Before long, one contestant after another was eliminated, having lost twice in a row. The pace of elimination accelerated rapidly. 250, 200, 150, unbeknownst to many, only 100 competitors remained, having secured their places among the elite of this master-level tournament. Regardless of their subsequent rankings, each would receive a reward. After enduring fierce battles for so long, the competition schedule concluded for the day, with the ranking matches for the top 100 set to commence the following day. After the matches, Lin Hai's close friend, Li Kai, called to congratulate him. While many classmates offered their well wishes, he also took a moment to converse with his parents and younger sister before returning to his rigorous training, unwilling to squander a single moment in his quest for strength. The next day, the ranking matches for the Master-Level Elite Tournament began, infused with an element of fortune. A single battle determined the victor. The organizers ensured that formidable opponents would not clash prematurely, yet encountering a hidden powerhouse could result in immediate defeat. jeopardizing a higher rank. Soon enough, the matchups were announced. Lin Hai was set to face Gao Zixuan, a woman of considerable age, likely in her 30s. Should he triumph over her, he would secure a position within the top 50. It could be said that all master-level warriors reaching the top 100 were formidable, and Lin Hai would not underestimate his opponent. As the two appeared on the stage, he immediately activated his armored skill and golden bell shield, determined to give Gao Zixuan no opportunity. Shadow control technique. In an instant, Gao Zixuan manipulated Lin Hai's shadow, binding him with its power, a signature skill derived from her monstrous bloodline. She had fused with the blood of a high-level monster, Shadow Puppet, granting her the ability to control shadows if Lin Hai could not break free from her grasp. No matter how superior his strength, he would face defeat at her hands. Lin Hai, prepare to succumb, Gao Zixuan declared as she crossed dozens of meters in an instant, wielding an A-class long stabbing sword aimed at him. In her eyes, if Lin Hai could not swiftly counter her shadow control technique, she stood a chance to slay him. Yet suddenly, Lin Hai shattered her control, effortlessly blocking her sword with one hand, crushing it with a mere squeeze before unleashing the mountain-shocking skill, boom. With a single palm strike, Gao Zixuan's body disintegrated, turning into shimmering light and vanishing. Thus, Lin Hai secured a resounding victory in his first match, placing him among the top 50. Chapter 55. The top 4 emerge. Lin Hai's performance astounded many, for Gao Zixuan's strength was formidable, and her shadow control technique was a rather sinister skill. Lin Hai's immediate dismantling of her technique indicated that his mental prowess far surpassed hers, and his ability to eliminate her with a single move was equally impressive. Many master-level warriors in the audience were gravely aware that they might not withstand such an attack before long. The other matches concluded, with the top 50 contenders continuing to battle for their rankings, while the remaining 50 would also engage in combat to determine their standings. Lin Hai's second opponent was Chao Wuqian, a senior prodigy from the Capital Academy, renowned as one of its 4 great talents, boasting top-tier qualifications and infused with the blood of the formidable King Kong demon ape. The capital had suffered greatly when subduing the King Kong demon ape, and its blood was a coveted choice among top-tier geniuses. Aware of Lin Hai's prowess, Chao Wuqian activated the King Kong demon ape's signature skill, King Kong Body, radiating a dark glow that enveloped him, rendering his physique exceptionally resilient. He then charged forward, executing the 5-star martial art, Shocking Sea King Kong Fist, resembling a King Kong demon ape descending upon Lin Hai. Even ordinary master-level warriors would evade such an assault. Yet Lin Hai stood firm, making no attempt to dodge. As Chao Wuqian's fist approached, he unleashed the mountain-shocking skill to counter. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided. Lin Hai, fortified by his armored skill and golden bell shield, absorbed the impact, while Chao Wuqian failed to withstand Lin Hai's force. The level 6 advanced monster skill was nothing short of terrifying. In contrast, Chao Wuqian's Shocking Sea King Kong Fist had only reached level 3, a stark inadequacy compared to Lin Hai's level 6 mountain-shocking skill. Crack! Chao Wuqian's bones shattered, and his internal organs were crushed. Subsequently, his form disintegrated into light. In the audience, the headmaster of the Capital Academy, Chao Shanhe, wore a grim expression, while the headmaster of the Magic City Academy, Zhou Xinghe, approached, taunting, "Old Chao, your grandson's prowess leaves much to be desired. A senior, training for years, felled by a freshman from our academy in a single blow. It's merely luck that your Magic City Academy recruited such a prodigy. It is not your doing," Chao Shanhe retorted. "Yet it is our academy's merit. Why did he not choose your Capital Academy?" Zhou Xinghe seized the opportunity to showcase his own academy's accomplishments. Zhou Xinghe, no matter how formidable Lin Hai is, he cannot claim the top spot. The 3 ahead of him are national prodigies. You must have some inkling of their strength. Lin Hai is no match for them, Chao Shanhe asserted. Zhou Xinghe, however, chuckled. That is not certain. Perhaps Lin Hai may yet defeat them. Chao Shanhe shook his head in disbelief. After defeating Chao Wuqian, Lin Hai ascended into the top 25, with one contender receiving a bye in the next round. Shortly thereafter, the battle for the top 25 commenced, with Xian Yuanya receiving the bye. The victors of this round would secure a place among the top 13. Lin Hai's opponent this time was slightly weaker than Chao Wuqian, and he easily overcame him, advancing to the top 13. Again, there would be a bye, this time for Bai Xianshan. Should he win, he would secure a position within the top 7. Lin Hai's adversary was a seasoned warrior, approximately 37 or 38 years old. Though lacking in innate talent, he possessed remarkable comprehension, having mastered numerous martial arts and several powerful techniques. His elevated mental attributes allowed him to defeat others and reach this round. Mo Qiong, standing on the stage, felt the weight of the challenge ahead, aware of the difficulty in overcoming Lin Hai. He knew he must seize any opportunity. His advantage lay in speed. With a swift movement, he lunged at Lin Hai as if teleporting. Just as Lin Hai prepared to counter with the mountain-shocking skill, his opponent inexplicably evaded the attack. Such rapid reflexes hinted at a formidable speed-based skill. Lin Hai surmised. Mo Qiong circled Lin Hai, executing rapid strikes with a short blade. Lin Hai remained unyielding, relying on his armored skill and golden bell shield to disregard Mo Qiong's assaults. Clang, clang, clang. Each of Mo Qiong's attempts failed to breach Lin Hai's defenses, inciting urgency within him. How can Lin Hai's defenses be so formidable? My attack power is not weak, yet my level 4-star martial art cannot penetrate his defenses. Mo Qiong frowned, realizing that if this continued, his vitality would wane, leading to inevitable defeat. He had no choice but to reveal his blade intent. Once more, Mo Qiong charged at Lin Hai, the blade gleaming with lethal brilliance, imbued with the power of blade intent. Amplifying this strike's might several-fold. Kill. The dazzling blade light seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space as it hurtled towards Lin Hai. Yet Lin Hai merely smiled. His master-level will erupted, instantly suppressing Mo Qiong. In truth, Mo Qiong had also grasped master-level will, but in comparison to Lin Hai's, it was akin to a small fish before a great dragon. Insignificant. He was swiftly overwhelmed, rendered motionless. In that moment, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Lin Hai, harmonizing with his master-level will, unleashing a stunning sword ray that pierced through Mo Qiong's blade light, obliterating his form in a singular strike. Lin Hai, victorious! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such fearsome master-level will and astonishing sword intent left the powerful spectators in shock. Even Zhou Xinghe found himself surprised. During the previous rookie assessments, Lin Hai's master-level will and sword intent had not been nearly as formidable. How had such a transformation occurred in such a short span? At that moment, even by Xian Shan, Zhou Tianquan, and Xian Yuanya regarded Lin Hai with newfound respect, albeit still merely as respect in their eyes. Aside from themselves, no one in this tournament could be deemed worthy challengers. After defeating Mo Qiong, Lin Hai entered the top 7, with the next round determining the top 4. Soon, the next round began, with Zhou Tianquan receiving the bye. Clearly, the organizers still considered by Xian Shan, Zhou Tianquan, and Xian Yuanya to possess strength beyond the others, granting them 3 consecutive byes. Lin Hai's opponent this time was Zhang Qiani, a master-level warrior from the National Defense Army, an exceptionally powerful contender, even surpassing Mo Qiong, having not only mastered master-level will but also comprehended gun intent. Nevertheless, in the face of Lin Hai, Zhang Qiani could only withstand a handful of exchanges before being defeated. Thus, Lin Hai advanced to the top 4, joined by Zhou Tianquan, Bai Xianshan, and Xian Yuanya. Chapter 56, Sequential Skill, Eye of the Sky. In the battle among the top 4, each of these 4 displayed overwhelming prowess, showcasing unparalleled combat strength, leaving the outcome uncertain. Yet it was undeniable that the senior powers of Xia country harbored little hope for Lin Hai's victory, fully aware of the terrifying capabilities of the top 3. These were 3 exceptional prodigies meticulously cultivated by the state, each destined for greatness, with their lowest potential achievement expected to reach the martial saint level. Remarkably, none of these 3 had even attended university, having been secretly trained by the government, gaining extensive battle experience in the virtual realm against monsters. Thus, the Xia Kingdom harbored no concerns regarding the potential assassination of these 3 individuals by foreign spies. Confident that they would undoubtedly thrive in the future, the decision to allow them to compete this time was also an opportunity for them to showcase their abilities. The battle for the top 4 did not commence immediately. Instead, it awaited the conclusion of the other matches before truly beginning, further elevating the excitement of this elite master-level competition. Lin Hai and his companions were not anxious. Their spirits were formidable, and spending an entire day in the virtual realm without exiting posed no threat to their foundational strength. As time gradually passed, the matches of the others came to an end. At last, the contest for the top 4 was about to commence, and only 4 live streams remained in the official broadcasting room. Among them, Lin Hai's stream boasted the highest number of viewers, primarily due to the audience's familiarity with him, whereas the other 3 competitors had emerged unexpectedly, leaving the spectators unaware of their past performances and experiences. Consequently, Lin Hai's reputation soared. Soon, the matchups were revealed. Lin Hai was set to battle Bai Xianshan, while Zhou Tianxuan would face Xian Yuanya, with the matches proceeding separately rather than simultaneously. Lin Hai and Bai Xianshan were the first to clash. And only after their duel concluded would it be Xian Yuanya's turn. To seize the championship, one must achieve victory in both battles. A single defeat would result in elimination. Buzz. On a colossal arena, the figures of Lin Hai and Bai Xianshan materialized. Bai Xianshan wielded a long staff, embodying the essence of staff techniques, while Lin Hai brandished a long sword, mastering the art of swordsmanship. However, weaponry was merely one means of combat, not the entirety of it. Lin Hai had little knowledge of Bai Xianshan. His encounters with opponents had been swift victories, revealing none of their monstrous skills. Lin Hai, you are not my match, Bai Xianshan declared with unwavering certainty. Such confidence, Lin Hai found Bai Xianshan's bravado excessive. Without having fought, how could he claim to be superior? Out of respect for you, I shall give my all to defeat you. As he spoke, numerous thunderous scales manifested upon Bai Xianshan's body, enveloping him in a terrifying aura of lightning that seemed poised to pierce the very void. 6-star martial art. Thunder battle form. Lin Hai had heard of the thunder battle form, a technique mastered by Yang Tai, a prominent figure on the master ranking, and Bai Xianshan had also trained in this formidable 6-star martial art. However, Bai Xianshan's mastery of the thunder battle form paled in comparison to Yang Tai's. Having only reached the 3rd level, yet it remained a fearsome force. Upon unleashing the thunder battle form, Bai Xianshan's speed became astonishingly swift, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he brandished his long staff. Executing a 5-star staff technique, Mighty Vajra Staff, striking at Lin Hai with a force that shook the very air around them. What incredible speed! Lin Hai attempted to evade, but his white crane movement was insufficient. Even at full proficiency, he could only rely on his maxed-out steel armor skill and his level 4 golden bell shield for defense. True Yang Sword Technique. The level 3 True Yang Sword Technique, combined with his formidable sword intent, unleashed a terrifying sword light, revealing no hint of concealed strength. Boom! The sword radiance pierced through the shadow of the mighty Vajra staff as the sword and staff clashed, both being sent flying backward, their momentum mitigated by the steel armor skill and golden bell shield. Bai Xianshan, relying on his thunder battle form, withstood the impact of the True Yang Sword Technique. Given that the True Yang Sword Technique was a 4-star martial art, and Lin Hai's level 7 True Yang Sword Technique equated to a level 5 5-star martial art, while the level 3 6-star martial art was formidable. Lin Hai's attack ultimately failed to breach Bai Xianshan's 3rd level thunder battle form. Nonetheless, he possessed an advantage, his master-level will, which was potent enough to suppress Bai Xianshan's strength. However, he refrained from unleashing his full master-level will immediately, as he surmised that Bai Xianshan had hidden cards yet to be revealed, and thus he would not expose all of his own. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Hai and Bai Xianshan clashed repeatedly, neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. In the audience, numerous spectators engaged in fervent discussions, while the live streams were abuzz with excitement. Xian Yuanya and Zhou Tianxuan stood side by side, observing the intense battle. Whom do you think will win? Xian Yuanya inquired. It must be Bai Xianshan. The monstrous blood we 3 fused is identical. Although the skills we awaken differ, they are all incredibly powerful, far surpassing any other monstrous skills. Even 6-star martial arts cannot compare. Once that skill is unleashed, Lin Hai will undoubtedly be defeated, Zhou Tianxuan asserted. Yet, Xian Yuanya shook her head, replying, we cannot be so certain. I believe Lin Hai has yet to unleash his full potential. The resources and training he received are nowhere near ours, yet he possesses combat power that rivals us. If he were afforded the same training as we, do you think we would stand a chance against him? Zhou Tianxuan found himself unable to refute her argument. The fact that Bai Xianshan and Lin Hai were equally matched already indicated a failing record. One must consider the immense resources and training they had received, which should have allowed them to easily overpower Lin Hai. However, Zhou Tianxuan quickly added with a smile, regardless of Lin Hai's strength, his innate talent and the monstrous blood he fused are considerably inferior to ours. His potential cannot compare, he may only rival us at the master level. Furthermore, we are in the virtual realm, not the real world. If this were reality, our formidable physiques would effortlessly crush Lin Hai. Xian Yuanya chose not to continue the debate. While Zhou Tianquan could afford to be arrogant, he must never underestimate any opponent. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. Bai Xianshan, realizing he could not defeat Lin Hai, began to feel anxious. Lin Hai's defense was astonishing. His attacks could not breach it. Continuing this battle would only disadvantage him. If his vitality were to deplete too much, he might even find himself unable to unleash that skill. Bai Xianshan resolved to reveal his trump card, aiming to defeat Lin Hai with a single blow. Sequence-level skill, Eye of the Sky. A cerulean eye emerged at the center of Bai Xianshan's forehead, unleashing a terrifying force. This was a skill derived from the sequence-level monster, the Sky Dragon, the only sequence-level creature slain by the Xia Kingdom, ranked 93rd in the sequence. Bai Xianshan had exerted tremendous effort to awaken the Eye of the Sky. But this skill demanded immense vitality. In the real world, his physical vitality could allow for several attacks, yet in the virtual realm, his current form could only unleash a single strike. Chapter 57. Spatial Skill. Sky Dominion, third update. The Eye of the Sky's effect was confinement, and Lin Hai found himself ensnared, unable to move. Lin Hai, accept your defeat. Bai Xianshan charged forth, channeling all his vitality into the strike of his staff aimed at Lin Hai's head. Determined to secure a decisive victory in this moment, it appeared as though Lin Hai was immobilized, powerless to respond. Yet, just as Bai Xianshan approached, Lin Hai unleashed the spiritual martial art, Diamond Dharma. The level 6 Diamond Dharma, combined with his far superior spiritual strength, momentarily froze Bai Xianshan's mental focus, preventing him from controlling the Eye of the Sky skill. Instantly, the hold of the Eye of the Sky weakened. Break? Lin Hai activated the Shaking Mountain skill. Shaking the void, and with the terrifying force of his master-level will, he tore apart the confinement's effects, then struck fiercely at Bai Xianshan. At that moment, Bai Xianshan had regained his senses, but he could not evade this assault. Boom! Bai Xianshan was sent flying, the scales of his thunder battle form cracking, yet not utterly shattered. This blow caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared and severely injured. Moreover, having recently expended too much vitality, he had lost all hope of victory in this battle. Boom! Lin Hai's master level will bore down upon Bai Xianshan, far surpassing his own. Under the crushing weight of Lin Hai's attack, Bai Xianshan could not withstand the onslaught and was soon engulfed in Lin Hai's sword radiance. Ultimately meeting his demise, Lin Hai emerged victorious. This announcement sent many of Lin Hai's supporters into a frenzy. Conversely, numerous high-ranking officials were left dumbfounded. Their meticulously nurtured Bai Xianshan had fallen to Lin Hai. A truly unexpected outcome. However, they reasoned that this was merely in the virtual realm. In reality, with Bai Xianshan's astonishing physical prowess, Lin Hai would be no match for him. In fact, Bai Xianshan's earlier attack would have barely grazed him. And they dismissed the event as inconsequential. Bai Xianshan is truly useless, having been defeated by Lin Hai. Zhou Tianquan scoffed. He was confident that he would not suffer defeat against Bai Xianshan. Furthermore, he had discerned that Bai Xianshan's Eye of the Sky was countered by Lin Hai, whose spiritual attributes were far superior and who also possessed spiritual martial arts, rendering the Eye of the Sky incapable of fully restraining him. As for Zhou Tianquan's sequence-level skill, it was an offensive skill that Lin Hai could never withstand. Alas, it was not he who faced Lin Hai. He glanced at Xian Yuanya, sensing that she might hold the upper hand against him, making it likely he would not prevail. Thus, the final showdown would be between Xian Yuanya and Lin Hai. Before long, Xian Yuanya and Zhou Tianquan took the stage. While Zhou Tianquan believed he could not defeat Xian Yuanya, he would not concede easily. He was determined to give his all in the battle and showcase his prowess. At this moment, Lin Hai had already appeared in the audience, seated beside Principal Zhou Xinghe. Lin Hai, you did exceptionally well this time, defeating Bai Xianshan, who was cultivated with the utmost effort by our nation, greatly enhancing the prestige of our Magical City Academy. Principal Zhou Xinghe exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hai, however, inquired curiously, Principal, that final move from Bai Xianshan wasn't a martial art, was it? Martial arts cannot conjure an eye from thin air. What kind of skill was that? It felt more terrifying than any technique I have encountered. Had it not been for my vastly superior spiritual attributes that caused his skill to falter, I would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Zhou Xinghe hesitated for a moment before proclaiming, "That is a sequence-level skill." "A sequence-level skill?" Lin Hai was taken aback. "Principal, are you suggesting that Bai Xianshan has merged with the blood of a sequence-level monster?" "Indeed," Zhou Xinghe nodded. "Not only Bai Xianshan, but also Xian Yuanya and Zhou Tianquan have integrated the blood of sequence-level monsters. Previously, during the nationwide promotion of martial artist job transitions, 3 prodigies with sequence-level potential were identified and swiftly placed under national protection for covert training. In a remarkably short time, they have reached such an advanced level. Their physical bodies far exceed their peers, and their vitality is similarly superior. Thus, when battling in the virtual world, they are undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for you to defeat them. For instance, when he utilizes the Sky Eye, he does so with remarkable ease. Moreover, no matter how extraordinary the virtual world may be, the simulated Sky Eye may not possess the prowess of the original." Lin Hai did not counter this assertion. Indeed, if it were a battle in reality, he might very well be unable to overcome Bai Xianshan. "Observe closely. Xian Yuanya is likely your next adversary," Zhou Xinghe advised. Xian Yuanya? Lin Hai's attention shifted to Xian Yuanya, a girl who appeared even younger than himself. She exuded an inexplicable aura, alongside an undeniable confidence and caution. Her temperament was undoubtedly superior, far beyond that of Bai Xianshan. On the arena, Zhou Tianquan wielded a blade while Xian Yuanya stood resolute with her sword. As the match commenced, they clashed instantaneously. The clash of blade intent and sword intent reverberated as both possessed formidable martial arts. However, Xian Yuanya's martial arts realm was a notch higher, allowing her to dominate Zhou Tianquan. Eventually, Zhou Tianquan could no longer contain himself and unleashed his sequence-level skill. Sky Dragon Claw, a colossal, ethereal dragon claw appeared, seemingly tearing through the void, racing towards Xian Yuanya at an astonishing speed. The power of this strike was several times greater than Lin Hai's own attacks. In his mind, Lin Hai simulated the scenario and realized he could not withstand it. This strike could undoubtedly shatter all his defenses and lead to his demise. How would Xian Yuanya defend against it? He was exceedingly curious. Suddenly, Zhou Tianquan's attack was frozen in place. Xian Yuanya had silently executed her own sequence-level skill. Crack! The space seemed to rend apart, and Zhou Tianquan was caught in the wake of this force, his body seemingly on the verge of splitting. Yet, he summoned his last reserves of strength and escaped this spatial realm. Despite sustaining severe injuries, this is spatial skill? Lin Hai discerned. Having cultivated the mountain-shocking skill, he understood that at its peak, it could rend space. Thus he possessed some comprehension of spatial power. Indeed, Zhou Xinghe affirmed, this is the sequence-level skill of the Sky Dragon, sky manipulation, which allows for control over space. Control over space. Lin Hai was astounded. How was he to contend with that? Hope seemed utterly lost. He had initially aspired to claim the championship, but it appeared that such ambitions were now dashed. Though Xian Yuanya could only utilize sky manipulation once, Zhou Tianquan had already been severely weakened, rendering him incapable of resistance, and he was swiftly defeated by Xian Yuanya. Half an hour later, it was Lin Hai's turn to face Xian Yuanya in the finals. The victor of this match would claim the championship title of the Master-Level Elite Tournament, which came with the most substantial rewards, though the second and third place rewards were also significant. On the arena, Lin Hai faced Xian Yuanya, holding nothing back and exerting all his strength. Boom! The will of a master-level warrior erupted, and his sword intent fully manifested, overwhelming Xian Yuanya. He sought to deliver a decisive blow in an instant, but Xian Yuanya provided no opportunity. Immediately unleashing sky manipulation, in an instant, the space surrounding Lin Hai was solidified, and his body felt as though it were being sliced apart by countless strands of spatial power. He risked everything and managed to escape from sky manipulation, but at a great cost. His steel armor skill shattered, his golden bell shield broke, and his internal organs were damaged. Nevertheless, he expended all his remaining strength to unleash a magnificent sword strike, breaking through all of Xian Yuanya's defenses and leaving a scar upon her form, thus inflicting an injury. However, he himself was ultimately pierced by Xian Yuanya's longsword and was defeated. Thus, Lin Hai secured the second place. Chapter 58. The Choice of Thunder Battle Body. Lin Hai was quite content with his second-place finish. His opponents were 3 sequence-level prodigies, while he could only be regarded as a high-tier genius. Moreover, the three were receiving full support from the state. To achieve second place was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, he had the proficiency system, which would allow him to surpass them. Soon, the rewards were distributed. Although Lin Hai did not clinch the championship, the rewards for second place were immensely generous: a 6-star martial art, an S-grade weapon, and $1 million in prize money. The champion's rewards included 2 6-star martial arts, an S-grade weapon, and $50 million in prize money. In truth, for Xian Yuanya and the others, such rewards held little significance, as they faced no restrictions in learning 6-star martial arts. However, for Lin Hai, acquiring a 6-star martial art was a tremendous gain. He understood that even with a second-place finish, the higher-ups would still remain skeptical of him due to his relatively low potential, believing his prospects to be limited, thus unlikely to warrant national-level cultivation. He would continue to rely on himself, and perhaps the authorities would employ the resources of the Magic Capital Academy to provide him with additional benefits. But nothing more. Lin Hai opted for an S-grade sword, enhancing his combat capabilities. The White Shadow Sword. He selected this S-grade longsword, and for the 6-star martial art, he ultimately chose the Thunder Battle Body, as it was the most cost-effective option among the 6-star martial arts. The fact that both Yang Tai and Bai Xianshan had chosen the Thunder Battle Body underscored its exceptional value, offering a balance of offense, defense, and speed for comprehensive enhancement. Utilizing his monster doppelganger, he could thoroughly cultivate the Thunder Battle Body, provided the skill did not expose his doppelganger. However, his doppelganger did not require much combat. In the presence of other monster battlefields, he could simply utilize the Mountain Shocking skill. After finalizing his reward choices, they were delivered to him within a few hours, personally brought by a top-tier master. Moreover, Principal Zhou Xinghe summoned him to the office at once. Lin Hai, your achievement of second place in the Master-Level Elite Tournament has significantly enhanced the reputation of our Magic Capital Academy. However, you must remain humble. This is merely in the virtual world. In reality, you would not stand a chance against Bai Xianshan, Zhou Xinghe cautioned, fearing Lin Hai might become overly complacent. Principal, I understand, Lin Hai responded calmly. That's good. Additionally, your display of astonishing strength has raised concerns that you may be targeted for assassination by foreign entities or the Tungsha organization, so I am granting you a trump card. As he spoke, Zhou Xinghe retrieved a silver humanoid puppet from a storage device, which bore a striking resemblance to a real person but was encased in a metallic shell. What is this? Lin Hai inquired curiously. This is a humanoid weapon, Tianbing No. 1. Zhou Xinghe explained. It is powered by a special energy and is constructed entirely of by Gangjin, making it indestructible and exceptionally swift, matching the speed of a Grandmaster-level warrior. In full eruption, it can rival a Grandmaster-level warrior of the 7th or 8th rank and can assist you in holding off a top-tier Grandmaster-level warrior, providing you with a sufficient opportunity to escape. However, should you encounter a martial saint or a top-tier monster, this puppet would be of no use. Remember, this is your trump card. If the enemy becomes aware of it, it will be rendered ineffective. Therefore, do not use it unless you are in dire straits. Tianbing No. 1, comparable to a Grandmaster-level warrior of the 7th or 8th rank. Lin Hai was elated. This was undoubtedly a valuable trump card, significantly enhancing his safety when stored in his spatial ring. Zhou Xinghe continued, this item is merely a loan. Once your strength has increased, it must be returned to the state, as it is not easy to produce, and the country possesses very few. Understood, Lin Hai nodded. He then proceeded to bond with Tianbing No. 1. This object was also a weapon, and he could establish a connection through blood and spiritual energy, imprinting his spiritual mark onto Tianbing No. 1 to control the humanoid weapon. Soon, he completed the bonding process and stored it within his spatial ring. Principal, I shall take my leave, Lin Hai said. Indeed, return and train diligently. Remember not to rush into breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Your monster bloodline potential is far inferior to sequence-level monsters. You must achieve several transformations of your vitality, at least 7, Zhou Xinghe advised. Yes, Lin Hai acknowledged, though his actual goal was to achieve 9 transformations of vitality for the most flawless foundation before breaking through to the Grandmaster level. He then departed from the principal's office. In the following days, Lin Hai refrained from venturing out, as his newfound fame was overwhelming. It was best to remain low profile until the excitement subsided before seeking challenges in the foreign realms. He resolved to thoroughly cultivate the Great Sun Blood refining technique and the Thunder Battle Body. As days passed, Lin Hai diligently advanced the Great Sun Blood Refining Technique to LV3 and then to LV4. Concurrently, he began training in the Thunder Battle Body. His monster doppelganger dedicated approximately 3 hours daily to this endeavor, but without the aid of a Thunder Elemental Sight, the efficiency of his training was subpar. The foreign realms were vast, and there were many locations accessible to high-tier monsters. He planned to locate a Thunder Elemental Site, ideally far from permanent foreign passageways leading to the Summer Kingdom. Otherwise, he risked encountering powerful human warriors, and should he be slain by them, it would be a most unjust fate in the days that followed. Lin Hai once again infiltrated the elite circle of high-level monstrosities within the foreign division of Baiyan. Subtly revealing his remarkable prowess, he soon became acquainted with a group of friends among these creatures, from whom he acquired a detailed map of the foreign realm, as well as coordinates for several locations rich in thunderous treasures. This particular location was quite promising. Lin Hai pointed to a spot on the map, noting that the only drawback was its proximity to a foreign passageway in the nation of Fusong. However, the strength of Fusong was not formidable. It was said that only one martial sage resided there, and the number of grandmasters was quite limited. Were it not for the foreign realm's lack of regard for Fusong, this area would have long been obliterated by the foreign army. The martial artists of Fusong need not fear, for my monstrous avatar possesses combat strength that rivals many grandmasters. Only the most exceptional of grandmasters could hope to vanquish my avatar, and the likelihood of encountering such formidable opponents in Fusong is exceedingly low. Thus, he resolved to venture to this location of thunderous treasures. He hastened his journey, encountering numerous monsters along the way. Yet, as he himself was a creature of considerable rank, the other monsters refrained from attacking him. Consequently, he arrived safely at the thunderous treasure site marked on the map, Feng Lei Yuan, Chapter 59, Slaying the Fusong Grandmaster. Feng Lei Yuan was a vast chasm, brimming with overwhelming thunder energy. Upon his arrival, Lin Hai discovered a variety of thunderous creatures, thunderbirds, the strongest of which was a high-level thunderbird. When this thunderbird noticed Lin Hai's presence, it attempted to drive him away, but upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Hai, it was rendered mute with fear. Thus, Lin Hai entered Feng Lei Yuan to commence his cultivation of the Thunder Battle Body. Indeed, training in this place accelerated his proficiency remarkably, at least sevenfold. As days passed, after 10 days, Lin Hai successfully advanced the Thunder Battle Body to level 2. If granted another month for diligent practice, he believed he could reach level 3, which was a 6-star martial art. Previously, Baishan Mountain's Thunder Battle Body had only reached level 3, illustrating the formidable difficulty of mastering this technique. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's Great Sun Blood Refining Technique progressed swiftly, now having reached level 5, a testament to his dedication in devoting most of his time to its cultivation. However, his progress in other martial arts had stagnated. At the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Hai was on the verge of his first blood transformation. Utilizing the level 5 Great Sun Blood Refining Technique in conjunction with his Sword Intent, he was finally poised to complete his initial metamorphosis. It is noteworthy that he relied solely on the Great Sun Blood Refining Technique and Sword Intent for this refinement. Without any external treasures to aid him, boom. As the blood transformation occurred, Lin Hai's aura intensified, his blood power becoming increasingly potent. However, a single transformation could not yield a qualitative change in his strength, nor would it significantly enhance his physical attributes, as this transformation pertained strictly to his blood, not his physical body. The higher the realm of the Great Sun Blood Refining Technique, the faster the subsequent blood refinements would accelerate, particularly during the second and third transformations. During this period, the Tangsha organization received orders from the foreign realm to spare no effort in eliminating Lin Hai.as for Xinyuan Ya and her companions. The foreign realm recognized their inability to kill them and thus would not pursue them. However, Lin Hai's level of protection was not as robust, making him a viable target. Yet, they had yet to find an opportunity. After all, they could not simply storm the Magic Capital Academy, which housed a martial sage. Another 10 days passed, and Lin Hai completed his second blood transformation, elevating the Great Sun Blood Refining Technique to level 6. A month later, he achieved 4 blood transformations, bringing the technique to level 8, just a step away from its maximum level. During this time, Lin Hai's monstrous avatar had also elevated the Thunder Battle Body, a 6-star martial art, to level 3, not far from level 4. Furthermore, The cultivation of the Thunder Battle Body significantly enhanced the Avatar's physical attributes, and with ample resources at his disposal, he continuously consumed a plethora of materials to expedite his physical enhancement. At this juncture, he felt a breakthrough was imminent, not to ascend to the pinnacle of monstrous beings, but to attain the status of a superior high-level monster comparable to a grandmaster. Once he achieved this breakthrough, his mastery of formidable martial arts would lead to a substantial increase in power. While Lin Hai was engrossed in his training within Feng Lei Yuan, a group of human martial artists approached, their attire unmistakably marking them as warriors from Fusang. Lord Jintian, this is Feng Lei Yuan, where only a high-level monster resides. According to our intelligence, a wind thunder fruit tree within is on the verge of ripening. A master-level martial artist respectfully reported to a Fusang Grandmaster. This particular Grandmaster, Jintian Zhaoshan, was ranked 36th on the Fusang Grandmaster list. Excellent. If we acquire those wind thunder fruits, I shall reward you handsomely. Jintian Zhaoshan exclaimed with palpable excitement. He practiced Fusang's Thunder Armor martial art, a defensive 6-star technique currently at level 3. Reaching level 4 would significantly enhance his strength. Learning that there were wind thunder fruits soon to ripen, he had brought his subordinates to seize the opportunity. A mere high-level monster posed little threat to him. As they drew closer to Feng Lei Yuan, they were spotted by the Thunderbirds, which launched a fierce assault. Engage! Jintian Zhaoshan commanded. Swish, swish, swish. A cadre of martial artists brandished their Fusang war sabers, engaging in a fierce battle with the Thunderbirds. The high-level Thunderbird, unwilling to remain passive, unleashed its signature skill, Thunderclap, a torrent of lightning raining down, obliterating several martial artists. Yet, Jintian Zhaoshan showed no concern for their lives. He immediately unleashed his own lethal technique, Thunder Fang Blade, a terrifying blade of light that pierced the high-level Thunderbird, inflicting grievous wounds. Realizing it was no match for Jintian Zhaoshan, the Thunderbird desperately called for aid. My lord, please assist in vanquishing these humans. It sought Lin Hai's help, for only he could offer salvation. Another high-level monster? Jintian Zhaoshan was taken aback, but there was no turning back now. He continued his assault, delivering a fatal blow to the Thunderbird. Yet no high-level monster appeared. He assumed the Thunderbird was merely attempting to deceive him. As the martial artists dispatched the remaining Thunderbirds, they prepared to approach the wind thunder fruit tree when a terrifying shadow loomed overhead. Earthquake. The cataclysmic earthquake skill erupted, shattering the bodies of those master-level martial artists from afar. Jintian Zhaoshan retreated just in time, but his blood surged with turmoil. A high-level monster, and not just any high-level monster. His expression shifted dramatically. It turned out that a powerful high-level monster was indeed lurking in the shadows. Why had it not intervened to save the Thunderbird? Little did they know, Lin Hai had been present all along, biding his time for Jintian Zhaoshan to eliminate the Thunderbird, thus providing him with justification to claim this territory. Even if the top-tier monsters of the Monster Alliance came to investigate, he could assert that the high-level Thunderbird had been killed by human martial artists. As for these humans, he had no intention of sparing them. Though he was human, he hailed from the Xia nation. While they were from Fusang, a rival nation in this era, the common enemy was the foreign monsters, which had prevented a full-scale world war. Yet minor conflicts persisted. The nation of Fusang frequently employed spies to stir trouble within Xia, thus Lin Hai held no fondness for Fusang. Ultimately, whether fewer or more from Fusang, the outcome against the foreign realm would remain unchanged. He would not let this group of Fusang warriors escape. Retreat. Jintian Zhaoshan understood that this monster's strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a Grandmaster-level warrior. While he could contend with ordinary Grandmasters, he stood no chance against this creature. The speed of its emergence and the impact of its attack had clarified his position. At that moment, Lin Hai unleashed the Thunder Battle Body technique, his speed surging dramatically as he effortlessly crossed the distance to stand before Jintian Zhaoshan. The latter was left in utter bewilderment, for the thunderous scales adorning Lin Hai bore a striking resemblance to the Thunder Battle Body martial art. Yet, a monster could not possibly master the renowned technique from the Xia nation. It was more likely a similar monster skill. Fleeing was no longer an option, so he decided to fight back. Thunder Fang Blade. With both hands gripping his saber, Jintian Zhaoshan executed the attack in an instant, but Lin Hai countered with a single hand, rendering Jintian Zhaoshan's strike immobile. The Steel Armor skill, along with the Golden Bell Shield and Thunder Battle Body, formed a triad of defensive martial arts that rendered Lin Hai's body virtually indestructible. How could Jintian Zhaoshan's assault possibly harm him? Die? Lin Hai unleashed the earthquake skill, combining it with his formidable strength to shatter Jintian Zhaoshan, obliterating him. Chapter 60. A-Class Treasure, Void Mask. As Lin Hai crushed Jintian Zhaoshan's organs and half of his body, he did not release his grip. The massive hand of the Titan armed gorilla clutched Jintian Zhaoshan's head, squeezing with ferocity. Thus, even if Jintian Zhaoshan possessed an immortal body, he would be unable to resurrect. Of course, Lin Hai had been overly cautious, but a measure of prudence was never amiss. Subsequently, he systematically eliminated the remaining surviving Fusang warriors, leaving not a single soul alive. He then approached the location of the Wind Thunder Fruit Tree, situated within the lair of the high-level Thunderbird, yet now rightfully his sanctuary for cultivation. With such an abundance of Wind Thunder fruits, which seemed to be classified as B-class treasures within the Magic Capital base, their immense value would greatly assist in cultivating thunder-based martial arts. Lin Hai consumed a Wind Thunder fruit and subsequently began cultivating the Thunder Battle Body. Before long, his proficiency began to increase, yielding excellent results. With these Wind Thunder fruits, he was confident that he could swiftly advance his Thunder Battle Body to level 4, Lin Hai declared with unwavering assurance. Just a few days later, Lin Hai's Thunder Battle Body indeed broke through to level 4, and it seemed highly probable that he could elevate it to level 6 within a few months. At that juncture, his combat prowess would far surpass that of top martial artists like Yang Tai. Moreover, with the breakthrough of the Thunder Battle Body, his physical attributes were experiencing a remarkable surge. Now just a step away from the realm of advanced high-level monsters. Yet, he continued to restrain his own realm, unhurried and seeking a breakthrough. Days passed, and Lin Hai's Thunder Battle Body steadily advanced. Soon after, he successfully completed the breakthrough of the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique, reaching the pinnacle level 9. While the full level of the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique offered limited benefits to the monster avatar, merely enhancing his bloodline slightly without achieving a transformative state, it greatly benefited his human form by significantly improving the efficiency of blood refining. The Magic Capital Academy. Lin Hai leveraged the fully developed Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique to refine his blood, drawing ever closer to the 5th transformation of his blood. After all, the full-level Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique, combined with the dual refinement of Sword Intent, yielded terrifying results, and his Sword Intent was continuously on the rise. In recent days, he had allocated all the free attribute points he acquired to Sword Intent, resulting in gradual improvements each day, complemented by the enhancements of the True Sun Sword technique, which also saw commendable progress. Not long after, Lin Hai finally completed the 5th transformation of his blood, distinctly sensing a further enhancement in his physical attributes. However, to achieve the 6th and 7th transformations would require additional time and effort, proving to be no easy feat. Moreover, the resources he utilized for this blood transformation were considerable. He had nearly exhausted the resources obtained from the monster avatar, and many could not be purchased with money. Fortunately, he had earned a significant number of points at the Magic Capital Academy, allowing him to purchase additional resources. The marrow fluid was of little assistance to him now. The resources most suitable for his blood refining were these blood elixirs, each costing 3,000 points. Lin Hai glanced at his point balance, totaling over 50,000 points, a reward from the Academy for securing 2nd place in the Master-Level Elite competition. He promptly purchased a dozen blood elixirs, which soon arrived in his hands. Lin Hai consumed one blood elixir, feeling a surge of immense energy coursing through his veins, aiding in his blood refinement. The effects were satisfactory. Lin Hai nodded in approval. These blood elixirs should facilitate his rapid completion of the 6th blood transformation. Additionally, with his human form mastering the Thunder Battle Body, his physical attributes were advancing by leaps and bounds, now comparable to many martial artists of the master level. One day, at the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Hai encountered his second uncle, Cheng Hung. "Second uncle, what brings you here?" Lin Hai inquired in surprise. His second uncle was presumably quite busy with the National Defense Army. What could have prompted such a sudden visit to the Magic Capital Academy? Cheng Hung replied, "Xiao Hai, I am here to discuss a matter with you." "What matter?" Lin Hai asked, intrigued. "The higher-ups are preparing to use you as bait to lure a group of powerful members from the Tangsha organization and other malevolent factions to attack you, allowing us to ambush and eliminate them," Cheng Hung explained. "Isn't that exceedingly dangerous?" Lin Hai frowned. To be frank, he was reluctant to assume the role of bait. Rest assured, the higher-ups will provide you with life-saving items. Even if a top-tier Grandmaster were to attack, they would not be able to kill you, Cheng Hung assured him. What kind of life-saving item? Lin Hai inquired curiously. At that moment, Cheng Hung produced a red orb. This is the Diamond Pearl, an S-rank treasure. When infused with your blood, it can create a layer of diamond shield capable of withstanding a top Grandmaster's attack for up to 15 minutes, unless attacked by a top-tier monster. It will protect you. Moreover, it is a passive defense item, so you need not worry about being assassinated. However, it is a one-time use item. Once activated, it is gone. It will only automatically activate when your defenses are breached and you are facing imminent danger. What a remarkable item, Lin Hai praised. Does it offer any other benefits? He asked. Cheng Hung continued, upon successful completion of the task, you will be rewarded with a 6-star martial art. All right, I agree, Lin Hai responded. After all, he would eventually have to venture out. Rather than risk being attacked later, he preferred to gain some advantages now, especially with powerful individuals safeguarding him. It was undoubtedly a wise decision, for remaining under the watchful eyes of these malevolent organizations would hinder his ability to cultivate in peace. But if I leave now, the Tangsha organization's members will suspect it's a trap, Lin Hai protested. Cheng Hung smiled slightly. It's quite simple. The Magic Capital Academy possesses an A-rank treasure, the Void Mask, which can alter one's appearance and aura. You should exchange for this item and then depart the academy wearing the mask. But won't that alert the Tangsha organization? Lin Hai questioned. It is certain that there are members of the Tangsha organization within the academy. However, we do not know their identities. From previous incidents, we can deduce that this traitor will not easily expose themselves, yet you are worthy of them transmitting information again, Cheng Hung replied. Understood, Lin Hai agreed. He then ventured into the Tower of Trials, accumulating a significant number of points, and with his remaining balance, he managed to exchange for the A-rank treasure, the Void Mask. Soon, the staff of the Magic Capital Academy delivered the mask to him, and he promptly refined it, placing it upon his face. With a mere thought, the Void Mask adhered perfectly to his visage, transforming his appearance into that of another person while subtly shifting his aura. Of course, as an A-rank treasure, a keen Grandmaster could still discern some discrepancies upon close examination, at least recognizing that he was attempting to disguise himself. Chapter 61. Luring out a martial saint. At the Magic Capital Academy, in the office of a teaching director, Imo Xian had been closely monitoring Lin Hai. He had learned that Lin Hai had exchanged for the Void Mask, indicating his intention to leave the academy. This presented an opportunity. Once Lin Hai departed, the Tangsha organization could strike to eliminate him, Imo Xian contemplated. Naturally, he would not take action himself, for he was now a teaching director at the academy, holding a high position, and was also a Grandmaster-level martial artist with potential to ascend to the level of a martial saint. The illustrious leader of the Tangsha organization would not forsake a Grandmaster like him, instead directing others to act. However, he was aware that a talent like Lin Hai would undoubtedly have received protective items from the old man Zhou Xinghe, making it challenging for a master-level martial artist to eliminate him. They would need to dispatch Grandmaster-level martial artists, preferably top-tier ones, to ensure Lin Hai's demise. At the Tangsha organization's headquarters, the 3 principal leaders convened. All 3 were top-tier Grandmaster-level martial artists, each with the potential to achieve martial saint status. They had swiftly received Imo Xian's communication and convened to deliberate. Lin Hai's exchange for the Void Mask, which could alter his appearance, meant that Imo Xian could track him and report his location at any time. This was the best opportunity to ambush Lin Hai. One of the leaders spoke up. Who will take action? A master-level martial artist will surely fail. We must send a Grandmaster-level martial artist. The illustrious leader of the Tangsha organization had issued the command. Lin Hai, as a prodigy, must be eliminated at all costs. I shall take action, declared the second of the 3 leaders. If I strike, I am confident I can swiftly eliminate Lin Hai and still have a chance to escape. But what if there is a Grandmaster-level martial artist secretly protecting him? Your success is not guaranteed, the first leader countered. What shall we do then? Let us contact a few other organizations, such as the Tunshin organization's Devouring Grandmaster, who is immensely powerful. We can have him join in, and with the 3 of us, for top-tier Grandmasters acting together, even a weaker martial saint would find it challenging to defeat us. Will that gluttonous fellow agree to collaborate? He will certainly agree. As long as we report it, pressure will be applied from the foreign domain to the Tunshin organization. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. The three principal leaders of the Tangsha organization swiftly set their plans in motion. After refining the Void Mask, Lin Hai did not immediately leave the Magic Capital Academy, as his second uncle's arrangements required time and needed to ensure they would not easily be exposed. Otherwise, the plan would fail. Once his second uncle notified him that it was safe to go, he would act, simultaneously allowing the Tangsha organization time to dispatch a considerable number of powerful individuals to ambush him. Xiao Hai, you can go now, his second uncle contacted him. Lin Hai prepared himself, stealthily exiting the dormitory building. He was cautious, revealing just a hint of nervousness, the perfect blend of apprehension. Soon, he left the Magic Capital Academy, heading towards the entrance of the Foreign Domain Passage, preparing to make his way to the Magic Capital base. After leaving the academy, he initially encountered no attacks. The presence of a martial saint like Zhou Xinghe nearby would ensure that if any action were taken, he would provide immediate support. Even if they succeeded in killing Lin Hai, escape would not be guaranteed. Thus, it was imperative that they waited until Lin Hai had distanced himself from the magical metropolis of the academy before making their move. They were certain that Zhou Xinghe remained at the Magical Metropolis Academy and had not followed Lin Hai. Furthermore, several martial saint-level entities in the Magical Metropolis had been targeted, confirming their continued presence. Gradually, Lin Hai found himself quite far from the Magical Metropolis Academy. Suddenly, an unexpected assault ensued, as a terrifying attack enveloped the street where he stood. It was a strike from a pinnacle Grandmaster-level warrior. Yet it did not reach Lin Hai, for it was intercepted by another Grandmaster-level warrior. Those from the Tangsha organization dare to attack our Summer Kingdom's prodigy? They seek their own demise. The two Grandmaster-level warriors clashed in an instant. However, suddenly, three shadowy figures emerged, each exuding the aura of a Grandmaster-level warrior, and all radiating the terrifying presence of pinnacle Grandmasters. Among them, one cloaked in black conjured a massive vortex behind him and reached out towards Lin Hai, drawing him irresistibly closer. The other two black-clad figures simultaneously launched their attacks, aiming to obliterate Lin Hai in a single strike. Their speed was so astonishing that rescue efforts were rendered futile. As the attack struck him, the Vajra Pearl activated defensively, forming a protective barrier that safeguarded him. This is the Vajra Pearl. We cannot breach it. We must capture him, the first leader of the Tangsha organization exclaimed. Tong Tian immediately took action, reaching out with a single hand to seize Lin Hai. Yet, in that moment, Grandmaster-level warriors from the National Defense Army appeared, surrounding them completely. This is not good. It's a trap. The three leaders of the Tangsha organization and Tong Tian's expressions shifted drastically. They never anticipated this would be a trap. With so many Grandmasters present, they had to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four Grandmaster-level warriors attempted to escape, but the very fabric of space seemed to freeze around them, their speeds reduced by more than tenfold. Clearly, someone had employed an S-grade spatial artifact to confine the surrounding area. A bunch of worthless fools. A cold voice rang out. Immediately, a figure completely enveloped in white light appeared before Lin Hai, pointing a finger towards him. Lin Hai found himself utterly immobilized. He sensed that even the Vajra Pearl could not withstand this strike. For it was a martial saint. A martial saint had come to kill him, something he had never anticipated. A martial saint. The three leaders of the Tangsha organization were astonished. They had not realized there was a martial saint aiding them. It was evident that a martial saint from the foreign realm had been mobilized, reflecting the significance placed upon Lin Hai. This martial saint was not under the command of the Tangsha or Taodai organizations, but belonged to the jurisdiction of the foreign realm's sequence-level monsters. Had it not been for the intent to eliminate Lin Hai, this martial saint would have remained concealed. Perhaps the foreign realm had anticipated an ambush, thus employing a martial saint to not only eliminate Lin Hai, but also to take down a number of Grandmasters, inflicting severe damage upon the Summer Kingdom. Indeed, a martial saint has intervened. I am most curious as to which martial saint has allied with the foreign realm, a voice echoed, causing the space around them to solidify once more, even halting the white figure in its tracks. Then, a young man emerged from the void, asserting control over the surrounding space. Sky Sovereign. The white figure's expression changed dramatically. This individual had also fused with the blood of the Sky Dragon monster. He was the only one qualified to merge with the blood of the Sky Dragon after slaying it, and he was now the foremost martial saint of the Summer Kingdom. Zhan Tian, Martial Saint. Qin Jin Tian, damn it. How did Qin Jin Tian end up here? Wasn't he stationed in the capital? The white figure exclaimed in terror. I miscalculated. Lin Hai was a bait, but not to lure a few grandmasters. Rather, he was a trap set for this Martial Saint traitor. But who could have predicted he would take action? This is utterly unreasonable. Chapter 62. The Fall of the Martial Saint. The sixth transformation of vitality. The white figure attempted to flee, but no matter how hard he struggled, escape was impossible. He had always known the terror of Qin Jin Tian, who could even hold his ground against a sequence-level monster, albeit one of lower rank, indicating the extent of Qin Jin Tian's might. However, he had never faced Qin Jin Tian directly, unaware of the disparity in their strengths, but he now realized he had no capacity for resistance. Qin Jin Tian, spare me, the white figure pleaded. Yet, as Qin Jin Tian pointed a finger, the numerous defenses surrounding the white figure shattered, revealing his hidden visage. As the white light dissipated, a handsome face emerged. So it is you, Qin Jin Tian lamented. At that moment, the other grandmasters were equally stunned. The Martial Saint level entity was none other than the once-renowned top prodigy of the Summer Kingdom, Lu Yunhe. Lu Yunhe ranked 9th on the Grandmaster leaderboard, yet he had silently ascended to the Martial Saint level, his power undoubtedly surpassing that of an ordinary Martial Saint. However, in the eyes of Qin Jin Tian, he remained but an insect. Lu Yunhe was not only a top-tier prodigy of the Summer Kingdom, but also the leader of the Lu Group, indicating that the Lu Group might be in grave peril. This was indeed a significant catch. In your next life, do not be a traitor, Qin Jin Tian declared, pointing decisively, obliterating Lu Yunhe's form, killing him instantly. The three grandmasters of the Tangsha organization and Tong Tian also found their bodies shattered with a mere wave of his hand. You shall handle the aftermath of this affair, Qin Jin Tian remarked as he departed, needing to return promptly to the capital, for lingering too long in the magical metropolis could spell trouble for the capital. Just like that, a Martial Saint and 4 pinnacle grandmasters perished. Lin Hai was left in shock. He had initially thought himself to be bait merely intended to lure a few grandmasters, yet he had inadvertently drawn out a Martial Saint. This was clearly a scheme within a scheme. That Martial Saint, Lu Yunhe, may have suspected a trap but failed to inform the Tangsha organization, intending instead to eliminate several grandmasters while simultaneously taking Lin Hai's life, only to find himself ensnared. Ultimately, this incident resulted in a remarkable victory for the Summer Kingdom, eradicating a significant threat within its ranks. Had it not been for this, a Martial Saint-level traitor could have inflicted catastrophic losses on the Summer Kingdom at a critical moment. Henceforth, there should be no more formidable adversaries attempting to assassinate me, as they would likely fear it to be a trap. No grandmaster would dare to take that gamble. With this thought, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the destruction caused here was gradually restored, though it was unavoidable that significant losses had occurred, with numerous bystanders injured and even some casualties, a regrettable outcome that would necessitate subsequent compensation. Second uncle. Lin Hai called out upon seeing his second uncle's arrival. Cheng Heng replied, Xiao Hai, you have worked hard. I did not expect a Martial Saint to appear. The higher-ups did not inform me. He too felt a sense of dread. Had Qin Jin Tian not intervened, this batch of grandmasters would have perished, along with his nephew. I am fine. What about the rewards? Lin Hai recalled the promised 6-star martial arts reward. Having taken such risks, he could not forego it. Rest assured, there are indeed rewards. Here is the catalog of 6-star martial arts. Choose one. Cheng Heng presented the list to Lin Hai. After perusing the options, Lin Hai ultimately selected the 6-star martial art. Sky Control Sword Technique. This sword technique employs mental power to manipulate swords in combat, akin to the swordplay seen in fantasy tales, though fundamentally distinct. Mastering the art of wielding a sword through mental control is exceedingly challenging, demanding a high level of mental acuity. However, the process of training in this technique will significantly enhance one's mental power and, of course, without innate talent in this regard, prolonged training would be a futile endeavor. Soon enough, the inheritance orb for the 6-star martial art, Sky Control Sword Technique, arrived, and Lin Hai accepted it, gaining knowledge of its training content. The swords used in the Sky Control Sword Technique differ from conventional swords. They require smaller blades, approximately 67 centimeters in length. Larger swords complicate mental control, making it less fluid and effective compared to smaller blades. Lin Hai researched and confirmed the availability of such small swords at the magical metropolis base, with the lowest grade being A grade, priced at 1,000 points each. As he practiced the sky control sword technique, he would need to prepare at least 9 of these small swords, as each level of proficiency allows for the manipulation of an additional small sword, allowing for the control of up to 9 small swords at maximum level, necessitating a total of 90,000 points. To acquire 90,000 points, he would need to slay a high-level monster comparable to a Grandmaster. Moreover, this was merely for A-grade small swords. Should he require S-grade small swords, the cost would escalate to 5,000 points each. Lin Hai was not short on funds, but he was indeed lacking in points. He pondered whether it was possible to commission such weapons for a price. However, he decided to wait until he had mastered the sky control sword technique before attempting to arrange for the crafting of such weapons. In the ensuing days, life was remarkably tranquil, with no one troubling Lin Hai. He moved between the Magical Metropolis Academy and the Magical Metropolis Base, occasionally undertaking patrol missions, leading a leisurely existence. Moreover, his progress in refining his vitality was rapid, and he spared no expense in purchasing any resources he required. Meanwhile, the Magical Metropolis Academy was diligently investigating the traitor's whereabouts and had already identified the culprit. The Magical Metropolis Academy. Mo Xian was filled with trepidation, contemplating whether he should flee. Uncertain of whether he had been exposed, he realized that Lin Hai had served as bait, likely drawing the attention of the entire Magical Metropolis Academy. His contact with the Tungsha organization could certainly leave a trace, potentially leading them to him. I cannot leave. If I do, it will solidify the fact that I am a traitor. Perhaps they have yet to uncover my involvement. Mo Xian thought to himself. However, as he made his way home, a figure appeared before him, accompanied by several grandmasters from the inspection division. Principal. Mo Xian was engulfed in fear as the martial saint-level principal, Zhou Xinghe, intercepted him, accompanied by the grandmasters of the inspection division. It was evident that they intended to apprehend him. Mo Xian, why have you sought refuge with the other world? Zhou Xinghe lamented with profound sorrow. Principal, I have not. Mo Xian attempted to argue. However, Zhou Xinghe did not afford him the opportunity to defend himself and directly took action. Boom. With a single palm strike, Mo Xian was severely injured, subsequently taken away by several grandmasters from the inspection division. Had it not been for the possession of irrefutable evidence, Zhou Xinghe would not have acted, making it impossible to wrongfully accuse Mo Xian. Naturally, this incident was not publicized, for it would tarnish the reputation of the Magic City Academy. All proceedings transpired in secrecy. Meanwhile, the Liu family group underwent a silent change in leadership, with numerous Liu family members being arrested. Of course, none of this concerned Lin Hai, who was gradually completing his 6th transformation of vital blood. Chapter 63, The Inheritance Grounds of the Black Dragon. With the 6th transformation of vital blood, he was ever closer to the 9th transformation. Lin Hai was exceedingly pleased. Furthermore, his monster avatar successfully advanced the Golden Bell Shield to level 5. Previously, it had been focused on the Thunder Battle Body and the Great Sun Blood Refinement Technique, but now, with extra time to devote to the Golden Bell Shield, its improvement accelerated. Unbeknownst to him, another month had slipped by. Utilizing the Wind Thunder Fruits, the monster avatar successfully elevated the Thunder Battle Body, a 6-star martial art, to level 6. Coupled with abundant resources, this monster avatar was on the verge of an overwhelming breakthrough. Lin Hai chose not to suppress this progress and directly opted for advancement. Boom. His body began to metamorphose, soon reaching the status of a high-level monster, with cultivation comparable to a Grandmaster-level warrior, and his attributes soaring in every aspect. Avatar, Titan Armored Ape, Level, High-Level Monster, Strength, 2102.3, Agility, 2001.3, Constitution, 2207.9, Spirit, 928, Will, 92.8, Sword Intent, 21.8, Skills, Mountain Shattering LV6, 89-100. Diamond Dharma LV6, 73-100. Thunder Battle Body LV6, 1-100. True Yang Sword Technique LV7, 77-100. Golden Bell Shield LV5, 3-100. Skyward Sword Technique LV1, 36-100. Free Attributes, 0. With over 2,000 attribute points, he far surpassed other high-level monsters. And combined with his formidable martial skills, his current strength ranked among the elite within the Grandmaster tier. Lin Hai mused. Moreover, the mountain-shattering skill and true yang sword technique were nearing breakthroughs, particularly the former, which was exceedingly powerful. Should it reach level 7, it could potentially influence space itself. As for the Thunder Battle Body, Lin Hai did not feel compelled to push it further at this moment. Having reached this level, it was already formidable, and attaining level 7 would be challenging. It was wiser to advance other martial arts first, as they were easier to break through. One day, a friend Lin Hai had made within the Monster Alliance contacted him via a monster token. Titan Armored Ape, the Monster Alliance has opened the inheritance grounds of the sequence level monster, the Black Dragon. Do you wish to participate in this inheritance contest? The black-backed giant bear inquired. The inheritance grounds of the sequence level monster. The Black Dragon? Lin Hai was completely unfamiliar with this. After conversing with the black-backed giant bear, he learned what the inheritance grounds entailed. It turned out that the Black Dragon was not a sequence-level monster of the current era, but rather a sequence-level monster from tens of thousands of years ago. The lifespan of sequence-level monsters can extend to thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and the Black Dragon perished millennia ago, having established an inheritance ground before its demise. This inheritance ground opens periodically, allowing high-level monsters to enter. Although it is challenging to cultivate sequence-level monsters here, many top-tier monsters have emerged. Presently, as the Otherworld invades Earth, the need for top-tier monster-level combatants has prompted the opening of the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds. This place is rife with opportunities. Should one emerge alive, their strength could significantly enhance, even reaching the realm of top-tier monsters. From the perspective of the Monster Alliance, sacrificing dozens of high-level monsters to nurture a single top-tier monster is a worthy trade. I shall participate. Lin Hai promptly decided to return. If fortune favored him, he might gain astonishing opportunities within the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds and could seize the chance to eliminate other high-level monsters, thereby reducing the competition for the Xia Nation, an action that would yield mutual benefits. Soon, Lin Hai arrived back at the Tang Snake Division. Here, throngs of high-level monsters congregated, including several top-tier monsters tasked with maintaining order, among them the White Flame King. However, the White Flame King did not recognize him. The system's capabilities were beyond the discernment of even a top-tier monster. Boom! A colossal, terrifying serpent descended from the heavens, its overwhelming presence rendering the gathered monsters immobile. Lin Hai was equally astounded. The serpent was immense, measuring at least several dozen miles in length, a single strike capable of obliterating a city. He quickly recognized this creature's identity. The sequence-level monster, the Lord of Tang Snake. We pay our respects to the great Lord of Tang Snake. All the monsters prostrated themselves, including the White Flame King, who knelt in reverence, not daring to show any disrespect. The inheritance grounds of the Black Dragon are now open. Those who have registered may enter. This is your chance to seize fortune and strive for a breakthrough to become a top-tier monster. After the Lord of Tang Snake concluded, it soared away, leaving behind a lingering awe among the high-level monsters. In no time, the multitude of high-level monsters from the Tang Snake Division set off towards the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds. The Otherworld is vast, and the numbers of high-level monsters within the various divisions of the Monster Alliance far exceed those of the Xia Nation. Were it not for the Xia Nation's nuclear weapons, capable of threatening the lives of high-level monsters, the Otherworld would have long employed a strategy of monster swarms. Only top-tier monsters could withstand the damage from nuclear weapons. Thus, the Otherworld is currently focused on cultivating an ever-increasing number of top-tier monsters, gradually encroaching upon Earth. Several hours later, they reached the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds. At this moment, a multitude of high-level monsters had gathered, most of whom were high-level monsters on par with Grandmaster-level warriors, with a few rivaling top-tier Grandmaster-level monsters. Their singular objective was to enter the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds and seize opportunities. An ancient stone door gradually opened, forming a passageway, or perhaps an entrance to a small world, which was none other than the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds. Enter, commanded the top-tier monsters. A torrent of high-level monsters surged into the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds. And in the blink of an eye, the dense crowd vanished. Within the Black Dragon Inheritance Grounds, the energy of spiritual particles was exceedingly rich, and the trees grew to an impressive size. Lin Hai was somewhat unfamiliar with this place, aware only that it was abundant with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, The true opportunities lay in the myriad inheritances and treasures left by the Black Dragon Lord. Naturally, obtaining them was no easy feat. As competition was fierce, whoosh, Lin Hai moved swiftly, seeking treasures. Soon, he stumbled upon a Zhu fruit tree laden with millennial Zhu fruits. Yet, he was not the sole discoverer. A group of over 10 high-level monsters had also taken notice. Without a word, these high-level monsters launched themselves at one another, and Lin Hai joined the fray, displaying his overwhelming combat prowess. Boom! With a single strike of the mountain-shattering skill, he instantly eliminated a high-level monster on par with the Grandmaster Warrior. Consequently, the remaining high-level monsters turned their attention to Lin Hai. Yet their assaults proved futile against his formidable defense. In no time, he dispatched all the high-level monsters, swiftly claiming the Zhu fruits and the storage treasures from the fallen monsters. As he journeyed onward, he consumed the millennial Zhu fruits to enhance his vital blood and refine his physique while searching for other treasures. Chapter 64. True Dragon Scale Technique. Truly, the inheritance grounds of the Black Dragon Lord are a treasure trove. The resources here are indeed plentiful. Lin Hai felt exhilarated. If he could remain here indefinitely, he would amass an incredible wealth of resources, leading to exponential growth in power. However, these resources were but a fraction of what truly awaited him. Subsequently, whenever he encountered weaker high-level monsters, he struck to kill. Should he face stronger high-level monsters, he would naturally flee at the first opportunity. Having only recently transcended to a high-level monster, many others undoubtedly surpassed him. So he could not afford to be overly arrogant. As time passed, Lin Hai's gains continued to multiply. He arrived at the Black Dragon Pool. Lin Hai stood before a blood-red pool, where several other high-level monsters had also gathered. The Black Dragon Pool was a place of opportunity. Its waters contained the essence of the Black Dragon's blood, yet not all high-level monsters could withstand such potent energy. Those unable to endure would be consumed by the Black Dragon Pool, becoming part of it. For millennia, countless high-level monsters had perished here, integrating into the pool, which ensured that it never ran dry of energy. At this moment, some high-level monsters hesitated, yet the allure of opportunity was irresistible. Should one endure the energy, their power would surge. Who could resist such temptation? Splash! One by one, high-level monsters leapt into the waters, a significant portion quickly overwhelmed by the energy and exploding in a gruesome demise, leaving the others quaking in fear, especially those of slightly lesser strength who dared not follow suit. Lin Hai, undaunted, boldly entered the Black Dragon Pool. As soon as he stepped inside, a terrifying surge of energy surged into his body. Attempting to rupture it, he promptly began to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield technique, utilizing it to protect his physical form. However, the energy from the Black Dragon Pool repeatedly overwhelmed his defenses. Fortunately, his steel armor skill was at its maximum level, complemented by his level 6 Thunder Battle Body, which granted him an astonishing physical density, allowing him to withstand the onslaught of energy. Seizing the opportunity, he harnessed this energy to refine his body and continue his practice of the Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, the proficiency of the Golden Bell Shield surged, and his physical attributes rapidly improved. Truly, the Black Dragon Pool, forged from the blood of the Dragon Lord, had transformed over countless ages into a natural treasure trove, brimming with boundless spiritual energy that was nearly impossible to deplete. Lin Hai could not help but marvel at the abundance of opportunities and treasures in this otherworldly realm, in stark contrast to Earth, which lacked such bountiful resources. Judging by depth of heritage, Earth could hardly compare to this realm. However, in comparison to the monsters, humanity's greatest advantage lay in its comprehension, giving rise to many prodigious talents capable of fighting beyond their ranks. Whereas such genius among monsters was exceedingly rare. Before long, Lin Hai's Golden Bell Shield ascended to level 6, with all his physical statistics skyrocketing. He continued to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield, hoping to utilize the energy here to expedite the refinement of his body and elevate the technique to its maximum level, which would drastically enhance his power to a terrifying degree. Days later, Lin Hai's Golden Bell Shield achieved another breakthrough, reaching level 7. He estimated that within half a month, he could potentially elevate it to its peak, at which point his physical defense would reach an extraordinarily formidable level. Indeed, half a month later, Lin Hai's Golden Bell Shield reached its maximum level, with his physical density escalating to a fearsome degree and his strength far exceeding his previous capabilities. He contemplated training the Thunder Battle Body next, but found the effects lacking. While he could potentially enhance its efficiency several times over, he could not afford to waste time here. The Black Dragon Pool was merely one of many opportunities, and the Dragon Lord's inheritance site would only remain open for 3 months. With just over 2 months remaining, he needed to venture to other locations. Thus, Lin Hai emerged from the Black Dragon Pool, revealing his robust physique, an aura of terror emanating from him that compelled many high-level monsters to retreat a few steps. Swiftly, Lin Hai departed for his next opportunity. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched several high-level monsters, acquiring their spatial treasures and abundant resources, negating the need for him to gather them himself. Soon, Lin Hai arrived at the second treasure trove, Black Dragon Mountain. Black Dragon Mountain housed 3 legacies left behind by the Dragon Lord, each capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. The mountain was teeming with high-level monsters, all evidently vying for the Dragon Lord's inheritance, as the 3 legacies were of sequential rank skills. Mastering one of these skills would render one's power astonishing. However, sequential skills were not easily learned. Those without the bloodline of the Black Dragon found it exceedingly difficult to cultivate them, and obtaining the inheritance was no simple feat yet. Lin Hai remained unperturbed about his ability to learn a sequential skill. As long as he was granted the opportunity, he was confident in his capacity to master it. The 3 legacies of Black Dragon Mountain were True Dragon Scale Armor Technique, Claw of the Black Dragon, and True Dragon Avatar. Prior to his arrival, Lin Hai had already decided to pursue the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique. For once he mastered this sequential skill, his defenses would become extraordinarily formidable, making him nearly invulnerable among his peers. However, the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique was also the most challenging legacy to acquire. He had learned from other high-level monsters prior to arriving that the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique was notoriously difficult to obtain. Over thousands of years, few had succeeded, unless they were descendants of true dragons. As a Titan Armored Ape, Lin Hai's chances of acquiring the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique were exceedingly slim, yet he still chose this path. Atop Black Dragon Mountain, Lin Hai entered the Black Cave imbued with the essence of the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique, which served as the conduit for the inheritance. As he ventured into the passage, he soon beheld a massive black scale, an actual scale from the Black Dragon Lord, containing the power of a sequential level monster. Merely approaching it caused his bones to tremble, a testament to the sheer terror of this power. He cautiously advanced, relying on his formidable physique, but ultimately found himself unable to draw near. Cursed be it, if he could not even approach, how could he hope to obtain the inheritance? In desperation, he resorted to consuming various resources while drawing closer. Using this power to temper himself, to Lin Hai's astonishment, upon entering this inheritance passage, he encountered no other high-level monsters. It was improbable that he was the sole high-level creature here. Thus, only one possibility remained. This passage connected multiple dimensions, and there were indeed more than one of these Black Dragon scales, which explained the absence of others. Spatial power, Lin Hai murmured to himself. He was not in a hurry to acquire this inheritance. Instead, he sought to refine his body using the oppressive force of the Black Dragon Lord scales, hoping to eventually touch the scales of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 65. Bloodline Transformation, Titan Dragon Ape. Days turned into weeks as Lin Hai fervently cultivated the Thunder Battle Body. He realized that he needed to enhance this technique, combined with various resources to fortify his physique, allowing him to grow stronger and continue progressing. He could not afford to sleep. As a result, his human form rested in his dormitory, while his main consciousness remained with his monster avatar, tirelessly training day and night. Each passing day, his physical attributes improved significantly, and the proficiency of the Thunder Battle Body advanced rapidly. 13 days later, Lin Hai finally utilized numerous rare herbs and spiritual treasures to elevate the Thunder Battle Body to level 7. Resulting in a dramatic boost in his physical capabilities, he continued to move forward, drawing ever closer to the Black Dragon Lord's scales, estimating that he only needed to elevate the Thunder Battle Body to level 8 to touch the scales of the Dragon Lord. Time was still on his side. As long as he could make contact with the Dragon Lord's scales, he would have a chance to inherit the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique. Lin Hai continued to consume various rare herbs and spiritual treasures while diligently training the Thunder Battle Body, steadily enhancing his physical attributes. Just 9 days remained until the closure of the Black Dragon Lord's inheritance site, when Lin Hai's Thunder Battle Body finally broke through to level 8. Boom! The Thunder Battle Body ascended, enveloping him in a torrent of lightning, with the scales on his body appearing almost real, and his aura skyrocketing. He quickly approached the Black Dragon Lord's scales and successfully made contact. His consciousness was drawn into the essence of the Black Dragon Lord's scales, revealing a colossal black dragon spanning thousands of miles, its terrifying presence seemingly freezing time and space itself. This was the Black Dragon Lord. Lin Hai was taken aback. Truly, this creature was once among the most formidable sequential-level monsters in the Otherworld, surpassing even the Sovereign Serpent in terror. Such a being could surely rank among the top 10 even today. Yet, despite the overwhelming strength of the Black Dragon Lord, he had still perished. Suddenly, an immensely pure source of the Black Dragon surged into his body, and a flood of cryptic monster glyphs appeared within his consciousness, revealing the contents of the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique's inheritance. In that moment, it felt as if his body might shatter under the weight of the Black Dragon's source power. He must master the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique, or else his monster avatar would undoubtedly perish. Lin Hai realized. It turned out that acquiring the inheritance of a sequential-level monster entailed utilizing the Black Dragon Lord's primordial energy to transform one's body. Otherwise, mastering the sequential-level skill would be impossible, a fact that had never been disclosed. It was understandable, for failure would result in instant death. How could such information be shared? If one survived, it would inevitably mean they had successfully acquired the sequential-level skill, further ensuring silence. Thus, the process of inheriting the 3 sequential-level skills from the Black Dragon Lord had remained a closely guarded secret. Lin Hai then began his training in the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique. With the assistance of the proficiency system and the Black Dragon Lord's primordial energy, he quickly gained a modicum of proficiency, and it was this small measure of proficiency that allowed him to survive and begin absorbing the Black Dragon Lord's source power. Gradually, his proficiency increased, black scales began to manifest on his body, his presence grew stronger, and his bloodline was subtly transformed. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. On the 7th day, Lin Hai finally completed the transformation of his bloodline, truly surviving and acquiring the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique as a sequential-level skill. He then glanced at his data panel, noting significant changes in his attributes. Avatar: Titan Dragon Ape. Level: High-level monster. Strength: 4290. 9. Agility: 3797.8. Vitality: 4577.2. Mentality: 1287. Will: 128.7. Sword Intent: 21.8. Skills: True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV1, 33100. Earthshatter LV6, 89100. Diamond Avatar LV6, 73100. Thunder Battle Body LV8, 0100. True Yang Sword Technique LV7, 77100. Golden Bell Shield Max, Skyward Sword Technique LV1, 36100. Free Attributes: 28. The classification of his monster avatar had transformed into that of a Titan Dragon Ape, now possessing the bloodline of dragons. Moreover, both his strength and physique surged to over 4,000 points, with his mental acuity also experiencing a substantial increase. Typically, the peak attributes of elite monsters hover around 3,000 points, yet I have decisively transcended this threshold. Furthermore, I possess the Thunder Battle Body and the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique. If I can elevate the Thunder Battle Body to its maximum level and cultivate the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique to a high realm, it is entirely conceivable that my foundational physical attributes could surpass 10,000, Lin Hai murmured to himself. Subsequently, he allocated 28 points of free attributes to Sword Intent, augmenting its value by 8 points, thereby raising it to a total of 24.6. With only 2 days remaining, I must return to the Black Dragon Pool. The absorption rate of the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique is exceptionally suited for harnessing the energy within the Black Dragon Pool. In 2 days, I shall absorb as much energy as I can. Lin Hai swiftly made his way toward the Black Dragon Pool. Before long, he arrived and re-entered, activating the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique to absorb the energy from the pool. Coupled with the remnants of the Black Dragon's primal power lingering within him, his proficiency in the true Dragon Scale Armor Technique steadily improved. Each day, he could increase his proficiency by 30 points. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the true Dragon Scale Armor technique reached LV1, 93-100, merely 7 points away from advancing to LV2. Suddenly, a surge of world willpower emanated from the realm of the Black Dragon's legacy, forcibly relocating the elite monsters present. Lin Hai wished to remain, yet he could not resist this force and was unceremoniously displaced. What a pity, Lin Hai lamented. If only he had been granted more time. He could have completed the breakthrough of the true Dragon Scale Armor technique. Upon being transported away, Lin Hai noticed that at least 80% of the elite monsters had vanished, yet 13 formidable monsters had appeared. These 13 apex monsters had only recently broken through, and it was conceivable that more elite monsters could soon emerge from this batch. This implies that the Black Dragon's legacy could potentially nurture an additional 20 to 30 apex monsters for the combat prowess of these apex monsters rivals that of martial saints, and the emergence of a single martial saint in the Xia Kingdom is an arduous task. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon legacy could foster 20 to 30 apex monsters. Such fortuitous locations are undoubtedly rare. With full commitment to their cultivation, numerous apex monsters could be produced in a short period. The disparity between Earth and the is staggering, Lin Hai mused. If given the opportunity, he truly wished to slay more apex monsters to alleviate some pressure on the Xia Kingdom. Soon, these apex and elite monsters returned, yet the apex monsters were summoned by the sequence-level monsters, evidently receiving directives. In contrast, Lin Hai and the other elite monsters, despite their immense growth and strength, remained unrecognized. For Lin Hai, this was fortuitous, as he did not wish to attract the attention of the sequence-level beings. Chapter 66. The Ninth Transformation of Vital Blood, Divine Blood. Master Level. Upon returning to the Ape Mountain, Lin Hai immediately induced slumber in his monster avatar, allowing his consciousness to return to his human form. At the Magic City Academy, after regaining his awareness, Lin Hai stretched his limbs and commenced his training. He leveled the Golden Bell Shield to its peak, elevated the Thunder Battle Body to LV8, and mastered the sequence-level skill, True Dragon Scale Armor technique. Naturally, he would need to retrain these skills in his human form to enhance his physical body, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. Henceforth, he devoted himself to fervent training in the Golden Bell Shield, Thunder Battle Body, and True Dragon Scale Armor technique, resulting in a rapid escalation of his physical attributes, albeit at a significant resource expenditure. After 10 days, Lin Hai had perfectly mastered the Golden Bell Shield, Thunder Battle Body, and True Dragon Scale Armor technique, greatly enhancing his physical prowess. He needed to reunite with his monster avatar, who had acquired a plethora of resources that he needed to collect. Thus, Lin Hai departed from the Magic City Academy, heading to this Magic City base to meet his monster avatar. After a period, Lin Hai skillfully controlled both his human form and monster avatar to converge in a certain location within the. From the monster avatar, Lin Hai obtained 3 pieces of A-grade spatial equipment, filled with numerous rare materials, spiritual herbs, and minerals. Consequently, Lin Hai swiftly returned to the Magic City base. He could not afford to linger in the for long. Should he be discovered, the apex monsters would undoubtedly pursue him, leaving him with no escape. Before long, Lin Hai arrived back at the Magic City base, exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon his return, he selected several rare materials that could assist in refining his vital blood and began to utilize the Great Sun Blood Refining Technique alongside Sword Intent to enhance his blood vitality. With the aid of these rare materials, he completed his 7th transformation of vital blood in merely 10 days. Following the 7th transformation, Lin Hai distinctly sensed the amplification of his blood vitality. Its potency had undergone a qualitative change, resulting in a significant increase in the power of his martial arts. In the days that followed, he continued to refine his blood vitality while training in the Thunder Battle Body and True Dragon Scale Armor techniques. Striving to elevate the Thunder Battle Body to its maximum level, the True Dragon Scale Armor technique also needed improvement. Once it reached LV2, his strength would experience a substantial boost. Compared to his human form, the monster avatar's strength escalated more rapidly, bolstered by ample resources that enhanced its physical attributes daily. Gradually, the power of his monster avatar drew closer to that of apex monsters. With sufficient resources at hand, Lin Hai chose to forego further exploration in the and instead focused on earnest cultivation. At least until he attained the master level, he would refrain from reckless ventures. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months elapsed. At this juncture, Lin Hai was on the verge of the 9th transformation of Vital Blood. Furthermore, during these 2 months, he had fully mastered the True Yang sword technique, allocating the accrued free attributes to sword intent. In his pursuit of completing the 9th transformation, Lin Hai spared no resources, consuming an immeasurable quantity of rare materials. Without these resources, achieving the 9th transformation could take him years, if not longer. The 9th transformation of Vital Blood was exceedingly arduous. It was no wonder that he had never heard of anyone accomplishing it. Lin Hai continued to consume materials capable of refining blood vitality, gradually sensing the impending transformation. He unleashed sword intent for refinement, pushing the Great Sun blood refining technique to its limits. Finally, on a fateful day, a resounding boom echoed as Lin Hai's Vital Blood embarked on its 9th transformation, the most significant transformation yet. Upon completion, his blood would metamorphose into divine blood. As Lin Hai underwent this transformation, a unique aura radiated from him, seemingly shaking the very fabric of the surrounding void. Zhou Xinghe, upon sensing this change, swiftly arrived at the scene. Observing Lin Hai's residence, Zhou Xinghe comprehended the significance of the aura. It was indeed the 9th transformation of Vital Blood, heralding the transformation into divine blood. Zhou Xinghe inhaled sharply. He understood what the transformation of blood into divine blood entailed. Not only a surge in strength, but also an increased success rate in transcending to the martial god realm beyond martial saints. How could Lin Hai complete the 9th transformation so swiftly? It was implausible that he possessed such abundant resources. Zhou Xinghe was taken aback. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. He quickly concealed Lin Hai's breakthrough aura to prevent detection by others. After a considerable time, Lin Hai fully completed the 9th transformation of Vital Blood, with golden blood coursing through his veins, nourishing his body. Divine blood? Lin Hai could feel the immense power of the divine blood. The vitality it bestowed was sufficient to induce a qualitative transformation in his martial arts, rendering his combat prowess even more formidable. Moreover, following the completion of the 9th transformation, his physical attributes had also received a notable enhancement. He no longer needed to suppress his realm and could directly ascend to the master level. Then, let him break through to the master level. Lin Hai directed the divine blood to surge into his dantian. Initiating its opening, boom! The dantian was revealed, akin to illuminating a dark starry sky. The vitality from the divine blood gradually flowed into the dantian, continuously condensing to form an incredibly solidified source of vitality, ultimately manifesting as a vital blood elixir. Typically, a master-level warrior's dantian contains a singular mass of vitality, yet Lin Hai had formed a vital blood elixir, a testament to the sheer power of his vitality. The vital blood elixir incessantly transformed vitality, rendering Lin Hai's overall vitality progressively more potent. As his realm advanced, his entire being began to draw energy from the external environment. To expedite his transformation into a master-level warrior, he retrieved a plethora of spiritual fruits and herbs from his storage ring, consuming them to replenish his body's energy requirements. Several hours later, Lin Hai's transformation was finally complete. Immediately, he accessed the proficiency system to review his physical data panel. Name: Lin Hai. Cultivation: first stage of master level, strength, 818.9, agility, 808.1, physique, 829.4, spirit, 1301, ill will, 130.1, sword intent, 33.7, skills, true dragon scale armor technique LV1, 59-100, tremor LV7, 69-100, diamond dharma image LV7, 1-100, thunder battle body max, true yang sword technique max, golden bell shield max, skyward sword technique LV1, 66-100, free attributes, 0, having just broken through to the master level. All of Lin Hai's physical attributes have surpassed 800 points, a significant enhancement compared to the data of his monster doppelganger from earlier. Furthermore, after this recent breakthrough, his physical qualities will rapidly increase. And it won't be long before each of his attributes exceeds 1,000 points, possibly even reaching 2,000. Lin Hai expressed his excitement. His primary focus now would be on cultivating the tremor skill. True dragon scale armor technique, diamond dharma image, and skyward sword technique, as his other martial arts had already reached their maximum levels and required no further training. Chapter 67. Enlightenment Fruit, a surge in power. After ascending to the first stage of master level, Lin Hai continued his arduous training, bolstered by abundant resources and the impetus of his recent breakthrough, resulting in a swift increase in his physical attributes. In just over 10 days, he achieved another breakthrough and reached the second stage of master level, with his vitality soaring and 3 of his physical attributes successfully surpassing 1,000 points. Unbeknownst to him, the Magic City Academy welcomed a new batch of freshmen, while Lin Hai had already progressed to the second year. As he walked along the campus pathways, he observed many newcomers brimming with hopeful smiles. Soon, he arrived at the principal's office, summoned by Principal Zhou Xinghe. "Principal," Lin Hai called out. "Please, take a seat," Zhou Xinghe replied. Lin Hai sat down. Zhou Xinghe began, "You must have completed your 9th transformation of vitality and condensed your divine blood. Correct?" "Indeed," Lin Hai nodded. It was only natural that Zhou Xinghe, a martial saint, would be aware of his breakthrough at the academy. "Remember, this information must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even your family. The divine blood will facilitate your future ascension to martial god," Zhou Xinghe advised. "Divine blood can ease my progression to martial god?" Lin Hai was taken aback. How could Zhou Xinghe know this? Could it be that someone in Xia country had ascended to martial god through divine blood? Yet, Xia country had no martial saints. "Principal, does Xia country have a martial saint? But isn't the strongest the first martial saint?" "Qin Zhentian?" Lin Hai inquired, perplexed. Zhou Xinghe chuckled. "To the average person, there are no martial gods. However, as someone with your qualifications, you must know that Xia country indeed has martial gods, and not just one. There are 3 in total. Across the entire earth, there exist 9 martial gods. Qin Zhentian is the first martial saint, but he is not the strongest. However, those martial gods are stationed at the most critical otherworldly passageways in Xia country and cannot leave. Within 50 years, Xia country has produced 3 martial gods, indeed remarkable. Qin Zhentian could break through to martial god at any moment, but he focuses on solidifying his foundation, unwilling to become an ordinary martial god. For such beings cannot contend with top-tier sequential monsters. The 3 martial gods of Xia country have not established a solid enough foundation, which limits their strength. However, it is unavoidable, as the threats faced by Xia country are immense. Without martial gods, even with powerful weapons, the country could easily be eroded and collapse from within, Zhou Xinghe explained. Understood, Lin Hai nodded. The reason I called you here is that the school has applied for a top-tier genius training reward for you. Zhou Xinghe continued. With that, he produced a box. Upon opening it, 9 gleaming small swords were revealed, neatly arranged inside. These are 9 S-grade weapons. Knowing that you have studied the Skyward Sword technique, these weapons will amplify your strength. In addition to that, he revealed 3 grayish fruits. "Principal, what are these fruits?" Lin Hai asked curiously. "These are enlightenment fruits," Zhou Xinghe elaborated. "They temporarily enhance comprehension and are the fruits of the enlightenment tree. 10 years ago, Xia country seized an enlightenment tree from the otherworld, and after years of cultivation, it has finally borne its first batch of fruits. I was only able to secure 3 for you." "Thank you, Principal," Lin Hai expressed his gratitude. He then stored the enlightenment fruits and the 9 S-grade small swords before bidding farewell to the principal. How should the enlightenment fruits be used? Lin Hai was well aware that utilizing them on his human form would be a waste. It seemed they would be best suited for his monster doppelganger to fully capitalize on their potential. Thus, he re-entered the otherworld, spending some time meeting with his monster doppelganger and delivering the 3 enlightenment fruits. On his way back, he encountered several high-level monsters, but he effortlessly dispatched them without encountering any significant trouble. In the Ape Mountain, Lin Hai's monster doppelganger had returned and consumed 1 enlightenment fruit. Instantly, a surge of energy flooded into its soul, causing its comprehension to skyrocket. As long as the energy from the enlightenment fruit lasted, this heightened state of understanding would persist. Subsequently, he commenced training the tremor skill. Seizing the opportunity to elevate it to its maximum level, boom! With repeated activations of the tremor skill, he shook the void, rapidly improving its proficiency. Soon, the tremor skill reached LV8. He continued his diligent training. After several hours, the energy from the enlightenment fruit was depleted, yet the tremor skill had not yet reached LV9. Therefore, he consumed another enlightenment fruit. This time, he successfully cultivated the tremor skill to its maximum level. Crack! Upon activating the fully leveled tremor skill, he shattered the space before him with a single palm. This ability, however, merely allowed for the rupture of space, not mastery over spatial power. He then proceeded to train the skyward sword technique. And before the energy from the second enlightenment fruit was exhausted, he successfully comprehended it to LV2 afterward. He consumed the third enlightenment fruit, successfully elevating the skyward sword technique to LV3. The effects of the enlightenment fruits were indeed remarkable. But regrettably, there were only 3, Lin Hai lamented. However, these 3 fruits had significantly enhanced his strength. Additionally, having comprehended the 6-star skyward sword technique to LV3 directly boosted his sword intent, which now reached an attribute of 40 points. One day, Lin Hai's monster doppelganger received a notification from the Monster Alliance, instructing them to prepare for battle, as the higher-ups had decided to invade Earth. An invasion of Earth. Lin Hai felt a surge of anxiety. Sensing that this would be a major operation, although he was uncertain about the targeted location, he inquired with other high-level monsters, but they too were in the dark, indicating that this operation was shrouded in secrecy. However, a few days later, the higher-ups announced the invasion site. Fusong Country. It turned out that the sequential monsters intended to first obliterate Fusong Country, seize control of it, establish a base for the monsters, and subsequently cultivate a multitude of monsters from the ocean to commence their invasion of Xia Country and other nations. The operation was commanded by the Lord of the Tangsha. Upon learning that the invaded nation was Fusong Country, Lin Hai felt unconcerned. Even if that country were to be destroyed, it had no bearing on him. Moreover, once Fusong Country was invaded, Xia Country would undoubtedly be informed without him needing to intervene. Days passed, and the Lord of the Tangsha, alongside a cadre of top-tier monsters and a multitude of high-level monsters, advanced through a permanent passageway in Fusong Country. There was also a base in Fusong Country, Sakura Base. The Lord of the Tangsha planned to directly assault this Sakura Base, which housed significant human weaponry capable of inflicting severe damage on sequential monsters. However, the weaponry at Sakura Base was relatively ordinary, and the Lord of the Tangsha was well prepared to withstand the base's offensive capabilities. At Sakura Base, a group of patrolling martial artists was conducting their rounds when they suddenly spotted a dark mass surging toward them. Instantly, these martial artists were paralyzed with fear. Chapter 68, Ultimate Weapon, Light of Extinction, Monster Invasion. The warriors at Sakura Base were engulfed in terror as alarms blared. Soon, a barrage of missiles was launched from the base. Such missiles were ineffective against high-level monsters but could eliminate intermediate monsters. The first wave of invaders consisted of intermediate monsters. Boom! The relentless barrage of missiles detonated, annihilating numerous intermediate monsters. However, the high-level and top-tier monsters offered no assistance to their intermediate counterparts. To the Monster Alliance, intermediate monsters held little value, as the Otherworld perpetually birthed an abundance of them. These projectiles could not impede the monsters, and soon they arrived at the gates of Sakura Base. Whoosh, 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 a multitude of Master-level warriors appeared, alongside Grand Master-level fighters. Despite Fusong Country's weakness, a fair number of Grandmaster and Master-level warriors still existed. These Grandmaster and Master-level warriors swiftly charged at the high-level monsters, while the only martial saint-level presence in Fusong Country, Sword Saint Yueying, was also present but refrained from engaging. Wary of the top-tier monsters lurking in the shadows, he sensed that this invasion from the otherworldly beings was no mere skirmish, but a genuine attempt to conquer Fusong Country. He has already informed the dozen or so martial saints secretly nurtured by the land of Fusong, who are hastily making their way here to collaborate with the formidable weapon of the Fusong base, bringing hope to repel this wave of invasion. Behind the monsters, the Lord of the Tangsha looms above the clouds, surveying the scene below. A bunch of worthless trash. Bai Yin. Lead the other top-tier monsters to annihilate them, commanded the Lord of the Tangsha. Yes, great Lord of Tangsha, responded King Bai Yin. Immediately, King Bai Yin, accompanied by several elite monsters, soared towards the Fusong base, each transforming into their true forms, their colossal bodies overshadowing the sky as they descended. Boom! Several master-level warriors were instantaneously crushed, offering no resistance whatsoever. 13 elite monsters. The countenance of the Sword Saint Yuxing shifted dramatically. Among them were several top-tier monsters he couldn't contend with. Even with the arrival of the hidden martial saints from the land of Fusong, they would be unable to handle these elite creatures. He even suspected that there were sequence-level monsters lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. At this moment, he trembled with cold dread, growing increasingly anxious about the future of the land of Fusong. Seek aid from the land of Xia. This thought consumed his mind. he was acutely aware that the land of Xia possessed martial god-level warriors. And not just one. If a martial god-level warrior were to come to the rescue of the land of Fusang, then there would be a chance to fight back. Swiftly, the land of Fusang made contact with the higher-ups of the land of Xia, requesting the dispatch of martial god-level reinforcements. However, after deliberation, the leaders of the land of Xia decided against sending martial god-level warriors, fearing that it could be a trap leading to the demise of one of their own, resulting in catastrophic losses for them. Moreover, the land of Fusang also had formidable weapons capable of severely injuring or even killing a sequence-level monster. Perhaps the otherworldly forces did not intend to annihilate the land of Fusang but were merely testing the waters. Thus, the land of Xia declined the plea for assistance. Lord Sword Saint Yusheng, the land of Xia has refused our request for aid, reported a Grandmaster-level warrior. First, withdraw some warriors back to the land of Fusang, commanded the Sword Saint Yusheng. Understood. A multitude of warriors retreated to the land of Fusang, just as a colossal foot crashed down, shattering the steel walls of the Fusang base, with several Grandmaster-level warriors being crushed to death by another elite monster. Witnessing this, the Sword Saint Yusheng had no choice but to abandon the confrontation with those elite monsters, swiftly retreating with the others back to the Fusang base, taking the formidable weapon with them. In the current situation, the weapon could only kill a single elite monster, which was of little significance. The formidable weapon was designed to deal with sequence-level monsters and was not useful here. Before long, the Fusang base was flattened, and numerous warriors perished in the onslaught. Subsequently, a top-tier monster with formidable physical defenses emerged from the otherworldly passage and entered the land of Fusang, immediately encountering a barrage of attacks. However, this top-tier monster disregarded the onslaught, effortlessly weathering the assaults of 10 martial saints. Such was its invincible defense. Soon after, a multitude of elite monsters, advanced monsters, and intermediate monsters surged through the otherworldly passage into the land of Fusang. Deploy nuclear weapons, commanded the higher-ups of the land of Fusang. Nuclear weapons, second only to the formidable weapon, could only be withstood by top-tier monsters. At this moment, the land of Fusang resolved to abandon the city. In an instant, nuclear missiles were launched from various locations in the land of Fusang. These missiles, accelerated and densely clustered together, unleashed a horrifying force upon detonation. Nowadays, nuclear weapon manufacturing technology was prevalent among all nations, and the land of Fusang naturally possessed it. However, these nuclear weapons were ineffective against sequence-level monsters and could hardly threaten advanced or top-tier monsters. Yet, given the concentration of monsters here, the nuclear weapons could exert their maximum effect. Boom! The city of the land of Fusang erupted like a sun, the terrifying heat reducing countless humans and monsters to ashes. Nonetheless, the elite monsters managed to evade the core area of the nuclear explosion, escaping unscathed. Many advanced and intermediate monsters perished, but the overall impact was minimal. Soon after, a cadre of elite monsters led the charge into other cities of the land of Fusang. Simultaneously, the Lord of Tangsha descended upon the land of Fusang, not revealing its true form but instead appearing in human guise, concealing its aura, remaining undetected by the land of Fusang. Half a day later, all major cities of the land of Fusang had fallen, leaving only the capital standing. Thus, the Lord of Tangsha led the elite monsters into the capital of the land of Fusang, where a dozen martial saints had gathered, and the formidable weapon had been relocated. To protect the capital, these martial saints swiftly charged at King Bai Yin and the other elite monsters. However, during the skirmish, a hand pierced through the Sword Saint Yusheng, instantly slaying him. The Lord of Tangsha. The Sword Saint Yusheng recognized the dual gaze of the Lord of Tangsha, identifying this sequence-level monster. Die! With a wave of its hand, beams of light pierced through the bodies of several martial saints, killing them. Just then, the Lord of Tangsha was locked onto by the formidable weapon of the land of Fusang, the Sun Extinguishing Light. The Sun Extinguishing Light was a global weapon developed by various nations, combining nuclear weaponry and otherworldly energy systems, utilizing a substantial amount of otherworldly crystals as energy sources to concentrate the power of nuclear weapons into a terrifying beam of light. Previously, the Sky Dragon that invaded the land of Xia was obliterated by the Sun Extinguishing Light, its head shattered and soul crushed, leading to its demise. Now, this Sun Extinguishing Light locked onto the Lord of Tangsha and approached with near light speed assault, impossible to evade. However, The Lord of Tangsha dared to invade the land of Fusang precisely because it was confident in its ability to withstand the sun-extinguishing light. Chapter 69. Breakthrough, Top-Tier Monster Realm. Just as the sun-extinguishing light struck the Lord of Tangsha, an ancient stone mirror manifested before it, unleashing boundless divine radiance that blocked the sun-extinguishing light. Boom! The sun-extinguishing light shattered, causing the surrounding space to fracture, creating a multitude of small voids. What a terrifying sun-extinguishing light! The Lord of Tangsha felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for its understanding of the stone mirror's power, it would not have dared to come. Seeking death, the Lord of Tangsha transformed into its true form, the terrifying will of the sequence-level monster descending, causing countless human bodies to burst apart. The capital of the land of Fusang was instantaneously trampled flat by the horde of monsters. And from that day forth, the land of Fusang became a paradise for monsters, thoroughly occupied by them. Lin Hai's monstrous avatar also participated in the fray, but merely as a bystander. He witnessed the fall of the land of Fusang with profound emotion. He did not wish to see the land of Xia meet the same fate, thus he must expedite his quest for power. Soon, news of the tragic state of the land of Fusang spread, leaving many nations in silence. Although they all wished to aid the land of Fusang, the circumstances in their own countries were dire, and they were reluctant to suffer losses in their own strength. Furthermore, despite the fall of the land of Fusang, they had managed to slay a considerable number of advanced and intermediate monsters, inflicting some losses upon the otherworldly forces, in the days that followed. Numerous water-based monsters from the otherworld were brought into Earth, infiltrating the oceans and beginning to command the creatures born within, rendering the seas even more perilous. In response, the land of Xia bolstered its coastal cities with substantial military forces and various weapons. In the high-level meeting of the land of Xia, Qin Zhentian and several other martial saints gathered. Everyone, not long ago, the land of Fusang was annihilated, as you all should know. But the troubling matter is that the Lord of Tangsha has personally descended to Earth. What does this signify? Qin Zhentian began. Indeed, why is the Lord of Tangsha able to enter Earth? Such sequence-level monsters were previously resisted by the rules of Earth. They could not enter before. If they could, they would have done so 50 years ago, when we had no means of resistance, a martial saint remarked. Zhou Xinghe interjected, 50 years ago, only low-level and intermediate monsters could enter Earth. 30 years ago. Advanced monsters gained entry. 10 years ago, the first top-tier monster crossed into Earth. And now, even a sequence-level monster like the Lord of Tangsha can enter without any cost. But that does not mean all sequence-level monsters can do the same. If they could, given the sheer number of sequence-level monsters in the otherworld, they would have easily overrun all the nations of Earth. Yes, I suspect the Lord of Tangsha utilized a particular treasure to counteract the rules of Earth, allowing it to enter. Such treasures must be exceedingly rare, likely only one exists, but it also indicates one thing. The rules of Earth are continuously being eroded by the rules of the otherworld. It may not be long before the otherworldly rules completely overshadow the rules of Earth, no longer restricting the entry of sequence-level monsters, allowing them to intrude directly. Qin Zhentian stated, "Is it possible that Earth truly has no hope?" Some martial saints expressed their deep concerns. We can only cultivate more martial god-level warriors. If we have enough martial god-level warriors, combined with formidable weapons like the sun-extinguishing light, we may pose a threat to many sequence-level monsters and perhaps balance the otherworld. Qin Zhentian declared, "Cultivating enough martial saints?" The many martial saints could only smile helplessly. If it were that easy, they would not be so worried. After all, reaching the martial god realm takes time. Only 3 martial god-level warriors had emerged in the past 50 years. And they were not particularly powerful. Hope for breakthroughs was scarce, with only Qin Zhentian having a chance. Yet they could only cling to this hope, as there were no other options. Xian Yuanya and her companions have successfully ascended to the master level. It is imperative that we cultivate them into martial saint-level beings within the next decade, for they all possess the potential to become martial gods. Once they attain the status of martial god, they will undoubtedly rank among the most formidable of their kind, possibly heralding a turning point, Qin Zhentian remarked. The mere thought of Xian Yuanya and her cohorts ignited a spark of hope within the hearts of the onlookers. After all, they are 3 prodigious talents of the sequence level, akin to Qin Zhentian, and have been nurtured by the Xia kingdom from the very beginning, establishing a foundation even more solid than his. In the future, They are destined to be invincible at their level, and should they break through to become martial gods, they may very well dominate the ordinary sequence-level monsters. Thus, these three sequence-level geniuses are undoubtedly the hope of the Xia Kingdom. In the days that followed, the Lord of the Tangshi remained in the Fusang Kingdom, focusing solely on transforming its territories and constructing numerous monster nests without engaging in any other activities. During this time, Lin Hai's monster avatar had ample opportunity to train, and with an abundance of resources, its strength escalated rapidly. 3 months swiftly passed. At this juncture, Lin Hai's monster avatar had reached an impressive level of power. Only a single step away from the pinnacle of monster realms, avatar, Titan Dragon Ape, level, advanced monster, strength, 8,291.2, agility, 7,829.2, vitality, 8,509.2, mentality, 1621, will, 162.1, sword intent, 55. 7. Skills, True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV2, 17100, Mountain Shaking Max, Diamond Dharma Image LV8, 88,100, Thunder Battle Body Max, True Yang Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Skyward Sword Technique LV5, 15,100, Free Attributes, 0. Such attributes are indeed remarkable. The combat power of this monster avatar can be said to rival that of an ordinary martial saint-level warrior. It is time to prepare for a breakthrough. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of monsters, my human form's monster bloodline will also transform into that of a top-tier monster, significantly enhancing my power. Furthermore, achieving this breakthrough will grant my monster avatar a top-tier monster skill, Lin Hai contemplated. Thus, he resolved not to delay any further and decided to directly ascend to the status of a top-tier monster. Naturally, once he achieved this, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Lord of the Tangshi, which might not be a bad thing, as it could lead to acquiring valuable treasures from him. Moreover, he was certain that the Lord of the Tangshi would not detect his human soul, alleviating any concerns about exposure. Let us begin. Lin Hai commenced his assault on the pinnacle of monster realms, consuming vast quantities of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to propel himself forward. With each attempt, his bloodline finally underwent a transformation, and his physical form began to metamorphose. Boom! Lin Hai's realm broke through, as countless streams of spiritual energy surged into his body, coupled with the various heavenly materials he had ingested, gradually elevating his physique to the level of a top-tier monster. His vitality surged, his physical attributes soared, and the strength of his soul intensified. This was undoubtedly a remarkable transformation, one that would likely continue for several days. Chapter 70. The Theft of the Bodhi Tree Root. After several days, Lin Hai's monster avatar completed its metamorphosis. At this moment, he had successfully ascended to the status of a top-tier monster. He opened his data panel to review his stats. Avatar, Titan Dragon Ape level, top-tier monster, strength, 13,890.2, agility, 12,873.9, vitality, 14,293.8, mentality, 2593, will, 259.3, sword intent, 55.7, skills, True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV2, 17,100, Titan True Form LV1, 0100, Mountain Shaking Max, Diamond Dharma Image LV8, 88,100, Thunder Battle Body Max, True Yang Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Skyward Sword Technique LV5, 15,100, Free Attributes, 0. From the data panel, it is evident that Lin Hai's physical attributes have surged dramatically, with all aspects of his stats being quite extraordinary. Additionally, he has acquired a top-tier monster skill, Titan True Form. This skill allows Lin Hai's monster avatar to increase in size, enhancing its physical prowess, making it an exceptional monster skill. When combined with the Thunder Battle Body, his physical form is truly formidable, rendering him nearly impervious to attacks of the same level. Subsequently, Lin Hai returned to his human form, initiating the transformation of his monster bloodline from advanced to top tier. His physical attributes also improved significantly, now ranking just below the sequence-level geniuses. Furthermore, he possessed sequence-level skills that were not inferior to those of the sequence-level talents. And his various martial arts were exceptionally powerful, many having reached their maximum levels. He felt confident that even Xian Yuanya and the other sequence-level geniuses would struggle to match him at their level. However, he maintained a low profile, for his current strength was but a speck of dust compared to the sequence-level monsters from the foreign realms. Even against the likes of Bai Yin Wang, a top-tier monster, he was not yet a match, and he required ample time to further develop. After his monster avatar ascended to the top-tier level, Lin Hai did not immediately report to the Monster Alliance. Instead, he consumed the remaining resources on him to swiftly enhance his strength. During this period, the power of his monster avatar advanced rapidly, and it would not be long before its various attributes reached the threshold of 20,000 points. However, even at 20,000 points, he would still be no match for sequence-level monsters, whose ordinary attributes could reach 100,000 points, with the most elite sequence-level monsters potentially surpassing several 100,000 points. More than 10 days later, Lin Hai's monster avatar achieved the remarkable feat of having all three primary attributes reach 20,000 points, significantly stronger than it had been immediately after the breakthrough. However, the resources he possessed had dwindled considerably. Therefore, he decided to report his progress. Soon, the Lord of the Tang Shi summoned him. Lin Hai promptly made his way to the Tang Shi branch of the Monster Alliance to meet the Lord. "Greetings, esteemed Lord of the Tang Shi," Lin Hai bowed respectfully. "You have done well. Your physique is considerably stronger than that of the average newly ascended top-tier monster," the Lord of the Tang Shi remarked. Immediately after, the Lord produced a small white scale and handed it to Lin Hai. "This is a rare treasure. Every top-tier monster under my command is entitled to receive one as a reward. This treasure is now yours. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall take residence at Wanyuan Mountain, which will be under your jurisdiction," commanded the Lord of the Tang Shi. "Thank you, esteemed Lord of the Tang Shi." Lin Hai expressed his gratitude. He then took the rare treasure and departed. The Lord of the Tang Shi paid little heed to Lin Hai, viewing him merely as a commendable top-tier monster. For true potential is not easily discerned at a glance. Tio have obtained a rare treasure. Lin Hai felt a swell of joy, for rare treasures are extraordinary items birthed from foreign realms. Often referred to as innate treasures, their functions vary. Some enhance attack, others bolster defense, and some increase speed. This particular white scale is likely a treasure that amplifies defense. Even the least of such treasures is equivalent to an SS-level artifact, coveted by many martial saints on Earth. Yet in the foreign realm, it was merely a trinket casually bestowed by the Lord of the Tang Shi. Lin Hai directly proceeded to Wanyuan Mountain, which was vastly superior to the Ape Mountain, with a far richer energy and abundant resources, hosting numerous advanced monsters, a commendable location under the Lord of the Tang Shi's command. Upon arriving, Lin Hai became the leader of Wanyuan Mountain, immediately acquiring dozens of advanced monsters under his command. His status in the foreign realm surged dramatically. While he may not yet rival top-tier monsters like Bai Yin Wang, he was certainly of the same tier. Bai Yin Wang could no longer command him outright. He remained under the Lord of the Tang Shi, obliged to follow his orders. To Lin Hai's delight, Wanyuan Mountain also contained a unique treasure, Wanyuan Space. A spatial treasure where the power of space is exceptionally dense, making it an ideal place for comprehending spatial forces and honing spatial skills. "I must seek a martial art pertaining to spatial techniques." Lin Hai resolved. At the magic capital base, Lin Hai searched the marketplace for spatial martial arts and indeed found one. 6-star martial art, void escape technique. However, the requirements to exchange for this 6-star martial art were quite exorbitant, necessitating 2 million points. This implies that he would need to complete at least one S-level task to redeem the void escape technique, as S-level tasks typically involve slaying a weaker top-tier monster or eliminating a special advanced monster. Lin Hai began to peruse the available tasks, determined to find a suitable S-level mission, since redeeming the void escape technique also required an S-level task card. Merely accumulating A-level tasks would not suffice. Normal 6-star martial arts do not demand such high point totals. The elevated requirements for the void escape technique are understandable due to its classification as a spatial martial art. As time gradually passed, Lin Hai scrutinized various tasks and ultimately discovered one that appeared fitting for him. S-level task: steal a segment of Bodhi tree root. Lin Hai speculated that the Xia Kingdom sought to research the Bodhi tree from the foreign realm, perhaps intending to use a segment of its root to cultivate a new Bodhi tree. Even martial saints would hesitate to attempt stealing from the Bodhi tree, as it would necessitate venturing deep into the foreign realm. Who would dare to do such a thing? In the realm of the exotic, the number of top-tier monsters remains unknown, with even sequence-level creatures lurking within. Such a task is undoubtedly perilous. An S-level mission pales in comparison, as it ought to be classified at least as an SS-level undertaking. However, for Lin Hai, this task does not pose significant difficulty. He possesses the means to approach the Bodhi tree and stealthily acquire a segment of its root. Chapter 71. The Void Escape Technique LV5. The Bodhi tree in this foreign land is indeed a remarkable treasure. Meditating beneath its boughs can enhance one's mental fortitude and calm the spirit, should one be on the verge of madness. The Bodhi tree proves immensely beneficial, by harnessing its powers, one can rapidly cultivate spiritual martial arts. As a premier monster, Lin Hai is qualified to draw near to the Bodhi tree. Subsequently, he learned that the Bodhi tree is under the dominion of the sequence-level monster, the Mother Buddha, a formidable entity second only to the Lord of the Celestial Serpents. Yet, her threat is even more daunting, as she excels in the art of manipulation. On Earth, there exists a cult venerating the Mother Buddha, underscoring her perilous nature. Consequently, the Xia nation actively suppresses her influence. The mere hint of her cult's presence may invoke the intervention of martial saints, leading to a significant curtailment of the cult's activities. Lin Hai resolved to concoct a few excuses, claiming that he had awakened a spiritual skill and was experiencing issues during its cultivation, thus seeking the Bodhi tree's aid for healing and simultaneous training. He submitted this request to the Monster Alliance under the guise of a top-tier monster, swiftly receiving approval to proceed to the Bodhi tree for his training, such as the privilege afforded to elite monsters. The Bodhi tree thrives upon Golden Vajra Mountain. Upon his arrival, Lin Hai encountered numerous high-level monsters engaged in meditation, each exuding an aura of tranquility that seemed rather peculiar. Titan Dragon Ape, you may train here. But you are not permitted to disturb the other creatures, declared a humanoid monster before him. Lin Hai recognized this being as the Snake Mother, one of the top monsters under the Mother Buddha, presently in her humanoid form. While top-tier monsters can assume various forms, Lin Hai requires no such transformation, for he is inherently a humanoid monster. His current state represents his utmost strength. I know the Snake Mother. Lin Hai nodded, then proceeded into Golden Vajra Mountain. He understood that he would inevitably attract attention, and seizing the Bodhi tree's roots would be impossible at this stage. Therefore, he must genuinely train in spiritual martial arts. As his Golden Vajra avatar had yet to reach its pinnacle, this was the perfect opportunity for him to cultivate it. He soon located a cave enveloped by the Bodhi tree's aura, a suitable place for refining his Golden Vajra avatar. In no time, his state of mind grew remarkably serene, the inherent ferocity of the monster within him dissipating swiftly. Moreover, while cultivating the Golden Vajra avatar, his proficiency increased rapidly. The Bodhi tree's effects were indeed remarkable. As time passed, his Golden Vajra avatar successfully reached its maximum level, and his spiritual attributes surged considerably. He continued to refine his avatar. While the fully leveled Golden Vajra avatar could not progress further, this cultivation still tempered his spirit, enhancing his spiritual attributes, a distinct advantage. Days turned into weeks, and the aura surrounding Lin Hai grew increasingly tranquil, leading the watching Snake Mother to pay him little mind. After all, as a member of the Monster Alliance, she did not suspect Lin Hai would dare to harm the Bodhi tree. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Have you finally ceased your surveillance? Lin Hai mused with a faint smile, then employed his formidable mental prowess to probe the surroundings, swiftly detecting the Bodhi tree's root system. With numerous roots to spare, severing a segment would inflict minimal damage on the tree. Thus, in the following days, he discreetly dismantled a portion of the cave's rocky interior, making only slight disturbances, normal in a place teeming with practitioners. Gradually, Lin Hai cleared a pathway to one of the roots of the Bodhi tree, and without hesitation, he severed a piece of it. He then concealed his actions and sealed the passageway, continuing his training for several more days before departing from Golden Vajra Mountain without drawing any attention from the other monsters. Subsequently, Lin Hai's human form met with his monster avatar, successfully transferring the segment of the Bodhi tree root into his human form's possession. Without delay, Lin Hai made his way to the Magic City base's marketplace, first submitting his mission and then presenting the item. His task was promptly completed, earning him an S-level mission card and a reward of 3 million points. He then exchanged these for the 6-star Void Escape technique. Hours later, in the Kyoto Research Institute of the Xia Nation, the Bodhi tree root was delivered. A cadre of powerful individuals began their examination of the root. Whose acquisition is this? It was sent from the Magic City base. Who could have procured the Bodhi tree root? Is it not the possession of the sequence-level monster, the Mother Buddha? It is said that a top-tier monster has long safeguarded it, alongside numerous high-level monsters, making it perilous even for martial saints to attempt theft. Failure would be certain. It is likely that a monster possessing the Bodhi tree root was eliminated by us. Leading to this acquisition, some of it will be utilized for cultivation, to see if we can nurture a new Bodhi tree, though the time required for such cultivation is extensive and its value limited. The remainder will aid in the research of the heart-refining elixir. Once successful, it will be delivered to Marshal St. Qin Zhentian. Thus, the Institute commenced its investigation. At Wanyuan Mountain, Lin Hai's monster avatar entered the Wanyuan space, beginning to train in the void escape technique. The area was saturated with rich spatial energy, allowing him to effortlessly gain proficiency in the technique through his mastery system. After 2 days, he elevated the 6-star void escape technique to LV2, and it continued to improve rapidly. 5 days later, it reached LV3. After half a month, it ascended to LV4. A month later, it achieved LV5. With a sudden leap, Lin Hai traversed several miles in a single bound, showcasing the effects of the LV5 void escape technique. However, this level still did not grant him the ability to traverse the void at will. Nonetheless, it proved invaluable for evasion. He resolved to continue his training, striving to reach the technique's maximum level, for then he might have a chance of escaping from sequence-level monsters. Moreover, attaining mastery in the void escape technique would render him impervious to spatial skills like Celestial Domain. He could easily evade such attacks. Thus, he ardently yearned to cultivate this 6-star spatial martial art to its fullest potential. Chapter 72. Monsters Land. In the ensuing days, Lin Hai dedicated most of his time to mastering the void escape technique, a skill that greatly benefited his human form. Presently, his human self remains relatively weak. Should he encounter a martial saint or a top-tier monster, escape would seem an impossible dream. He must elevate the void escape technique to an exceptionally high level. As time inexorably passed, Lin Hai found himself sleeping only 4 hours a day, which sufficed to restore his vitality. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. Throughout this arduous training period, Lin Hai's proficiency in the void escape technique soared. With a swift motion, he leaped, covering dozens of miles in an instant, eliciting a satisfied expression from him. At last, he had mastered the void escape technique to its fullest extent. A fully developed void escape technique endowed Lin Hai with formidable life-preserving capabilities. Few top-tier monsters could threaten him, unless they possessed the means to confine space and could restrain the perfected void escape technique. A challenging feat indeed. He then accessed the data panel of his monster avatar. Avatar, Titan Dragon Ape, Level, Top-tier Monster, Strength, 32,918.8, Agility, 28,938.3, Constitution, 33,284.8, Mental, 3384, Will, 338.4, Sword Intent, 95.3, Skills, True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV3, 6100, Titan True Body LV2, 7100, Mountain Shaking Max, Golden Vajra Avatar Max, Thunder Battle Body Max, True Yang Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Skyward Sword Technique LV7, 22100, Free Attributes, 0. The data panel revealed that his True Dragon Scale Armor Technique had advanced to LV3, the Titan True Body to LV2, and the Skyward Sword Technique to LV7, resulting in a significant boost in overall strength. Furthermore, his human form had also progressed rapidly during these 3 months, now reaching the 7th stage of the Grandmaster level, with physical attributes surpassing many Grandmaster-level warriors. With his human form's combat prowess, he could easily slay Grandmaster-level warriors, yet he remained no match for martial saints due to the vast disparity in physical attributes. In the land of Fusong, a multitude of monsters surged into the ocean, gathering an immense horde of sea creatures, steadily advancing towards the coastline of Xia Nation. Such maneuvers quickly caught the attention of the Xia Nation's leadership, prompting an immediate virtual world conference. The monsters of the land of Fusong have mobilized and are approaching Xia Nation. Moreover, a significant number of sea monsters are also converging. They are likely preparing to launch an assault from the coastline. Is there any sign of sequence-level monsters? The absence of a sequence-level monster master is evident. The sequence-level creature, the Lord of the Celestial Serpent, seems to have departed from Earth, returning to its otherworldly realm. likely unable to remain on this planet for an extended period. Should we deploy martial god-level warriors to eliminate these creatures? No, it is imperative that we refrain from utilizing our martial god-level warriors. For they are our true trump card, and no one can guarantee that there aren't any sequence-level monsters lurking in the shadows. Should a martial god-level warrior fall, we would be unable to bear such a loss. We must dispatch a substantial number of national defense troops to the coastline, and the martial artists within society must also be mobilized to confront the monsters. Every expert-level warrior and above is required to participate in battle for at least 10 days each month. Any refusal to engage will result in military discipline. Upon the issuance of this command, many martial artists from the populace expressed their grievances, yet none dared to defy the order. They are currently basking in the adoration of the masses along with generous rewards. Should they choose not to comply, these privileges would vanish, and they would likely be forcibly conscripted onto the battlefield, facing an even grimmer fate. Thus, whether they wish to participate or not, they must comply. The monsters from Fusong and the sea are poised to invade Xia country, and the Lord of the Celestial Serpent has not notified me, nor has it seemingly informed many of the top-tier monsters. This situation appears to fall under the purview of King Baiyan, and it seems we are still engaged in minor skirmishes, likely employing a vast number of monsters to deplete Xia country's viable forces. The truly formidable monsters have yet to be deployed, Lin Hai pondered. However, this is merely the initial phase of the conflict. As time progresses, it is inevitable that a significant number of top-tier monsters will be dispatched, and only then will we witness a genuine battle. As a student of the Magic City Academy and a member of the Inspection Division, Lin Hai was naturally obliged to engage in the conflict. He promptly made his way to one of the inspection towers along the coastal region near the Magic City. The coastal areas of Xia country are dotted with such inspection towers, which stand several dozen meters high and possess considerable internal space, each capable of accommodating hundreds of martial artists. At this moment, all inspection towers were activated, with a multitude of martial artists stationed there, and numerous national defense troops constructing temporary military camps across various coastal regions. A vast array of weaponry was transported to this location, ready to confront the impending onslaught of oceanic and otherworldly monsters. This war of attrition would not be concluded in a day or two. It was a protracted battle. Each participating martial artist received a combat wristwatch to record battle data, and those who vanquished a significant number of monsters could earn rewards from Xia country. Otherwise, there would not be so many martial artists willing to risk their lives. Lin Hai promptly applied for a combat wristwatch and then stood atop an inspection tower, awaiting the arrival of the monsters. Within this tower, other martial artists were present, including several master-level warriors, who lacked any formidable presence or bloodthirsty aura, indicating their inexperience in battle. At this moment, they appeared somewhat fearful. They were likely master-level warriors cultivated by certain factions. Lin Hai speculated. Many factions possess immense wealth and, years ago, could cultivate their own bodyguards, thus acquiring the right to train martial artists. These warriors were essentially forged through monetary means, having little experience in combat against monsters. Yet now, Xia country had forcibly commanded them to fight, and they had no choice but to comply. Master Lin Hai, we will rely on your prowess when the monsters attack. Several masters sought to curry favor with Lin Hai. They had long recognized him as the second-place winner of the master-level elite competition, where his combat strength had surpassed many master-level warriors, leading them to believe they could not contend with him at that time. Now, having achieved the 7th stage of the master level, Lin Hai's combat prowess had undoubtedly increased significantly, prompting them to look up to him. Lin Hai remained silent. He would endeavor to slay these monsters, but he would not permit these master-level warriors to hide behind him. As time ticked by, tension mounted among the gathered individuals. After an indeterminate length of time, tumultuous waves surged upon the sea, heralding the arrival of numerous monsters. Boom! Countless shells rained down upon the ocean, yet the water's resistance rendered them ineffective in eliminating many creatures. However, any monsters that could be worn down would be. Of course, nuclear weapons were strictly prohibited, as their use would endanger the ordinary citizens of coastal cities. Following a barrage of artillery fire, a multitude of martial artists surged forth to engage the monsters poised to land. Chapter 73. Entering the master rankings, Lin Hai also took action, leaping directly from the inspection tower and employing the white crane movement to glide just above the ground. He refrained from using any other techniques. relying solely on the sky-controlling sword technique to dispatch these monsters. With his level 7 sky-controlling sword technique, he could manipulate 7 S-rank small swords, which, under his command, transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the bodies of high-ranking monsters with an efficiency far surpassing that of typical master-level warriors. However, he focused exclusively on high-ranking monsters, avoiding the middle-tier ones, as slaying them would squander his vitality and mental energy. He could not possibly eliminate all the mid-tier creatures alone, leaving their extermination to other martial artists. Boom! Master-level warrior Kaishan engaged in combat with a high-ranking monster, only to be violently thrown aside after mere exchanges. Witnessing the creature unleash a radiant blast from its right hand aimed at him, he cried out for help. "Master Lin Hai, save me!" Just then, a streak of light swiftly pierced through the high-ranking monster's body, killing it and rescuing Kaishan. "Master Kaishan, you should focus on eliminating those mid-tier monsters," Lin Hai called out as he flew over. "Yes," Kaishan promptly responded, fully aware that Lin Hai deemed him too weak. A master-level warrior at the 6th stage should not struggle against a relatively ordinary high-ranking monster. And he readily acknowledged his inferiority. While he possessed cultivation, he lacked mastery of powerful martial arts, rendering him only slightly superior to 1st or 2nd stage master-level warriors, which paled in comparison to top-tier masters. Nevertheless, he had no trouble dispatching mid-tier monsters. Before long, Kaishan set off to eradicate the mid-tier creatures with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Hai continued to eliminate numerous high-ranking monsters, inevitably drawing the attention of a formidable high-ranking monster lurking in the distance. Roar! A colossal whale, its body stretching an impressive 300 meters, approached, its skin adorned with scales and exuding a powerful aura, comparable to a master-level warrior at the 4th or 5th stage. This massive whale had set its sights squarely on Lin Hai. Intent on eliminating him. "You seek death!" Lin Hai charged toward the whale, which opened its enormous mouth to unleash a barrage of air cannons. The power of these air blasts was formidable enough to shatter the bodies of master-level warriors, and their sheer volume made them difficult to evade. Yet, Lin Hai did not flinch. He relied on his physical prowess to smash through the air blasts, closing the distance to confront the whale. This display caused the whale's pupils to constrict in sheer terror. It attempted to flee, but its immense size hindered its speed, leaving it unable to turn in time before Lin Hai's palm struck. The sky-controlling sword technique proved ineffective against such a colossal creature, prompting him to unleash his max-level earth-shattering skill. Boom! The force of the shockwave erupted, tearing through the air, and the whale's massive form was shattered into countless fragments. With a single blow, a creature rivaling a master-level warrior was annihilated. Nearby, the master-level warriors observed this spectacle, each one astounded. That whale was indeed a high-ranking creature, comparable to a master-level warrior, yet it was effortlessly slain by Lin Hai with a single strike. It was clear that Lin Hai possessed the combat power of a Grand Master, undoubtedly qualifying him for the master rankings. They remarked. As time gradually passed, the battle raged on for several hours before the monsters retreated, leaving behind countless corpses, some human, but the majority were those of monsters. This battle had been particularly brutal, resulting in the loss of many human warriors. However, such sacrifices were unavoidable. Even the mightiest warriors could be drained of their vitality, unable to single-handedly protect the entire coastal region. Thus, such casualties were inevitable. As the conflict drew to a close, Lin Hai's parents called in succession, inquiring about his well-being. Upon learning he was unscathed, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, is my sister all right?" Lin Hai asked, knowing that his sister Lin Shi was also engaged in the conflict, albeit with the National Defense Troops alongside several uncles. "Your sister is fine. She has at least broken through to the master level, and with several uncles protecting her, she hasn't encountered any danger. The focus is on you. As a master-level warrior, you must face high-ranking monsters, which could easily draw the attention of formidable foes." Chung Suya cautioned. "Mom, I have means to ensure my safety. There is no need for concern," Lin Hai reassured her. Setting aside the fact that he possessed max-level void escape techniques, even without them, he had the humanoid weapon. Heavenly Soldier No. 1, to fend off top-tier high-ranking monsters. Of course, given his current strength, he didn't necessarily need the humanoid weapon, but in critical moments, he would still utilize it, as he wished to keep his true trump cards concealed. Using Heavenly Soldier Number 1 to confuse enemies was still an excellent strategy. In the Magic City, it had now become the command center for the coastal battlefield of Xia Country. High-ranking officials were discussing updates to the Master Rankings, Grandmaster Rankings, and Martial Saint Rankings, preparing for real-time updates to stimulate the combat enthusiasm of powerful warriors. This time, the updates would be based on combat achievements. Each warrior's combat wristwatch would record battle footage, which would be transmitted into the virtual world. Through the calculations and simulations of the virtual world, the combat strength of each warrior could be accurately assessed, allowing for precise rankings to be established. Tomorrow, the new Master Rankings, Grandmaster Rankings, and Martial Saint Rankings will be announced. A prominent figure declared, as night fell, most had yet to rest, patrolling in shifts to ensure that the monsters would not launch a nocturnal assault. However, such an attack did not transpire, for even those creatures required rest and the mobilization of additional forces. Thus, it promised to be a tranquil night. The following day, the Master Rankings were unveiled first, capturing the attention of numerous formidable individuals. Master Ranking First, Cheng Hung, Master Ranking Second, Su Qingshan, Master Ranking Ninth, Yang Tai, Master Ranking 10th, Lin Hai, having revealed only a fraction of his capabilities through the Shock Mountain technique and the Skyward Swordplay, concealed much of his strength and physical prowess, yet still secured the 10th position. Upon seeing this ranking, he felt satisfied but was particularly struck by the first place. Cheng Hung, his second uncle, had astonishingly claimed the top spot. Hidden beneath layers of depth, Yang Tai's 9th position in the Master Rankings seemed quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Cheng Hung gazed at the newly released Master Rankings and noted his nephew Lin Hai's position, 10th place. Quite commendable, showcasing rapid growth. Perhaps he would soon surpass me. He presumed this was Lin Hai's true strength, unaware that it represented merely a minuscule fraction of his potential. Shortly thereafter, the Grandmaster Rankings were disclosed, and Lin Hai took note of several familiar names within. Grandmaster Ranking 7th, Cheng Zhe. Upon seeing this name, Lin Hai was taken aback. It belonged to his maternal uncle. It could not be a mere coincidence. His uncle had indeed entered the Grandmaster Rankings, a feat far surpassing that of his second uncle. Although his second uncle ranked first in the Master Rankings, the disparity in strength between the top of the Master Rankings and the 7th place in the Grandmaster Rankings was vast. Alongside his uncle, a mentor from the Magic City Academy and a deputy director from the Magic City Inspection Department had also made their way into the Grandmaster Rankings, albeit with less noteworthy positions. At that moment, his second uncle called, "Xiao Hai, you have entered the Master Rankings. Be cautious of potential attacks from otherworldly beings. There may be top-tier monsters seeking to assassinate you. Should you sense any danger, flee at the first opportunity and call for help." Cheng Hung advised. "Don't worry, second uncle. I have a way to escape from top-tier monsters," Lin Hai replied. Cheng Hung expressed surprise, though upon further reflection, he considered it possible that Lin Hai had been granted a life-preserving trump card. Still, he cautioned, be vigilant and avoid exposing your whereabouts. The National Defense Forces will monitor the movements of every top-tier monster. Should any approach your vicinity, they will alert you to retreat. Thank you, second uncle. After a brief conversation, Lin Hai ended the call. The likelihood of a top-tier monster attempting to assassinate him was indeed high, given his rapid growth. They would surely wish to eliminate him swiftly. In the midst of warfare, the protection from the Xia state would undoubtedly be limited, presenting an opportune moment for such an assassination. Possessing the ultimate 6-star martial art, the Void Step technique, Lin Hai harbored no fears of being attacked. Even if a top-tier monster sought to strike him down, he could evade successfully. In the ensuing days, Lin Hai showcased astonishing combat prowess, eliminating one high-ranking monster after another, even vanquishing several upper-tier monsters. Propelling himself to the 3rd position in the Master Rankings. In the Fusang Kingdom, King Bai Yin sat upon an imposing throne, flanked by 13 top-tier monsters transformed into humanoid forms, all under his command. "Shadow King, I have a task for you," the king declared. "What is the task, Your Majesty?" Shadow King inquired. "Eliminate the human prodigy Lin Hai. He has now ascended to 3rd place in the Xia State's Master Rankings. His growth rate is alarmingly rapid, and he appears invincible among his peers. Though he ranks 3rd, I suspect he has yet to reveal his true strength, potentially rivaling that of the top-ranked individual. At not yet 20 years of age, if his current trajectory continues, he may achieve martial saint status within 5 years, possibly far exceeding the capabilities of a typical martial saint," King Bai Yin declared. Achieving Martial Saint status in 5 years, the expressions of the assembled top-tier monsters shifted dramatically. Their own ascensions had taken decades, even centuries, and now Lin Hai seemed poised to attain Martial Saint status in a mere 5 years. With the potential to become a formidable martial god, such a prodigy must be eliminated without delay to prevent any opportunity for further development. The king continued, "This is Earth. The Xia state will undoubtedly monitor other top-tier monsters. Even I must exercise caution, for a rash attempt to assassinate Lin Hai could draw the attention of a martial god, leaving me no chance for survival. However, Shadow King, you possess a supreme skill of invisibility. If you approach Lin Hai while concealed, a single strike should suffice to eliminate him out of all the monsters in the otherworld. Only you can execute this assassination with relative ease." "Very well, I am willing to undertake this task." Shadow King responded eagerly. On another day, a horde of monsters invaded the coastal regions of the Xia state, initiating yet another prolonged battle. Naturally, Lin Hai ventured forth to hunt these creatures, yet this time, he encountered only ordinary high-ranking monsters, which he dispatched effortlessly. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, as if death were imminent. He swiftly employed the 6-star martial art, the Void Step technique, to traverse the void and escape. Just as he departed, a lethal tail spike pierced through the air, striking only his afterimage. This deadly attack originated from a humanoid monster known as the Shadow King. The Shadow King, a master of stealth, speed, and dark powers, had honed his tail into a weapon of SS caliber, possessing terrifying penetrating capabilities, spatial capabilities. The Shadow King's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his lethal strike, executed while hidden, would be evaded by Lin Hai. Even a martial artist with spatial abilities might struggle to escape. Yet Lin Hai's reflexes were exceptionally swift, indicating he had refined a spatial martial art to an exceptionally high level. At this moment, Lin Hai did not flee. Instead, he stood several hundred meters away, observing the Shadow King. Top-tier monster, Shadow King. Lin Hai recognized the Shadow King, as they were both under the command of the Serpent King. His monster avatar had encountered the Shadow King before, albeit briefly. He was aware that the Shadow King had arrived on Earth, serving under King Bai Yin. Now, the Shadow King's objective was clear. He had come to eliminate Lin Hai. In an instant, Lin Hai utilized the 6-star step technique to return to Magic City, seeking out Principal Zhou Xinghe. "Principal, I was attacked by the Shadow King. I will take you to intercept him." Zhou Xinghe appeared momentarily stunned, but Lin Hai quickly grasped his arm and activated the Void Step technique, transporting them back over the ocean. At that moment, the Shadow King had yet to depart when he encountered Zhou Xinghe. How could this be? The Shadow King was left bewildered. A martial saint-level expert, Zhou Xinghe, had arrived. The speed of their arrival was astonishing. He glanced at Lin Hai, understanding that it was Lin Hai's spatial abilities that had facilitated Zhou Xinghe's swift arrival, capable of traversing dozens of miles in an instant. Such was the terrifying nature of the fully mastered 6-star martial art. However, repeatedly employing the Void Step technique to cross such vast distances was immensely taxing, especially while carrying a martial saint alongside him, which intensified the consumption of energy. At this juncture, Lin Hai had expended approximately 70% of his vitality, yet he continued to utilize the Void Step technique to evade involvement in the battle at the martial saint level. Boom! The area erupted as Zhou Xinghe and the Shadow King clashed fiercely. Despite the Shadow King's exceptional stealth capabilities, his actual strength was akin to that of an ordinary top-tier monster, and within mere moments, he was severely injured by Zhou Xinghe. Attempting to escape, he soon found himself besieged by a second martial saint-level ally, the director of the inspection department, rendering his chances of escape futile. Even if King Bai Yin and others attempted to provide backup, they would arrive too late. In no time, the Shadow King was slain, falling victim to the combined assault of Zhou Xinghe and the director of the Magic City Inspection Department, a top-tier monster capable of invisibility. He had posed a significant threat to the Xia state, inflicting considerable damage. Yet now, he lay dead, shocking all who bore witness. Zhou Xinghe soon sought out Lin Hai, profoundly astonished by the pivotal role Lin Hai had played in their victory. Had it not been for Lin Hai, they would never have succeeded in vanquishing the Shadow King. Chapter 75. 3,000 Worlds, Celestial Ruins. Lin Hai, did you employ the 6-star martial art, the Void Step technique? Earlier, Zhou Xinghe approached Lin Hai, Inquiring, indeed, Lin Hai nodded in affirmation. Has your void step technique reached its maximum level? Zhou Xinghe asked further, for only a fully mastered void step technique could facilitate such extensive traversal and transport him as well. Yes, Lin Hai confirmed. Zhou Xinghe took a deep breath, marveling at Lin Hai's extraordinary talent. The six-star martial art was notoriously difficult to master. Many top-tier grandmasters struggled to achieve even a basic level of proficiency. While the spatial martial art, the Starry Sky Step, was even more challenging. Yet Lin Hai had managed to elevate the six-star Starry Sky Step to its utmost pinnacle. Lin Hai, are you aware that only 6 individuals in the Xia state have mastered the Void Step technique? One has only reached level 1, 2 have attained level 2, 1 has achieved level 3, 1 has reached level 4, and you are the only one to have attained full mastery, Zhou Xinghe explained. What? Beyond myself, the highest level attained by others is only 4. Lin Hai was astonished, exclaiming, how could this be? This is merely a 6-star martial art. For a martial saint, mastering a 6-star martial art should be rather simple. No? He then inquired, Principal, is it truly so difficult for a martial saint to master the void step of the 6-star martial art? Indeed, it is quite challenging, Zhou Xinghe replied. The void step of the 6-star martial art does not align well with our human physiology. Unless one possesses a physique with spatial attributes, like Xin Yuanya, who is fused with the blood of a celestial dragon and awakened the skill Sky Sovereign, she commands the power of space. Thus, mastering the void step would be considerably easier for her. However, she has not yet undertaken its training, as one's energy is limited, making it impossible to master too many martial arts at once, lest one struggles to attain proficiency. Principal, if the void step does not align well with humanity, how is it created? Lin Hai asked, his curiosity piqued. Zhou Xinghe chuckled and said, surely you do not believe that all martial arts were conceived solely by humanity? Is that not the case? Lin Hai's eyes widened, as if he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. Certainly not. Zhou Xinghe elaborated. You must have observed the multitude of martial arts available in the marketplace. Humanity has only embarked upon the path of cultivation for a few decades. During this time, everyone has been focused on training. Who has the leisure to create new techniques? Just consider yourself. Such a prodigy as you, do you think it is simple to invent a martial art? Difficult, Lin Hai admitted. The thought of creating a powerful martial art left him utterly devoid of ideas. Indeed, if you find it challenging, others would find it even more so. Perhaps martial saints or martial gods might take considerable time to develop commendable martial arts. But no one can afford to squander time in such pursuits. Thus, the plethora of martial arts we have is not actually a product of human ingenuity. The claim that they were derived from monster blood and national martial arts is merely a falsehood. Of course, techniques like the Golden Bell Shield and the Mighty Diamond Palm are indeed creations of humanity, utilizing knowledge from monster blood and national martial arts, enhanced by simulations in the virtual realm. Yet, such martial arts are still scarce. The techniques you are practicing, such as the Diamond Body Technique, Thunder Battle Form, and Void Step, were not created by humanity, but rather unearthed from ancient relics, Zhou Xinghe explained. Relics? Lin Hai was even more perplexed. Zhou Xinghe continued, the rapid advancement of humanity over the past 50 years is undeniably due to the significant role played by these relics. These relics originate from other worlds. Other worlds? Lin Hai inquired with curiosity, are they akin to the foreign realm? Indeed. Zhou Xinghe clarified, it is said that there are numerous worlds, collectively known as the celestial realms. The foreign realm is but one of them. Our Earth also belongs to one of these worlds, albeit a new and relatively weak one. Based on our current explorations, besides the foreign realm, there exists the demon realm, immortal realm, martial realm, and others. The foreign realm likely has connections or pathways to these other worlds. But our Earth currently lacks such access, only linking to the foreign realm. However, formidable beings from other worlds have visited Earth and left behind remnants. Subsequently, as the spiritual energy of our world waned, these beings departed, leaving behind these relics, which we have excavated to gain numerous advantages. For instance, the sun-extinguishing light is a devastating weapon developed by harnessing a treasure from a relic, combined with nuclear technology. Capable of threatening sequence-level monsters, the virtual realm itself is also a unique treasure excavated from these relics, leading to its creation. Through Zhou Xinghe's explanations, Lin Hai finally grasped much of the situation. No wonder the Xia Kingdom possessed a virtual realm that seemed out of sync with the times. After all, humanity had been invaded. Who had the time to develop virtual technology? The relics perfectly elucidated the reason. Principal, will I have the opportunity to enter those relics? Lin Hai queried with intrigue. There is a chance, Zhou Xinghe replied, to maintain the top position on the master ranking for 2 months, or to be a martial artist on the Grand Master ranking, or a martial saint-level warrior. All have the opportunity to enter the relics. Some relics are yet to be fully explored, and there is still a chance to reap benefits. Of course, some relics are exceedingly perilous, and we have yet to dare to explore them. Afterward, Zhou Xinghe departed, reporting Lin Hai's achievements to the higher-ups. After all, Lin Hai's remarkable feat of escaping the assassination attempt by the Shadow King and subsequently slaying him was nothing short of spectacular. In the land of Fusong, King Bai Yin learned of the Shadow King's demise through his spies and was instantly furious. Useless. To slay a master and yet lose his own life. What a disgrace. The key point is that the assassination failed. King Bai Yin could not comprehend how the Shadow King had failed. With the Shadow King's stealth techniques, once invisible, and by merely restraining his aura without taking action, even a martial god would find it difficult to detect him. If he were to strike, he must possess absolute certainty. Under such circumstances, Lin Hai should have undoubtedly perished. Yet the outcome was that Lin Hai survived. Could it be that the Xia Kingdom provided Lin Hai with a treasure capable of withstanding a strike from a top-tier monster, thus allowing him to escape? Or perhaps they had secretly arranged for a martial saint-level protector to safeguard Lin Hai, which led to the Shadow King's failure, King Bai Yin speculated. Yet, if this were true, the Xia Kingdom's protection of Lin Hai was exceedingly meticulous, akin to safeguarding a sequence-level genius, perhaps even surpassing that. Damn it, I cannot attempt to assassinate Lin Hai again unless I find an absolutely foolproof opportunity, King Bai Yin thought to himself. Chapter 76, The Immortal Mountain Relic. Due to the Xia Kingdom's information blockade, King Bai Yin remained oblivious to the true reason behind Lin Hai's survival, and thus dared not pursue him further, temporarily relinquishing the matter. The following day, Lin Hai ascended to the top of the master ranking, relegating his second uncle, Cheng Hong, to the second position. However, within just 2 days, Cheng Hong disappeared from the master ranking, not due to death, but because he had broken through to the Grand Master realm, thus no longer qualifying for the master ranking. Maintaining the top position on the master ranking for 2 months grants me the opportunity to enter the relics. Lin Hai was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of entering the relics, believing it could yield substantial rewards. As time gradually passed, the Xia Kingdom managed to fend off the monster invasions, albeit at a significant cost. Nevertheless, through repeated battles, many martial artists had grown stronger, even breaking through their realms. It could be said that the coastal defense campaign of the Xia Kingdom had transformed into a trial for martial artists, and there was no intention to conclude it hastily. Moreover, by slaying numerous monsters, they could collect the blood from these creatures to facilitate the transition of more martial artists, and the monsters themselves were treasures in their entirety, useful for concocting various potions. Even their flesh, when consumed, could accelerate cultivation. In summary, the Xia Kingdom was growing increasingly affluent through these battles. On the other side, the foreign realm had no genuine intention of engaging in a decisive battle with the Xia Kingdom or other nations. They merely utilized a plethora of monsters to deplete humanity's numbers. After all, sequence-level monsters could not remain on Earth for extended periods, and entering required a price to be paid. Their plan was simple. First, occupy a territory and patiently await the moment when the rules of Earth shifted, allowing sequence-level monsters to enter directly. That would be the true moment of invasion for the entire planet. At that point, these sequence-level monsters could effortlessly sweep across the Earth, and that moment was not far off. They estimated that by then, humanity would still be unable to contend with them, and for now, they only needed to disrupt human development, avoiding unnecessary risks. Otherwise, if a few more sequence-level monsters fell, it would be a grave loss. Inno's sequence-level monster wished to take the lead, as the fate of the celestial dragon served as a stark reminder. They did not desire to share its tragic conclusion. As days turned into weeks, Lin Hai continued to engage in battle, and soon there were far fewer monsters, with attacks occurring no more than once a week. Consequently, Lin Hai found himself with ample time to cultivate, delegating patrol duties to other master-level warriors. He would only intervene in the event of a large-scale monster invasion. A month later, Lin Hai's cultivation once again broke through, reaching the 8th stage of the master level. The monster clones had not had sufficient time to cultivate, resulting in modest progress. However, in the days that followed, his monster clones would have ample time to train. Focusing on the true Dragon Scale technique, Titan Body, Void Step, and Sky Sword technique. Unbeknownst to him, another month passed. At this point, Lin Hai remained at the top of the master ranking and had further advanced. Reaching the 9th stage of the master level, the Titan Body had progressed to level 3, while the Sky Sword technique had reached level 8, significantly enhancing his physical attributes and greatly augmenting his strength. Principal, I have maintained my position as number 1 on the master ranking for 2 months. I should be eligible to enter the Celestial Relics now, correct? Lin Hai approached Principal Zhou Xinghe, stating. Although his strength continued to grow, the pace was not rapid enough. He sought a faster path to contend with martial saints. Presently, only the Celestial Relics could provide that opportunity. Though you truly wish to enter now? Zhou Xinghe inquired. Yes, Lin Hai nodded affirmatively. Zhou Xinghe then explained, you are still merely a master-level warrior. Entering now may not yield substantial gains. However, since you wish to proceed, I will apply for you. Which relic would you like to enter? Principal, may I see the information regarding these relics? Lin Hai asked. Certainly. Zhou Xinghe swiftly organized the information regarding these relics and presented it to Lin Hai. The relics were classified into 3 categories: S-grade relics, SS-grade relics, and SSS-grade relics. Currently, Lin Hai was permitted only to enter the S-grade relics, as access to the SS-grade relics was strictly forbidden for him. After examining the relics, he ultimately focused on 2, Zhenwu Relic and Xianshan Relic. According to the exploration data, the Zhenwu Relic belonged to the martial domain of the Myriad Worlds, while the Xianshan Relic hailed from the celestial domain. In terms of quality, the Xianshan Relic was superior. Yet it was classified as the most ordinary among the celestial domain relics, which is why it fell into the S-grade category. As per the records, the Xia Kingdom had yet to derive any significant benefits from the Xianshan Relic. While it had gained numerous powerful martial arts from the Zhenwu Relic, such as the Zhenyang Sword Technique and the Thunder Battle Body. Principal, why hasn't our Xia Kingdom obtained any advantages from the Xianshan Relic? Lin Hai inquired with curiosity. Perhaps it is a matter of compatibility, Zhou Xinghe speculated. The celestial domain is the realm of the celestial clan, and we humans are not of their kind. In contrast, the Zhenwu realm does have a human race, which naturally increases compatibility. The low compatibility, combined with the high requirements for inheritance from the Xianshan Relic, explains why we have yet to acquire many celestial path inheritances and treasures. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that anything from the celestial domain is quite remarkable. The sun-extinguishing light was derived from a treasure obtained from the celestial domain relic. After careful contemplation, Lin Hai resolved to enter the Xianshan Relic. While entering the Zhenwu Relic might grant him formidable martial arts, these powerful techniques could also be exchanged for within the Xia Kingdom, making it unnecessary to venture into the relic itself, which would undoubtedly waste an opportunity. Therefore, he believed that entering the Xianshan Relic, should he gain benefits there, would significantly enhance his strength, which was his true aim. Principal, I wish to enter the Xianshan Relic. Lin Hai declared resolutely. Very well, I shall submit your application, Zhou Xinghe replied. Since the Xianshan Relic was not particularly perilous, he had no objections to Lin Hai's willingness to attempt it. After all, what if Lin Hai truly gained something beneficial? Subsequently, Zhou Xinghe applied for Lin Hai's entry into the Xianshan Relic, estimating that a response would be forthcoming in a few days. Soon, 3 days passed. Zhou Xinghe informed Lin Hai that he could proceed to the Xianshan Relic. The Kunlun Mountains. This was one of the most enigmatic locations in the Xia Kingdom, and within one of its peaks lay hidden the Xianshan Relic. Lin Hai arrived alone, making his way to a military camp within the Kunlun Mountains, where he presented his identification. Following verification by the National Defense Forces, his identity was confirmed, and he was granted passage. He traversed a tunnel, gradually delving deeper into the Kunlun Range, until he encountered an ancient stone door deep within, beyond which lay the Xianshan Relic. At that moment, Lin Hai felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite Zhou Xinghe having shared extensive information about the Xianshan Relic, entering for the first time still left him somewhat apprehensive. Before long, the stone door opened, and Lin Hai stepped into the entrance of the Xianshan Relic, fully immersing himself within its realm. Chapter 77. Heart Lantern Technique. Upon entering the Xianshan Relic, Lin Hai found himself seemingly enveloped by a starry sky, with a celestial mountain emanating ethereal light at its center. The interior formed a self-contained space, befitting a relic from the myriad realms. Lin Hai mused internally. He swiftly soared towards the celestial mountain within the relic. And as soon as he set foot upon it, a peculiar wave enveloped his being, as if assessing his physique. Recognizing the situation, Lin Hai remained calm. Detected sentient life, do you wish to participate in the Xianshan assessment? Participate, Lin Hai exclaimed. He understood that the voice emanated from the relic spirit, which posed no threat. However, the Xianshan assessment was fraught with danger and the risk of death. Yet, he reasoned that as long as he remained cautious and not overly reckless, he would avoid demise. The Xianshan assessment varied based on cultivation levels. As a master-level martial artist, his requirements would be somewhat lower, though not negligible. In an instant, Lin Hai's consciousness was drawn into a surreal realm. He found himself in a mountain village, within a humble earthen house, his body transformed into that of an ordinary person. Within 1 month, eliminate the monsters concealed in the mountain village. The task issued by the Xianshan relic was no simple matter. Demanding he eradicate hidden monsters within the mountains in a mere month, an insurmountable challenge given his current ordinary physique. While this was a dreamlike world, he anticipated the possibility of cultivation. However, lacking resources would render significant strength enhancement impossible within such a short time frame. Lin Hai endeavored to practice martial arts, but as soon as he began, an overwhelming hunger beset him. He scoured the meager food supplies in the house, only to discover they were woefully inadequate. This won't do. Without sufficient sustenance, attempting to cultivate martial arts will lead to my premature demise. Lin Hai abandoned the notion of training for the moment. Instead, he set out to gather information about the village. Each assessment within the Xianshan relic was unique, featuring different map realms, so Zhou Xinghe's prior advice was of little use here. Xiao Shun, the second son of the neighbor's family, passed away last night. A rather ordinary-looking, somewhat dark-skinned youth approached Lin Hai and spoke. How did he die? Lin Hai inquired. What else could it be? A monster, of course. Everyone is in a state of panic, eager to escape, the youth replied. Shaking his head, from this young man's account, Lin Hai gleaned much information without pressing further. He then sought out various villagers, gathering bits of intelligence from each, and soon had a comprehensive understanding of the village. This mountain village housed over 300 inhabitants, and deaths had begun occurring 10 days prior, initially among the elderly, but recently even injured youths had succumbed. The second son had broken his leg while foraging in the mountains, only to die that very night, his lifeblood drained by a monster. The elderly and injured were being targeted. Although his current body was not particularly robust, it was not excessively frail either. He could endure for at least 10 days. This meant he had to enhance his strength within those 10 days to survive until the end, all while needing to eliminate the monsters within a month. Survival was already challenging enough, let alone slaying an unknown monster. Lin Hai continued to seek information, learning that there existed celestial masters in this realm. It made sense upon reflection, as this was a construct of the Xianshan relic, which belonged to the celestial domain, where celestial masters thrived as part of the cultivation framework. Before long, he discovered that the village housed a volume of celestial path techniques within the village chief's residence. Thus, he made his way to the chief's home. Village chief, I wish to learn the celestial path techniques, Lin Hai requested earnestly. Do you intend to cultivate that celestial path technique to confront the monsters? The chief shook his head. Others have sought to train in it, yet none have succeeded. They simply lack the requisite aptitude. Even if one could cultivate it, they would not stand a chance against the monsters in such a short time. I have already dispatched someone to seek assistance. If we could summon a celestial master, perhaps the village could be saved. However, Lin Hai persisted in his request, and eventually, the chief acquiesced, entrusting him with the celestial path technique. Heart Lantern Technique. This technique centered on spiritual power, forming a unique flame that could harm monsters while inflicting minimal damage on other beings. Upon acquiring the Heart Lantern Technique, Lin Hai began his cultivation, yet found no immediate results. This body seems incapable of cultivating the Heart Lantern Technique. I wonder if my consciousness can return to my monster avatar in the other realm, leaving only a fragment of awareness in this body to maintain the assessment. Without delay, Lin Hai attempted this. Buzz. To his astonishment, most of his consciousness successfully transitioned into the monster avatar, evidently proving that even the celestial path relic could not obstruct the proficiency system's capabilities. Thus, Lin Hai commenced his cultivation of the Heart Lantern Technique through the monster avatar, leveraging the proficiency system, confident in his ability to master the technique. Indeed, after a brief period of practice, he gained a measure of proficiency in the Heart Lantern technique. To his delight, this indicated that he had a genuine chance of succeeding in the Xianshan Relic's assessment, and he could do so without taking unnecessary risks. If he were to enhance his strength through martial arts, he would have to scavenge the remaining food in the village and hunt outside, which was undeniably perilous. Any injury would spell certain death. Now, as long as he mastered the Heart Lantern technique, he could eliminate the monster. Gradually, his proficiency in the Heart Lantern technique began to rise. Heart Lantern Technique LV2, 0100. After advancing the Heart Lantern technique to LV2, Lin Hai continued to refine his spiritual strength within the illusory world of the Xianshan Relic, while also dedicating time to practice the technique in the other realm. Slowly but surely, he progressed to LV3. Finally, on the 20th day, Lin Hai's Heart Lantern technique reached LV4, although his physical attributes had not significantly improved. That night, as Lin Hai continued his training, he suddenly felt a sharp drop in temperature around him, accompanied by strange sounds echoing in his ears. A monster! Lin Hai realized he had attracted the attention of a monster. Yet he remained entirely unperturbed. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to plunge into darkness, and a black claw lunged toward him. A monster was attacking. Heart Lantern technique? Lin Hai activated the Celestial technique, and a Heart Lantern appeared above his head. Its radiant glow tearing through the darkness, locking onto a shadowy figure that was none other than a monster. In an instant, the Level 4 Heart Lamp technique rent the very flesh of the specter. Slaying it with ease, however, Lin Hai had expended a significant amount of mental energy, his complexion paling slightly. Congratulations on slaying the specter and completing the task perfectly. In that fleeting moment, Lin Hai exited the examination realm, his consciousness returning to the remnants of the Celestial Mountain. He had successfully fulfilled the task associated with the Celestial Mountain ruins, and moreover, he had done so flawlessly. This meant he could now obtain treasures and opportunities from the Celestial Mountain ruins. Chapter 78. The Second Spirit Technique. A ghostly figure materialized, revealing the artifact spirit of the Celestial Mountain ruins. Please select your reward, the artifact spirit proclaimed. Immediately, a plethora of reward items projected into view, inviting Lin Hai to make his selection. Upon examining the rewards, he found each one to be exceedingly precious, all being treasures not found on Earth, some of which could substantially enhance his power in an instant. Yet, he refrained from hastily choosing. He desired to select the item most suited to him. As time ticked by, suddenly, he laid eyes upon a tome of celestial inheritance, the second spirit, as the name suggested. It could potentially allow the formation of a second spirit, essentially a second soul. For others, the second spirit might be a commendable asset, but its value was limited. If the main body perished, so too would the second spirit. However, for him, the second spirit was of immense worth. He could keep the second spirit within a monster's avatar, thereby enabling the second spirit to cultivate alongside the main body. This would undoubtedly double his training speed and grant the monster avatar more time to explore foreign realms in search of opportunities. I choose the second spirit, Lin Hai declared, pointing at the tome of celestial inheritance. Very well. The artifact spirit waved its hand, conjuring a sphere of inheritance, which it handed to Lin Hai. Subsequently, he was transported out of the Celestial Mountain ruins. Lin Hai swiftly departed from Kunlun Mountain, returning to the Demon City. Upon his return, he immediately delved into the contents of the second spirit within the inheritance sphere. Soon, he had committed the knowledge of the second spirit to memory. The profundity of the second spirit technique was remarkable, distinct from the martial artist system, belonging to an entirely different cultivation paradigm. For martial artists, mastering the second spirit would pose considerable challenges. Lin Hai was undeterred by the difficulties of cultivation. As long as he could practice, he would leverage the proficiency system to advance. Moreover, once he perfected the second spirit technique, he would not only be able to manifest a second spirit but also significantly enhance his mental attributes. He then directed his consciousness into the monster avatar, commencing his training in the second spirit technique. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to rigorous practice, yet the proficiency in the second spirit technique increased at a sluggish pace. At this rate, achieving level 2 would prove exceedingly difficult. According to the description of the second spirit, one must cultivate it to at least level 5 before attempting to split one's soul and manifest a second spirit. However, with such efficiency, he would be unable to reach level 5 even in 10 years. It seemed imperative to seek out other top-tier monsters to trade for resources suitable for soul refinement. Lin Hai mused. He understood that each top-tier monster had lived for many years and possessed abundant resources, including those for soul refinement. He had indeed acquired numerous resources in the Black Dragon's legacy. Yet much had been consumed in his training, leaving him with limited resources. Even trading with other top-tier monsters would yield little. Thus, he needed to devise a means to acquire more resources. Kunbird Mountain. Lin Hai's monster avatar arrived here to visit one of the top-tier monsters, the Kunbird King. The Kunbird King, who had broken through several decades ago, was naturally not as formidable as top-tier monsters like the White Flame King. Lin Hai had previously exchanged a few words with the Kunbird King, and this special visit was met with warm hospitality, complete with an abundance of spiritual fruits and delicacies. After conversing for an extensive period, Lin Hai finally inquired about his purpose for visiting. Kunbird King, for us top-tier monsters, enhancing our strength is exceedingly arduous. Is there any way to obtain a substantial amount of resources? Lin Hai asked. The Kunbird King shook his head, replying, how could I possibly acquire a large quantity of resources? In the foreign realms, there are numerous sequence-level monsters divided into various factions, some of which harbor enmity towards one another. A considerable amount of resources is occupied by those sequence-level monsters. We all fall under the domain of the sovereign of the Tungsha. If we venture into the territories of other sequence-level monsters, we would surely be driven away, and some top-tier monsters in certain areas might even take action against us. Obtaining resources is quite challenging. Kunbird King, even if it is difficult, there must still be hope. Is there a treasure trove that might allow us to gain access? Lin Hai pressed on. The Kunbird King pondered for a moment before responding, Dragon Ape King. If you wish to acquire a significant amount of resources, you might consider venturing to the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea is not occupied by any sequence-level monsters, but it is fraught with danger. It is said to be an ancient battlefield where forbidden entities have fallen, resulting in a terrifying environment, laden with peril. There are even remnants of terrifying monsters that attack intruders under the will of the Forbidden Sea. Forbidden Sea. Lin Hai committed the name to memory and gathered additional information regarding the Forbidden Sea from the Kunbird King. Although the Kunbird King had never ventured there and thus lacked comprehensive knowledge, in the ensuing days, Lin Hai befriended various top-tier monsters to glean intelligence about the Forbidden Sea, gradually enhancing his understanding of it. One day, Lin Hai prepared to embark on a journey to the Forbidden Sea. Although fraught with peril, where many top-tier monsters had perished, he wielded the fully mastered 6-star Void Step technique, coupled with level 3 sequence-level skill. True Dragon Scale Armor. His survival capabilities were formidable, empowering him to brave the depths of the Forbidden Sea. To hasten his journey, he employed the 6-star Void Step repeatedly, swiftly arriving at the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea was a blood-red expanse, with even the sky above tinged crimson, seemingly boundless and infinite. Lin Hai plunged into the Forbidden Sea, immediately enveloped by a sanguine aura that threatened to influence his will. Fortunately, his mental attributes were commendable, preventing any significant adverse effects. Yet, prolonged cultivation in such an environment would inevitably lead to madness. The Forbidden Sea held numerous resources, even the potential to uncover ancient treasures from bygone eras. Lin Hai's objective was to seek various resources, preferably those capable of refining the soul. He dared not fly too swiftly, proceeding cautiously while observing his surroundings for resources. Soon, he spotted a ruin in the Forbidden Sea, adorned with clusters of blood-red flowers emitting an unusual fragrance. These appeared to be forbidden blood flowers, a common resource in the Forbidden Sea known for enhancing vitality. Without hesitation, Lin Hai approached to harvest the forbidden blood flowers. However, during the process, a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Sea, seemingly encompassing the entire area. Swiftly, Lin Hai activated the 6-star Void Step to evade the zone, then turned to regard the hand's owner. It was a dragon-like creature of pure bone, devoid of flesh, yet radiating an aura rivaling that of top-tier monsters. Chapter 79. The human form of the Forbidden Sea. In a flash, the skeletal dragon-like entity surged forward with astonishing speed. Lin Hai ceased his retreat, summoning the Titan True Body, Thunder Battle Form, and True Dragon Scale Armor, then unleashed the mountain-shattering skill with a powerful punch. Boom! The collision between Lin Hai and the creature resulted in the shattering of its bones through sheer force and attack power. Nonetheless, Despite its skeletal structure being obliterated, the dragon-like entity did not perish. It continued to assault Lin Hai, though its attacks proved ineffective against the formidable defenses conferred by the true dragon scale armor and other protective skills. After a series of relentless strikes, Lin Hai finally dismantled the dragon-like entity, extinguishing the will concealed within its bones, thus achieving true victory. This skeletal dragon was undeniably formidable. In life, it must have been an exceptionally powerful top-tier monster. Lin Hai murmured. Having vanquished the dragon-like entity, he resumed harvesting nearby forbidden blood flowers and ventured into the depths of the sea, hoping to uncover treasures belonging to the fallen creature. The depths of the forbidden sea were steeped in a terrifying, unique sanguine aura, making prolonged stays perilous. Even a top-tier monster would struggle to survive. He quickly descended, scouring for treasures, but only found a few rare metallic ores before resurfacing. Continuing his exploration of the forbidden sea, he realized that finding valuable items in the periphery was quite challenging, as many other top-tier monsters were also brave enough to explore these depths. It seemed that only by delving deeper into the forbidden sea could one discover a wealth of treasures. Thus, he pressed onward, in search of diverse resources. As time passed, it became evident that the likelihood of encountering treasures increased significantly the deeper he ventured into the forbidden sea, leading to the acquisition of numerous rare materials. Though the quantity of these materials was limited, their quality was exceptionally high, each one being exceedingly precious. Just as he continued to delve deeper, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Hai. Suddenly, a finger imbued with sanguine energy shattered the space around it, pointing directly at Lin Hai. This attack far surpassed that of ordinary top-tier monsters, a stark contrast to even the likes of the White Flame King, the invincible assault of a top-tier monster. Aware of the futility in resisting such an attack, Lin Hai swiftly employed the Void Step to evade. He materialized several dozen miles away, relieved. That was close. Thankfully, the opponent's attack couldn't completely seal off the space. Otherwise, even my 6-star Void Step would have been inadequate for escape. Lin Hai continued to explore in a different direction, possessing the ability of Void Escape, which instilled him with a sense of fearlessness. Albeit with an underlying caution. Time swiftly passed, and several days elapsed. Lin Hai delved into the forbidden sea, making considerable gains. However, he faced numerous life-threatening crises, narrowly escaping each time thanks to his Void Escape technique. Had it not been for this skill, he would have perished countless times. Perhaps even the likes of a formidable being such as the White Flame King would meet their demise here. It was no wonder that top-tier monsters refrained from exploring this place, fearing their downfall. Lin Hai pressed onward. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent locked onto him, and soon after, a humanoid entity wielding a sword traversed the void toward him. A human? Lin Hai was astonished. The creature's visage was contorted, its entire being suffused with a sanguine aura, yet it donned a set of tattered battle armor, wielding an incredibly powerful weapon, likely reaching the SS grade. Judging by its form and weaponry, it seemed to be human, but certainly not of Earth. There were no humans in the other world. This could not be a transformed monster, for once a monster perished. It reverted to its original form, unable to maintain a human guise. This must be a being from some realm within the myriad worlds. Lin Hai speculated that the presence of a human in the Forbidden Sea indicated that the ancient battles here were not solely conflicts of the other world, but involved remnants of powerful beings from other realms. He did not flee, as the aura of this human from the myriad worlds had yet to instill despair within him. Its physical strength was not particularly formidable, with the true power lying in its sword intent. However, as a corpse manipulated by the will of the Forbidden Sea, it could not unleash a sword technique of great might. Thus, he believed he had a chance to defeat it, if he could vanquish this human powerhouse. He would acquire an exceptionally premier long sword. The battle commenced. Lin Hai clashed fiercely with it, and in an instant, the long sword in his grasp shattered. He was left to grapple with the entity using only his physical prowess. Thanks to his terrifying physical defense, the weapon could merely leave marks upon him, failing to pierce his flesh. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Hai's relentless assaults struck the humanoid corpse, shattering its tattered armor and breaking its bones and flesh with each strike. The fight raged on for several hours until Lin Hai finally succeeded in slaying the foe, though he himself bore significant injuries. His dragon scale armor technique had been shattered, and his golden bell shield. Thunder battle body and Titan form had been breached countless times. Fortunately, in the end, Lin Hai emerged victorious. Had this individual still been alive, he would undoubtedly have been no match. Lin Hai reflected on the encounter. After slaying the opponent, he claimed the long sword and stored it within his spatial ring. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming terror. Without hesitation, he swiftly executed the void escape technique, traversing through space without pausing for breath. After 10 swift transitions, he finally felt the overwhelming dread dissipate. What a terrifying sensation! It was likely comparable to the presence of a sequence-level monster. Lin Hai surmised that he could no longer afford to delve deeply into the Forbidden Sea. Otherwise, he might truly attract the ire of an exceedingly fearsome creature. If it were to strike at him, even with his void escape, he would likely find no means of escape in the days that followed. He exercised greater caution, and his gains continued to multiply, including several treasures for soul refinement. After half a month, Lin Hai returned from the Forbidden Sea and immediately sought out a top-tier monster for trade. Many of the treasures he unearthed from the Forbidden Sea were quite remarkable, including some excellent armor and weapons. Several top-tier monsters were willing to exchange valuable soul-refining treasures with Lin Hai. Consequently, he amassed an ever-growing trove of resources. One day, Lin Hai declared his intention to enter seclusion, dedicating himself to the rigorous training of the Second Soul technique. He aimed to elevate it to level 5 in one go, thereby manifesting his second soul. Indeed, with the aid of abundant soul-refining resources, the effectiveness of his training soared exponentially. Within just 10 days, he advanced the Second Soul technique to level 2, after more than 20 days. He reached level 3. A month and a half later, he achieved level 4.3 months later. Lin Hai finally broke through to level 5 in the Second Soul technique, at which point his mental attributes had dramatically surged to an alarming degree. Chapter 80. The Blood and Qi achieved True Gang. The might of Divine True Gang. Lin Hai opened his data panel to review his current statistics. Avatar, Titan Dragon Ape, Level, Top Tier Monster, Strength, 53924. 3 Agility, 51,023.3. Constitution, 58,303.2. Spirit, 10298. Will, 1029.8. Sword Intent, 119.2. Skills, True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV3, 55,100. Second Soul LV5, 0100. Titan True Form LV3, 56,100. Mountain Shocking Max, Diamond Law Avatar Max, Thunder Battle Body Max, True Yang Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Skyward Sword Technique LV8, 81,100. Free Attributes, 0. His spiritual attribute had surpassed 10,000. Lin Hai was immensely satisfied with this breakthrough, and his Skyward Sword technique was nearing its maximum level. Once it reached its zenith, his Sword Intent attribute would soar as well. It was time to manifest his Second Soul. With that, Lin Hai began to utilize the Second Soul technique to split his own soul, a process fraught with agony. Under normal circumstances, the splitting of a soul would almost certainly lead to death. However, Lin Hai directly severed his soul, enduring the ensuing pain as his essence became notably weakened. Yet, he promptly activated the Second Soul technique, enveloping the two fragmented souls with a radiant aura, gradually nurturing them back to health. Over time, the two souls began to mend, although this process would require several days for full recovery. Thus, Lin Hai remained in seclusion, and as time passed, the two souls gradually regained their strength, though returning to their original state was unattainable unless the Second Soul technique was cultivated to level 6, which would allow for a complete restoration and a significant enhancement of his mental attributes. Due to the existence of the two souls, the mental attributes section also reflected this change. Spirit 1, 8,279. Spirit 2, 5893. Lin Hai decided to place the Second Soul within the monster avatar to expedite its recovery. However, the two souls he had split still resided within his human form. The monster avatar merely bore his consciousness and could not traverse realms to accommodate the soul. Therefore, a reunion between his human form and the monster avatar was necessary. Lin Hai swiftly made his way to the Magic City base. Exiting the base shortly thereafter, the consciousness of the Second Soul then descended upon the monster avatar, allowing it to take control. Before long, his human form and avatar met. Compared to the monster avatar, Lin Hai's human form appeared diminutive. He soared to the monster avatar's brow, transforming the second soul into a luminous orb and merging it into the avatar's sea of consciousness. Boom. At that moment, the second soul completely commandeered the monster avatar, feeling far more adept at control than before, as if this was the true mastery of the avatar. Now, both my human form and avatar can cultivate together. Lin Hai exclaimed with excitement. He then swiftly departed, returning to the Magic City base. After several uses of the Void Escape technique, he arrived back in the bustling city. Upon his return, he diligently focused on his training, enhancing his blood and refining his body. Meanwhile, the monster avatar returned to the Abyssal Mountain. To prevent any interference during their cultivation, he would shield their perceptions from one another. This was another effect of the second soul technique. They would share memories only once a day, ensuring that the two souls remained unified without any issues. Half a month later, Lin Hai's human form reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the master level. With his physical prowess surging to an astonishing degree, he was now poised to challenge the Grand Master realm. To ascend from master to Grand Master, a martial artist must condense their blood and chi into true gang. Once a portion of true gang is formed, the shackles can be shattered, allowing them to achieve the Grand Master level. However, this step is exceedingly challenging, for blood and chi and true gang are fundamentally different energies. A mere strand of true gang can obliterate a mass of blood and chi power, making them incomparable. A master-level warrior seeking to contend with a Grand Master must possess an incredibly robust physique and formidable martial arts skills to surpass the typical Grand Master. Of course, this holds true only if the true gang of the average Grand Master is not particularly strong. It may only exceed Lin Hai's 9 transformations of blood and chi by a slight margin. He had undergone 9 transformations, with his blood having transformed into divine blood. The terrifying might of his blood and chi would, once transformed into true gang, yield an awe-inspiring force. 1 method to transform blood and chi into true gang involves compressing the blood and chi power continuously until it reaches its limit, at which point it will metamorphose into true gang. Achieving this requires an exceptionally potent mental force capable of compressing the blood and chi to that point, and a weak mental state will not suffice. A strong mental state signifies formidable willpower, and if bolstered by sword intent or similar aids, the process becomes even more manageable. Thus, Lin Hai commenced the compression of his blood and chi using his master-level willpower and sword intent, initially compressing only a small fraction of the blood and chi power, for compressing it all was an impossible feat within Lin Hai's Dantian. A mass of vital energy was being compressed under the formidable will and sword intent of a master. This mass of energy gradually diminished in size, first by half, then by 2/3, and finally down to a fraction of its original form. As time flowed slowly, after several hours, this energy had shrunk over 100-fold, gradually showing signs of transformation. Long last, an explosive force erupted, a terrifying golden aura bursting forth, as the mass of energy had transformed into a golden true chi. Typically, true chi of a Grand Master is white, while that of a more potent master is silver. However, Lin Hai's true chi was of the highest caliber, golden true chi, also known as divine true chi or divine chi, which far surpassed ordinary true chi in power. As a wisp of divine chi coalesced, it was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, Lin Hai continued to refine the divine chi, increasing its quantity within his Dantian and enhancing the efficiency of his refinement. When 10% of the vital energy transformed into divine chi, Lin Hai would achieve the Grand Master realm. 10% of divine chi represented the first stage of the Grand Master level, while 90% indicated the 9th stage. Once all his vital energy had transformed into divine chi, he would reach the pinnacle of the Grand Master level, qualifying him to challenge the realm of the martial sage. As days passed, Lin Hai's monstrous avatar finally broke through to the pinnacle of the Void Sword technique, causing his sword intent to erupt and significantly enhancing his power, which in turn improved his efficiency in refining divine chi. Another half-month later, Lin Hai successfully elevated the Titan Body technique to level 4, further augmenting his strength and enhancing the physical prowess of his monstrous avatar. At this juncture, as Lin Hai approached the threshold of refining 10% divine chi, he was on the verge of breaking through to become a Grand Master-level martial artist. Chapter 81. Breakthrough, the Grand Master Realm and the Summons of the Martial God Hall. Just as Lin Hai coalesced 10% of divine chi within his Dantian, the invisible barrier of his bottleneck shattered, allowing his physical body to rapidly absorb external energy for swift transformation. However, due to the sparse spiritual energy on Earth, he found the available energy insufficient. Thus, he promptly consumed a large quantity of resources, hastening his metamorphosis. The Grand Master realm had been attained. Lin Hai was elated. With his foundational strength, reaching the Grand Master level meant he could nearly dominate this realm. Aside from the martial sages, nevertheless, the gap between Grandmasters and top-tier martial sages remained considerable, not to mention the disparity with sequence-level monsters and martial god-level entities. Thus, his human form still lacked formidable strength. Should his monstrous avatar ascend to a sequence-level monster, all his skills would evolve accordingly, resulting in a tremendous surge in his power. Lin Hai eagerly awaited that day, but his monstrous avatar was still far from achieving the status of a sequence-level monster. In the otherworldly realm, the emergence of sequence-level monsters was a protracted affair. It took a long time for one to be born, and of course, this was largely due to the sequence-level monsters controlling various legacies and resources, making it arduous for the top-tier monsters to break through. For Lin Hai's monstrous avatar to transcend into a sequence-level monster in the otherworld was no small feat, however. If he could elevate all his martial skills to their maximum levels, he might be able to contend with sequence-level monsters as a top-tier monster, thereby facilitating the acquisition of various opportunities and gaining insight into how to evolve into a sequence-level monster. In the days that followed, Lin Hai continued to refine his divine qi. The quantity of divine qi within his dantian increased, and his physical prowess improved steadily, while his monstrous avatar diligently practiced techniques like the true dragon scale armor, the second spirit method, and the Titan body, all contributing to a steady enhancement of his strength. Yet, after his breakthrough to the Grand Master level, his name was conspicuously absent from the master rankings. As he had not showcased any battle achievements, however, he paid little heed to this. In Kyoto, at the Kyoto base, Qin Juntian received a piece of intelligence. Lin Hai had advanced to the Grand Master realm. Qin Juntian was somewhat astonished. Lin Hai's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Even with the full support of the Summer Country, individuals like Xin Yuanya had only reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Grand Master level, still a month away from breaking through, while Lin Hai had achieved this milestone first. Moreover, Lin Hai's capabilities were not to be underestimated. He had previously escaped from top-tier monsters and mastered the ultimate void technique, showcasing formidable survival abilities. This young man was indeed worthy of significant investment. Qin Juntian concluded that it was not solely necessary to nurture Xin Yuanya and others. He should also allocate some resources to Lin Hai, for he possessed the potential of a martial god. Consequently, he issued a command for Lin Hai to be brought to Kyoto, the Magic City Academy. Zhou Xinghe received the directive from above, his face lighting up with excitement. It seemed that the higher-ups intended to prioritize Lin Hai's cultivation. He promptly called for Lin Hai. Upon Lin Hai's arrival, he quickly inquired, "Principal, is there something you need from me?" "They want you to go to Kyoto," Zhou Xinghe replied. "To Kyoto? Why?" Lin Hai asked, taken aback. "The Martial God Hall wishes to focus on your training," Zhou Xinghe explained. "The Martial God Hall? What kind of power is that?" Lin Hai inquired with curiosity. Zhou Xinghe elaborated, "The Martial God Hall is the most powerful institution in the Summer Country, overseeing the National Defense Army, the Inspection Bureau, and all the martial gods and martial sages. Some top grandmasters can attain reserve member status in the Martial God Hall and receive their training. The fact that the Martial God Hall is summoning you indicates they intend to invest heavily in your development." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai felt a surge of anticipation. Although he had a monstrous avatar, the resources available to him were limited. Compared to a nation, the resources for his avatar were negligible. With national support, he could grow at an accelerated pace. Moreover, he required more advanced martial arts. He wondered if the country would provide them. "Principal, when do we leave?" Lin Hai asked eagerly. "We're leaving right now. I'll take you there," Zhou Xinghe replied. Without delay, the two departed from the Magic City and soared toward Kyoto. Soon, they arrived in Kyoto, touching down before being transported by a special vehicle to the Martial God Hall. In Area S of Kyoto, the most enigmatic section of the city, entry was forbidden to the general populace, and electronic devices could not function here. Satellites could not even monitor this area. The outside world could only describe this region as shrouded in mystery. This was Lin Hai's first visit, and after passing through various inspections, he entered Area S and arrived at the Martial God Hall. "So, this is the Martial God Hall," Lin Hai marveled at the ancient palace before him. Astonished that it appeared to be a treasure palace with a rich history, its style unlike any ancient or modern palace he had seen. Principal, this martial god hall doesn't resemble anything modern, Lin Hai remarked curiously. Zhou Xinghe explained, this palace was excavated from the celestial relics, crafted from exceptionally resilient materials. Even a martial sage would find it challenging to breach its walls. This palace is incredibly precious, and the three martial gods devised a way to relocate it here as the headquarters of the Martial God Hall. Impressive! Lin Hai was astounded to learn that three martial gods had unearthed a relic palace. Such an undertaking left him in awe, indeed. Using such a magnificent palace as the headquarters of the Martial God Hall was more than sufficient. They then entered the headquarters of the Martial God Hall. A formidable force enveloped them, and even a Grand Master-level martial artist like Lin Hai felt the pressure around him intensify tenfold. Do not be alarmed. This is simply the effect of the palace itself. The spatial and gravitational forces here far exceed those of the outside world, making it impossible for even the most adept spatial manipulators to traverse here, thus preventing sensitive information from being pilfered by spatially skilled monsters or martial artists from other nations, Zhou Xinghe clarified. Now I see. Lin Hai continued onward until they reached a grand hall within the Martial God Hall, where they sat and awaited the arrival of martial sage Qin Zhentian. Approximately 10 minutes later, a young man approached, none other than the first martial sage of the Summer Country, Qin Zhentian, whom Lin Hai had encountered previously. Greetings, martial sage Zhentian, Lin Hai respectfully acknowledged. You're quite impressive, Qin Zhentian remarked, appraising Lin Hai. Xinghe, you may return now, Qin Zhentian instructed. Martial sage Zhentian, I entrust Lin Hai to you. Zhou Xinghe replied before departing, unable to remain away from the Magic City Academy for too long in case of emergencies. Soon, only Lin Hai and Qin Zhentian remained. Chapter 82. Martial Domain Spatial Sphere. Lin Hai, we martial sages have convened and decided to bestow upon you the treatment reserved for the topmost geniuses, Qin Zhentian declared. While such treatment for a top genius was commendable, it still paled in comparison to that afforded to sequence-level geniuses. Lin Hai was unconcerned about this. After all, no matter how extraordinary he was not a sequence-level genius, and their innate talents would always overshadow his. He could have his own advantages, but that was not something he could openly proclaim. Thus, from an outsider's perspective, his potential remained inferior to that of sequence-level geniuses, making it unlikely for him to receive an abundance of resources. Moreover, the three sequence-level geniuses had been summoned by the state for training at the earliest opportunity, without any contact with the outside world, making it improbable for them to defect to the other world. Conversely, Lin Hai still had the potential to align himself with the other world, which rendered it unwise for the state to invest heavily in him. Subsequently, Qin Zhentian escorted Lin Hai to the Dragon Valley, which housed a celestial relic, specifically a martial domain relic, an ideal site for martial artists on Earth. This martial domain relic in Dragon Valley is one of the relics entirely under the control of our Summer Country, Qin Zhentian explained. Completely under control? Lin Hai felt a sense of astonishment. The previously encountered celestial mountain ruins were evidently not under the complete control of the Xia Nation, as rewards could only be obtained through assessments. In contrast, the fully controlled martial domain ruins signified that all resources therein had been acquired by the Xia Nation. Through his conversation with Qin Zhentian, he learned that this martial domain ruin was also classified as an S-grade ruin. Soon, they entered the martial domain ruin, which bore architectural similarities to the headquarters of the Martial God Temple. Upon entering, Lin Hai discovered that other martial artists were present, with the least among them being at the Grand Master level, alongside several martial saints. This martial domain ruin resembled a sect, featuring numerous ancient structures that had been renovated by the Xia Nation, now housing many training rooms and accommodations for long-term residents. Additionally, there stood a towering edifice with the name Heavenly Martial Tower. Approaching the Heavenly Martial Tower, Qin Zhentian remarked, the Tongtian Tower was modeled after this Heavenly Martial Tower. However, the Tongtian Tower exists in a virtual realm, where many aspects cannot manifest. While this Heavenly Martial Tower truly embodies the martial artist's authentic prowess, we have also gained control over the Tongtian Tower. It comprises 9 levels. Overcoming the first level grants one the strength of an ordinary Grand Master. Surpassing the second level bestows the combat power of a top-tier Grand Master, while conquering the third level confers the battle capabilities of an ordinary martial saint. The fourth level corresponds to formidable martial saint power. The fifth to peak martial saint strength, the sixth to extreme martial saint prowess, the seventh to quasi-martial god capabilities, the eighth to ordinary martial god might, and the ninth level grants the power of a martial god who has undergone a rebirth. A rebirth? Lin Hai inquired with curiosity. What does that entail, Lord Martial Saint Juntian? Qin Zhentian explained, you should understand that for a grandmaster to ascend to the martial saint level, they must refine their bones with true essence. The existence of a martial saint involves the tempering of the entire skeletal structure. After 9 transformations of the bones, they become unbreakable, thereby enhancing the physical body to an indestructible state. To transcend to the martial god level, one must condense a martial Dao golden body. The journey from the peak of the 9th rank martial saint to the martial god level is arduous. If one disregards their foundation and chooses to break through directly, the martial Dao golden body formed will be incomplete. For a martial saint to ascend to a martial god, condensing the martial Dao golden body is merely the beginning. Subsequently, one must refine the golden body and undergo multiple rebirths. Only a golden body that has completed rebirths can attain true invincibility. In terms of rebirth count, martial gods are categorized into newly ascended martial gods, once reborn martial gods, twice reborn martial gods, and so forth. Up to 9 times reborn martial gods. Each rebirth signifies a substantial gap in strength, making it exceedingly difficult to engage in battles beyond one's rank at the martial god realm. If the foundation is insufficient, one cannot succeed in the rebirth. A rebirth martial god. Lin Hai nodded slightly, committing this information to memory. Subsequently, Qin Zhentian guided Lin Hai to the truly valuable portion of this ruin, the martial domain space. Lin Hai gazed at the martial domain space, resembling a colossal metallic sphere, the interior a vast expanse of starry skies. Qin Zhentian stated, this is the martial domain space ball. You can enter it for training. The internal gravitational force is formidable, and you can freely condition your body. You can train to the point of physical collapse, and even if your body shatters, the healing light of the martial domain space ball will restore you instantly. There are 6 martial domain space balls in total, and this one is for your use. Currently, 3 martial artists are utilizing this martial domain space ball, taking turns as needed. The healing light that can instantly mend all injuries. Lin Hai comprehended the immense value of this item. He could train beyond his limits, and with the various resources provided by the Xia Nation, his physical form would undoubtedly improve rapidly. Him. The martial domain space ball held even greater significance, as his mastery of various martial arts was already high, yet the efficiency of his physical refinement lagged behind. With this tool, the strength of his body could be enhanced swiftly. Following this, Qin Zhentian took him to explore other areas of the martial domain ruin, providing introductions to each, and assured him of the abundant resources offered by the Xia Nation, which would be supplied monthly. Allowing him to focus on his training, not long after, Qin Zhentian took his leave. After his departure, Lin Hai utilized the martial domain space ball. Inside, he stood upon a platform surrounded by a celestial vista. With a thought, the gravitational force intensified, becoming increasingly fearsome, as if his very bones might shatter in this state. He began to exercise his true dragon scale armor technique while consuming a potion known as Heavenly Martial Elixir. Derived from various spiritual herbs and modern technology, containing immense energy, perfectly suited for Grand Master level martial artists. By employing the true dragon scale armor technique, coupled with copious amounts of Heavenly Martial Elixir and the assistance of the martial domain space ball, his physical form surged at an alarming rate, though it was also sustaining gradual damage. Yet, he relentlessly squeezed the energy from the Heavenly Martial Elixir, disregarding the harm to his body. Just as his body was on the brink of severe damage, he activated the healing light. Instantly, a brilliant radiance emanated from within the martial domain space ball, enveloping his figure and swiftly healing his wounds. What an extraordinary healing light! Lin Hai exclaimed with excitement. In the days that followed, he remained entrenched in training within the martial domain ruin, experiencing a meteoric rise in physical capabilities, augmented by the diverse resources provided by the Xia Nation, which also significantly enhanced his cultivation efficiency. Meanwhile, his monstrous doppelganger was diligently training, its physical prowess escalating rapidly, though it was gradually exhausting the resources obtained from the forbidden C.2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Hai had remained in the martial domain ruin, his physical attributes having undergone a dramatic increase, rendering him immensely powerful. Furthermore, he had utilized various resources to enhance his cultivation, with the energy in his Dantian reaching 30%, corresponding to the third rank of the Grand Master level. At this rate, he could challenge the martial saint realm within a year, a remarkable cultivation efficiency. Concurrently, his monstrous doppelganger continued its training, making substantial progress as well. Doppelganger, Titan Dragon Ape, level, top-tier monster, strength, 73,000, agility, 72,000, constitution, 75,000, mental 1, 16, 290, mental 2, 13,829, will, 1,820, sword intent, 182.2 skills. True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV4, 2100. Second Soul LV6, 2100. Titan True Form LV6, 33,100. Shock Mount Max, Diamond Dharma Max, Thunderbolt Combat Body Max, True Yang Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Skyward Sword Technique Max, free attributes, 0 from the data panel. It was evident that his True Dragon Scale Armor Technique had reached LV4, a sequence-level skill of formidable power. Coupled with the LV6 Titan True Form, his doppelganger's physical form was exceedingly fearsome. The second soul had also advanced to LV6, significantly enhancing both of his souls and greatly boosting his willpower. With the current combat capabilities of his doppelganger, it could now rival weaker sequence-level monsters. Akin to those who had just transcended to the sequence level, though it would certainly fall short against rebirth-level sequence monsters. The progress made over these 2 months had been substantial, with training becoming notably easier, likely due to the enhancement from the second soul technique. This second soul technique seemed to have inexplicably elevated his comprehension, and with the genuine soul backing of the doppelganger, it was able to accrue more proficiency at an accelerated pace. Lin Hai believed that if he devoted another year to intense training, his doppelganger could undoubtedly rival rebirth-level sequence monsters, but currently, it lacked resources. A return to the Forbidden Sea was imperative. Lin Hai resolved. Given the strength of his doppelganger at present, he could easily defeat even the most formidable top-tier monsters, and he possessed the capability to contend with beings comparable to ordinary sequence-level monsters. Thus, this time entering the Forbidden Sea, he could delve even deeper. Upon his return to the Forbidden Sea, Lin Hai immediately soared into its depths, continuously navigating through its expanse. Suddenly, a blood-red finger shattered the space. Crushing towards him, was it? Lin Hai recognized this finger, having previously encountered it when he was forced to flee from an attack by an invincible top-tier monster. However, this time, he did not retreat. In an instant, black scales emerged across his body, and he transformed into a colossal form, activating the Titan True Form skill. The Golden Bell Shield and Steel Armor skills erupted, rendering his physical form impervious. With a resounding clang, the blood-red giant finger struck him, merely causing him to stagger back a step, while the Crimson Nail shattered upon impact. Had this confrontation occurred earlier, he would have been unable to withstand it. But now he could disregard the approaching fingered. At that moment, the owner of the blood-red giant finger revealed itself within Lin Hai's perception. A towering 6-armed humanoid monster, charging towards him at astonishing speed. The clash commenced and Lin Hai effortlessly overwhelmed the 6-armed humanoid monster. Though its physical resilience was remarkable in terms of combat power, this creature likely possessed quasi-martial god capabilities, with its physical attributes on par with those of an ordinary sequence-level monster. When it was alive, it might have been a newly transcended sequence-level monster, but having fallen into the Forbidden Sea and through the passage of countless years, it was manipulated by the sea's dark forces. Now only able to unleash a combat power akin to a quasi-war god. Nevertheless, Lin Hai's monstrous doppelganger, possessing a relatively weaker war god-level strength, after a fierce struggle, ultimately shattered the creature's body and brought it to its demise. Subsequently, he pressed on, scavenging the resources of the Forbidden Sea. Gradually, he ventured deeper into the abyss, where he encountered a blood-red tree, its roots embedded in the Forbidden Sea, absorbing its energy, and its power level was undoubtedly on par with that of a sequence-level monster. A plant of such caliber, Lin Hai perceived this blood tree as a valuable prize. Should he manage to fell it, he envisioned immense rewards. With a mere thought, a long sword flew from his being. An SSS-grade weapon previously acquired from a humanoid monster, now controlled by his Sky Sword technique, infused with formidable sword intent, transforming into a beam of sword light aimed at the blood tree. The tree's defenses were commendable, effortlessly fending off both Lin Hai's Sky Sword technique and the SSS-grade sword's sharpness. With a strike that could shatter the void, Lin Hai unleashed a formidable attack, shaking the very fabric of space against the blood tree, causing it to tremble, yet it remained unscathed. The Shock Mountain technique was merely an advanced monster skill, still insufficient to threaten a sequence-level entity. His attacks were merely exploratory, aimed at discerning the creature's weaknesses. After a brief period, Lin Hai ascertained the tree's capabilities. Its defense was undoubtedly at the level of a sequence monster. Its offensive power matched that of an average sequence-level creature, yet its agility was woefully lacking, rendering it immobile. This was its greatest vulnerability. He could engage it in combat. His strikes would wound it, and with each exchange, he would deplete its strength until it ultimately succumbed. Thus, Lin Hai charged forth, activating various defensive skills, grasping his SS-grade sword, and clashing with the tree, delivering a powerful blow. Suddenly, countless branches of the blood tree surged forth, attempting to ensnare him. Yet, as they closed in, he deftly employed the void escape technique, evading the encirclement. He continued his relentless assault on the blood tree, which could not ensnare him. Each time it attempted to trap him, he simply utilized the void escape technique to slip away, as it lacked the ability to confine space. As time elapsed, day after day passed. Finally, on the 5th day, Lin Hai succeeded in slaying the tree. He uprooted it and dissected its trunk, discovering a high-energy crimson liquid within. Upon tasting it, he found it to be infused with immense energy, perfectly suited for refining his physical form and enhancing his bloodline. This acquisition alone was a monumental gain. Returning now, this blood tree was sufficient to significantly boost his strength. There was no need for further perilous ventures. Thus, he hurried back to Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 84. A physique comparable to a sequence-level monster. Upon returning to Wanyuan Mountain, Lin Hai began to harness the crimson liquid from the blood tree to augment his power. He consumed a portion of the liquid, and a surge of overwhelming energy coursed through him. He instantly commenced training in the true dragon scale armor technique, refining his entire being, enhancing his physical prowess and vitality, his aura growing ever more formidable. The results are fantastic, surpassing any heavenly materials or earth treasures I have ever consumed. Lin Hai exclaimed with excitement. The rewards from slaying that blood tree eclipsed all other gains. As he digested more and more of the crimson liquid, his attributes surged dramatically, and with its aid, the proficiency of both the Titan True Form and True Dragon Scale armor techniques increased several-fold point. One could imagine that should he refine all the crimson liquid from the blood tree, his attributes would undoubtedly approach 100,000 points. Moreover, there remained the potential for breakthroughs in the True Dragon Scale armor and Titan True Form techniques, at which point his strength would far exceed that of an ordinary sequence-level monster. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's human form steadily advanced in strength. He currently lacked resources, supplemented by the advantageous Martial Domain Space Sphere, leading to rapid progress. Furthermore, as the True Dragon Scale armor and Titan True Form techniques advanced, so too would his human form's prowess. Thus, months passed. At this juncture, Lin Hai's monstrous doppelganger had completely consumed the crimson liquid, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of his physical attributes. He accessed his data panel and noted the astonishing transformation of his bodily stats. Doppelganger, Titan Dragon Ape, level, Ultimate Monster, Strength, 102. 000, E Agility, 100,000, Constitution, 105,000, Spirit 1, 18, 374, Spirit 2, 15,394, to Will, 2,082 Sword Intent, 189.9, Skills, True Dragon Scale Armor LV5, 5100, Second Soul LV6, 92,100, Titan True Form LV7, 35,100, Shock Mountain Max, Diamond Avatar Max, Thunder Battle Body Max, True Sun Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Sky Sword Technique Max, Free Attributes, 0. In terms of physical prowess, he was now virtually indistinguishable from a recently transcended sequence-level monster. While such monsters likely possessed sequence-level skills only at LV1 or LV2, in contrast, He had mastered the LV5 True Dragon Scale Armor technique, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Therefore, with his current capabilities, he could effortlessly overpower typical sequence-level monsters. However, whether he could contend with the Nirvana-level sequence monsters remained uncertain, for he had yet to engage such beings and could not gauge their strength. Martial Domain Ruins. The Grandmaster-level martial artists were present. Lin Hai was quite pleased with his substantial progress in strength, but just as he prepared to continue his training, issues arose in the Fusang Kingdom, as the Lord of the Sky Serpent dispatched even more high-level and top-tier monsters to the region. In the Foreign Realm, the Sky Serpent Division received commands from the sequence-level monster, compelling Lin Hai's doppelganger to engage in battle in the Fusang Kingdom, targeting the Xia Kingdom. He had to comply with the Lord of the Sky Serpent's orders. Consequently, he gathered several high-level and mid-level monsters from Wanyuan Mountain and set forth for the Fusang Kingdom. As for the situation there, Xia Kingdom was already aware and dispatched a considerable number of national defense forces and strong warriors to guard the coastal areas. Lin Hai could no longer afford to remain in the martial domain ruins to train. As a Grandmaster-level martial artist with full mastery of the Void Escape technique, his participation in the battle would be immensely beneficial. Thus he resolved to join the Fray.at, the command center in Modu. Lin Hai arrived to find several martial saint-level warriors, including Zhou Xinghe, gathered there. As a Grandmaster-level martial artist, he was now qualified to participate in high-level meetings. During the session, Zhou Xinghe, the head of the Modu Inspection Department and president of the Modu Martial Arts Association, along with several other martial saints, were expressing opinions and discussing upcoming battle strategies. Zhou Xinghe stated, based on satellite reconnaissance, the Foreign Realm has significantly increased its troop deployment, dispatching at least 15 top-tier monsters. In terms of martial saint-level combat power, our Xia Kingdom is severely outmatched. Currently, only the Lord of the Sky Serpent is engaged. If other sequence-level monsters send numerous top-tier monsters into battle, our situation could become perilous. We must utilize the Doomsday Weapon, Sun Extinguisher, to eliminate some of the top-tier monsters and instill fear in them. Otherwise, should they launch a full-scale invasion, the losses we would incur would be catastrophic. The Sun Extinguisher would only be employed as a last resort. If used multiple times, how would they deal with the sudden onslaught of sequence-level monsters? Should they execute a decapitation plan to assassinate a few top-tier monsters? It would be challenging, as those top-tier monsters possessed formidable physiques, making it difficult to eliminate them swiftly. If they failed, they would face the assault of multiple top-tier monsters. The martial saints deliberated multiple times, yet no definitive plan emerged. Subsequently, the Grandmaster-level martial artists also presented their suggestions, adopting those deemed suitable. Martial saints, why is the Sun Extinguisher not to be used frequently? Lin Hai, curious, posed the question. Zhou Xinghe elaborated, the Sun Extinguisher requires not only nuclear energy but also a special item, Source Stones. These Source Stones are unique energy crystals found within the Foreign Realm, primarily held by sequence-level monsters. Previously, when we slew the sequence-level monster, Sky Dragon, we acquired a substantial number of Source Stones from it. Additionally, during the time when the Foreign Realm was unresponsive, we scavenged some Source Stones from them. However, once the Foreign Realm realized Source Stones were the energy source for the Sun Extinguisher, they completely restricted their extraction, forbidding any monsters from possessing them. Now, Source Stones are consumed one by one, and the Sun Extinguisher, once utilized, requires a lengthy recharge period. Should it be employed multiple times in quick succession, the device will be rendered inoperable. Source Stones. Lin Hai had heard of such items in the Foreign Realm. Even top-tier monsters did not possess them. Source Stones were also beneficial to top-tier monsters, enhancing their cultivation, yet sequence-level monsters would not grant them, clearly fearing that top-tier monsters might be slain, allowing humans to seize the Source Stones. As each Source Stone was consumed, and given the device had undoubtedly been used numerous times over the decades, perhaps in attempts to eliminate top-tier monsters, the availability of Source Stones had dwindled further. In other words, if some Source Stones were acquired, one could dare to utilize the ultimate weapon? Lin Hai inquired. Indeed. Zhou Xinghe nodded. But the Source Stones reside within the ranks of sequence-level monsters. They will not be relinquished. Making acquisition an insurmountable dilemma, however, Lin Hai's monster avatar might hold the potential to obtain Source Stones, albeit not at this moment. His monster avatar is currently in Fusang and undoubtedly lacks the time to return to the other realm for the purpose of acquiring Source Stones. That matter must be postponed for later. Chapter 85. Covert Assault on Elite Monsters. In Fusang, Countless massive trees encircle a grand palace, which serves as the headquarters for monsters in Fusang, constructed by those adept at controlling flora. Boasting formidable defenses. At this moment, within the palace, numerous elite monsters occupy thrones. Lin Hai's monster avatar occupies one of these thrones, though his status is not high, having only recently ascended to an elite monster without any notable achievements. The other elite monsters remain unaware of his true power, mistaking him for an ordinary elite monster, one who cannot yet supplant the position of the Flame King. Little do they know, he could effortlessly eliminate the Flame King, and indeed, could easily obliterate all the elite monsters present. However, such actions would preclude his return to the other realm, as he would undoubtedly be slain by the sequence-level monsters. Moreover, his monster avatar would find no refuge within Xia. At that point, he would truly be without a place to go. The Flame King spoke. Esteemed comrades, the command from the Lord of the Serpent is clear. We must invade Xia. Even if we cannot conquer it, we must incite chaos within its borders. Once disorder reigns, more individuals will flock to our cause, making it easier to dismantle their forces. Flame King, when shall we strike? Inquired the elite monster, the giant lizard king. Tomorrow, proclaimed the Flame King. Another elite monster, the Blood Flood Dragon King, voiced concerns. Xia is home to 3 martial deities and possesses ultimate weapons. Should we engage, the casualties may be catastrophic. The Flame King chuckled. Rest assured. From our side of the other realm, multiple sequence-level monsters will simultaneously dispatch vast numbers of monsters to invade various bases in Xia. The 3 martial deities will be unable to render assistance, so you need not worry about that. As for the ultimate weapon, the Sun Extinguishing Light, Xia will not deploy it lightly, and their bases in the other realm will also face attacks. Even if they do use it, it will be on that side. Upon hearing this, the other elite monsters let out a collective sigh of relief. They harbored no desire to confront the ultimate weapon, as it would spell certain doom. Lin Hai listened intently to the discourse of these elite monsters, maintaining a facade of composure while his mind churned with concern. Clearly, this time the other realm intended to launch a full-scale assault on Xia. While they might not succeed in obliterating Xia, they would undoubtedly inflict immense damage. This treatment was not exclusive to Xia. Other nations would face similar fates, albeit against different sequence-level monsters. Lin Hai, however, confined his worries to Xia. He must devise a strategy to mitigate the impending losses, Lin Hai mused. Soon after, the meeting concluded. He had not voiced any opinions, nor did the other elite monsters pay heed to his presence. In the Demon City Command Center, Lin Hai sought out Zhou Xinghe privately. Principal, according to my intelligence, the other realm will attack various bases belonging to Xia within the realm, including the Demon City base and the Kyoto base, which will occupy the 3 martial deities, while the monster army from Fusang will spare no effort to strike at Xia. They will continuously dispatch monsters. Lin Hai reported. Tomorrow, Zhou Xinghe inquired. They speculate the other realm will target several large bases, yet the timing remains uncertain. It is indeed tomorrow, Lin Hai affirmed. How did you acquire this intelligence? Zhou Xinghe asked, intrigued. Through special channels, which we cannot disclose, Lin Hai replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinghe refrained from further questioning. Since Lin Hai had provided this information, it was assuredly reliable, alleviating his concerns. Subsequently, he reported this intelligence to the Hall of Martial Deities. Upon receiving the news, the hall began preparations. The Sun Extinguishing Light was already in position, and multiple source stones had been dispatched, ready to sacrifice the Sun Extinguishing Light equipment if necessary. Soon, the time arrived on the following day. The bases in Demon City, Nanhai, Kyoto, Kunlun, and other significant locations were simultaneously besieged by a multitude of monsters. Fortunately, Xia had made preparations, with a vast array of weaponry deployed and a multitude of powerful individuals arriving at these large bases, coupled with the deterrence of the ultimate weapon. In the short term, these bases would remain unscathed, though losses among the martial artists were unavoidable. Simultaneously, in Fusang, an additional contingent of elite monsters arrived, totaling 28 elite monsters leading a horde of advanced and intermediate monsters toward the coastal regions of Xia. This time, the other realm unleashed an overwhelming force. Xia launched a barrage of weapons, deploying a dense array of missiles, even nuclear arms if necessary. It was an unavoidable decision, as the sheer number of monsters was insurmountable. Should they breach the defenses, the National Defense Army would be powerless to withstand them. If nuclear weapons could be employed, they would be, even at the cost of oceanic pollution. In truth, the use of nuclear arms was not to be taken lightly, as it could lead to monster mutations, but the current circumstances demanded such measures. Boom. In the wake of an initial assault, numerous monsters were annihilated. However, as long as the elite monsters remained unscathed, the deaths of numerous advanced monsters would not sway the tide of battle. As the monsters surged toward the coastal area, martial artists engaged them, at which point the elite monsters revealed themselves. Comrades, let us split our efforts and strive to eliminate as many human martial artists as possible, commanded the Flame King. Yes, the elite monsters responded in unison. Immediately, these elite monsters transformed into streaks of dark light, charging toward the martial artists, gradually dispersing. Meanwhile, Lin Hai devised a plan to discreetly assassinate the elite monsters, ensuring he remained unseen by both the other monsters and human martial artists to avoid exposure. Fortunately, his mastery of the void escape technique facilitated this endeavor. Otherwise, it would have proven exceedingly difficult. Ha ha ha, I can finally unleash a slaughter, the giant lizard king exclaimed excitedly, preparing to venture to a location populated by human martial artists. Suddenly, the air trembled, and Lin Hai's figure materialized before him. Dragon Ape King? You possess spatial skills? What brings you here? The giant lizard king queried, perplexed. Nothing much, merely here to assist you, Lin Hai replied with a smile. The giant lizard king was about to insist that assistance was unnecessary when Lin Hai's next words halted him. I am here to liberate you. The giant lizard king sensed something amiss, but the next moment, Lin Hai seized his head, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the giant lizard king's skull instantaneously, killing him in a single blow. Throughout the encounter, the giant lizard king exhibited no resistance whatsoever. After dispatching the giant lizard king, Lin Hai opted not to claim any resources from him, departing the scene immediately. He wished to avoid exposure by taking the giant lizard king's belongings. Swish! He swiftly employed the void escape technique to leave the area, while Lin Hai's true form executed the same technique to retrieve the giant lizard king's corpse and spatial storage treasures before departing. Following this, Lin Hai seized several more opportunities, taking advantage of the movements of various elite monsters to eliminate them. All the while, the Flame King remained oblivious to these events. Chapter 86. The Fall of Over 20 Elite Monsters. As time progressed, the martial artists of Xia suffered grievous losses, primarily due to their sheer numbers. To avoid exposure, Lin Hai focused on eliminating elite monsters. Nonetheless, his primary target remained the Flame King, the commander of this operation. Should the Flame King perish, command would be lost. Yet, upon contemplation, he refrained from making a move against the Flame King, fearing that the Lord of the Serpent may have inscribed a mark upon the Flame King. Should he slay the Flame King, the mark might alert the Lord of the Serpent, transmitting information and revealing his identity. Thus, he resolved to target other elite monsters instead. Where are the giant lizard king and the six-armed king? Why do they not respond? The Flame King queried, using the Monster Alliance token to contact these individuals, but received no reply. He dismissed the lack of response, assuming they were engaged in battle with Xia's martial saints and lacked the time to respond. Soon, he encountered several martial saints from Xia, engaging them in combat. The Flame King felt no apprehension against any martial artist apart from those ranked among the top 10 of the martial saints list, as they were stationed at various bases to counter the assault from the other realm. Therefore, he was not concerned about encountering a crisis. Moreover, the Lord of the Serpent had gifted him several top-tier treasures, significantly enhancing his strength. Even in the presence of the martial saint Qin Shi, he felt no need to flee as he had previously done, unless Qin Zhentian intervened, in which case he would promptly escape. Boom! In a certain marine region, Zhou Xinghe and two other martial saints were besieging the Flame King, whose body was adorned with an array of scales, a manifestation of a special treasure augmenting his power. Causing his strength to surge, he engaged the three martial saints, slightly overpowering them. Ha ha ha, Xinghe martial saint, your prowess is lacking. Send a top 10 martial saint to face me, and perhaps then it would be a challenge. The Flame King taunted. Zhou Xinghe and his companions seethed with anger. Had it not been for the pressing situation on the other realm's front, any top 10 martial saint could easily overpower the Flame King. However, Zhou Xinghe ranked 29th on the list, while the others were even further down, rendering their combat capabilities rather inadequate. As the White Flame King engaged in battle, Lin Hai fixated on the elite monsters. The moment one of these formidable beings strayed from the pack, he would strike decisively, eliminating them in an instant. Gradually, hours slipped by. Lin Hai had already vanquished 7 elite monsters, significantly alleviating the pressure on the martial saints of Xia Nation. Furthermore, several elite monsters had fallen to the hands of other martial saints, leading to a sharp decline in their numbers. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinghe and the other martial saints, severely wounded, began their retreat, though the White Flame King himself bore slight injuries. Just as he prepared to continue his slaughter of martial artists, several martial saints intervened to obstruct him. Damn it, what is happening? I summoned multiple elite monsters for assistance, yet none are available. Several Haventii even responded. The White Flame King sensed that matters were becoming dire, as it seemed that other elite monsters were encountering trouble. Hours passed, and the battle stretched into the night. The coastal waters were littered with the corpses of monsters, and numerous human warriors had also perished. This conflict was exceedingly brutal. Lin Hai, in his human form, also endeavored to slay more high-level monsters, while his monster avatar focused on eliminating elite foes. In total, he had dispatched 16 elite monsters, and alongside those slain by the human martial saints, the battle had claimed a total of 22 elite monsters. Thus, from a previous count of 28, only 6 elite monsters remained. Retreat, commanded the White Flame King, and the remaining 6 elite monsters, accompanied by a multitude of lesser monsters, withdrew like a receding tide. The martial artists of Xia Nation did not pursue, as they too had suffered considerable losses. Any further pursuit would yield only a few more monster kills, and risking additional casualties was deemed unworthy. Monsters from the foreign realm were inexhaustible, and sacrificing their own was unnecessary. Subsequently, Xia Nation began to clear the battlefield. In Fusang Nation, the 6 elite monsters returned, and Lin Hai had even attacked himself, inflicting an injury on his monster avatar that resembled a grievous wound almost piercing through its body, thus providing a plausible explanation. Within the palace, the White Flame King surveyed the 5 severely injured elite monsters, his expression darkening. "Is it just the 5 of you who have returned?" he inquired. "Indeed." Lin Hai and the others nodded affirmatively. "What of the other elite monsters?" the White Flame King pressed. "They must have perished," one elite monster responded. "Over 20 elite monsters have fallen, and several among them possess strength equivalent to the top 20 on the martial saint ranking, along with numerous means of self-preservation. How could they have met their end without even a chance to call for help?" the White Flame King exclaimed with rising fury. "Could it be that a martial saint-level powerhouse like Qin Jintian intervened?" speculated one elite monster. "If Qin Jintian had intervened, he would have targeted me first. Why would he kill them?" the White Flame King retorted. The other elite monsters fell silent, uncertain of how to respond, while Lin Hai remained uncharacteristically mute. "We must immediately inform the Lord of the Celestial Serpent to dispatch more elite monsters. Otherwise, with only us few, we cannot defend this place." The White Flame King promptly contacted the Lord of the Celestial Serpent. In the foreign realm, upon learning that over 20 elite monsters had perished under the White Flame King's command, the Lord of the Celestial Serpent was instantly incensed. His ranks of elite monsters were limited, and the loss of such a significant number was a grave blow. Swiftly, he soared through the skies, soon arriving in the territory of the Lord of Gluttony. "What brings you here, Celestial Serpent? Aren't you preoccupied with Xia Nation?" queried the Lord of Gluttony. "Gluttony, over 20 elite monsters under my command have perished. You must allocate some elite monsters to garrison Fusang Nation," the Lord of the Celestial Serpent insisted. "Over 20 elite monsters dead? What a bunch of useless creatures," the Lord of Gluttony scoffed. The Lord of the Celestial Serpent seethed with anger, but dared not unleash it upon the Lord of Gluttony, for the latter was slightly more powerful and commanded a greater number of elite monsters. Being an elder of the sequence-level monsters, Gluttony, seizing Earth benefits both of us. You must assist, the Lord of the Celestial Serpent pressed. "Very well, I shall assign you 15 elite monsters. Beyond that, I cannot assist you," replied the Lord of Gluttony. "That will suffice," the Lord of the Celestial Serpent acknowledged. He then sought additional elite monsters from other sequence-level beings, ultimately gathering a total of 38 elite monsters to dispatch to Fusang Nation. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and the other elite monsters returned to the foreign realm to recuperate, temporarily leaving Fusang Nation. Upon returning to Wanyuanshan, Lin Hai did not attend to his wounds, as he knew they would heal swiftly. Instead, he pondered how to acquire source stones. With sufficient source stones, he could exert influence over the foreign realm. Therefore, his primary objective was not merely to slay more elite monsters, but to procure more source stones. Chapter 87. 87 Source Stones. Source stones were exclusively in the possession of sequence-level monsters, who would not part with them readily. Was he to slay a sequence-level monster? Lin Hai furrowed his brow. Unless he could eliminate a sequence-level monster in an instant, a battle would inevitably draw the attention of other sequence-level beings, complicating matters. Even if his human avatar's identity remained concealed, an unprovoked attack on a sequence-level monster would surely result in retaliation, making it difficult to pursue other objectives. His power had yet to reach the level where he could dispatch an ordinary sequence-level monster instantaneously. This was not a viable plan. After much contemplation, Lin Hai ultimately set his sights on the forbidden SEA.it, was certain that numerous fallen sequence-level monsters lay within, and perhaps there he could find source stones. However, the spatial storage treasures within the Forbidden Sea were prone to corrosion and destruction, making it arduous to obtain source stones from the corpses of sequence-level monsters. Yet, if he could find a sequence-level monster with a high-quality spatial treasure that had not been easily corroded, seizing it might yield source stones. It was worth a try. I must secure more time for the development of Xia Nation, as well as for my own growth. Given another few years, my monster avatar could potentially evolve into a sequence-level monster, granting me the opportunity to partake in high-level meetings of the Monster Alliance. Meanwhile, my human body may also stand a chance against sequence-level monsters, significantly alleviating the pressure. With that resolve, he made his way to the Forbidden Sea. Unbothered by the prospect of being watched by sequence-level monsters, for he had no fear of exposure. With swift movements, he traversed the expanse, employing his void escape technique to hasten towards the Forbidden Sea. Upon his arrival, Lin Hai was not there to collect resources, but to seek the spatial treasures of sequence-level monsters. He ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Sea, attuning himself to the presence of any immensely powerful beings. Assessing whether they bore spatial treasures, should he find none, he would retreat without engaging in combat. Thus, he encountered one terrifying creature after another, but none possessed spatial treasures. Undeterred, Lin Hai continued his search, even facing several perilous encounters with beings comparable to Nirvana-level sequence monsters. Even in death, those under the influence of the Forbidden Seas could unleash the strength of a Nirvana-level sequence monster. Upon sensing such foes, he fled without hesitation, daring not to linger. This was merely a portion of the Forbidden Sea, and the depths promised even greater horrors, which Lin Hai dared not explore. After several more hours, he finally discovered a spatial treasure belonging to a 10-armed monster. One of its arms bore a dark hand ring, which was unmistakably a spatial treasure, albeit cracked and likely not long for this world. This monster was not particularly formidable, merely a weaker variant of a sequence-level monster, having not yet reached Nirvana level. Lin Hai did not aim to slay this creature. His sole desire was to sever its arm. With a resounding clash, Lin Hai engaged in fierce combat, both sides unleashing a barrage of skills. The struggle between the two monsters shattered the surrounding space. Lin Hai focused solely on the monster's arm, repeatedly striking until it began to fracture. Just as the arm sustained significant damage, Lin Hai wielded his SSS-grade sword, channeling the essence of sword intent, and delivered a powerful strike. With a crack, the arm was severed, and Lin Hai seized it, making a hasty retreat. There was no need to engage in a protracted struggle. Acquiring the spatial hand ring was his primary goal, and he could not afford to attract the attention of stronger monsters. Once in a secure area, he utilized his mental energy to refine the spatial hand ring. With its previous owner deceased, it became an unclaimed item, and soon he successfully refined it. Indeed, the spatial hand ring began to deteriorate rapidly. Its internal space had shattered by half, and the remainder was unstable. Lin Hai murmured to himself. He searched within the ring's internal space, discovering a plethora of items. He promptly extracted these items and stored them in his spatial storage. Among these items were numerous materials, rare treasures, and several unknown objects. Source stones. In a corner of the spatial hand ring, Lin Hai spotted numerous source stones, totaling around 80 pieces. 80-plus source stones represented a significant quantity. Lin Hai swiftly departed the Forbidden Sea, as he was not yet in a position to meet with his human avatar. After all, the war was still ongoing, and the base in Magic City was likely still embroiled in combat. He would wait a few days before making contact. Days later, in the land of Xia, the Light of Annihilation has been invoked multiple times, yet not a single sequence-level monster has been vanquished. Instead, 3 such monsters have been severely wounded, and several top-tier sequence-level creatures have been eliminated. The consequence of this is a significant depletion of Source Stones, leaving Xia vulnerable to the next assault by sequence-level monsters. At this moment, the Martial Deity Hall of Xia is deliberating whether to completely abandon certain bases and fortify their homeland. However, such a decision would relinquish their initiative, allowing the monsters to invade at will, rendering many weapons ineffective and plunging the homeland into frequent warfare. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's human form departed from the Demon City base, employing a series of teleportation techniques to rendezvous with the monster Doppelganger. Soon, the Doppelganger delivered various resources and Source Stones into the spatial ring of Lin Hai's human form, enabling a swift return to the Demon City base. After a brief period, Lin Hai arrived back without encountering any difficulties along the way. He promptly returned to Earth and proceeded to the Martial Deity Hall to meet Qin Zhantian. Upon learning that Lin Hai sought him for a matter of great significance, Qin Zhantian approached him. "Lin Hai, what is the matter?" Qin Zhantian inquired. Lin Hai remained silent, directly producing a Source Stone. "Is this a Source Stone?" Qin Zhantian exclaimed in astonishment. "Where did you acquire this?" "I stumbled upon a relic during my explorations in the Otherworld and managed to procure some Source Stones on my recent visit," Lin Hai explained, presenting the most plausible rationale. "How many Source Stones do you have?" Qin Zhantian asked eagerly. Lin Hai revealed all the Source Stones he possessed, leaving none behind. While these stones were of immense help to his doppelganger, they would serve an even greater purpose for Xiad. 7 Source Stones, Qin Zhantian exclaimed with excitement. "With this many Source Stones, we might have a chance to slay a sequence-level monster. Should we manage to defeat one? It would instill fear in the sequence-level monsters from the Otherworld. If we encounter a sequence-level prodigy whose blood is compatible with the monster, we could cultivate a new sequence-level talent for Xia." Chapter 88. The Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. Qin Zhantian promptly secured the Source Stones and expressed his gratitude. "Lin Hai, thank you for your generous contribution of Source Stones to Xia. What do you desire in return?" "Anything Xia can provide will certainly be yours," Lin Hai pondered carefully and replied. "Is there a martial art that rivals sequence-level skills? Ideally, one that can refine the body. Let me think." Qin Zhantian contemplated deeply. 7-star martial arts can rival top-tier monster skills, while 8-star martial arts can contend with sequence-level skills. However, obtaining an 8-star martial art that can refine the body would be exceedingly rare. Xia has indeed reaped considerable benefits from developing these celestial relics, and 8-star martial arts are among them. It seems there is only one such 8-star martial art available. Thus, he spoke. Xia possesses an 8-star martial art from the martial domain, the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. It can unleash the power of both the physical body and true qi, and practicing this martial art greatly aids in refining the body. It can be regarded as a body-refining 8-star martial art. Currently, there is only one inheritance pearl for the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal, and it can only be passed on once if you wish for it. I can contact the 3 martial deities to grant you this inheritance. "Yes, I desire the inheritance of the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal," Lin Hai declared. The Great Wasteland Celestial Seal is an 8-star martial art that rivals sequence-level skills. At present, he possesses only one sequence-level skill, the True Dragon Scale Armor Technique, which is merely a defensive skill. Acquiring the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities and provide terrifying refinement to his body. Therefore, the value of such an 8-star martial art surpasses that of these Source Stones. "Please wait here." Qin Zhantian immediately set off for the Kyoto base in the Otherworld. Upon arriving at Kyoto base, Qin Zhantian swiftly made his way to the residence of one of Xia's 3 martial deities, Qin Wu, who also happens to be Qin Zhantian's elder brother. "Elder brother," Qin Zhantian called out as he reached Qin Wu's abode. "Zhantian, what brings you here in such a hurry?" Qin Wu inquired, frowning. Without hesitation, Qin Zhantian presented the 80-plus Source Stones, leaving Qin Wu astounded. "Where did you acquire so many Source Stones? The Martial Deity Hall should have very few left." Qin Wu exclaimed in disbelief. "A Grandmaster provided them. With these Source Stones, we should have a chance to slay a sequence-level monster. If we manage to obtain another batch of Source Stones from that monster, it could resolve our current crisis." Qin Zhentian explained. That is feasible. Qin Wu concurred, finding the plan sound. Subsequently, Qin Zhentian added, the Grandmaster who provided the Source Stones seeks the inheritance of the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. Grant it to him. Qin Wu agreed. Following this, Qin Zhentian handed over the Source Stones to Qin Wu while he set out to obtain the inheritance of the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. Before long, Qin Zhentian returned to Lin Hai with the Inheritance Stonebook for the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal and presented it to him. Lin Hai, this is the Inheritance Stonebook for the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. It can only be passed on once, Qin Zhentian informed him. Thank you, Marshal Saint Qin Zhentian, Lin Hai expressed his gratitude. Taking the Inheritance Stonebook and departing. Upon returning, Lin Hai immediately employed his mental energy to assimilate the inheritance of the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. An influx of knowledge surged into his mind, gradually coalescing into his memory. The Inheritance Stonebook subsequently disintegrated into powder, completely vanishing. The transmission of an 8-star martial art is something Xia cannot currently produce, making it a rare and precious resource. The Great Wasteland Celestial Seal is indeed formidable. Lin Hai immediately established a connection with the memories of the monster Doppelganger, enabling the second primordial spirit of the Doppelganger to acquire the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal and commence its cultivation. The Great Wasteland Celestial Seal comprises 8 techniques, each seemingly imbued with the principles of heaven and earth. Upon executing the first movement, a terrifying force acted upon his body, refining it as a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him. However, due to his movements not being entirely precise, the refinement effect was subpar. Nevertheless, with each subtle adjustment to his posture, he gradually mastered the individual movements of the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal, ultimately achieving the first level of proficiency after several hours. In terms of the refinement effects on the body, the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal exceeds the true Dragon Scale Armor technique by tenfold, should they exist within the same realm. This realization stoked Lin Hai's eagerness to elevate his mastery of the Great Wasteland Celestial Seal. Meanwhile, Xia was also preparing to hunt a sequence-level monster, but aside from Qin Zhentian and the 3 martial deities, very few were privy to this plan, for no one could guarantee that there were no traitors among the martial saints. However, Qin Zhentian and the 3 martial deities would never betray Xia. Otherwise, the nation would have long since perished. Another day passed. Qin Zhentian led several martial saints into the otherworld, annihilating a monster stronghold and slaying 17 elite monsters along with numerous warriors before swiftly returning to the Kyoto base. This victory, however, incited the wrath of the sequence-level monster, the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord, a sequence-level monster that had undergone a single reincarnation, possessed formidable strength and immediately rallied a multitude of monsters to assault the Kyoto base. Naturally, the Flame Lord would not undertake this attack alone. It summoned 2 other sequence-level monsters, Lord of the Soaring Serpent and Lord of Gluttony. The trio of sequence-level monsters charged forth, instilling terror among the warriors of the Kyoto base. Previously, the Kyoto base had invoked the Light of Annihilation several times in an attempt to counter the sequence-level monsters, yet none had been slain. The sequence-level monsters had adequately prepared, utilizing powerful artifacts to withstand the Light of Annihilation, resulting only in severe injuries to a few. Before long, those injured sequence-level monsters would recover, and according to some internal reports, the Light of Annihilation could only be employed a limited number of times. The Kyoto base remained uncertain about the remaining stock of the Light of Annihilation. Outside the Kyoto base, the Lord of the Soaring Serpent cautioned the Flame Lord, "Be careful, Flame Lord. Xia may still possess the Light of Annihilation. With your strength and the artifact you carry, 2 uses of the light could suffice to defeat you." "I understand. Should I falter, you must assist me," replied the Flame Lord. "You are overly cautious. With the combined strength of the 3 of us, we can decisively crush the Kyoto base. A martial saint from Xia previously defected to me, and based on the intel provided, Xia's stock of Source Stones is now reduced to a mere 5. They would not dare to utilize them again and are most likely to abandon the Kyoto base," declared the Lord of Gluttony. "Then let us charge forth," the Flame Lord coldly commanded. Boom! The 3 sequence-level monsters, accompanied by a horde of creatures, surged towards the Kyoto base, signaling the imminent clash. Qin Wu soared forth from the Kyoto base, locking eyes with the 3 formidable sequence-level monsters. Chapter 89. The Fall of a Sequence-Level Monster. "Qin Wu, do you dare to obstruct us?" The 3 sequence-level monsters, With your solitary strength? Mocked the Flame Lord. Not only was it a single reincarnation-level sequence monster, but the Lord of the Soaring Serpent and the Lord of Gluttony were also second reincarnation-level sequence monsters, their power vastly exceeding his own. Moreover, as a martial deity-level warrior, Qin Wu's training had been brief, and his martial arts accomplishments were certainly inferior to their sequence-level skills. He might not even be able to match the Flame Lord, let alone contend with the Lord of the Soaring Serpent and the others. Eliminate Qin Wu, commanded the three sequence-level monsters as they prepared to strike. Just then, a beam of the light of annihilation locked onto the Flame Lord. As the Lord of Flames experienced a sudden shift in expression, a leaf materialized upon his body, instantly transforming into a wooden sphere that enveloped him. In that moment, the radiant beam of the sun-extinguishing light surged forth, striking the wooden sphere, which shattered upon impact, sending the Lord of Flames hurtling backward, grievously wounded. Just then, a second beam of sun-extinguishing light struck. Tangsha Lord, save me! The Lord of Flames cried out, without needing further prompting. Tangsha Lord immediately activated a stone mirror, unleashing an overwhelming divine radiance that blocked the incoming beam. However, a third beam of sun-extinguishing light approached once more. This time, the power of the stone mirror was significantly diminished, unable to unleash its full potential in such a short span. Should it be utilized again to fend off the sun-extinguishing light, this precious artifact would likely face destruction. Thus, the Lord of Gluttony intervened, shielding the Lord of Flames with a scale artifact. 3 beams of sun-extinguishing light had been expended, yet they remained unaware that the capital of Kyoto still housed additional beams. Unbeknownst to them, the Xia Kingdom had stealthily relocated other sun-extinguishing light devices to the Kyoto base, solely to eliminate them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of sun-extinguishing light swiftly locked onto the 3 sequence-level monsters, and in that instant, their pupils constricted. Tangsha Lord activated the stone mirror, emanating boundless divine light to protect himself before hastily retreating. With a resounding crash, the stone mirror was obliterated by the beam of sun-extinguishing light, leaving residual energy that injured Tangsha Lord. The scale artifact on the Lord of Gluttony was also shattered, inflicting significant harm upon him, prompting a rapid escape. Yet the Lord of Flames could not flee in time. Pierced by a beam of sun-extinguishing light, sustaining severe injuries, and as he attempted to escape, another beam struck, shattering his skull and instantly ending his life. 7 beams of sun-extinguishing light had been unleashed, each consuming at least 1 source stone, which meant a total of 7 source stones had been expended in this instance. To slay a sequence-level monster using 7 source stones was undoubtedly a worthwhile exchange. And it had also severely injured Tangsha Lord and the Lord of Gluttony, making it even more advantageous. Swoosh! Qin Wu appeared before the corpse of the Lord of Flames, which had transformed into a colossal flame demon. With a wave of his hand, he collected the body of the Lord of Flames and swiftly set about slaying the numerous monsters still present. Many monsters attempted to flee, but they were far too late. Within a short period, countless monsters had perished, and the warriors of the Kyoto base promptly emerged to secure the battlefield. In a distant location, Tangsha Lord and the Lord of Gluttony halted, their bodies cracked and severely injured. How could the Kyoto base possess such an abundance of source stones, expending 7 in one go? Did they still have 7 source stones in stock? Even if they did, would they dare to use them all at once? Tangsha Lord pondered in confusion. For everyone knew that if the Xia Kingdom ran out of source stones and could no longer activate the sun-extinguishing light, the sequence-level monsters could easily sweep through the Xia Kingdom's bases. And at that point, it would only take a small price to allow several sequence-level monsters to invade Earth, potentially leading to the destruction of the Xia Kingdom and reducing many of its cities to ruins. The Xia Kingdom would not dare to act so recklessly, yet now they had directly expended 7 source stones to eliminate a sequence-level monster. The Lord of Flames possesses no source stones, correct? The Lord of Gluttony inquired. None. Tangsha Lord shook his head. The remaining invading sequence-level monsters would obediently surrender their source stones, which were stored at the headquarters of the Monster Alliance, guarded by 11 sequence-level monsters. So there would be no issues. The death of the Lord of Flames merely resulted in a loss of resources to humanity, and they could not acquire any surplus source stones. Should we test whether the Xia Kingdom still has source stones? The Lord of Gluttony suggested. Let us send other sequence-level monsters to test the waters. We have already sustained heavy injuries and cannot afford to try ourselves, or we would undoubtedly perish. The two sequence-level monsters swiftly reported the situation to the headquarters of the Monster Alliance. Soon after, the headquarters dispatched several sequence-level monsters to probe various bases in the Xia Kingdom, only to be met with attacks from the sun-extinguishing light, resulting in further injuries to several sequence-level monsters. Thus, the otherworldly beings temporarily refrained from assaulting the Xia Kingdom and instead targeted bases in other nations. Their assaults on other countries were remarkably successful. They destroyed numerous human bases, slaughtered a vast number of human warriors, and invaded Earth, laying waste to many cities and other nations. However, the Xia Kingdom currently ranked first among human nations. If they could not dismantle the Xia Kingdom, their conquest of humanity would be deemed incomplete. Of course, with the Xia Kingdom suddenly possessing a surplus of source stones, the invasion must be postponed. Lin Hai swiftly learned of the Lord of Flame's demise and smiled. The fact that this sequence-level monster had been slain by humans meant that humanity now had access to another type of sequence-level monster's blood, providing yet another option for the sequence-level geniuses, Lin Hai mused. Moreover, he was aware of the severe injuries sustained by Tangsha Lord and the Lord of Gluttony, and although he had intentions of eliminating them, he ultimately decided against it. Tangsha Lord was a second rebirth level sequence-level monster. Even if gravely injured, he could still unleash the combat prowess of a first rebirth level sequence-level monster, making him difficult to handle. Let alone killed, it was better to continue cultivating the Great Wilderness Heaven Tablet technique, enhancing his strength, so that when his power reached a greater height, eliminating Tangsha Lord would become significantly easier. In the days that followed, the otherworldly realm remained tranquil, as did the Xia Kingdom, while King Baiyan and his companions remained hidden within the Fusang Kingdom, refraining from invading the Xia Kingdom. Lin Hai was afforded precious time for development, silently honing his skills. Whether it was the monster avatar or his human form, his progress accelerated remarkably. Before long, Lin Hai successfully advanced the Great Wilderness Heaven Tablet technique to level 2, surpassing the effects of the true Dragon Scale Armor technique. He continued to train diligently, utilizing vast resources to aid his cultivation of the Great Wilderness Heaven Tablet technique, and his physical attributes improved rapidly, his strength growing increasingly formidable. 2 months later, Lin Hai's Great Wilderness Heaven Tablet technique reached level 3, resulting in a dramatic surge in his physical prowess. Avatar, Titan Dragon Ape, level, top-tier monster, strength, 153,000, agility, 148,000, constitution, 159,000, mental 1, 29, 394, mental 2, 27,837, de will, 3,657, sword intent, 226, skills, true dragon scale armor technique LV5, 75-100, Great Wilderness Heaven Tablet technique LV3, 0-100, second primordial spirit LV7, 11-100, Titan True Form LV7, 76-100, Mountain Shaking Max, Diamond Dharma Body Max, Thunder Battle Body Max, True Yang Sword Technique Max, Golden Bell Shield Max, Sky Slicing Sword Technique Max, free attributes, 0. I feel as though my physical attributes are nearing their limit. I have surpassed the average sequence-level monster and can now challenge the realm of sequence-level monsters. Lin Hai thought to himself. However, he was still uncertain about what it would take to become a sequence-level monster, and perhaps he should seek Tangsha Lord for guidance, as it would be entirely reasonable to consult him. Given that he was now his subordinate. Chapter 90, Bloodline Devouring Technique. In the otherworldly realm, at Tangsha Lord's territory, Tangsha Mountain, Lin Hai arrived to find the mountains teeming with serpent monsters, all belonging to Tangsha Lord's lineage. Whoosh, 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 3 top-tier monsters with human forms and serpent tails appeared. They were the 3 top-tier monsters of the Tangsha clan, yet they never participated in battle, remaining within Tangsha Mountain. Halt! What brings you to Tangsha Mountain? The 3 top-tier monsters inquired. I seek an audience with Tangsha Lord, Lin Hai replied. For what purpose? The 3 top-tier monsters pressed further. I wish to challenge the realm of sequence-level monsters and seek Tangsha Lord's guidance on how to attain that level. Lin Hai explained. Challenge the realm of sequence-level monsters? The 3 top-tier Tangsha clan monsters were astonished. They had not anticipated that Lin Hai had reached the threshold to challenge the sequence-level monster realm. A previously unknown top-tier monster suddenly aiming to ascend to sequence level was unusually rapid in growth. Boom. Lin Hai unleashed a portion of his aura, which had already surpassed that of an ordinary peak top-tier monster. Wait! One of the top-tier monsters immediately rushed to inform the recuperating Tangsha Lord. Inside the magnificent palace, Tangsha Lord was healing, yet he was already aware of the external situation. Upon hearing the report from the top-tier monsters of the Tangsha clan, he stated, "Let him in." "Yes, ancestor." The top-tier monster promptly summoned Lin Hai. Soon, Lin Hai stood before Tangsha Lord. "I pay my respects to the great Tangsha Lord. You wish to challenge the realm of sequence-level monsters?" Tangsha Lord inquired. If memory served, Lin Hai had only recently broken through to become a top-tier monster. How could he be so swift in seeking to challenge the realm of sequence-level monsters? This growth rate was astounding, far surpassing Tangsha Lord's own early experiences. "Indeed," Lin Hai affirmed. "How have you grown so rapidly?" Tangsha Lord asked. Lin Hai concocted a tale. "I ventured into the Forbidden Sea and encountered two terrifying beings in combat. One of them was a fearsome blood tree that was slain, and the other fearsome being soon perished as well. I took the crimson liquid from the blood tree, which greatly enhances my strength, thus explaining my rapid growth." His words were half truth, half fabrication, but the blood tree indeed existed, and Tangsha Lord would undoubtedly believe him. The blood tree, the crimson liquid, could it be the sequence-level plant known as the dragon scale blood tree? Tangsha Lord thought, feeling a twinge of envy for Lin Hai's fortune. Surviving the Forbidden Sea and reaping such rewards was indeed extraordinary. Even Tangsha Lord would not dare to venture deep into the Forbidden Sea. "You wish to gain insights from me on how to challenge the realm of sequence-level monsters?" Tangsha Lord inquired. "Yes," Lin Hai nodded. The Lord of the Tang Snake chuckled. "Any top-tier monster capable of challenging a sequence-level creature will be informed by our Monster Alliance on how to break through to such a level. But one must first conquer the 9th floor of the Monster Tower. Otherwise, even I am not permitted to share this knowledge." The 9th floor of the Monster Tower? Lin Hai understood that the Monster Tower was situated at the headquarters of the Monster Alliance, a place he had yet to visit. Without delay, he departed from Tang Snake Mountain, heading towards the headquarters of the Monster Alliance. The headquarters was located in the heart of a place known as the Otherworld, specifically, the Divine God Mountain. Lin Hai swiftly traversed the landscape and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Monster Alliance. Within its confines stood a towering treasure tower that pierced the heavens. This was the Monster Tower. Upon identifying himself, Lin Hai entered the tower and commenced his challenges. On the first floor of the Monster Tower, Lin Hai encountered a humanoid figure clad in armor and wielding a spear, resembling a powerful human warrior. Yet, Lin Hai discerned that this being was not human. It was a member of the celestial race from the immortal realm. Lin Hai realized that while the celestial race was simulated in the Tower of Monsters, this particular celestial being posed little threat. With a single move, Lin Hai dispatched it effortlessly and proceeded to conquer the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors with equal ease. Before he knew it, he had reached the 9th floor. Once he overcame this level, he would acquire the means to challenge a sequence-level monster. The celestial entity on the 9th floor still failed to pose any significant threat to Lin Hai. He could have obliterated it with a single punch, but he preferred a more subtle approach, engaging in combat for an extended period before ultimately defeating his opponent. He chose not to ascend to the 10th floor. For the 9th level sufficed. He desired discretion rather than attracting the attention of the higher echelons of the Monster Alliance. Upon emerging from the 9th floor, an elderly figure appeared before Lin Hai. This elder was not human but rather a transformed monster, emanating a terrifying aura, seemingly even more formidable than the Lord of the Tang Snake. "I am the 9th elder of the Monster Alliance, the Lord of Kunming," he proclaimed. "Honored Lord of Kunming, it is a privilege to meet you," Lin Hai responded respectfully. "Young one, having conquered the 9th floor of the Monster Tower, you should be poised to challenge a sequence-level monster." "Whose subordinate are you?" the Lord of Kunming inquired. "I serve under the esteemed Lord of the Tang Snake." Lin Hai introduced himself. "That fellow Tang Snake," the Lord of Kunming remarked, before asking, "You wish to know how to break through to a sequence-level monster, do you not? I shall share this with you, thank you." "Esteemed Lord of Kunming," Lin Hai expressed his gratitude. The Lord of Kunming explained, "To transcend into a sequence-level monster, one must locate a specific bloodline factor within the body's bloodlines and consume other bloodlines to attain the most pure lineage. Each sequence-level monster retains only one bloodline within them. You possess the bloodlines of Titans, Dragons, and the Diamond Clan, among a multitude of others, at least several hundred bloodline factors. Only by transforming all these disparate bloodline factors into one will you complete the metamorphosis into a sequence-level monster. At that point, all your skills will also evolve into sequence-level skills. And how does one consume these bloodline factors? Lin Hai inquired further. This requires the unique technique of our otherworld monsters, the bloodline devouring technique. Come, I shall guide you to the inheritance of this technique. It can only be obtained at the headquarters of the Monster Alliance, as other sequence-level monsters are prohibited from privately imparting this knowledge. The Lord of Kunming stated. Understood. Lin Hai followed the Lord of Kunming into the Hall of Inheritance at the Monster Alliance, where he quickly acquired the bloodline devouring technique from a massive crimson stone tablet. Upon obtaining the technique, Lin Hai realized that the bloodline devouring technique was indeed at the level of sequence-level skills, demanding a high standard of physical prowess. Otherwise, one risked being reduced to a mere puddle of blood during training. This was precisely why the monsters were required to conquer the 9th floor of the Monster Tower. Those too weak would surely perish in the attempt to cultivate the bloodline devouring technique. With the bloodline devouring technique in hand, Lin Hai promptly returned. Meanwhile, the monsters remained oblivious that Lin Hai was merely a human avatar. Otherwise, they would have been filled with regret and wished to eliminate him. Chapter 91. Breakthrough, the existence of a martial saint. At Wanyuan Mountain, upon his return, Lin Hai immediately entered seclusion, fixated on achieving the realm of sequence-level monsters. Once he attained this status, his avatar in the otherworld would no longer be a mere pawn but rather a player, capable of contributing significantly to the Summer Kingdom and Earth. Upon his return, he commenced training in the bloodline devouring technique. As he diligently practiced, his proficiency in the technique gradually increased. The bloodline devouring technique was notoriously challenging to master. Many top-tier monsters might require decades or even centuries to reach a sufficient level to successfully consume other bloodline factors and thereby break through to become sequence-level monsters. Lin Hai, however, chose to forego other forms of training. Focusing solely on the bloodline devouring technique, he fully understood the immense benefit it would provide. Upon his breakthrough, all his monster skills would transform into sequence-level skills, resulting in a substantial increase in power. Thus, his breakthrough took precedence over any skill enhancement. After training in the bloodline devouring technique, his mental energy permeated into the monster bloodlines, allowing him to perceive the densely packed bloodline factors within him. Indeed, he possessed hundreds of bloodline factors, each in significant quantity. Contemplating his options, Lin Hai pondered which bloodline factor he should adopt as his true lineage. The dragon bloodline was weak. He was not of the dragon tribe and thus unsuitable for it. The Titan bloodline was promising, but Titans were heavy and only excelled in physical strength, lacking in other areas. He aimed for a well-rounded approach. After careful consideration, Lin Hai opted for the Diamond bloodline. Should he consume other bloodlines using the Diamond bloodline as his foundation, it would evolve into a more advanced lineage, thus establishing his bloodline as the singular new lineage while inheriting the advantages of the Diamond bloodline. The Diamond bloodline was exceptionally versatile, with the only drawback being its lower tier. However, through bloodline devouring, he could completely absorb other bloodlines. Consequently, Lin Hai chose to primarily focus on the Diamond bloodline, initially consuming some weaker bloodline factors. However, the effects of the level 1 bloodline devouring technique were rather inadequate. The consumption rate was painfully slow. At this pace, it would take centuries to absorb all those bloodline factors. Thus, he simultaneously devoured bloodline factors while honing his proficiency in the bloodline devouring technique. Days passed, and Lin Hai successfully elevated the bloodline devouring technique to level 2, significantly enhancing the efficiency of his absorption. Yet, it remained a mere drop in the ocean. He needed to elevate the technique to an even higher level. As time flew by, a month later, Lin Hai's bloodline devouring technique reached level 3, a commendable achievement, with absorption efficiency skyrocketing. At this rate, he could complete his breakthrough within 10 years. He needed to continue his efforts. Lin Hai dedicated himself to relentless training, tirelessly refining the bloodline devouring technique. With the assistance of the level 3 technique, his diamond bloodline grew increasingly robust, gradually absorbing a substantial number of bloodline factors. Yet, he still could not displace the dragon and titan bloodlines. He planned to consume all other bloodline factors before turning his attention to the dragon and titan bloodlines. In the meantime, the otherworld refrained from invading the Summer Kingdom, evidently deterred. Furthermore, they were biding their time, waiting for Earth to permit sequence-level monsters entry. at which point those monsters would effortlessly sweep across the planet. Back on Earth, within the Martial Domain ruins, Lin Hai returned to this location for training. Through his arduous efforts, he had attained the 7th stage of the Grandmaster level, with his physical attributes surging. According to his current estimates, within 2 months at most, he would reach the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, allowing him to challenge the realm of martial saints. In the subsequent days, the Summer Kingdom faced no significant crises, allowing him to focus on his training. Moreover, the resources allocated to him by the Summer Kingdom had notably increased, likely due to the Source Stone incident, resulting in a heightened emphasis on his cultivation. As time gradually slipped away, 2 months passed in the blink of an ey. By this point, Lin Hai's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster level, and within half a month at most, he would reach the zenith of the 9th stage. To transition from the Grandmaster level to the Martial Saint level, one needed to refine their bones through true Qi, enhancing them to an indestructible state. Rapidly achieving this required not only potent true Qi but also a formidable Grandmaster level will. Ideally, one should also practice martial arts suitable for bone refining to expedite the process. Fortunately, Lin Hai had no need for that. The Martial God Hall had provided him with a 7-star martial art, the Galaxy Bone Refining Fist, an exceptionally suitable technique for bone refining, boasting commendable attack power. Lin Hai promptly allocated some time to diligently master this technique, ensuring it would not significantly impede his pursuit of the sequence-level monster realm. After all, reaching level 3 in the Galaxy Bone Refining Fist would suffice for his challenge to the Martial Saint level. Half a month later, Lin Hai's cultivation reached the peak of the Grandmaster level, and he was ready to commence bone refining. He immediately employed his Divine Qi in conjunction with his Grandmaster level will to refine his bones. The process felt as though his bones were being shattered and then healed anew, an excruciatingly painful experience. Nonetheless, he utilized the Galaxy Bone Refining Fist during this process, channeling all energy into the bone refinement, significantly aiding in his recovery and yielding remarkable results. The process of bone tempering requires that the entire skeletal structure undergoes transformation before one can transcend to the realm of a martial saint. For many grandmasters, this metamorphosis of the bones is a formidable challenge, demanding considerable time and effort. However, for Lin Hai, this task posed little difficulty. Shortly thereafter, his stellar bone refinement fist ascended to level 3, resulting in a dramatic increase in his bone tempering efficiency. Coupled with his indomitable will and the potency of divine energy, it was estimated that within a month's time, he would achieve a breakthrough, elevating himself to the status of a martial saint. Indeed, a month later, Lin Hai's bones underwent a transformation. Boom! His entire physique was metamorphosing, his corporeal form experiencing a frenzied enhancement as it absorbed external energy. While his mental acuity also improved, however, since his mental prowess was already formidable, the increase was not as pronounced. After a considerable duration, he successfully completed his transformation, emerging as a first-tier martial saint. At this moment, his mental energy focused on the skeletal structure within, where strands of golden patterns enveloped every bone, rendering them nearly akin to semi-divine bones. Should he complete the 9 transformations, his bones would undoubtedly attain the status of true divine bones. Although my human form has only just ascended to the martial saint level, my physical capabilities have already surpassed many 9th-tier martial saints at their pinnacle. Moreover, with my mastery of martial arts techniques, my combat prowess exceeds that of these martial saints, possibly even surpassing Qin Zhentian, bringing me closer to the combat strength of a tiered-level monster. With a few more months of cultivation, I should be able to rival true tiered-level monsters. Lin Hai mused. Chapter 92. Second-tier Martial Saint. Following his ascension to the Martial Saint level, Lin Hai was filled with exhilaration. He devoted several more days to consolidating his first-tier Martial Saint cultivation before departing from the Martial Domain ruins and arriving at the Martial God Temple. Only upon achieving the status of a Martial Saint could one truly become a formal member of the Martial God Temple. Subsequently, he registered at the Martial God Temple, becoming a member and acquiring the position of governor of Jiangnan Province. As the governor of Jiangnan Province, he was responsible for all matters pertaining to the region and presided over the Jiangnan base. While the Jiangnan base may not compare to the larger bases of Modu and Kyoto, it was still a commendable stronghold, guarded by several Grandmaster-level martial artists and numerous Master-level warriors. Upon taking command of the Jiangnan base, Lin Hai was required to address any issues that arose there promptly. Furthermore, as the governor of Jiangnan Province, he gained access to a plethora of resources and privileges, unparalleled in his previous experiences in Jiangnan Province, Jiang City. Governor's office. Lin Hai soon arrived at this location, where the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan Province came forth to welcome the newly appointed martial saint. "We honor Governor Lin," the crowd exclaimed in unison. At that moment, they were all astonished. For 3 years prior, Lin Hai had merely been the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examinations, admitted to the Modu Academy. Yet, in the span of only 3 years, he had broken through to become a martial saint and was now the governor of Jiangnan Province. Such a rapid rate of growth was indeed terrifying. Lin Hai nodded slightly and then entered the governor's office, instructing the onlookers to leave, retaining only the previous highest-ranking official of Jiangnan Province, the vice-governor, a grandmaster of the 8th tier, Zhao Jun. "Governor Lin," Zhao Jun addressed him respectfully. "Zhao Jun, please provide me with the list and layout of the masters and grandmasters in Jiangnan Province," Lin Hai requested. "Yes," Zhao Jun replied, promptly organizing the relevant materials and handing them to Lin Hai. After dismissing Zhao Jun, Lin Hai meticulously reviewed the documents. "The strength of Jiangnan Province is indeed quite lacking," Lin Hai murmured. In the following days, Lin Hai gained an increasing understanding of the affairs of Jiangnan Province. Yet he delegated management tasks to others, as his primary focus remained on cultivation. He would only intervene when others were unable to resolve issues. During this period, both Jiangnan Province and Xia Country remained relatively tranquil, and Lin Hai had no cause for concern regarding assassination attempts against him. Everyone knew he was not easily eliminated. Even though his true combat strength had yet to be revealed, who would dare to challenge a martial saint genius? Unless a tiered-level monster was deployed, but such entities could not currently enter Earth without special artifacts, and they would not risk acting recklessly, as they could easily fall victim to the sun's radiance. Thus, Lin Hai had ample time to enhance his strength. In the foreign realm, at Wanyuan Mountain, Lin Hai's monstrous avatar continued to practice the bloodline devouring technique, making significant progress as it absorbed an increasing number of bloodline factors. One day, an explosive shift occurred in Lin Hai's aura, indicating a surge in the speed of bloodline factor absorption, a sign that the bloodline devouring technique had reached level 4. With the technique at level 4, the efficiency of absorbing bloodline factors had increased at least threefold. He estimated that within just over 3 years, he could consume other bloodline factors and attain the tiered-level monster realm. 3 years was not a long duration for him, and given that the bloodline devouring technique could still be enhanced, if he elevated it to level 5, he could achieve a breakthrough within a year. To expedite his advancement, he devoted one consciousness entirely to cultivating the bloodline devouring technique, while the other frequently descended upon the monstrous avatar to practice the second soul method, the great desolate heavenly monument hand, and the true dragon scale armor technique. By multitasking his training, he continued to increase his proficiency without interference. In this manner, his growth accelerated, although the enhancement of his true form strength progressed at a slower pace. One day, Lin Hai's second soul method reached level 8, resulting in a substantial increase in his mental attributes. A few days later, the Titan True Body also advanced to level 8, significantly boosting its power. With all aspects of his skills improving, his physical attributes continued to rise, seemingly without limits, though the magnitude of enhancement was not as pronounced. Rather, it involved repeatedly surpassing the limits of his physical form. 2 months later, Lin Hai's bloodline devouring technique was finally cultivated to level 5, leading to a dramatic increase in the efficiency of absorbing bloodline factors. At most, in another 10 months, I will undoubtedly achieve my breakthrough, Lin Hai assessed, feeling the effects of the level 5 bloodline devouring technique. In reality, he estimated that he would require less than 10 months. He believed that once he reached level 6 in the bloodline devouring technique, he could directly complete his breakthrough. Therefore, he calculated that 6 months was the maximum time required. Meanwhile, Lin Hai had elevated his Stellar Bone Refinement Fist to level 4. With the level 4 Stellar Bone Refinement Fist and the various resources provided by Xia Country, he successfully advanced his cultivation to the second tier of the Martial Saint level, significantly enhancing his power. Additionally, with the aid of the Great Desolate Heavenly Monument Hand, an 8-star martial technique, his physical attributes were substantially improved. Now, his various stats were approaching 100,000 points, comparable to the weaker tiered level monsters, only slightly inferior to his monstrous avatar. This was the result of a powerful foundation combined with the effects of various formidable martial arts for body tempering. Consequently, his true form's combat strength was already on par with tiered-level monsters. At present, he awaited the breakthrough of his monstrous avatar to tiered-level monster status, which would complete his transformation and render him unafraid of any adversary. During this time, the circumstances of other countries were dire, with numerous nations having already been obliterated. Currently, only the top nations on Earth were still holding out. Given the current trajectory, it would not be long before, apart from Xia country, all other nations would fall into the clutches of monsters. One day, Lin Hai received a summons from the Martial God Temple, instructing him to enter the virtual world of the Martial God Temple for a meeting. Consequently, Lin Hai promptly logged into the virtual world and attended the meeting at the Martial God Temple. Alongside Lin Hai, many top-tier martial saints participated, including Principal Zhou Xinghe. In this meeting, aside from Qin Zhentian, there was also a martial god-level warrior, Qin Wu. We pay our respects to Martial God Qin. The assembly of martial saints reverently greeted. Please be seated, Qin Wu instructed. As everyone took their seats, they turned their gazes toward Qin Wu. Qin Wu stated, the purpose of this gathering is to convey serious news. Currently, only 7 nations remain unfallen on Earth. While the others have succumbed, we are unable to assist the fallen nations. Our priority must be to safeguard our own. However, the situation in Xia country was not particularly favorable either. Even though we recently vanquished a tiered-level monster, the losses for the foreign realm were negligible. They possessed numerous tiered-level monsters. Were it not for the engagement in a particular battlefield, we would not have found it so manageable. A battlefield that holds them back? Lin Hai queried, somewhat bewildered. He was unaware of this development. Could it be a battlefield accessible only to tiered-level monsters? At this moment, Qin Wu continued, according to our calculations, the constraints of Earth will cease to limit tiered-level monsters in 3 years. At that point, they will be able to enter Earth, albeit their strength will be halved. Yet, even with this limitation, we will still be unable to withstand them. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a state of panic. Chapter 93. 7 traitorous martial saints, all eliminated. How could it be so soon? Martial Saint Yang Yi inquired. Qin Wu replied, this is due to the obliteration of many nations, leading to a massive influx of monsters onto Earth, which is accelerating this transformation. The attendees fell silent, unable to articulate their thoughts. Were they truly expected to save the other nations? Such an endeavor would require the sacrifice of countless powerful warriors. A single misstep could result in Xia country losing its top-tier combatants and facing annihilation. Qin Wu sighed, acknowledging that under such circumstances, more martial saints would likely contemplate defecting to the foreign realm. While they may not act immediately, the thought would undoubtedly linger in their minds. At present, there was only one solution: to cultivate more martial gods within the next 3 years, Qin Wu declared. Once we have multiple martial gods, we may be able to slightly counterbalance the foreign realm. If that still proves insufficient, we will have to utilize a certain treasured artifact to seal off a portion of Xia country, relocating all citizens into that area. According to our estimates, the barrier formed by that artifact could withstand the attacks of 7 rebirth-level tiered monsters. Moreover, the most formidable entities within the foreign realm are merely 5 rebirth-level tiered monsters. Do we possess such a treasure? How splendid! Hope ignited among the crowd. With such a treasure, at the very least, the continuation of humanity in the Xia kingdom could be assured, though they may not escape. As long as they diligently cultivate, perhaps one day a powerful being would emerge, capable of overwhelming the foreign realms. However, Qin Wu quickly added, yet, we are unable to activate that supreme treasure. The only way to do so would require the sacrifice of over 100 martial saints, burning their very lives to initiate it. What? The expressions of numerous martial saints shifted dramatically. They understood all too well what this entailed. The majority would indeed have to sacrifice themselves. Of course, this was the last resort. Should the Xia kingdom truly face extinction, it would be the only method available, Qin Wu stated. Soon, the meeting concluded, and one by one, the martial saints departed from the virtual realm. Days later, in the North Province Governor's office, Governor Qianzhan received a visitor in the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, causing Qianzhan's expression to change as he prepared to take action. At that moment, the figure called out, Governor Qian, I am here to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Collaboration in what? Qianzhan inquired coldly. Allying with the foreign realms, the cloaked figure replied. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhan's murderous intent surged. The cloaked figure hastily added, "Many nations on earth have perished. Even if the Xia kingdom possesses that so-called supreme treasure, it requires the sacrifice of 100 martial saints. A promising martial saint like Qin Zhentian surely wouldn't be willing to sacrifice himself, nor would those prodigies of the sequence and talents like Lin Hai would also refuse. Thus, it appears that you, who have no hope of breaking through in the future, are destined to be among the sacrificial ranks. Furthermore, the foreign realms also possess supreme treasures. If a quintuple Nirvana-level sequence monster wields such a treasure to assault the barrier, it may well breach it. Moreover, once Earth is occupied, who knows if a 6, 7, or even 8-time Nirvana-level sequence monster might be born? In that case, the Xia kingdom would still meet its doom. Listening to these words, Qian Zhan's expression changed multiple times. He could not deny the reasoning of the cloaked figure, and his murderous intent diminished significantly. He had no descendants and wished to survive. If humanity truly faced a dire situation, would he really be willing to sacrifice himself? He considered himself not so noble. Observing Qian Zhan wavering, the cloaked figure continued, "Ally with the foreign realms. There remains hope for you to break through to the martial god level in the future, and you could govern the remnants of humanity. Living a life of comfort still, I will consider it," Qian Zhan replied. "Very well, should Governor Qian come to a decision, simply use this Nirvana token, and I shall know." The cloaked figure left behind a token and vanished without a trace. At the very least, a 6th-stage martial saint. Who could it be? Qian Zhan speculated. Yet upon careful reflection, he could not discern the identity of this cloaked figure. In the following half-month, more than 20 martial saints were swayed by the foreign realms, while others remained too concentrated or occupied in special locations to be contacted by them. In the martial god hall, Qin Wu, Qin Zhentian, and several high-ranking officials convened. "Zhentian, how goes the plan?" Qin Wu inquired. "The plan was highly successful. We have identified 7 martial saints willing to ally with the foreign realms. Others have been swayed by their words, and we must act swiftly to eliminate these 7 martial saints. Otherwise, once the others waver, we risk losing control over them. After all, they have not yet allied and represent significant combat power," Qin Zhentian responded. "Then let us proceed," Qin Wu declared. "Once this matter is resolved, you must swiftly break through and become a martial god. In 3 years, you could even ascend to the first Nirvana-level martial god." "Understood." Qin Zhentian nodded. Having accumulated enough power, it was indeed time for a breakthrough. In the Kyoto Academy, Vice President Zhang Xinshan was attending to his duties when suddenly the surrounding space was confined, followed by a massive hand reaching for him. He attempted to resist, but the gap in strength was insurmountable. In an instant, Zhang Xinshan was subdued. "Zhentian martial saint, why do you attack me?" Zhang Xinshan exclaimed in anger. "Zhang Xinshan, spare me the act. For the past few days, you have been inciting other martial saints to join the foreign realms. Do you think the martial god hall is unaware?" Qin Zhentian replied coldly. He tried to say more, but Qin Zhentian did not grant him the opportunity, directly striking to destroy his dantian and dismembering his limbs before taking him away. Subsequently, he captured the other 6 martial saints and summoned the remaining martial saints to the martial god hall. Soon, a group of bewildered martial saints arrived at the martial god hall, only to be met with the sight of the 7 incapacitated martial saints, leaving them in utter shock. "Zhentian martial saint. What is the meaning of this? Why have Xinshan and the others been treated in such a manner?" one martial saint inquired. Lin Hai observed this scene with great curiosity. The loss of 7 martial saints was a significant blow to the Xia kingdom's combat power, and it appeared that the martial god hall was behind it. Something monumental must have transpired. Qin Zhentian explained, "In recent days, these 7 martial saints have secretly incited others to ally with the foreign realms, and your conversations have been under the constant surveillance of the martial god hall." At this moment, several martial saints' expressions shifted. They were among those who had been swayed, though they had not immediately agreed. However, they surmised that given a few more days, they would likely have acquiesced, not realizing that their actions had been discovered by the martial god hall. Qin Zhentian continued, "Did you think that the last meeting informing you of that supreme treasure and the need for 100 martial saints to sacrifice themselves was merely for show? It was to identify the parasites and traitors among the martial saints. I anticipated that you, the traitors among us, would seize the opportunity to incite others, and it has proven true. Qin Zhentian, I am curious how you pinpointed us. We ensured that no martial saint was spying, and it is impossible for satellites to track us. Zhang Xianshan asked, begrudgingly. Quite simply, Qin Zhentian waved his hand. And a figure materialized, revealing a martial saint who had been concealed nearby, unnoticed by the others. The invisibility skill of a monster. Zhang Xianshan finally comprehended. Qin Zhentian elaborated, previously, Lin Hai martial saint assisted in the extermination of the Shadow King, allowing us to obtain the Shadow King's blood. The martial god hall then expended significant resources to transform the bloodline of a grandmaster into that of the Shadow King, enhancing the awakened invisibility skill to a high level. As long as no action is taken, the invisibility skill allows us to follow you martial saints undetected, unless one is a sequence-level monster or a martial god capable of sensing concealed auras. No wonder, Zhang Xianshan understood completely. It is time for you to depart. Qin Zhentian acted, unleashing spatial abilities that instantaneously shattered the bodies of the 7 martial saints, eliminating them. Chapter 94. The bloodline factors have been devoured. Preparing for evolution and transformation. Having simultaneously dispatched 7 martial saints, Qin Zhentian displayed no sign of regret. Although it would weaken the Xia Kingdom's strength, should these 7 martial saints create discord at a critical moment, the Xia Kingdom would be bereft of hope. Thus, Qin Zhentian deemed it necessary to eliminate these 7 martial saints. The rationale behind this plan was primarily due to the Xia Kingdom's imminent training of new martial saints. Failing to eradicate these traitors would lead to dire consequences. After eliminating the 7 martial saints, Qin Zhentian addressed the assembly. Some among you have been swayed by them. I will overlook it for now. However, should anyone dare to betray the Xia Kingdom, they shall meet the same fate. Several martial saints lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet Qin Zhentian's gaze. Subsequently, Qin Zhentian proclaimed, Our Xia Kingdom has recently discovered a new relic, from which we have acquired valuable items capable of significantly enhancing your strength. Only 10 martial saints may enter at a time. Await further notice. At that moment, the martial saints understood the purpose of the bait plan. It was evident that this relic was extraordinary, and they did not wish to allocate resources to those traitors. Hope surged within them, as the Xia Kingdom might just withstand the foreign realms after all. One by one, they departed. Lin Hai, however, was retained by Qin Zhentian. Lin Hai martial saint, you shall be among the first to enter this relic. It holds great potential for rapidly enhancing your strength. Lin Hai nodded slightly and then joined the other 9 martial saints to proceed toward the relic. Before long, they arrived at the Dragon Valley, where the relic lay. Deep within the Dragon Valley was an ancient site from the Dragon Realm. In the depths of this relic, they encountered a vast blood-red pool, brimming with terrifying energy. What is this? The group questioned. Qin Zhentian explained, This is a dragon pool, where true dragons from the Dragon Realm extracted the essence blood of various dragon-blooded beings. Merging it into the pool. It is said that in ancient times, Earth served as a pasture for the Dragon Realm, where they cultivated numerous dragon-like creatures, extracting their essence blood to nurture true dragon offspring. Eventually, due to unforeseen circumstances, Earth became unsuitable for cultivation, prompting their swift retreat. However, due to their hurried departure, much blood remained in this dragon pool, which has yet to dry up. The fluid within no longer qualifies as mere blood. It contains various heavenly materials and treasures, rendering it an unparalleled treasure, ideal for absorption and refining to enhance cultivation, though it cannot be taken outside. Once removed, the quality of the blood's energy diminishes rapidly, likely due to the pool's properties. You will cultivate here for a month. Afterward, we will allow other martial saints to enter. Qin Zhentian instructed before departing to seclude himself, striving to break through to the martial god realm. With the sound of splashing, the group entered the dragon pool, and torrents of pure, powerful energy surged into their bodies, easily absorbed for bone refinement and body tempering, yielding excellent results. The efficacy of the dragon pool far surpasses that of the black dragon pool. Lin Hai was exceedingly exhilarated. With this dragon pool's energy, he could significantly enhance his strength. Consequently, he began to refine his bones using the Galaxy Bone Refinement Fist within the dragon pool. The combination of divine vigor and the energy from the dragon pool dramatically amplified the effects of bone refinement, leading to a swift enhancement of his physical attributes. In just 5 days, Lin Hai successfully advanced to the 3rd stage of the martial saint level, completing the third transformation of his entire skeletal structure. Additionally, there was a martial saint at the 8th stage who directly broke through to the 9th stage, estimating that with a month of cultivation, he could reach the pinnacle of the martial saint level. On the 13th day, Lin Hai achieved another breakthrough, completing the 4th transformation of his bones and advancing to the 4th stage of the martial saint level. Finally, after a month had passed, Lin Hai attained the 5th stage of the martial saint level, with a notable surge in his physical capabilities. His current strength, agility, and constitution reached an astonishing level of 120,000 points, surpassing that of ordinary series-level monsters that had just broken through. As time elapsed, everyone gradually exited the dragon pool, as other martial saints were set to enter for their cultivation, necessitating their departure. However, they had absorbed a considerable amount of dragon pool blood energy, which could not be completely exhausted in a short time, thus still providing some refining effects. Upon returning, Lin Hai and the other martial saints continued their seclusion and diligent practice. Lin Hai exercised within the martial domain spatial sphere, further enhancing his physical attributes in just a few days. In the following days, numerous martial saints entered the dragon pool for cultivation, leading to remarkable advancements in their strength, significantly boosting the overall power of the Xia Kingdom. Yet, the energy within the dragon pool, having already diminished over eons, was running low. Consequently, as each martial saint absorbed and refined the energy, it gradually thinned, resulting in diminished effects compared to before. The final batch of martial saints consisted of those who had nearly defected to foreign realms, and they found themselves at the back of the line, receiving the least favorable treatment. They were aware of the reasons but dared not voice their discontent. In the Kunlun Mountains, a terrifying surge of energy swept across the heavens and the earth. This formidable aura emanated from an ancient site within the Kunlun Mountains, where Qin Zhantian was in seclusion, striving to break through to the martial god realm. Several hours later, Qin Zhantian emerged from his meditation, exuding an aura that far exceeded that of ordinary series-level monsters. Congratulations, martial god Zhantian. Various martial practitioners congratulated him. Qin Zhantian's breakthrough signified the addition of another martial god-level entity to the Xia Kingdom. Qin Wu also arrived promptly. Zhantian, what grade is the martial Dao golden body you have condensed? Qin Wu inquired. It is of the earth grade, Qin Zhantian replied. Qin Wu nodded slightly. The earth grade martial Dao golden body was commendable, though the heaven grade was exceedingly difficult to attain. With your current strength, you should not be inferior to a once reborn martial god. However, this level of power is insufficient. You must expedite your rebirth process. If you can complete 2 rebirths within the next 2 years, given your talent and combat prowess, you may rival a 3-time reborn entity. At that time, the Xia Kingdom's situation will improve significantly. Eldest brother, I will strive for that, Qin Zhantian declared. Following Qin Zhantian, the top 10 martial saints on the ranking also harbored hopes of breaking into the martial god realm, with the greatest hope resting on martial saint Qin Shi. She had now ascended to the 3rd position on the martial saint ranking, and although her combat strength was not as formidable as that of the 2nd, she was much closer to the martial god realm. Therefore, following Qin Zhantian's breakthrough, the Xia Kingdom allocated substantial resources to aid Qin Shi in her pursuit of the martial god realm. Days passed, and Qin Shi attempted to break through to the martial god realm, likely to remain in seclusion for some time. During this period, the Xia Kingdom expended a considerable amount of resources to elevate the martial saint strengths, gradually depleting its foundation. Moreover, several grandmasters had also advanced to the martial saint realm, including Lin Hai's maternal uncle, Cheng Zhe, and his second uncle, Cheng Hong, who, while still a grandmaster, had made considerable progress, now at the 7th stage of grandmaster level. In Modu, at Lin Hai's maternal grandfather's residence, Lin Hai visited his grandfather, coincidentally reuniting with his uncles Cheng Zhe, Cheng Hong, and Cheng Shan, as it was his grandfather's birthday. This marked the first time in a long while that Lin Hai had seen his uncles. At this moment, Cheng Zhe had recently broken through to the martial saint level, and upon seeing Lin Hai, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Little Hai, have you truly advanced to the 5th stage of the martial saint level?" "Indeed," Lin Hai nodded slightly. "The 5th stage of the martial saint level?" His younger sister Lin Shi was utterly shocked. How could her brother achieve such a rapid breakthrough? She had only recently become a 3rd stage grandmaster. And despite believing her own progress to be considerable, it paled in comparison to Lin Hai's speed. Wonderful! Their grandfather Cheng He was exhilarated. His eldest son had become a martial saint, and his grandson had reached the 5th stage of martial saint level. He was destined to become a martial god. Little Hai, it seems that the Xia Kingdom situation is rather precarious lately, Zheng He inquired. Lin Hai reassured, Grandfather, do not worry. There will not be any significant issues for the time being. After a family meal, Lin Hai and his uncles departed one by one, for they had no time to relish familial warmth. They needed to expedite their strength enhancement. As time drifted by, Lin Hai's monster avatar finally elevated the bloodline devouring technique to level 6. In the foreign realm, at Wanyuan Mountain, Lin Hai's monster avatar emanated an overwhelming aura as the aura of the diamond bloodline intensified. Having attained level 6 in the bloodline devouring technique, he was rapidly consuming the remaining Titan and Dragon bloodlines within him. He anticipated that within the next couple of days, he would complete the bloodline absorption, leaving only one bloodline factor, enabling him to undergo a true series-level metamorphosis and become a series-level monster. 2 days swiftly passed. Boom! Lin Hai devoured the final bloodline factor, initiating the metamorphosis of his bloodline, as his physical form began to evolve. Chapter 95. Breaking through to series-level monster, the primordial diamond ape. Lin Hai's monstrous subordinates delivered an abundance of resources to his lair for him to consume, even hunting some monsters for him to feast upon. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Hai remained in this state of transformation. After 3 days, the metamorphosis was complete, and his aura surged dramatically. He immediately examined his physical statistics, which had reached an astonishing level. Avatar, Primordial Diamond Ape, Level, Series Level Monster, Strength, 335,000, Agility, 318, 000 E Constitution, 342,000, Mentality I, 95, 000, Mentality 2, 94,000, To Will, 16,000, Sword Intent, 273, Skills, Primordial Golden Body LV1, 0100, True Dragon Scale Armor Technique LV5, 75-100, Great Wilderness Heavenly Monument Hand LV3, 27-100, Second Primordial Spirit LV8, 88-100, Diamond True Body LV3, 2-100, Crimson God Steel Armor LV3, 3-100, Shockwave LV3, 3-100, Free Attributes, 0. The Primordial Golden Body is a newly awakened series-level skill attained upon breaking through to a series-level monster. While the Diamond True Body is a series-level skill formed after the metamorphosis of the Titan True Body, the Crimson God Steel Armor is a series-level skill evolved from the Steel Armor skill, and the Shockwave is a series-level skill that emerged from the transformation of the Shock Mountain skill. Now, he possessed a multitude of series-level skills, all at advanced stages, directly evolving to level 3. The accumulation of so many series-level skills propelled his physical attributes to an astounding level exceeding 300,000 points, far surpassing typical series-level monsters. Even a once-reborn series-level monster would not stand a chance against him. With his current strength, he could easily slay series-level monsters like the Lord of the Celestial Serpent. However, the foreign realm harbors a terrifying foundation, with a multitude of series-level monsters. The few he had encountered were merely the tip of the iceberg, and he naturally did not dare to challenge the Lord of the Celestial Serpent. Instead, he would first infiltrate the foreign realm circle of series-level monsters to better understand the situation there. Thus, he spent several days stabilizing his realm before emerging, using the Monster Alliance's token to inform the higher-ups of the alliance that he had broken through to become a series-level monster. Subsequently, he directly proceeded to the headquarters of the Monster Alliance to report. At the Celestial Serpent Mountain, the Lord of the Celestial Serpent had already regained his strength. Sitting upon his throne, he received news from the headquarters of the Monster Alliance, congratulating him on the emergence of a top-tier monster as a series-level monster. This monster was none other than his former subordinate, the Titan Dragon Ape, now transformed into the Diamond Lord. The Diamond Lord? How could he break through so swiftly? Consuming bloodline factors does not happen overnight. Decades is considered quick. Yet he accomplished this in mere months. The Lord of the Celestial Serpent realized that Lin Hai must have encountered a great opportunity in the Forbidden Sea. Otherwise, such rapid advancement would be impossible. Greed flickered in his eyes. If that opportunity had fallen into his hands, he might have swiftly broken through to a second or even third rebirth. However, knowing that Lin Hai had already broken through to a series-level monster and belonged to the Monster Alliance, he understood that the headquarters would not permit them to harm each other. Even if he desired to eliminate Lin Hai, he would have to wait for the right opportunity. the headquarters of the Monster Alliance. Lin Hai found himself once again in the presence of the Lord of Kunming. "Greetings, Lord Kunming." Lin Hai addressed politely, though he no longer held the same trepidation as before. "Diamond Lord, I did not expect you to break through so swiftly. You are now a series-level monster, and I can share many secrets of the Monster Alliance with you. Follow me." The Lord of Kunming led Lin Hai to the headquarters of the Monster Alliance. Arriving at a massive stone tablet inscribed with countless names. "What is this?" Lin Hai was filled with confusion. The Lord of Kunming explained, "This stone tablet records the names of all the sequence-level monsters. Now that you have become a sequence-level monster, your name must also be inscribed upon it. If any sequence-level monster falls, the name on this tablet will vanish." Lin Hai meticulously counted and found that there were over 1,300 names inscribed. "Are there truly over 1,000 sequence-level monsters in our?" Lin Hai exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." The Lord of Kunming nodded. Lin Hai was aware that the number of sequence-level monsters in the was substantial, but he had not anticipated it to be so numerous, over 1,000. In contrast, there were only 4 warriors corresponding to the Xia Kingdom, and while other nations might have a few more, the total would likely only amount to a dozen. The mere dozen warriors on Earth stood no chance against the over 1,000 sequence-level monsters from the. Why, then, has the not yet conquered Earth? If over 1,000 sequence-level monsters were to launch an all-out assault, wouldn't they be rendered useless? Lin Hai posed the question.